I'll tell you what else, Tom. Fortune cookies?
Get out of here with that.
Not prophetic anymore. Nope. They just, it may as well be a riddle is what it is.
You know what I do in a fortune cookie, Kaufman?
Yesterday.
I just eat that thing. I don't even look at the paper. I just eat it full.
Lucky
I
numbers,
swallow that paper
care.
whole. Don't need it.
Not in on
don't
that.
need it.
Not
my fortune.
Bit.
Nope.
Another Grind Our Gears sim. Welcome in. No, it's good to have you here. The first, obviously, of a half dozen Madden simulations coming your way on this Saturday. Welcome to the weekend, folks. I know a lot of you out there probably are still working. You know, it's not like, you know, most of us or all of us, or even sometimes it feels any of us are immune to working on the weekend. I mean, this technically, it may not feel like work, but technically this is work for Tom Carroll, for me, Adam Kaufman, for Cobra K, Tate and Game Ops, who swears he has another name. I don't buy it. And of course, Mike producing, Daniel, our technical director, and all of you hanging out here with us for the Nooner. It is the Nooner, the anything grinding your gears free roll. And we have got Pittsburgh and the New York Giants, the virtual Meadowlands. What you got, sir? What's that lineup looking like?
So I went with Eric Ebron in the captain spot. Felt like I got some good value there. Big Ben likes him. He popped off the last time he was in action, so threw him in there. We'll see what happens. Then I got my man Saquon in there. I got Evan Ingram, Deontay Johnson, James Washington, and Jalen Samuels. I still had about $1,500 left over, so that's why it doesn't seem like I have any punt plays in there.
We actually have some
good
pretty
stuff with this
different looking lineups, which is sort of difficult for a showdown contest, obviously. But I've got Saquon in the captain spot, as about 13% of people do in our smaller free roll. He is 75% owned overall. Daniel Jones, Danny Dimes, part of this one as well. No Ben Roethlisberger. I have Evan Ingram, like you said. I have Sterling Shepard, Darius Slayton, and James Washington. So this one right here, heavy on the New York Football Giants. Just the one Pittsburgh player in Washington. We'll see how it goes for me. 137 entries, which many respect to you guys on the 137, because I only created this, I think, less than 2 hours ago. So the fact that you guys all jumped in at the rapid pace that you did, it is much appreciated, as always.
Can always count on the DK Sim fan, baby.
And there's always money in the banana stand.
That's Team always here. Shout out to the Bluth family.
That's right. Get ready to kick things off again. Virtual Jersey. Thanks for hanging out with us. Taking a look here in the chat. You got Stick says, hell yeah, Tom. He's excited. Happy Saturday. Let's get those dimes, says Kelly. Happy Saturday, Sim fam. Matt Silverman. Nick says 3-0 Giants. Let's go. Hell yeah, Akoff and Tommy, best damn way to start my Saturday.
Yeah.
Sim fan for life, says dirt TT Canadian. I like that. Jordan says, grinds my gears when, everything probably for Jordan, but when you order bacon and eggs with home fries and toast, and the toast is never crispy. Never crispy. It's more like a stale piece of bread. You know what? I get that. I'm into that.
You know what? No, Jordan. That sounds like you're going to the wrong place for brunch. You got to find a new spot, dude.
You got to find another spot.
Yeah, like, what are you doing here? I got all sorts of brunch spots out here in the Midwest. Come on out to St. Louis. We'll get you some proper toast.
As people smash that like button and we get that first play from scrimmage, a completion from Big Ben. Big old clock out to the 32 into the hands of Deontay Johnson, a 7-yard pickup. I like that Jordan here is in the spirit. I like that he's in the spirit. We want to hear from you guys.
Of course, Jordan's down for grinding your gears, though.
What grinds your gears, folks? It's Saturday. It's early. Maybe you guys had some late nights last night. I got a lot to talk to you about DFS-wise last night. We can get into that.
Ooh.
But, yeah, not even a grind my gears sort of situation. I just want to fill you in. That ball
was that a catch?
Well, he caught it, but he was out of bounds when he caught it. So we got a 3rd and 3. Clem says, can you hear me, Kaufman? I got you, Clem. I got you. Richard says, what's up, DK Sim fam? I got the Steelers defense in the captain spot. Let's see how that goes. Clem says, what grinds my gears is warning labels on anything. They should all be taken off and let people take their chances.
I don't
think that's true. I think there's a reason we have things like Surgeons General's warnings.
Yeah.
Or, keep this away from young children. No, Clem, I'm not total. I mean, I appreciate the enthusiasm. I'm not totally with you there.
I see where Clem's going. It's sort of in line with, let people make their own decisions when it comes to streaming shows. That was sort of the crux of our grinding last night. But when it comes to warning labels on things, I think that's slightly different. If a liquid is something that can kill you if you drink it, I think it should say
poison. No, it should say poison.
I think it should say that on the bottle because look, sometimes you reach towards something and you think it's like a flavorful looking soda, but really it's acid, right? You don't want to be drinking acid over here.
Don't drink acid.
Not good.
Bad news. It's bad news bears for the people.
Burn up the old tummy.
Scoreless game, about 2 minutes gone by, opening quarter. 2nd and 4 on the way from the 45. Big Ben, little rifle. And he caught it for a first down. 3 for 4 for 77 for Roethlisberger, a 1st and 10 from the 46. And it's Deontay again, his second catch. Rich says, good afternoon, guys. Hoping for a great game today. Look, the parents out there will get this, or maybe the uncles, the aunts. There is, maybe I'm not the best parent in the world. I think I'm pretty good. But there are times that my older boys, obviously not the 2-year-old, but the older boys, they'll be kind of wrestling. My wife will say, like, we should stop this. Someone's going to get hurt. And I'll say, I mean.
Don't you want to see who wins, honey?
Yeah, maybe they need to learn a lesson here. Maybe that lesson is about triumph and failure. And maybe that lesson is about, someone's going to like roll into the corner of the coffee table and get themselves a little pinched nerve or something like that. But you got to learn. You got to learn a little bit. Maybe you won't do it again the next time. If you always stop them premature to the pain, then they'll just think they're invincible. That's not the right way to go about it.
Totally. I completely agree with you. You got to let them fight it out, man. Makes them stronger. It also establishes the dominant child. Always good to know who the alpha is in the room.
Got to establish dominance. So we've started, I don't know if the kids are listening, but if they are, we've started doing a thing here in the house where we do a lot of competition, a lot of activities. And this is not my doing. This is not me trying to instill this in them. This is their, a lot of the time I'm the, not outwardly in life, this is not my belief, but with young children, I almost act like the everyone gets a trophy dad. I'm like, you know what? We're not even keeping score. We're just having fun. Doesn't matter who wins. Let's have a good time. But that's just not how they're wired. They're like, no, that doesn't make sense. There needs to be a winner and there needs to be a loser. If we're playing Pop-A-Shot, someone has the high score. If we're playing air hockey and it's a tournament, someone is going to take 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 5 or 4 out of 7. Like, this is the way this is supposed to bear itself out. Dad, figure it out. And so what I've started to do, because what ultimately would, somebody would get upset when the other one wins and celebrates. And so and then the other one would whine. It was like bad sportsmanship, And so I have instilled, brand new, in the last few days, as we have a 3rd and 1 from the 19, halfway through a scoreless first for now. Ooh, did he get there? Yeah, he did. 2-yard pickup for James Conner, 1st and 10 on the way. I have instilled, Demetrius, what up? A rule, Tommy, which is winner gets to celebrate, loser has to deal with it. You just got. I don't want any whining. I don't want any crying, because eventually it's going to flip. You're going to be the winner. You're going to be the loser, and I don't want to hear it from you either. You have just got to.
So you're no longer the everyone gets a trophy dad.
Because then it was like they were upset that they couldn't celebrate. And then, it just...
You didn't want to keep that emotions bottled up.
No. As Daniel says, we are the champions, and those are the losers. And if that's your own brother, so be it.
Hey, it happens. Tate asking a very solid question. Tom, how often do you keep your drinks and your acid in the same place? It's a good question. What if you're cleaning, you're doing a spring cleaning in the old apartment or at your house or wherever you live, and you got some cleaning product on the counter. Maybe you got a sports drink on the counter as well. Quickly going to grab for a bottle. Throw a warning label on that acid bottle in case, you accidentally grab for that to take a swig mid-clean. Got to stay hydrated. Don't want to be drinking stuff that's going to kill you.
1st and goal from the 4. 2 minutes left here, opening quarter. Easy little run. Did he get there? Yes, he did. A touchdown, and it's a vulture score. It's a vulture score to start things off for the Steelers. Heck yeah. Garrett Watt, JJ's bro, with a touchdown.
Wow. Get out of here with that.
Well,
the Watt brother that no one cares about.
Him.
This is the Watt brother.
Nobody's got him in their lineup. At least
this is the Watt brother that gets into the Subway commercial only because he's a Watt brother. Like this guy's just stealing paychecks.
What?
Get out of here,
Derek. What?
Say what?
Say what? Like even Tom's Microwave says, "What? TF."
Get it?
Exactly.
Microwave Watt. Get it? Yeah, that stinks. I have Jalen Samuels in my lineup. It's the first time I've put Jalen Samuels in my lineup in a long time. I always forget to do it. I always forget that the Steelers really like to use him in their offense instead of James Conner, which kind of mimics real life. James Conner doing a whole lot of nothing this past season, now without a team. Jalen Samuels not getting the ball there. A Watt brother getting it. They might as well have just given it to TJ Watt. Like, I would have preferred them to do one of those old Mike Vrabel plays.
Was he eligible?
Send TJ Watt to the corner. Just awful.
Daniel says, #dad joke. It totally was. Tate and Game Ops. Cobra K. Koff about to have us making DFS lineups on his in-house competitions with his kids. Who's got the
started early?
Shot? He's got a longer reach, but the 6-year-old likes to use a stool. You got to consider all avenues. No, here's the quick little DFS here. So we had our little thing about the 150 last night. So couple things.
Oh, I remember.
Couple things related to that. For starters, for anyone that has not noticed, I created last night. It is called Last Minute NBA Century Mark. Going back to 100, top 10 payout. It is available for you in the DK Sim Fan Friends League lobby. If Tommy Boy, you would like to jump into it, or anybody else. 100 spots, that is it. There are 40 left to fill between now and lock, which is almost 7.5 hours away. It's a 7:30 Eastern lock tonight. So if anyone wants to jump in for the buck, go right ahead. We had our 150 last night, Tommy, and I finished third.
Okay, who won?
I finished third, and let me tell you who won. I'm glad you asked. Mr. Golf and More, who we have seen win some of these Madden free rolls with us, finished first. Got me by about a dozen points. Had just fire all over the place, man. Zach LaVine, 69 points. Russell Westbrook, 61. Jokic, 68.
Oof.
Just fire all over.
Heavy scoring for the lad.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I finished third, and that was with 337 points. It took 350 to win this thing.
Big night.
Huge night.
Speaking of which, Koff, it's a huge day here on the DK calendar. It's the 1-year anniversary of Glass shaving his eyebrows.
Is that right?
Daniel informs us on Slack. So this was well before my time being a part of the team here, but
did
momentous
Daniel
nonetheless.
Us, or did Glash tell us? That's the bigger question.
Looks like Daniel.
Good, but I bet Daniel didn't know that on his own.
Let's see. He sent along the. Daniel saying Glash posted it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There you go.
Well, that makes it less exciting for me that Glash is the one that informed us of that. But
hey guys, guess what I did a year ago? Shave these here brows.
I kind of felt like you were keeping track of this stuff.
Were you even with us when that happened? I don't think so. Oh yes, he says yes. All right. Been a full year for Daniel. Man, time does fly. Like that to me is more amazing that Daniel's been part of the team for a year than Glash doing that a year ago. That's wild. Matt says the contest was fun. Congrats on third place, Koff, even if I fell a couple spots to 10th during the last game. It was a wild sweat. It was a really good time. So fill up the 100 tonight. And again, if I see, I'm going to check in. I'm going to check in around the 6. If that thing's not full and people are out there in the chat harassing other people to sign up again, we're going to drop it to 75. We're not doing that. I want this thing to fill long before lock. That's why I put it out last night, to be nice. Saquon 4 for 48 through one quarter, just the one. 7-0 Pittsburgh in front on a Derek Watt touchdown. That is your only offense in this game.
Gross.
So
I'm in
gross.
35th right now.
You are?
Yeah, and that's probably because I don't have Saquon in my captain spot. I feel like a lot of people in front of me probably have Saquon in there, and that it is what it is. Low scoring game so far.
I am, and this is with Saquon in the captain spot, 105. Not good. Mike Drummond is in front, who's got Deontay Johnson in the captain, Saquon, Juju, which is some good luck, Ingram, Samuels, that's a dad joke, and Steelers DST. 2 for 2, Daniel. 2 for 2 with the dad jokes.
You're crushing it today, dude.
In.
Absolutely crushing it.
He says, keep it rolling, hashtag dad jokes, but I don't want to look any up. I want them to come organically the way these first two have. Jordan says, ugh. That's how I imagine Jordan sounds. Out loud, audibly. Ugh. And we get hashtag mini mush for the next two. That's Rossi, by the way. That's what he calls Rossi, is mini mush.
Mini mush.
Rossi's coming up for the next two sims with Tom for the first one, then with Brandon Cristal. I am bookending your Dream Stream day. I'll be back with Matt LaMarca for Madden After Dark tonight.
We have a big Mount Rushmore broadcast for you coming up next. Cowboys and Saints.
So I have to ask.
Sure.
Just because I'm curious and I want to take it, I want to preface that I am taking nothing away from the Mount Rushmore thing in asking this question. So I don't want you to misinterpret the question. The question is this. The question, I know, it's like that's a cagey way to intro. Here's my question. Like, I enjoy it. You and Rossi clearly enjoy it. Maybe the production guru and Game Ops as well. But I've never checked in on the chat.
They get super into it.
The chat's passionately into the Mount Rushmore.
Oh,
thing.
yeah. They drive the whole
into
thing.
The end zone. Who's got it? Pittsburgh recovers.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Was it another Watt brother? Are the Watt brothers going to get a...
What?
Here we go. Who recovered this?
It was 94 for Pitt. I don't think it was a Watt.
Oh, that's less exciting to me. I would be more okay with the Vulture. But...
Yeah, Daniel. And
hey, if you got Pittsburgh DST in the captain spot, someone had that earlier. Yeah, the chat loves to share their opinion on the Mount Rushmore. Tell us who we're missing. They also help us with voting on certain spots if we can't decide.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff.
Nice.
Good interaction with the peeps.
Well, good. That's what I want to hear. So who's on the way next?
Cowboys and Saints, both. We've not done either franchise. So
are you going to do both though, or do you
we will do
one
both.
Team and do it?
No, we do. If we haven't done either team in a broadcast, then we do a quarter for each. If it's only one team that we haven't done, then we give them a full half.
Nice. Brian, wait, what happened? Yeah, a what touchdown? Connor, up to 40 on the ground. How about the running backs early on? Saquon and Sarah Connor over here getting it done.
James Conner, a rare good game happening so far.
Brian says, I'm in, Koff. We taking it down. Someone else just said they nabbed a spot. Yeah, freaking nature. Just took a spot.
Nab it.
Tonight, Koff. That's what I want to fill it up. Fill it up again.
Nab it.
Here. Joe says, I got the Steelers DST captain. What up, Koff, my man? DK Sim family for life. For life.
For life. That's for life.
That's for life. Yeah, Tater Hater. Derek Watt scored a touchdown. You are just joining us, folks. 2 minutes gone by into the second quarter. Derek Watt has this game's only touchdown. And Big Ben living on the turf. I'm living on the turf!
It's weird. I literally sang that song in my head as you said that.
As you should have.
Aerosmith is a very actually polarizing band. Weirdly. Like, we're from New England, so I don't think we hear that a lot, but a lot of people out here dislike Aerosmith.
That's interesting. I wouldn't.
Like, Morgan really dislikes Aerosmith.
I definitely wouldn't say.
And she's not alone. I know a lot of people here that dislike Aerosmith.
I don't dislike Aerosmith. I'm not a huge fan. not to the degree that I feel like a lot of New Englanders are, like New Englanders who love James Taylor, that sort of thing. Or like it's not like that for me. But there are absolutely some of the older. I mean, I hate with a passion that freaking song from Armageddon. I'm so out on that song it hurts.
I don't want to close my eyes.
Well, you should, so you don't see me with a punch in the face coming.
Fall asleep because I miss
I'm gonna knock
you,
out cold. That's why you're gonna be falling asleep.
It's a great song. Are you kidding me?
Miss everything.
It's a great song.
But like Dream On is incredible.
Great song.
The Walk This Way rendition with Run DMC, awesome.
Good stuff.
I realize these are mainstream songs we're getting into here. I'm sure they're. I'm gonna Google it. I'm gonna Google it because I've not even.
Sweet Emotion. Great song.
Sweet Emotion's a strong one. I can't even tell you the last time I thought about Aerosmith. What are some Aerosmith songs? Crying, not bad.
Crying and I let you.
Yeah, that's not bad.
And people just not into Aerosmith out here.
Jaded. Same old song and dance. Living on the Edge. Crazy.
Crazy's a good one.
Oh, Janie's Got a Gun.
Janie's got a gun.
I can't hear that song and not think of Not Another Teen Movie. Oh my God! Janie's got a gun!
Janie's got a gun. My dad really likes Aerosmith.
That's one of those if you know, you know.
That's a IYK.
Hooked on Phonics worked for you. Listen to this guy. To really age myself, for the older crowd out here, that right there was the Christopher Lloyd in Taxi scene.
Wanted to get the hashtag right, man.
What's a yellow light mean? Slow down. What?
Jared Kilgore saying, like Aerosmith, ironically, I want to miss the thing where that Don't Want to Miss a Thing song is playing.
Yeah, exactly, Jared. I knew I liked the Kilgores. Dart says, okay, confirmed. Koff doesn't have a soul. The Armageddon song while watching Armageddon cuts onions every time. Well, that's part of your mistake, Dart. That movie stinks. Jordan says, good. Now when I want to annoy Koff, I'll just post lyrics from Don't Want to Miss a Thing. Meager says, fun. So this I find, I'll take his word for it, but just intuitively I find it hard to believe. Meager says, fun fact, Aerosmith didn't have a #1 song until I Don't Want to Miss a Thing. See,
interesting.
That's just bonkers. Get there. No, down to 1. So close. So close. Ben, just the 1 incompletion so far. He's up over 100 passing. It's a tough angle. Who got it? Okay. James Washington. Could have used you there, pal. Lady might be a dude or a bongo. Wasn't that the yeah? Oh, dude might be a lady. That was
Dude
Mrs.
looks like
Doubtfire.
a lady.
Dude looks like a lady. Yeah, Mrs. Doubtfire. That's another strong song. Dude looks like a lady. No. Get there. Is it Derek Watt again? No, I'm just kidding. As Tommy was looking down.
That would be no. It was my man Jalen Samuels.
No, it was your dude. No. That was James Conner. Jalen Samuels is 38. That was James Conner, my friend.
I was trying to wish it into existence.
Sorry. Didn't pan out. Tom's microwave just prior to the play. Screw it, more Watt. I gotta say, as I say all the time about the Dream Stream in these sims, you always wind up going in directions you don't expect to. I did not think we'd be talking about Aerosmith and its greatest hits here on a Saturday early afternoon. Didn't see it
An Aerosmith
coming.
Saturday, baby. Speaking of greatest hits, we were talking a lot about DMX last night. Still so sad.
Oh, y'all gonna make me lose my mind up in here.
Wow, you're just killing it with the dad jokes today.
It's on fire. Hit the like button, by the way. Let's get up over 50. Just in response to yesterday's destruction, let's get to 100 by the end of the sim, please. Just by the end of the sim. Embarrassing looking at the dream streams at like 110 likes during the 8 o'clock sim. Let's get to 100 by the end of this one, please. Smash the like button, the roughly 400 people watching, along with everybody else on Twitch and elsewhere, twitch.tv/DraftKings. We see you. We appreciate you. But you were starting to say DMX, and yes, may he rest in peace. A lot of great stuff on social media, stories pertaining to DMX, and not a bad one. I mean, it seemed like, just a legendary dude. Never mind what you thought of him as an artist, as a rapper. It seemed like just a really, really good guy.
Yeah. Just authentic as hell. That's the word, authentic.
Yeah.
No one else like him. Got some noon UFC going on here.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Guess the main card starts at 3.
Some early oofk, huh?
Get some UFC
in the afternoon.
Yeah. All right.
Dimes rolls out, throws on the run, incomplete. Chris says his albums were fire. With you, man. Stop, drop.
Shut him down, open up shop.
Mm-hmm.
That's my grandpa, by the way, Mike Carroll.
Now I'm just picturing like an 80-year-old man. Stop, drop, shut him down, open up shop.
Hey, DMX was for everybody.
Oh.
DFS Queenie,
Grandpa,
DMX was a
Mark.
rapper's rapper. Daniel, that is not actually my grandpa.
It'd be just so great. It'd be so great.
Rest in peace, Michael Carroll.
27th touchdown for James Conner in these sims, by the way.
Ugh. When I first started doing these sims, I had James Conner in my lineup for all of my Steelers lineups, and I kind of grew out of it. And not doing great for me today.
Long way to go. Long way to go. But yeah, I don't have Conner, so my lineup stinks. 112, where I'm sitting right now. I have negative points out of Daniel Jones here late in the half. 14 passing yards and a fumble rooski. Brian says, my grandfather was a huge rap fan.
Ed Zone Dance saying that he bumped DMX while watching The Sims last night, muted. Love that.
What's my name? What's my name?
Oh, big gainer here.
Who it is? Deontay Johnson.
In my lineup.
Cassie says DMX had a beautiful song, Ready to Meet Him, deep and full of his true heart. Could have cried. I don't think I've heard it. Let's check it out, though.
Freak of Nature asking me to do my version of Rough Rider Anthem here. Okay. Oh, Tommy boy, the pipes are calling from land to Simland. That's a Rough Rider's roll.
Perfect. Brian asking, does the Madden tournament next week conclude this Madden season? So we're not right now in the midst of a Madden season, Brian. These are all exhibitions, obviously. But the next tournament does begin on Monday, bracket style, like the Madness of March in college basketball.
Think of it more of like an invitational.
Yeah, exactly. We will have April Madness that begins Monday and runs for a week. A bracket, one single elimination, a field of 32. Just taking a little look-see. I mean, you got some some fun matchups here, man. Hang on.
Now, Cuff, I'm asking you a question that you might not know the answer to. Maybe our production staff knows. Were these people?
Real quick, let me just tell you the first games, by the way, on Monday there is no noon sim, and then you will have games with this tournament beginning at 2:00. You'll have the Bucks Jags. That's a 132 seeding matchup. Raiders Cardinals, a 16-17. Steelers, who are of course featured right in front of you here, facing the Broncos, a 9 against a 24. Rams are the 8 against the 25th ranked Panthers. Roethlisberger, he better play better than that during the tourney if he wants to survive. And Packers Falcons, which is just a wild seeding matchup to me. The Packers are the 4, and the Falcons are at 29.
Well, so that was going to be my question. Is the seeding based on NFL regular season records or Dream Stream records? And it seems like that seeding answers my question.
Yeah, I don't. I am inclined to agree with you, but I don't. It's got to be regular season because the Bucks are 1 and the
Michael
Jaguars
confirms.
are 32. So yeah, so there you go. There you have it.
Got to fill out a
there
bracket.
You have a field goal.
Can I print out my bracket anywhere?
What's that?
Can I go ahead and print out the bracket from the website?
I think so.
Fill this out manually?
Sure. Can you do that right now? Do you want to fill it out while we're talking?
Well, I don't have a printer here, but I will be going to my future in-laws later. They have a printer. I will fill out a bracket if I can print it out.
High society over there. Printers.
Yeah, I know.
Unbelievable.
Ridiculous. I kind of want to buy a printer because every time I need to print something, I need to either go there or use the office in my building, which I haven't actually done yet, but I know it's an option. I just don't want to have to do that. I might have to buy a printer. My in-laws don't live close enough to not own a printer.
I actually do have a printer, and there are many times that I would have run into trouble without it. It's
one of those things that you don't think to have, and then you need it.
Freak of nature. Put that bracket on your microwave.
No, I was always the big bracket in the pocket guy, and then you can just talk about, who's in your bracket? Boom.
Oh, well, let me
it out of your pocket.
Yank that out and show you.
Yeah, but now obviously it's all on your apps.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't do that anymore.
Kids with their apps. WG Black 21 in front by about 4 points currently in the nooner, the anything grinding your gears free roll out of 137 entries. And we will, of course, get the stats all manually updated. Our man Tate, Cobra K, is on it. Also, I just want to take a little look-see at our NBA contest. We have got 28 entries to fill. 28 remaining.
Oh, you're going to get there, dude. Come on.
Oh, I'm not worried about getting there. But I want to get there. But I want to get there like mid-afternoon, long before lock.
28 though, you got plenty of time. I think you're going to be fine. I think you'll get it within the next hour.
I'm going to see if Glash is in here before he sends me an angry text that he missed out again. 40 for Connor with a touchdown, by the way. 110 for Deontay on 7 catches in the air. Dude is killing it at the half. No one else with more than 25 yards even. Glash has not yet reserved his spot in this contest. Don't miss out, Brendan. Don't miss out.
He might be angry. Emerson's forehead agrees with me. He says, I hear you, Tom. I like to whip out my bracket at a moment's notice. Yeah, just whip that thing out. Whoop-tow.
Jack, if it isn't my favorite host, hello, Adam. Well, thank you, Jack. I appreciate the kind words. Me and you. 17-0 Pitt in front. Tom Carroll, Adam Kaufman, Cobra K, Tate and Ops, producer Mike back with us after taking a couple of days of sanity. And we've got Daniel, our technical director, right back here with us. He was here last night. I don't even think he went to sleep. He's just sat in front of the machine. So I'm going to wait. I'm just going to wait until it's time to fire up this next computer on.
We hung out together.
Tommy here hasn't left the kitchen.
Yeah.
He's microwaved the occasional peep just for sustenance. That's it.
Whole time.
Cough him in.
That's why I'm wearing the same clothes.
How do I enter? Where do I go? Are we talking about the Madden bracket tournament or the NBA contest? The NBA contest.
Both good questions.
Is in the DK SimFam Friends League. You can just go right in the lobby and look for last minute NBA, the century mark. As far as the tournament contest, the bracket, Mike, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe people can just go to the DK Playbook. You can Google Madden Stream info page. Pop up right there. That's correct. Google Madden Stream info page. Top result will take you right to where you need to be.
Okay, just did so. Madden Stream info page. Click on it. Boom. I'm there.
Almost at 100 likes. Smash that like button, folks. Let's go. As Noah says, come on, Ingram. I hear you, man. Tommy here definitely hears you. He's got Ingram in the captain spot. Ed zone dance. Brendan doesn't want his glash kicked in the NBA contest. You may be right. I didn't look to see where he finished yesterday. I just know it was not third. I am setting myself up for a terrible lineup tonight. Because karma is the B word.
Got to watch out for it. It always gets the job done.
I was pretty excited. I wasn't planning on doing baseball last night. And then a couple members of the fam challenged me to MLB head-to-heads. And I was like, oh, what the heck? Why not? And had Musgrove.
Wow.
The man with the Padres no-hitter last night. He went for like 55 points. It was great.
That must have felt nice.
It did feel nice. Felt real good.
Very rare can you have a starting pitcher that throws a no-no in your daily fantasy lineup. I mean, maybe once a year.
Yeah.
And then you got to be lucky enough to pick the guy on that day.
I barely even play baseball, so it's not like something I do often. I don't think I had ever even done baseball before this year. And obviously this season just got going.
So we have some confusion in the chat about looking for the DK SimFam on the DraftKings app. If you're not in the DK SimFam, drop your name in there. Koff will be happy to add your username.
Happy to. Look, if you know what?
Family.
Let's do it. Normally Drew does it because Drew just the mensch that he is, or he allows him to zone out and not listen to us for a few minutes. Either way, I'm thrilled that he does it. If anyone wants to be part of the DK SimFam Friends League, drop your username, your DK username into the chat right now, and I am going to start collecting some names. I will.
Dream Crushers 69, Rich Sharp.
That's a hell of a username.
That's an awesome name. Dream Crushers.
And we're only 9 away from 1,700. So any members that want to be part of this thing, Rich, that is definitely not your username because I searched for it and it doesn't exist.
Good name though. Go
Golden Tate! Zigzag!
Oh, he's down at the
one.
Down at the one. All right, we're in Saquon territory.
Oh, take it away. Take it away, Saquon.
Give it to Saquon. Give it to Saquon. Or throw a little fade here to Evan Ingram.
Philip, I see you. If anyone wants to be part of the DK SimFam Friends League, you can send those usernames right now, and I'm gonna add them.
Get in. You know what? I foresee a Daniel Jones rushing touchdown here.
Philip, I gotcha.
Oh, is it Evan Ingram? I can't tell. He's stuck behind the goalpost.
Oh, Darius Slayton.
Let's
go. All right, you take the reins on play-by-play here for a minute while I add these names.
Okay, cool.
Because they are just
we got a booth review here.
Fast and furious.
Let's see what we got here. A booth review.
Got stuck behind the post. He didn't know where he was going.
Got stuck behind the goalpost. Yeah, that looks like a touchdown here. I think that's going to stand. Looks like you caught one. Did he have both feet down already when he had the catch? Let's see what the officials have to say. Running back on the field.
Tater hater.
Giants.
Don't you cheer for Golden Tater.
True. I don't even have Golden Tate in my lineup. I just like action. I'm all about that action, fam.
Randy, I see you. I got you, Randy.
Let's see. Is this gonna stand? Steelers are upset, so it looks like the touchdown is going to stand here. Extra point coming. The snap, the kick, it is good. 17-7. Steelers still on top here from the virtual Meadowlands.
Jeffrey,
5:35 to go in the third.
Not popping up, Mr. Burkett. You're going to need to give me another one.
Check out the old free roll here. As my app not loading for me. So we will not check the free roll as the Giants line up for a kickoff here. Deontay Johnson back to receive. Going to take that one out from the back of the end zone. Nope. Going to kneel it down.
High road. This
Touchback.
is not the first time I've added names. I have added a healthy chunk of these names, my friend. I just haven't done it in a little while.
Let's see if the Giants can keep the Steelers out of the end zone here, make this a ball game. Would love a little Jalen Samuels in the mix here.
All right, now I got you, Rich.
Daniel asking if this is my robotic play-by-play voice.
I haven't heard the robot play-by-play guy.
Yeah, no, it's not as robotic. I mean, I can get there if we need to, but I don't know if we want that vibe here on a nooner. That's more of an 8 p.m. Vibe, I feel like. It's a nice first down run there from James Conner, 2nd and 3 on the way. The robotic play-by-play voice is like time and score constantly. Glash was getting a huge kick out of it.
Can I get a taste?
Sure, let's go. All right, it's 5:09 here to go in the third quarter. 17-7, Steelers on top. Big Ben under center, hands the ball off. No, it's a play action. Oh, he fumbles the ball. Ball up for grabs. Steelers pick it up, and he's going to be tackled behind the line of scrimmage. 4:54 to go here in the third quarter. 17-7, Steelers. Mike Tomlin upset. 4:49 to go here in the third quarter. 17-7 Steelers. 3rd and 12 on the way. It is 4:42 to go here in the third quarter. Big Ben in the shotgun. James Conner to his left. 3 wide to the right. Takes the ball. Looking. Firing. 4:26 to go here in the third quarter. 17-7 Steelers. 4th and 7 on the way. 4:26 to go in the third quarter. 17-7 Steelers. Giants strategizing on the sideline.
I sent out 11 new members, and we are up over 1,700, folks. We are up over 1,700 in the DK Sim Fan Friends League. Welcome to the big show.
Sick. I think we got one more coming in here, too.
Oh, Mr. Electric, I see you. Let me get you.
It's electric.
It's electric. Boogie, boogie, boogie.
Yeah, I don't want to do the robotic play-by-play guy voice here. I don't want to do it today, so I'm going to stop. That's the taste. It's just a lot of time and score.
Rich says, that's totally awesome, guys. I'm in. Thanks for staying
Get on in, baby.
You guys rock.
All the broadcasters are in there.
Brian says, take
us head on.
So last minute NBA, if anyone wants to jump into the last minute NBA century mark, we have 80 people in right now. That's 20 spots to fill. Ralphie says, Koff, how about Jason Tatum dropping 53 last night? Go C's. Yeah, that was arguably the best game of Jason Tatum's career last night. Definitely the best offensive performance, but all around, he had a very solid game.
When I checked my phone after the second sim, I had over 150 notifications from a group chat of Celtic fans.
Is that right?
Going awesome. Nuts about that game. And it wasn't all positive from what I understand.
No, in fact, it really didn't get good, that game, until like mid-third quarter.
Yeah.
And then it was really bad last half of the fourth.
A typical Boston fans.
They were up 11 with like 2 minutes left and went to overtime.
Most of them were just upset that the Celtics almost lost to one of the worst teams in the NBA.
Correct.
To which I would say, guys, have you watched this Celtics team over the past X amount of months? They're just kind of been playing mediocre basketball.
17-7 game, few minutes to go, third quarter. Again, Mike, Daniel, Tate, all with us. TC, AK. Thanks for chilling.
I just had to delete the DraftKings app. I'm reinstalling it. My phone's acting weird. It's acting weird. I'm reinstalling it right now. You know how when your app won't, you open it but nothing will happen? So you just got to delete it and reinstall it real quick.
In there, bro.
The worst. The
worst.
Da Bears.
Da Bears. Good to see all you guys in the league. Again, up over 1,700. Our NBA contest for tonight has, where are we at? Yeah, 82 out of 100. Keep it up, folks. And the Madden After Dark contest that I created, that free roll is in there as well.
Marshall Falk. Were you a part of that? No, that was Glash the other night. People were saying I was pronouncing Marshall Falk's name wrong.
Falk.
They say it's like Falk.
I say
F-A-L-L-K. Falk.
Is it Falk?
Like, oh, you fall down. It's Falk.
Yeah, it's Falk.
I say Falk.
No, it's Falk.
Falk.
Yeah, you are doing it wrong.
Yeah.
Falk.
And then we decided to do Marshall as the buzzword instead of Falk, because if you said Falk too many times in a row, it could be dangerous.
Yeah, you don't want to 10 times fast that word.
No.
Get ugly in a hurry. We're almost at 100 likes, just a few away. Smash that like button, fools. Marshall Falk fans, smash that like button.
I have to re-log into my DK
your grandpa
now.
here, Mike Carroll. Meet the Falkers. There you go.
All right, what's happening here? Did I forget my DK password? I think that's what's happening.
Third and 8 coming from the 32. Folks, if anybody else wants to join, I'm sure some wonderful people in the chat would be happy to collect some usernames and send those out. Big catch and a gainer and a touchdown! What once was a 17-0 game, the Giants are within 3. 32-yard score, Sterling Shepard. I'm going to climb with that because I got that stack. Shep off the milk carton. He had nothing, and now he's into double digits. Danny Dimes getting the passing score.
Nothing.
Feed me those points, Tate. Feed me those points.
Feed him. Feed the man. He's hungry. It's lunchtime. What's for lunch today, Koff?
Shep. Good question. Haven't even thought about it. You know what might be for lunch? I guess we're coming up on a week here, so we're gonna have to eat it before it gets thrown away. Got just the slightest bit of Easter ham left over.
Ooh, okay, yeah. You're right in the danger zone.
Yeah, I might need to crush that for lunch. I'm hoping my wife hasn't already thrown it away. She doesn't like to give it the full week. There's a chance that's already in the trash, but I'm hoping not. Honey,
bummer.
If you're listening, I'm gonna eat that ham. The meatloaf.
You know what's great to do with a leftover ham is to make a pea soup.
What are you doing in your soup?
You make a pea soup.
A pea soup.
Pea soup. Yep, split pea soup. It's good with the leftover ham. My mom makes a mean pea soup.
Is that right?
Yeah.
BR4DW. I'm just going to call you Brad Wallace. Brad Wallace is in front. Couple point lead in our free roll. I see a Lindenbaum sitting 6th.
I'm in 62nd. Not good.
I'm 37th. So you and I were, neither one of us is threatening to win this thing right
Should have had Deontay Johnson in the captain spot. Woo.
I'm saying, dude, he was at the bonus at the half.
Definitely the front runner for the wooden nickel at this point.
Oh, yeah. Only a quarter of lineup. 7 for 110. Killing the game, son.
Give me all that.
Killing the game.
Saquon, leader in the clubhouse for the Babysitter Billy Award.
Must be, says Kaufman, you are some good deodorant, but Tom stinks.
Hey.
Tom A smells terrific. I tell you
Not
all the
true.
time. He
Not
smells
true.
Terrific. Must
Get
be.
out of here, must be.
He smells terrific.
Oh, Big Ben
says
taking
Kauf, no
a
lunch
sack.
for you until you take back your stance on Armageddon. I will never.
don't want to close
Dude,
my
even Ben
eyes.
Affleck didn't like that movie.
Oh, I love that. The director's commentary is so good.
Like, even Affleck thought that movie was a joke. When the star of the movie calls it out, I don't think I need to worry about my opinion.
He collected that paycheck. Don't want to fall asleep because I miss you, baby. And I don't want to miss a thing. Great high school dance song.
Oh, I was waiting. I thought you were going to go, that's a Rough Riders roll.
No, it would never tarnish Steven Tyler's words like that.
Alana says there's something that smells in our fridge and we cannot find it. I think you just got to throw it away.
It's not me.
The whole fridge. Junk it.
You know what you got to do is you got to take everything out of the fridge. That's how you'll find it. And then you got to clean that fridge. A nice clean fridge.
And then put everything, including the smelly thing, back in.
No. It's sort of a pain in the butt to clean a fridge, but once you're done doing it, it's so nice.
What a therapeutic.
It's crazy how dirty a fridge can get if you don't keep it, nice.
Oh,
if your upkeep isn't there. I've lived in houses with dudes, the college fridge, you probably clean it twice a year. It's just a gross experience. Just disgusting. Before I moved to St. Louis, I lived in a house in Waltham with a bunch of buddies. And whenever we would have the fridge cleaning day, because all those dudes were like super into, meal prep, 3 square meals a day, super just, grocery store, all
That's very responsible, actually.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing that was dumb about it, though, Koff. So there was 5 of us living in the house, and 4 of them were buying the same amount of groceries for themselves. So, we only had 1 fridge, right?
Right.
And they should have pooled their stuff together and, shared stuff. But, each of them had their own head of lettuce. Each of them had their own gallon of milk. Each of them had, you know what I mean? So it was wild in that fridge all the time. And here I am. I'm not out here meal prepping 3 meals per day for a whole week. That's just not the type of guy I am. I'm a day-to-day guy. And so anytime I'm trying to squeeze even a little bottle of ketchup in there, bad news bears.
Yeah.
But I would gladly help clean the fridge because then it would free some space up for me all the time. Because I was late to the house, I was sort of a late addition, so they all had their setup in place.
They had a rhythm.
Yeah, but it wasn't good. It was a deficiency in the house. There's no doubt. And you buy some Diet Cokes for the weekend, know where to put them. Got too much broccoli in the fridge.
Yeah, you guys needed a better plan.
Big time. I take no responsibility for their situation with the fridge.
Needed a much better plan. You can't do that.
Like everyone just get on the same system here. It's not like anyone had allergies. They're all just trying to stay healthy, Share resources. 1 week have one guy buy everything, next week have the other guy buy everything. Just rotate it.
Yeah.
But they weren't.
But then, people get sensitive about other people eating their food. You got to keep everybody in check. That's not easy.
No. If you're all going to be doing 3 meals a day, meal prepped out, got to get on the same page here, people.
James Washington with the grab, by the way. Rich says, thanks, guys. Created a lineup. We'll see how it goes. LOL. I know you guys are in beast mode all the time.
Beast mode, baby.
Sure are. Jeff wants to know, did all the guys dislike each other?
No, they were all best friends. Oh, fumble here. Giants recover. It's a ball game, people. Juju, come on, dude.
7 minutes to go.
It's a ball game. No, they're all buddies, It was it was one of my best friends from high school. I was moving back to Boston for a job after working at ESPN for a few years, and I needed a place to stay. So I knew he lived in Waltham with a bunch of his best friends from college, and they had an unfinished basement. Oh, booth review here. Let's see if he actually fumbled.
It's a booth review.
Oh, he was down. It looked like he was down. Let's see. butt down. I think he's down, Goff. I don't think it's a fumble. Let's see what they have to say.
Jared says, Cough Tom chat, toilet paper roll. Paper goes over or under?
I honestly don't have a firm opinion on this.
You don't consistently put it on the roll?
No,
or
I never think about it.
Thing one that really, no. The paper is over always hanging down over the top. Mike agrees. He says over.
Fumble overturned.
Huh? See, you can't underturn a fumble. You can't do that.
I've done it both ways so many times that I don't. It's all the same to me. I sort of, whenever I need it, I look to my left and I figure out what way the paper is, and then I unspool the paper to my liking, take care of my business, and get out of there.
Tommy here basically hitting us with I've heard it both ways.
But yeah, they had an unfinished basement at the house, and I was like, I could probably rent that thing out from them and save some cash. So I was living in this cement basement. It was like semi-finished, we'll say, but it was a cement floor, so I got a nice surface area rug. It was very cold down there, paid very little for rent, kept to myself. But it was a good situation. But yeah, all these dudes were boys, and they couldn't figure out their grocery situation. Couldn't do it.
Well, guys had to do a better job getting on the same page. What do you got going on in the chat? What do the people say on the old over-under executive sessions? This conversation's a little crappy.
Get it? This is the paper.
20-14. Another field goal is good.
Here, I'll ask Morgan. Hey, Morgan.
Morgan.
What's your preference with toilet paper? Is it over or under?
Using it.
So she says over because that's how it was patented.
Who just knows that?
She knows things like this.
I want to have a longer conversation with Morgan.
She's smart. She knows these things.
I love that being part of the response. Over! Because that's how it was patented.
Well, she's very into like
what?
Home setup, like HGTV stuff. So I feel like that sort of knowing that information is sort of a part of that universe. That's my guess, is why she would know that. Speaking of which, my parents just pretty much wrapping up
has anyone actually read the
bathroom
paperwork on the toilet paper patent?
Yeah, let's break out the Wikipedia page on that one.
Freak of nature. Morgan, the meatloaf!
People are saying she's right in the chat. Here we go. She just sent over a screenshot from cnet.com. Why an 1891 toilet paper patent is all over Facebook. New attention shines on an old patent as social media revels the great over or under toilet paper debate. It was patented in 1891.
What do people do before that? Just use their hands? Leave?
Well, I was just going to say, I've never thought about life before toilet paper, but for some reason
I don't want to start now.
It's been around for that long. Like, we haven't innovated toilet paper in that long? We haven't found a better solution?
Thinking about it now, I'll tell you that.
Jared Kilgore. Hey, Morgan, we have someone in the chat saying that you are an absolute keeper. She says thanks.
Rich's cough. I can't believe everything that you read. LOL. Yeah, Ed Zone Dance. Morgan had no hesitation answering that question.
None.
Executive sessions. Oh my God, it's a classic conversation. So true.
JB saying it's personal preference. Clearly not.
No,
Clearly, there's a correct way to do it.
There's a right way and there's a wrong way. And when I am in a, not that I've been in a while, but if I'm in a public restroom, if you will, and I see that toilet paper on the under hanging down the other way, I mean, I'll use it because I have to, but I'm not going to feel good about it. In fact, I might be so inclined just to change it. My own neuroses.
Wow.
Tate says, I want to meet the person that says under. Do they exist? Yeah, meet Ralphie in the chat.
The more I'm thinking about it, the over makes more sense. It's easier to rip.
We're still talking about paper, right? 4:45 to go here in regulation.
I just don't think to do it because generally when I'm putting toilet paper on a toilet paper roll, you know, I'm mid-act, right? So like I'm just trying to get things in place as soon as possible.
What do you mean you're mid-act? You never
like
just
you're finishing up a roll and you gotta switch roll mid situation.
Is that the case more often than not? You never just like
I don't think to look ahead of time.
Yeah, you need a little.
You get in there to do some business. You're not really thinking. It's a one-track mind.
I'm mid-act. I mean, at that point, I'm not even putting it on the roll. I'm or on the.
Oh, I do.
Whatever.
I do. I don't know why I get this.
No, I'll pull it off the roll, use it, and then get the bathroom situated when I'm done.
So you're the guy that like puts his two fingers in the roll and is like unrolling from your hand.
No, I probably just like hold the roll in one hand and then rip the paper off. I don't use my fingers as a spindle.
It's much more effective, Colin.
I don't think I do that.
It's much more effective.
So you're that guy that.
I love Saturdays.
Meanwhile, Vital Way says, Lord, please, will this game end? Not yet. Dimes closing in on 200 passing. Slayton with the grab. 2nd and 7 on the way from the 24. Captain Blood, I feel like Tom doesn't overthink anything.
That's right. I'm a feel guy. Like all the great quarterbacks.
Yeah, just a feel guy.
I'm a feel guy.
Oh, my God. Steven, more info than you ever needed from your commentators.
I agree.
Freak of nature, if you enjoyed the topic in this sim, smash that like button. Let's get to 125. It's a modest gain. Koff, please speak Ingram into existence. Noah Moon, all right. Not going to get it there, though. Saquon running the ball. He's inside the red zone to the 11. 2nd and 4 coming up, 2.5 to go, 4th quarter.
It's exciting.
David says, am I the only one that uses baby wipes? Damon? I know buddies that will travel with them. They are so religious to the baby wipes. So you are not alone there.
That's smart business. I'm not in the game, but I've done it in the past, and I'm never dissatisfied.
Soothing.
Yeah.
2nd and 4 from the 11. Clean.
Very clean.
Like a baby's bottom.
Might have to get back into it. Haven't been in that game in a long time.
You have to revisit the game.
Switched over a very long time ago.
Yeah.
Hell, almost 30. 30 years ago.
Yeah, I made the move about 30 years ago. Oh, but we had some times, let me tell you.
Roosevelt Montgomery asking me to Google what was used before toilet paper. I don't think I want to Google that.
You're just going to see somebody's muddy-looking hands.
Yeah, I did.
Look at it. Look at us.
Jesus.
Who would have thought? Not me.
Oh, God.
Captain, no, not the regular baby wipes. He's worried about things clogging up the pipes. You got to use the disposable ones. They're meant for that purpose.
They got to have a flushable version.
Yo, absolutely. Ed's don't say, do you prefer strong or soft toilet paper? Got to be the 2-ply. Gotta be the 2-ply.
Yeah, I'm one of those guys that if I'm buying it, I'll go for the cheapest option. But then when I have, when I have the good stuff, I'm like, why would I ever do that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, that's just not where I'm going to pinch pennies.
No, okay. Here's something I'll pinch pennies. Q-tips. There's two things that I will only be committed to name brand wise. Okay. Anything else, I'm flexible. Q-tips and ketchup. I need Q-tip brand Q-tips, and I need Heinz ketchup.
I mean, it's in the name. Fake handoff. Dimes. No. Yeah. Feet were in. Golden Tate. I thought he was going to be out. Let's get a review.
Yeah, that was close. A lot of just by the sideline catches here. Toe tappers.
I like that Daniel says, how are we still on this subject, LOL? And then executive sessions right on cue in the chat. I can't believe this conversation is going to last the rest of the sim. This is great and exactly why I listen. Bunch of fire emojis and crying, laughing faces.
True. No, but think about it.
I used the 3 seashells from Demolition Man. I would like someone to explain to me how that works. To this day.
Coffee, have you ever used
written about it, but there's no real answer. Nobody really has the answer.
Have you used a Q-tip that isn't Q-tip brand where it says like whatever store it is, cotton swabs instead of just Q-tip brand Q-tips?
I guess I don't remember, to be honest.
It's not good. You're in there, you're cleaning things out, and then it can like bend in your ear.
Are you a daily Q-tip guy?
Oh yeah, every shower.
Every shower?
Every shower, I Q-tip afterwards.
I feel like I only use the Q-tip maybe a few times a week. It's
really?
It's not an every day, every shower kind of thing.
Wow, every shower for me. Can't have those waxy ears.
Golden Tate. Touchdown, 17th time.
Daniel, I recognize that is not recommended by ear doctors, but it feels great.
What are you, an ear doctor?
Get all the wax out of there. But I will say this, I definitely want to go to an ear doctor of some type and have them like get in there and professionally clean my ears because, you know, in our business, we have to wear headphones constantly. So we're all going to be deaf by age 60. And I feel like because I'm constantly shoving things in my ear, there's got to just be so much stuff in there that needs to just be yanked out of there with like a hook. Like get Captain Hook in there.
21-20 as Pitt had led this game, folks. 17-0. 17-0. Pittsburgh had been on top. Giants have stormed ahead 21-20. 45 ticks left. All 3 timeouts both sides. Steelers with the ball at the 26. Their own territory going no huddle. 2nd and 8 on the way for Big Ben. Time's running out. Sacked again. Timeout on
Simland
the field,
Steelers looking like real life Steelers here.
Edward says, Tom said Kaufman has crusty waxed ears.
That's not I did not say that. Koff basically said that on his own.
That's not what he said that. He didn't say that.
I did not say that, but Koff basically allowed
you to
enjoy
personal hygiene, smash that like button. If you're fearful your bosses have been listening for the last quarter and a half to a conversation about feces, smash that like button. Wait, let me hit that. Hang on.
Jordan Lindenbaum saying that you can buy that kit yourself. Jordan, find me on Twitter, DM that link to me.
Hit your boy. It's your boy.
It's your boy, TC Fresh, YABOI, TC Fresh.
All right, Roethlisberger completes the pass, first down pickup. May want to use the timeout. You're running out of time, folks.
Have you ever done an ear candle cough?
Why do we just stop it here? Oh, it's picked. No. I'm sorry. I'm getting all turned around. Oh, that's why. Never mind. He completed the pass, but he turned it over on downs. I got backwards. I'm sorry. So 1st and 10, now the Giants have the ball. I got so wrapped up, engulfed in this earwax Q-tip conversation that I lost track of downs.
Non-negotiable.
The old ear flushing kit.
So we're going to give Deontay Johnson the wooden nickel here, and we're going to give Saquon Barkley the Babysitter Billy Award. Is that the way we're going?
How dare you treat my captain that way? How dare you?
He didn't show up, Koff. He took Saturday off.
Yeah, he wasn't great. I mean, he had 4 for 27 in the air, 76 on the ground. He had about 15 fantasy points, but obviously he was,
you want more from Saquon.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't hit his average, that's for sure. He didn't come close to that. Saquon coming in, averaging 21 points a sip.
And look at the ownership too. I mean, you gotta give him more.
Ownership was definitely high. I get that. And Daniel says he's probably off to watch WrestleMania on Peacock.
Jordan Lindenbaum has a lifetime ban from Twitter. Need to hear that story one day.
I mean, are you surprised?
Created burner, bro.
Yeah, I mean, Jordan, couldn't you just create another account?
Yeah. Just make another account associated with another email and you're good, bro. I don't even think you need to use a VPN, Daniel.
Yeah. I think you just create an alternate,
I think Twitter's got bigger things to worry about.
Gmail
just make a new email.
Use your email address from work and just make another account.
Jordan Lindenbaum2 at gmail.com.
Yeah, like you weren't banned from visiting the website.
Yeah, the internet still is existing and is live.
I thought you were smarter than this, Jordan.
Jordan, come on.
Be better.
Get on there.
Now you're using this as an excuse. You, like me,
100%,
have taken a moral stand against Twitter is what it is.
Yes, you're the guy that got locked out of his Venmo account like 3 years ago and is like, oh, sorry, I can't Venmo. Got locked out of my account.
I guess I can't pay you.
Right, but like you could easily just figure it out in 3 seconds and be unlocked.
You have decided to do this.
You're that guy.
This is your personal punishment, and are you missing out on all the follows you could be handing out. So I hear. All right.
One nickel. Congratulations.
Roethlisberger 252, no touchdown passes for Big Ben, despite his team putting up 20. Daniel Jones goes for 3, 1 shy of a Bundy, and 215 passing for him. I just want to know Jordan's response to that. I tried with another email. They check location, Tom. It's not as easy as you think. You need to move. Saquon 13 for 76, a touchdown for Connor 10 for 58, a touchdown for Derek Watt that got this party started. Hit the like. Can we get to 125? We're 3 away from 125. Let's get there, baby. Smash that like button. Golden Tate 5 for 86, a score. Deontay Johnson 8 for 118. He was in the bonus at the half. Sort of slowed down from there, but even still, respect. Shepard, his 1 catch went for a 32-yard score. Slayton 4 for 27. He had a touchdown as well. Looks like I'm going to finish 21st in our free roll, whereas Brad Wallace here is going to have about a 5-point victory. Where are you hanging out?
Last time I checked, I was in the 70s, so
that's
we're
just
good.
Where you're going to live
right
now.
Yeah,
Producer Mike is top 10. New York 1. That's him. He is number 10.
Mike's a beast at these things.
He really is. Really is.
Probably what happens when you produce a bajillion Madden Sims. Approximately a bajillion.
Yeah, ballpark. Lindenbaum
give or take a few bajillion.
Lindenbaum says he had close to 1,500 followers. All he did was curse, and it wasn't even the one that begins with F.
I don't believe you then,
I don't
Jordan.
buy it.
Yeah, there's a lot of really bad things said on Twitter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those people don't get banned.
There's more to this story.
Oh, Mike says he's even third in our Masters contest. All right, so slow down there, Mike. You're so high and mighty. Jump into NBA with us tonight, fella. 7 slots to go.
He knows his lane. Up. He knows his lane.
All right, here's your stream schedule the rest of the day. So today is Saturday. Jason Rossi and Tom Carroll coming up. Saints and Cowboys. That's in about 45 minutes. Rossi and Brandon Cristal together for the 4 o'clock. So that's after the matinee. They will be together for the early bird special. Cardinals and Broncos. Fitting that BK will be there for that. He'll hang out. Jeff Ulrich comes on with him on the Browns-Packers happy hour sim at 6 Eastern. And then Matt LaMarca's got you for the final 2 of the night with Jeff Ulrich, Ravens-Texans in primetime at 8. And then with me, Madden After Dark, Seahawks-Titans. tonight at 10 o'clock. So again, bookending your Dream Stream day. Looking forward to it. Tom and I will be back together for the Nooner tomorrow. Okay. Now we're talking.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah. I was like, wait. No, he's right. Yep, I'll be back at noon tomorrow.
You've got 3 Sims tomorrow.
Big triple header for your boy.
Not all right in a row, but you've got 3. But let's not live in the future because you are not done yet for today. One more on the way. Our thanks to Mike, to Daniel, to Cobra K, Tate and Ops, and hopefully all of you did really well in that contest today. Again, Mike just representing for the crew, 2 of us doing the best we can. A 21-20 Giants victory here in the virtual Meadowlands against the Steelers. So hang tight, stay with us on the Dream Stream, another sim, the second of 6 coming your way in just a little while. Again, about 45 minutes. I'll be back later on, and just a few more slots to fill up the last-minute NBA Century Mark contest. Get on in there and make Glash aware that he missed out if he's late to the party. Thanks for coming, folks. Tommy's going to dance us on out of here. Maybe sing a little DMX.
Don't want to close my eyes. Let's get it on.
DK Simfam, so good to see you. Jason Rossi with you. And this guy to my left, right, I never know on YouTube because we see things differently. It is Tommy Freeze Pops, Tom Carroll, at your boy TC Fresh. We have Saints, we have Cowboys, but when you see these two Stonehenge-looking, skulls and setups that you see, I'm like a human fire hydrant. He's taller, so he's like a human lamppost. That's actually very flattering. Killer, like no curves though. But when you see us, it's Mount Rushmore time, and we have for you today two teams, two franchises we have yet to get to. We haven't had a twofer in about 3 weeks.
Long time.
So we're gonna get after it. We're gonna get at it hard. We're gonna get at it quick. It is Cowboys. It is Saints. Before we talk Mount Rushmore's, TC, lineups have locked. What does your lineup look like, and how good are you going to be in this contest?
I'll probably finish middle of the pack towards the end like I normally do, but I got Zeke in the captain spot, Jared Cook, Alvin Kamara, Will Lutz, Lutz, Manny Sanders, and Traquan Smith, sorry. Got my T's mixed up there.
You're all good. The more I'm looking at this, do I even have a Cowboy? All the jerseys look the same. I do. Why do I have a Manuel?
Yeah, well, it feels like both of these teams have white shirts for their jersey, so it all kind of looks the same.
I don't like having Emmanuel Sanders, but he's in my lineup. Captain is Michael Thomas. Wasn't super crazy about that, but he's just been on a heater.
He has, and I'm dumb for not putting him in.
He's had 20-plus points in like 4 out of his last 5. Zeke Elliott is in there. Kamara's in there. Cook's in there. Sanders, and the better kicker, Greg Zuerlein.
Wow. Shots fired.
Yep, I had to start.
The leg. No, look, if we're talking like 4 years ago, Greg the leg, yes, but Will Lutz?
Legatron, dude. What's Lutz's nickname?
It's a great nickname. Clutch Lutz. He also has another nickname that his teammates use him that is not Dreamstream friendly.
Yes, I know that one. I was kind of say up for some failure there. When we don't see Tom no more,
Sam
we know
Cassell,
why.
baby.
By the way, we got an outstanding crew with us today. We got producer Michael Daniel on the ones through 1 millions because he's inside your internet and mine. He is going through all my hidden tabs. You think they're hidden on those Chrome? They're not. Or whatever, private tabs, whatever it's called. Tate, so we'll try to stay away from anything Chicago with Tate on the ops today. So we appreciate each and every single one of you. Daniel says, you have no idea what I found, Rossi.
Joke's on you. I use Safari for that stuff.
So he'll get in there, dude. He'll find you. But yeah, so Saints, Cowboys. We're gonna get to it. So you want to go Saints first half or Cowboys first half?
Ooh, you know what? Let's flip a coin.
Okay.
We're gonna flip this wooden nickel. The lion head will represent the Cowboys. The free ice cream cone will be New Orleans.
Okay. Kind of want ice cream now.
New Orleans it is.
All right, Nolans. We're heading down to the Big Easy, baby. So you know what? We'll wait till after the kickoff. We'll wait till the first play before we kick off. We'll get the intro music ready.
Before we get into it and before we hit the intro, I think it should be noted here, for those that are loyal to the stream, they know we usually dedicate a quarter to each teams when we did the twofers. But it's been so long since we've done a twofer. We've had some time to think about it. And we've had so many sims where we've done a team per half, and you and I enjoy that. And it seems like we're able to get into a lot. And since we are in the off season, not a ton of news going on here. Maybe towards the draft, we might have to adjust things, but we're going to do half and half for each team here. We're going to give ourselves some space, some real estate to really dig in.
Yeah, because we've since we started having the ones that we've one team, like last night we had the Bengals. That we already had the Eagles, so we
did just a whole half on the Bengals. Probably could have done a 2-minute drill on the Bengals.
Probably should have as an incompletion. But ladies and gentlemen, let's hit that intro. Across the United States, there is just one, and only one Mount Rushmore, and I think it's somewhere in the Dakotas. I think it's South Dakota. Don't tell me it's North Dakota because I'm already dumb enough. I can't say names right, but I'm just a voice guy, not an actual host that is just hovering his mouth over a microphone to give a different sound that actually doesn't do anything but makes him feel cooler. It is time to go into the brains of the brainless two, one being the man that lives in the Midwest, residing in St. Louis, Missouri, from Boston, and I think he might have had some sort of time in south of Boston. I already talked about Rhode Island once, so I feel like he's from there. That might just be Christian. He is Tom Freeze Pop Carroll. And with him as always is the biggest head, the loudest mouth, and the biggest dink at times. Some people call him a bozo. Not even Tara Lynn, like actual people in the comments section. Some people call him a mush. Some people call him the fader. Some people call him the vulture king. He comes residing from the East Coast, the loud mouth out of the Northeast. It is yes, Michael, it does take a quarter. Mason Rossi, and it's time for the unofficial official DraftKings Mount Rushmore of the New Orleans Saints. Hit that intro. Thank you very much. Welcome into your dream stream. It is now time for the it's like Michael that got me. Time to get into it here. Mount Rushmore, New Orleans Saints, as Kamara's just gonna run amok on us. I'll be honest with you, Tom, when I think of the New Orleans Saints, and I'm just being like, you know how we both like, you look a lot deeper than I do to start. We balance off of each other, makes for a great pair, makes for a lot of fun. Dude, I think of this team and I'm like, this all has to be new. Like recent. Like, this has to be. This team is Bad News Bears for a
one of the worst franchises ever.
We thought the Bengals still might be potentially the worst because just Hall of Fame wise and stuff. But man, this team's right up there. The Saints
this millennium have really, really helped turn things around where, you know, if you're of a certain age, you don't realize how bad the Saints are. And honestly, you and I are probably in the age range where that isn't really something that we think about either. Like, during our childhood, the Saints were more of a middle-of-the-road team than a basement team, per se. But the beginning of this franchise, I mean, it took 20-plus years, something like that, before they ever made a playoff. I mean, it was brutal for the New Orleans Saints. As Michael points out, they were called the Aints. They were one of the first fan bases to popularize wearing a paper bag on your head to the games, which is hilarious.
It really is. People paid money to sit in the stands.
It's amazing. I absolutely love it. Fans are crazy, and that's why we're the best. That's why we are all the best.
Yes.
People in Louisiana love football. They're obsessed with LSU, so they loved the Saints, but the Saints gave them nothing to love for a long time. But then the White Knight came into town on his stallion from San Diego.
Oh, Aaron Brooks. No, he came from Green Bay.
Came in at the same time as a young man from Dallas who had been working under Parcells, and they changed the fortunes of this franchise forever.
Without a doubt. So I think it doesn't start and end. But Drew Brees, gotta be the number one lock of the century. Just retired finally. I don't mean that to sound rude, but there was rumors the past 2 seasons, especially last year, that's like, will he, won't he? What's going to happen? CBS had an offer on the table. He came back 1 more year to give it 1 more fight, and he couldn't have even beat they had that lead against Tampa Bay, but I'm going to let it go. NFL records, though, for him, I don't even care about all the awards. Most career passing yards in the history of the NFL. Most completions in the history of the NFL. Highest single-season completion percentage in the history of the NFL. The most consecutive games with a touchdown pass in the history of the NFL. Most pass completions in a season. 5,000 passing yard season. Like, this guy, you could go up and down, surefire Hall of Famer, Super Bowl winner, 2-time Offensive Player of the Year, Super Bowl champion, Super Bowl MVP, Walter Payton Man of the Year, Comeback Player of the Year, first team All-Pro just once. Say what you will about that. Second team All-Pro 4 times.
He had some dudes playing at the same time that were in the way there.
Still.
Weird to me that he isn't a 2-time NFL Comeback Player of the Year. How did he not win that award in 2006? Who won that award in 2006?
Because he won it. I thought that was when he
won it in 2004 with the Chargers. Oh. Who the heck was the Comeback Player of the Year in 2006 where it wasn't Drew Brees? Let's see. 2006, it was Chad Pennington. Get out of here with that.
Oh, absolutely. Chad Pennington, every year he played was the Comeback Player of the Year. It's almost true.
Wow, that might be the biggest hardware robbery in the history of the NFL. That Drew Brees didn't win comeback player of the year when his arm was dangling off of his body like a month before the season happened. And then it just clicked into place during the preseason, and the Saints became a good franchise.
But correct me if I'm wrong. What did he really come back from? You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't out of the game in any way.
Crazy, that crazy arm surgery that kept the Dolphins from signing him.
Yeah, but that's
Remember, the Dolphins were going to sign him.
Oh, they had it like in pencil.
And then they said, you know what? We're going to go with Dante Culpepper.
Good call.
Nick Saban still probably can't sleep at night thinking about that.
Oh, I'm sure that's what's keeping him awake. After his.
You know what though? If you're Saban though, you probably wish that you'd become an NFL legend over. I mean, you already did enough in college. I mean, I know he's iconic now, but imagine if the Miami Dolphins became what the Saints were under Drew Brees.
Oh yeah,
that'd keep me up.
It wouldn't keep me up if I'd won a million championships in college and literally just everybody wants to play for me. But with that being said, he didn't. So I give it to Chad because Chad also missed the whole almost.
Get out of here!
No, well, he didn't because Brees didn't come.
This is our first fight.
He didn't come back though. He never missed a game. He didn't miss one single game. You can't come back because of an off-season injury.
I don't care.
Or a Pro Bowl injury, which is even more ridiculous.
Which stinks for him.
Seriously, but hey, it all worked out in the end. But yeah, Drew Brees, he is the guy. Never an MVP.
Yep. Again, dealing with a lot of Peyton Manning primeness there. Peyton and Brady.
This is why I just want to make this quick comment about Drew Brees. I really highly respect him, but I don't think he can be he has great stats. I think very soft, but I'm sorry I'm saying it. In the dome, some real bad defenses, very bad defense on his own team for a greater part of 20 years.
Yep. They're good now, but yes.
Yeah, and well, they needed to finally be good because the guy can't throw the ball anymore. With all due respect. Well, Naldo, you in here, you coward? I can't speak about a guy if you never threw the position.
You never strapped on the pads.
Yeah, what do you know? Anyways,
dude, his NFL records on his Wikipedia page is insane, dude.
It really is, and it's an embarrassment of riches. He's incredible.
It's so long.
But this is why, when it comes to the greatest of all time, I almost feel for Drew Brees. He played in any other era, even potentially in the 90s. He's in the conversation. We get our first score of the game.
Yeah.
Zeke, baby, gets into the end zone.
It's the golden era of quarterbacks, man.
It really is. So, Brady and Manning, probably in most people's arguments, are the two greatest quarterbacks of all time. And a lot of people, and not inarguable out of the top 5 of all time. So, Brees, I can understand an argument probably being a top 10er of all time, right? It's probably somewhere there, but the problem is it's so weird to think he plays in the 80s. This guy's the greatest quarterback ever.
Yeah.
He plays it, or he's up there. He probably wins more MVPs at least. Forget about Super Bowls. He plays in the 90s, highly competitive, but there was a lot there wasn't
Favre
the Tom
won
Brady.
3 straight in the 90s. Brees is a better quarterback than Favre. Ooh. He is. I mean, just straight up.
I'll take
numbers.
The grit. I've never been a Favre fan, but I'll take the grit of Brett Favre any day. That guy,
I love Brett Favre. He's one of my favorite players ever. I am a Favre defender, and I can put my bias aside and say Drew Brees is a better quarterback than Favre.
I'm sorry. I know this sounds so bad, and this is your hot take BS. I just find everything about the New Orleans Saints organization, including Drew Brees, SAWFT, soft.
Soft.
Dude, I don't know what it is. I just never felt like they've played a tough game.
They play indoors.
Not just that, but even the Cowboys play indoors. I feel like they've had really gutsy and great performances. Where these, I don't know. I'm very.
Tell Jonathan Vilma to his face that the Saints were soft.
Absolutely. We'll get him on here, and I'll tell him when you played for the New York Jets, you played in a gritty team. Let's go. For the Saints, I just feel like the Saints have been soft. Are you actually texting him right now as we speak? Get him on here.
I was checking to see if I had his number.
Record this, send it to him, and let him respond on Twitter.
I thought I did. I thought I worked with him at some point.
We'll get the Dream Stream famous. But anyways, back to the point. I don't want to belittle it. He's the face, I think, of the New Orleans Saints. I know there's
it's not even a question.
Yeah, if there are New Orleans Saints, I'm too scared to look at the chat. I'm probably getting absolutely annihilated. But with that being said, is there any? I would love to know if anybody's here that is a New Orleans Saints fan. If he isn't that guy.
No, I mean, it's really not even an argument that he is the greatest player in the history of the franchise. He is their Tom Brady.
Yes.
There will be a statue of Drew Brees outside of that stadium. He's number 1, and number 2 is not even close. It's not even close. And when you have a guy like that in your franchise, a lot of times that's how it is. There's no one really close second to Brady with the Patriots. There's really no close second with Drew Brees in New Orleans, and like Marino, same thing in Miami. I mean, there's just these guys where they transcend everyone else, and that's Drew Brees for New Orleans. So why don't we just go ahead and lock him in?
Lock him in.
Our number 2 guy here is obvious as well, and that's Sean Payton. Sean Payton completely changed the fortunes of this franchise. He saw what he had in Drew Brees. He decided, okay, I'm going to put my stock in this dude, and I'm going to set up this team to make him the most successful quarterback he can be. Speedsters, dudes that could do it over the top, solid pass-catching tight ends. Him and Drew Brees, it's like symbiotic. People talk about Brady and Bill, how it's sort of like chicken and the egg, which came first. It really should be that way with Brees and Peyton. Like, those guys are on the same page at all times. And Peyton is this offensive dude who is always innovating. That people all around the league all the time are talking about how they're watching Sean Payton tape and looking to him for the next innovation. And I'm going to be very curious to see what he does with Jameis Winston at quarterback next season, because he's such a different quarterback than Drew Brees, especially over the last few years. So, I mean, Sean Payton, I can go through his resume quick because, you know, coaches' resumes are a little bit easier to go through. He was coach of the year in 2006 when he came in and completely turned that franchise around, won the Super Bowl in 2009, regular season winning percentage of a .638, been to the postseason a bajillion times with the Saints.
Very quickly, Crackle Smack says, you can't put a coach on a team's Mount Rushmore. Pick a player, not Peyton. First of all, Crackle, throw some 3 guys at us. No worries. But yes, you absolutely can. We've had owners. I've almost put the I almost put the dog pound or the ownership.
He wanted the Packers fan base.
The Packers fan base. I wanted them to be there. They own the team. So you absolutely can. You could put a mascot for all I care. You listen. It's our world. We're playing with it. It's a ball of clay, my friend. Crackle, throw some names out there.
Yeah, it's the Mount Rushmore for the franchise, not the team. Yeah, I mean, look, Sean Payton.
Sean Payton stinks.
Oh, wow. Okay. So do you not have him on there?
I don't. I find him. I'm sorry. There is something about, I'll be honest. I don't have money, but you know why? If you want to know why, Mr. Carroll? I had Drew Brees, and I honestly didn't even want to, like, when I look, I just have such, I don't know what it is. I look down at this franchise, and I don't know why. I think they're soft. I think their players are my cat's poop, which is probably gonna. He's I don't know where he is. My son got up from a nap. It's wild upstairs. He should be sleeping. That's not going to lead to a good night later. But more important than all of it is Sean Payton also. And I know people could say, "Oh, Belichick cheated. Oh, he's filmed things." Payton was part of like a ridiculous scandal. He doesn't even have control of his own locker room. I'm sorry. Right. I hold that against him.
All right.
And I'm gonna step back. I let it out. I'm going to step back and move away. I'm going to be
okay. You're doing a whole bounty gate thing here that I think is unfair. I'm not going to say that every team in the league has done stuff like what the Saints did, but I'm going to say
they
every single team in the history of the NFL has done things like the Saints did. And for whatever reason, they had a salty opponent that decided, hey, we're going to stick these guys. And I think it's because Greg Williams is especially dirty when it comes to defensive coordinators, and he rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, and people were just sick of him. So they said, we want to get this guy. And unfortunately, Sean Payton had to take the brunt of that. Just like, these college coaches have to do when they lose control of their college programs, and they're the ones that have to get punished, even though maybe it was a bad actor in the way of a recruiter or a donor. Sean Payton took the brunt of that and had to miss a season. And it kind of set the franchise for a tailspin for a little bit there. They lost draft picks. They got fined. It was bad. But I don't think that should knock Sean Payton off of a Mount Rushmore for a franchise that doesn't really have a lot of history. I mean, let's be real here.
Yeah, I'll be real. It
starts and ends with Brees and Payton. The rest is up for debate.
As someone that likes to keep it positive, look things on the up and up, I do not like the New Orleans Saints. The modern day. I'll take Archie Manning and like the Aints. I'll take that crowd. Now that's a crowd I'm into. Now, obviously, I'm not going to sit here and get all defensive about it because I understand, listen, every team has done something and every team should do stuff. Every baseball team has done. I think the Astros went a little extreme, but like these things happen. But I will just say that I don't really love Sean Payton, and I don't really truly think he's that great. Those are my two.
You hate him.
I think he should have been fired. Again, he's another coach that has been middling around with otherworldly talent. Him and Mike Tomlin should just switch jobs just to see what happens, because both of their teams have had really good talent and have done nothing. But with that being said, you're right. When we look at this team, we take a big step back. He needs to be on there, but I want to put an asterisk.
Remove your bias, Rossi.
It's hard, man. It's hard. I'm an emotional person. Usually,
this is one of your takes. This is one of your takes that you've been holding on to. Okay, so you know what? We're locking those two in. I don't care what you say.
No. I'm like I said, I'm not going to fight any of this. This isn't like, no, you're wrong, and we're going to like fight with each other. This is not a hill worth dying on. I'm just letting you know my opinion.
Absolutely not, because you will die.
It'll be a lonely death up there. It's like just me with my flag on top of the New Orleans Saints Mount Rushmore.
So the next name I'd like to bring to the committee here, and obviously you mentioned Archie Manning. I don't want to go there yet.
Okay.
It's a name that I am contractually obligated to say.
Oh, boy.
He spent his first 13 seasons with the New Orleans Saints, played 25 in the NFL, is one of only 2 kickers in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and that is
Deuce
one
McAllister.
Morton, the Great Dane Anderson, on the Saints Mount Rushmore. And I jokingly was saying, I'm only contractually obligated to say this. But when you really dig in at this franchise, we've mentioned it multiple times, really bad history. So I think as a Mount Rushmore committee, it would be irresponsible for us to completely exclude the kicking position altogether. So if we don't get Morton on here, especially with your respect for kickers, we're not getting a kicker on. And he has a resume to back it up here. He truly does.
I will be 1,000% honest with you. I looked through this. This is the New Orleans Saints' best players are the Hall of Very Goods. Deuce McAllister, Marquise Colston, Archie Manning, so I understand we'll have the conversation. Alvin Kamara. You have guys like Joe Horn. You have guys like Reggie Bush, Jimmy Graham, Pat Swilling. Like, you have guys that have played. Even Aaron Brooks. I know it may sound crazy, but like there were some years there. My joke, even a Mark Ingram, even though he kind of stunk, he wasn't great. Tracy Porter.
It's a bad franchise. I understand.
It is. What I'm saying is, like, there's a lot of guys you can make arguments to talk about and bring in here, but they're all really good. When they played there, they weren't otherworldly, like lock them in. These guys should 100% be locks in this, being in the annals of time on this Mount Rushmore. Mort gets it for me. You said it the other day, and we were kind of laughing about it, like, I have to say it because I work with him. But like first of all, and you know what, my love for kickers. He's one of 2 kickers in the Hall of Fame?
One of 2. It's Morton and Jan Stenerud.
Oh man, if only Morton had a great name like that, with all due respect to your boy. By the way,
got
also
a great nickname though.
He also has great hair. Like, let's not discount the hair.
He has a mullet on his bust in Canton.
It's amazing. He was with the Saints for 13 seasons, technically.
13 seasons.
And in those seasons, he was I believe, 6-time Pro Bowler. 6-time Pro Bowler as a kicker. First team All-Pro in 4 of those seasons. So, let's stop messing around. Let's not beat around the bush. He's in the All-80s decade team. He's in the All-90s decade team, which he played for them for 5 seasons in the 90s. New Orleans Saints Ring of Honor, New Orleans Saints Hall of Fame, greatest New Orleans Sports Hall of Fame. I don't know what that means, but he's in it. Atlanta Sports Hall of Fame doesn't count, but I'm just listing off the accomplishments. The Pro Football Hall of Fame.
His resume is nuts.
He really is. He's absolutely in. And I love kickers, and I would do anything for them.
Yeah, I think it's not even really that much of a debate in the Saints Hall of Fame. And look, I'm not taking a shot at Morton here by saying that does speak to the franchise's ineptitude over time that a kicker would make their Mount Rushmore. Because Morton could have these same resume points for a different franchise and not be in a Mount Rushmore. Like, if Morton had this same resume and he played for the Cowboys for most of his career, he wouldn't be on their Mount Rushmore. But it's kind of a perfect storm here as we get Zeke into the end zone here for a touchdown. Captain.
Yeah, so nice he does it twice. Yeah, my captain, Mike Thomas, not so hot right now.
But the crazy thing about Morton's career, and we can move on for a minute afterwards, but he tells this story, in the mix with our interviews quite a bit. He played 13 years in New Orleans. He was the highest paid kicker in the league. And they said, we don't think you're that good anymore. We have to cut you. Or take a pay cut. It's one or the other. And he said, cut me, because you're wrong.
Yeah, and
he went to the Falcons in 1995 and had his best season. And
he went on to play, like he was a maniac.
He went on to play 12 more seasons after the Saints said you're not good enough anymore. That's badass, bro.
I agree. Crackle says, he's back on with us, says, yeah, Mort deserves the Saints Mount Rushmore. Mort is an all-time points leader for the Saints, says Jared.
He was the all-time leader in NFL points history until Adam Vinatieri broke it a few years ago.
Yep. Yeah, it took him longer time as well. DeMacklin says, Rossi, Willie Rofe is a Saints legend. Well, kind of a decent segue, because I think I didn't mention him in that Hall of Very Goods, because I think
he's in the Hall of Fame.
He is.
He's sort of split his career between two franchises.
He did. And it was the Chiefs, right?
Kansas City, yeah.
Yeah. So but like when I was looking over everything, to me, and I want to know your take on this, as we have 3 minutes left here in the half, and then we'll talk Cowboys second half. And please throw in any other players you think should be on here. I look at it from this perspective. It's Willie Rofe to me, or it's Archie Manning. I don't know of the other guy.
There's three guys, and actually I think there's one guy that's ahead of both of those dudes.
Oh, I got it. Hold on. Mike Ditka.
Absolutely not.
And Ricky Williams. It should be Ricky Williams.
It is Ricky, but it's Ricky Jackson. Ricky Jackson is the greatest defensive player in the history of that franchise. 6-time Pro Bowler, 5-time second-team All-Pro. Was just an absolute dominant force for that team. Was the best player on the Dome Patrol, which is one of the best linebacking corps ever in the 90s. And really was a part of the first stretch of winning for this team. He's in the Hall of Fame. He has 1,100 career tackles, 128 career sacks. The dude was just an absolute monster. And then he left New Orleans and was an impact player on that Niners team that won a Super Bowl in '94. So the dude has the resume. And when you look at Saints history, I think you have to have him on there. And I know it feels sacrilegious to not have Archie Manning on here. Oh, it's a Manning. Oh, we all love the Mannings. Saints were garbage with Archie Manning. Archie Manning is not in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, for as good as everyone says he was, because his teams were awful. He was running for his life constantly his entire career. It's amazing he played for as long as he did for how beat up he got. Because that dude took sacks all day, every day. So Archie Manning doesn't do it for me there. And then, like I said, Willie Rofe.
So just to give you a little heads up on him, 93 to 2001, played a majority of his career, went to Kansas City for the final 4 years. There's a little bias here with those final 4 years because he was an All-Pro, all of them. But he was from 90, so outside of his rookie year and his last season with the New Orleans Saints, he was a Pro Bowler. First team All-Pro with the Saints 3 times. He was a second team All-Pro 2 times. He was the NFL All-Decades team, 90s. 2000s All-Decade team, played 2 seasons in the 2000s for the Saints. Saints Hall of Fame. Yep, New Orleans Saints Ring of Honor.
You know what? The more you say it, it's more of an impressive resume than Ricky Jackson. I just know how Saints fans feel about the Ricky Jackson thing. I mean, he's there. The way Drew Brees is to offense for them is the way they look at Ricky Jackson on defense. Granted, he's nowhere near the all-time great linebacker that Brees is at quarterback, but I mean, look, Willie Rofe's resume is incredible, and he was amazing. I mean, an amazing offensive lineman, one of the all-time greats. I have no problem with him having that spot over Ricky Jackson. None. And a lot of people throwing out a lot of Dome Patrol guys' names: Sam Mills, rest in peace; Pat Swilling, Vaughn Johnson. I mean, there was so many good defensive players. Not a lot of great defenses, but good defensive players to mention: Cam Jordan, Will Smith.
Getting jiggy with it.
I mean, the franchise has good players, but just not a lot of team success.
Joe Horn is in the Saints. Hall of very good. Yes, Brian C. Joe Horn. I don't know. He was above average. The Hall of above average. Horn had a nice run. I would say, Marquise, we haven't even said the name Michael Thomas or Alvin Kamara, who are absolutely studs.
They're in the discussion, no doubt.
Yeah, Michael Thomas, maybe in 3 more years, if things remain the same, and he gets back to his winning and just catching everything ways with Jameis Winston, we'll have a different conversation. But for now, I'm not going to fight. Because I don't care enough about this franchise, as you can clearly see.
No, you outwardly hate this franchise.
I have no hate. I have no hate in my heart. But I will just say I've never once rooted for the Saints. Actually, that's a lie. When they played the Colts in the Super Bowl, I did. But I've never.
We all did.
I don't know what it is about this organization that's just meh.
It rubs you the wrong way.
Yeah, they're just the most meh franchise to me, and that's
Kyle Turley for the helmet toss. Trenton says that was legendary. Okay, so do we want to lock in Willie Roaf, or do we want to put it to a vote here and say Willie Roaf versus Ricky Jackson? Because neither one of us feels all that strongly either way. Right?
I feel more strongly about Willie Roaf, but I'm open to the defensive side. Like I said, I'm not fighting about this franchise. I'm not putting up any. I've already told you I've already gotten crushed.
You think Willie's the guy? Michael says Willie's the guy.
And Michael's the man behind the curtain here. So
let's do it.
Lock him in, baby. All right, so before we get to half here, as time's winding down, it's 14-0 Cowboys. We'll talk Cowboys next, which will not be an easy conversation, depending.
Actually, I think it is.
It should be. But you never know. You got to keep the people into it, all right? We're going to battle in the third quarter. I like all the Michael digs about me and Kenny hanging out too much together. Listen, just because Kenny has some stupid things he says doesn't mean I'm not eligible to say some dumb things as well. Yeah, lock him in. So what do you think? So again, our official, unofficial DraftKings Mount Rushmore for the New Orleans Saints is
Drew Brees, Sean Payton, Morton the Great Dane Anderson, and Willie Roaf.
Give this kid a raise. So yes, that is it. I like it. It looks good. It feels good. And I'm so glad to finally have a kicker.
I want to give a shout out to Marquise Colston as well. Yeah, that dude was a beast.
Hall of very good. I agree.
Hall of very good. Lots of Hall of very good guys.
That's what I'm saying. That's if you look Vilma, you mentioned him, all these guys are really good, but they weren't the next level. And and that's okay, by the way. Like I said, Jimmy Graham should be on here if things went a little bit differently.
Yeah, just didn't do it for long enough. But look, if Jimmy Graham had sustained what he came into the league doing, he'd no doubt be in this 4.
And a quick shout out again.
That dude was dominant.
Marquise Colston as we get to the half here. 14-0. It's 2 Zeke Tuds. That's all he needs to know.
I might be towards the top here.
You should be. There's nothing doing. I don't know where Jordan Lindenbaum is today, but he would be all over me for what's going on in this game. And
I'm in 86th. It's ridiculous.
Brother
the rest
Phil
of my lineup must be garbage.
Brother Phil says, Willie Roaf is one of the greatest players of any position, all caps, in NFL history.
He is.
He and Brees are far and away the franchise's 2 greatest players. To bump him off the list for a kicker would be blasphemy. Bro Phil, chill out, dude. We got you. We covered all the bases. And by the way, don't be smirching the kickers, all right?
Yeah, because what the heck is that about?
One of 2 kickers in the Hall of Fame. Throw some respect on there.
Ridiculous. Look, it was debating between Willie Roaf and Ricky Jackson. I mean, come on, guys. It's the 2 of the best players in the history of the NFL. Both are in the Hall of Fame. Both have gold jackets.
I told you, Ricky Williams should be in there just because of what the franchise did. They sacrificed
they traded
the entire
7,000 picks for him. and then traded him how many years later?
2. Insane. Or might have been 3. To the
just so bad
Dolphins. Good times. But yeah, so now we'll get into in the second half. By the way, for receiving numbers, 3 for 40 is Michael Thomas. That's your lead. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, Amari Cooper has 42. Those are your highest receivers right now. So
I have Zeke as my captain, and the rest of my lineup has zeros.
Are you serious?
Zeros across the board.
I got 1 0. Oh no, I got 2 because Cook and Emmanuel Sanders. Those must be the 2 we share. I have Kamara.
I have both of those players.
Yeah, they might as well be zeros. Oh, yeah, because you have Lutz. I got Zerline. So I am currently sitting in.
Jeff Windsor saying players only, no coaches. They have their own hall. First of all,
talking about,
no,
Jeff?
They don't. Coaches are in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Second of all, we're not doing a Hall of Fame. We're doing a Mount Rushmore.
Yeah. Congrats, Ashley, in 23rd. DFS Queenie says, not so fast more. Well, listen, we're slowing it down. We're taking step by step there at DFS Queenie. But yeah, Jeff, there's no such thing as I don't know what your house looks like. Maybe they have their own hall in your house, but for here,
maybe the coaches do have a Hall of Fame that we don't know about, but there also is the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and many coaches are in it.
Yeah.
Reggie Bush not on the Mount Rushmore for the Saints.
No.
Sorry, Ruben. You know what? Let's move to the Cowboys.
Very good. All right, so here we go. Very much quicker intro. Mount Rushmore time. Here is the Dallas Cowboys to be broken down by two guys that don't have anything to do with Dallas, but everything's bigger there. The Mount Rushmore will be the biggest in the nation. Here is Tom Carroll and Jason Rossi. All right, we're back. It's Dallas Cowboys Mount Rushmore time. Do we have to hit the intro again? Did people miss it?
We usually don't, but okay.
No, I'm just kidding. So Cowboys, one of the most historic, maybe are they the most storied franchise in the history of the NFL?
I would say no. I'd say
Steelers?
Green Bay
Oh.
is the most storied.
Would they
Steelers
be on the
the
Mount
most
Rushmore?
successful.
Would they be on the Mount Rushmore of most storied
Of franchises? Yes. I would say the Mount Rushmore is Pittsburgh, Dallas, Green Bay, and New England. I would have had San Francisco on there over New England, but no, you can't. I mean, they've been to more Super Bowls than anyone else. The last 20 years has pushed them above.
Chiefs could too. I'm just thinking about like the history and like big moments. Anyway,
I just don't want to ignore recent history. God,
need to do. Is he gonna get caught? No, all the way. Murray Cooper touchdown there. Wow, 75 yards off the jump here. What a way to light up the scoreboard to start the third quarter. Sean Payton's like, I'm on the damn Mount Rushmore. This is my defense.
In honor of Jeff Windsor, the first name I'd like to volunteer for the Dallas Cowboys Mount Rushmore is Tom Landry, one of the all-time great coaches in the history of the NFL, synonymous with that franchise and with football in the state of Texas. I believe he was the head coach there for 29 years. And the man that got rid of him was Jerry Jones, who will not be on my Mount Rushmore. We can get there at some point. But Tom Landry, absolute icon in coaching.
So, I think, can I take a separate approach to this? No, actually, no, I don't. We can keep going down the same road. But I had Jerry Jones on mine.
Interesting.
He's the guy, like, I almost feel like he's the most popular. When you think Dallas Cowboys, he's the first person you think of. I think he's more popular than any player that's ever played there.
You might be right, but I also think what he has done as GM to hurt that franchise over the past X amount of years, ego getting in the way of keeping Jimmy Johnson as head coach in the 90s. They probably could have won more Super Bowls than they did. True. Which is crazy to say when they won 3.
Yeah, because Switzer still won
Jimmy
one,
Johnson, and they brought in Barry Switzer, who was awful, and the talent just got them that third ring. But Cowboys struggled to find the guy after Jimmy Johnson, and maybe still have it. I mean, Bill Parcells was good for a few years, but Jason Garrett was very mediocre for a long time there. I mean, Jerry Jones has repeatedly gotten in the way of this team's success with bad draft picks and overpaying guys who are over the hill and sticking with guys just for the sake of sticking with them, a la Jason Garrett.
He's not somebody worth, again, like I said, he's not somebody I'm worth fighting for. You make really great points, and there's too many good players, I think, to get to.
And that's the issue. Yeah, if they were the Saints, Jerry Jones would be on this Mount Rushmore. But because he has been really important to the growth of the game. He was instrumental in ripping a team out of St. Louis and moving them to Los Angeles and raising the value of that franchise by billions of dollars. And if that team doesn't move to LA, the Chargers don't move to LA, which also raised the value of that franchise. Like, he was instrumental in bringing that team to Vegas. So the guy has helped with TV deals and all that. Like, he has a strong resume, but I think his famous quote is, I own the team. I choose everything from the jocks down to the socks. And it's like,
nice epic.
Oh, dude, you gotta hire someone to do that stuff for you.
I just love him. I think he's fantastic. Okay, so if we're gonna pivot off of him,
should we finish our Tom Landry here?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes. I apologize.
It's okay. Look, the guy is, as I mentioned, iconic when it comes to the NFL. He's in the 100th anniversary all-time team. He's got 2 Super Bowls. Was there from 1960, their inaugural season, until 1988. Everyone knows that hat. The gentleman. He's that dude. You got to have him on there. Yeah. Tom Landry, icon.
I didn't have him on there, I'll be honest, but not worth fighting over. I think, when it comes to some coaches, he's one of those iconic guys. This is just such a franchise drenched with talent, especially during a certain era that I'm like, I could, I had Jerry Jones, as I mentioned, and then I think I'm guessing we're going to go from here, but I don't want to make any true assumptions because you never really know, right, when we do these. So the first player I'll bring up because I believe this guy should be a shoe-in here, but again, you never know. He's one of the greatest. We talked about it. Interviews today, I believe, the most energetic guy to
I
go
don't have
NFL.
him, but okay.
Really, Michael Irvin is not on your list.
No.
Wow.
Should we just? Okay, I think that we should just give our 4,
this
and
is what
then
I wanted
we can
to do.
sort of. Okay.
This is why I said, do you want to take it different?
Emmitt Smith, Roger Staubach, Tom Landry, Bob Lilly. That's my 4.
Okay, so I went Lilly out, same other guys. I had Staubach, Emmett, Michael Irvin.
Gotcha. So you only said 3 names then?
Oh, because I had Jerry Jones.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
Sorry. So right off the bat, let's just for the argument's sake, we'll take Landry off for a second. He's going to get on. So between our 2 lists, the locks would have been Emmitt Smith, Roger Staubach. So let's start with Emmitt Smith because I think, what's funny about Emmitt Smith? I think running backs have changed so much with their versatility and dynamic look and play in the last 20 years that people will never understand. If you're a younger fan and you watch Emmitt Smith play now, you saw let's say the end of his Cowboys run and the end of his career with Arizona, and you're he was just kind of a straightforward runner. He wasn't all that great. This dude was amazing.
No.
Here's the resume aside from those 2 seasons. He was a 3-time Super Bowl champ. We all know about that. He was a Super Bowl MVP, an 8-time Pro Bowler, a 4-time first-team All-Pro, a 2-time second-team All-Pro, 6 years of All-Pro status, most valuable player in 1993, Offensive Rookie of the Year in 90, 4-time rushing leader, 3-time rushing touchdown leader, All-Decades team, 90s, 100th anniversary team, Cowboys Ring of Honor, Hall of Fame, everything you need to know about this guy. He had the NFL record for rushing touchdowns, rushing attempts, and rushing yards when he retired. The greatest running back.
He still has those. He still holds all of those records.
Wait, even the rushing touchdowns?
Correct.
For some reason, I thought that was eclipsed. So that's amazing. So this guy is a no-brainer. He's the number 1 to me just from the play.
I think he's the greatest running back of all time. And I know people push back on that because, Jim Brown did his thing and he was so dominant, blah, blah, blah. Oh, Walter Payton, how dare you disrespect sweetness. Oh, Barry Sanders was better than Emmitt Smith during his own, decade, blah, blah, blah. Emmitt Smith has the hardware, buddy. Look, you want to tell me Barry Sanders was great, eye test, whatever, that's fine. But they played in the same decade for the most part, almost identical. And let's look at his trophy case and let's look at Barry Sanders' trophy case. And I think once you get to a certain level of player, we talk about this in quarterback tiers, that's when you have to do the separation with rings and awards and stuff like that. And that's why I go Emmitt Smith over all these guys. And he's got all the rushing records and the longevity. So
yeah, I think
he's the best ever.
And the Barry Sanders, I'm not even going to go with the hardware. Take that aside. If Barry Sanders continued to have the same length of career as Emmitt Smith, maybe we're having a different conversation. Maybe magical things change, plays for another team, whatever. What if? Emmitt Smith just, again, it's what he retired in 2004. And to this day, he has the most rush attempts, rushing touchdowns, and rushing yards. That has been another almost 20 years of NFL play. And people are playing through that era. And I understand the running back position has changed. But that's not because he was running the ball a ton. Rushing attempts,
if there was someone as talented as Emmitt Smith, he would be getting those touches.
Yeah, and is durable. That's a big skill. Availability is the best ability, right? So,
yes.
By the way, Saints did score on that last drive. Amari Cooper's in the bonus. Michael says he agrees with our producer, Michael. And we don't forget, we have Daniel as well. We have Tate on op. Smash that like. Appreciate you guys being here. Hope you're enjoying the conversation. He says he agrees with your list. Other than person to talk about is Tex Stram, which I'm sure he's in, Tom's conversation.
Tex Stram is an important person in the history of football, but I don't think he gets on this list.
Yeah, so again, Emmitt Smith, the number one lock. And then between what we said, the other guy that would be, if you want to run down his resume, would be Roger Staubach. And I know there's been, I know Troy Aikman was there and won 3 Super Bowls. I know Tony Romo was really impressive. But Staubach was the best quarterback they've ever had.
Yep, and he sort of transcends time, right? Like Staubach's one of these iconic figures. Aikman is underrated all time, I think, because of all the talent around him. It kind of gets lost on people how good he really was, and he was truly the leader on the field for those teams. And we've had Irvin, Smith, and Jason Garrett, who's on those teams, all on the podcast, and they talk about Troy Aikman, who we also had on the podcast, NBD. Got all these Cowboys on the pod.
Yeah.
Look, they all talk about Troy Aikman like he was their father almost. Like this guy was so important to those teams. But with all that said, Roger Staubach is the guy. He is the iconic Dallas Cowboys quarterback. He won the Super Bowl twice, one of the best teams of the 1970s. He was an MVP of the Super Bowl as well. He was an All-Pro, a Pro Bowler, a Man of the Year, passing touchdown leader in 73, 4-time passing rating leader, 70s All-Decade team, 100th anniversary team, Dallas Cowboys Ring of Honor, and in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Yeah, amazing resume. I just want to say, Tim the Man says, Tony Romo is the best, over on Twitch, Tony Romo is the best quarterback in Cowboys history. Simple. Simply wrong. With all due respect, Tim the Man, you're probably a very smart, bright guy. Sounds like a recency bias thing.
And also, like, he might have better numbers, but that's
different too.
A totally different ball game. Exactly.
And again, no offense, hardware. If you're gonna go there, like hardware, dude, you can't even put Romo over Aikman just for that reason. I think Romo was really good.
Romo's third.
Yeah, and Romo is most franchises would be like, put Romo on the Bears. We're talking about the greatest quarterback by a long shot.
When you talk about franchises with the best quarterbacks ever, we always talk about the Packers and we always talk about the 49ers. Cowboys may be third. Because Dak too. I mean, that foursome right there is incredibly impressive.
It is, and I, you've been pretty much blessed outside of those couple of years there in the injury years to Romo of like having pretty solid quarterbacks. Even the bad quote unquote years, you've had some talented guys there. I'm not making a case for Quincy Carter right now or Chad Hutchinson. That was early.
But even Danny White too, really good quarterback with the Cowboys in between Staubach and Aikman.
Yep. Yeah, and you had Bledsoe there for a little bit. That's complete bias on my part, but if you actually look at the numbers there for like the year and a half, was pretty good. Then got benched for Romo, and I had a real sad day that night, that Monday Night Football. But either way, Staubach's the guy when it comes to the Mount Rushmore, the great of the greats, the 4 greatest Cowboys of all time. He needs to be on there and shrine that handsome-looking man's face right up on there. So those were
he went to Navy. Like that's just cool to me. No good players go to the service academy schools anymore, right? I mean,
that's actually very true. Like now we find it's like, it went to BYU. It's like
exactly. No one goes to Navy anymore that has an impact. Like him and David Robinson, the last 2 guys to have a true impact on their sports that came from service academy.
And that's no disrespect. First of all, shout out to all of our men and women.
Shout out to the troops.
And second of all, you're right, because now it's so like, even if you wanted to go that route, say you were an Army brat, as they call it, and you're like, I want to follow in those footsteps, but you're super talented at a sport, they're not going to lead you to go to Army, Navy, or Air Force, or any of them.
You're going to Bama. You're going to LSU. You're going to, pick your school, Oklahoma, Michigan, Ohio State.
I agree. And that's the fascinating thing, I think, when it comes to the whole scenario with, like, that style. Because I knew who did we interview once on one of the radio shows? It was a former Patriot or a Patriot who said, like he was going to go to the Army and wanted to play for Army. And he was like told basically like, we really appreciate that shows your character, but if you ever want to play football, you're going to get lost there. And like the talent just doesn't mesh with what you can do.
And like those athletes, credit to them. they have a lot on their plate. Like
yes, they do.
They aren't there just to play football like these guys are when they go to these big time schools.
True.
They are there to become soldiers and people that can defend this country, and their schedules are crazy. It's if you're looking to be a player in the NFL, you want to go to a school where that's going to be your full-time job for 3 years. Whereas if you're going to a service academy, it's secondary.
Yes, agreed. By the way, Derek says, well, that argument, Romo went to Eastern Illinois.
True. Yeah, so did Sean Payton.
And so did Jimmy Garoppolo.
There we go. And so did Mike Shanahan. People forget that.
Oh, fun fact. Did not know that one. I knew the others, but either way. Romo.
You learn a few things when you hang out with me, Rossi.
I sure do, man. And it's always a pleasure. Don't forget to follow him at your boy, TC Fresh, over on the Twitter. With the Great Dane Nation. B-O-I, boy. Yeah. I was a Dallas fan. Oh, his brother Phil. I was a Dallas fan from 1975 until they tossed Romo over with so little gratitude.
Turned him
class.
Off.
Yeah. Turned him off. Romo was the best quarterback Dallas has ever had, and I've seen them all. Brother Phil, I love the input. Don't agree with you, but I love the input.
He's in. Look, as I say, he's in the conversation. But
it's a nice way of saying maybe.
Here's the thing: when you're talking about Cowboys Mount Rushmore, there needs to be rings involved. There has.
I agree. It's too. There's too much.
There's too much success.
Yeah, it's like what we did with the Patriots. We found John Hanna a spot because of the historic, and like his numbers were crazy. As the Saints coming back here, second touchdown of the game. Breeze. That soft guy. There's Emmanuel.
Hey, Manny Sanders.
Nice to see you, bud. Less than a minute to play here in the third. We'll get to the fourth, and we'll finish up our conversation here about the Cowboys Mount Rushmore. But those were the two. Staubach and Emmitt Smith were the two lock and steps for both of our Mount Rushmore.
Locks.
After that, it varied, but I am going to, I believe, grant in the Tom Landry, because my argument, like you made a great discovery and argument about Jerry Jones, so I can easily knock him off. Obviously, listening to Michael and his thoughts as well. He's got some players, but I think Landry at the end of the day, you gotta get him in there.
You have to.
So now
it's really one spot here to go. So look, Jerry Jones can still be on the table for that last spot if you want him to.
You've talked me away from him.
So I think it comes down to, I would love to hear your Michael Irvin argument, we'll call it. Yeah. Your Michael Irvin spiel, because look, you got to love the playmaker. So why don't we save that for the fourth here?
Yep.
We can get the stats through the
stat them up, because we actually have touchdowns now. We got some scores, 5 touchdowns total.
You know what, Rossi? I'm gonna let you carry it for a second. I need some water.
Oh, good Lord. I got you. Take all the time you need. We're not even in the fourth. This is the longest third quarter I think I've ever done. It was like uncharacteristically long. It was like 20 minutes almost. Crazy. A lot of action in there. 3 scores in this third quarter. So we'll see what the Cowboys, how they wrap up here. Bob Lilly was, oh really? Bob Lilly was known as Mr. Cowboy. Good drop by Michael.
Yeah, that's why he's on my list for, everything else the guy has going for him on his resume. But Bob Lilly, I think, is sort of a no-brainer.
Get out of here, Mr. Cowboy.
That's a cool distinction.
It is. Listen, you want to be that no matter what team. So regardless of what you've done, like you made an impact on your team.
100%.
So we'll see though. Hopefully, last.
So what are people saying? So are people just really upset about the Romo thing?
No, I'm not.
Brother
really
Phil.
upset.
It's really just Brother Phil he is a Romo honk. He loves him some Romo. So he's acting like Romo didn't have Des Bryant or Jason Witten or DeMarco Murray or all these weapons around him. Miles Austin.
There's another guy you just forget how good he was.
He's so good.
Derek says, Rossi, I could go toe-to-toe. Yep. Really quick. Derek says, Rossi, I could go toe-to-toe with those 70s and 80s Cowboys lineups. Hee. I don't know exactly what that means. But yeah, I like it. I like all the people throwing out stuff here. What else we got? Kaufman is the real mush. Yeah, tell him. I don't care.
DFS Queenie agreeing with my 4 here. Landry, Staubach, Smith, Lilly.
Oh, come on. How do you not have the playmaker even in most people's conversation, even if it's just bias? Seeing what other stuff people. Yeah. So by the way, in this game, Dak's going for over 200 yards. He's got the 1 touchdown, obviously the 75-yard bomb to Amari Cooper. 2 scores, 656 on the ground for Elliott. Kamara's kind of quiet, 52 through the air, and 2 scores for Emmanuel Sanders. So we got 2 scores on both sides. We got the bonus on 3 grabs for Amari Cooper, the touchdown, 118 yards. So
I am in 69th.
Here. Nice. What am I sitting in here? I am in 36th. Watch out, world. Coming for you. And Emmanuel Sanders give me a nice bump. Emmanuel Sanders and Zeke Elliott equally 21.2 points. Pretty fascinating heading into
Jordan Lindenbaum, I agree with you. Romo was awesome, but you can't put him ahead of Landry or Aikman. It's fact.
It's the best way to put it.
Or Staubach or Emmitt Smith or Bob Lilly.
Yeah.
Or Jerry Jones, for that matter. Even for everything I negged Jerry Jones about, I'd still have him above Romo.
Yeah, those championships still was a key factor in all of it. So we'll get.
I did call Miles Austin a weapon, Lewis Daniel. He was awesome.
He was really good.
Really good.
2-year stretch. He was like next level. And it sometimes
very good player.
It's not all about their talent; it's their connection. Another thing that I always think goes underrated because we live in a fantasy world, hence why we're here, is that people will mistake stats for being a good player. Where I'm not going to put Miles Austin. I don't even think he was necessarily next world talent. Him and Romo just had it. They just worked so well together. We talked about it with Ocho Cinco and Carson Palmer. I truly, in my heart, believe that Ocho Cinco with any other quarterback consistently would not have been the same player. Those 2 guys were just so in lock with each other.
Yeah, if he had the normal Bengals quarterbacks.
Yeah, it's just more John Kitna. And I no disrespect to Johnny K, but just
John Kitna is probably one of the 5 best quarterbacks in Bengals history.
No, that's a conversation.
Actually, random aside, Bengals not the worst all-time great quarterbacks when you're ranking them with Boomer, Ken Anderson, Carson Palmer, Andy Dalton is probably 4th on that list.
I would agree, and then
Burrow's probably 5.
You can't put Burrow there.
Burrow's better than Kitna. I'll take Burrow over John Kitna tomorrow.
Well, me too, because Kitna's 50. But I will just say that is an erroneous.
You are ranking John Kitna ahead of Joe Burrow
today? Yeah, I saw John Kitna play. I seen him play in the playoffs.
Joe Burrow, in 8 games of work, was more impressive than John Kitna in his entire career.
That is so wrong and so disrespectful. You're better than that. Hope Kitna comes on your podcast. Oh, and you'll cower to him. You'll turtle like you did to that coward Ronaldo.
John Kitna's not good enough for our podcast.
Yeah, no, yes he is, and he's a great speaker, and he's probably a hell of a man, a good dad. Anyway, so Michael Irvin, my argument for him.
Let's hear it.
This resume, he played only for one team, that being the Dallas Cowboys. 3-time Super Bowl champ, 5-time Pro Bowler, first team All-Pro in 91. Should have been more. I don't know why there wasn't. 2-time second team All-Pro. NFL receiving leader in 91. NFL 90s All-Decade team, Dallas Cowboys Ring of Honor. He had the most receiving yards at the time of his retirement, most receiving touchdowns for the Cowboys, and receptions, all, at the time of retirement. Things changed a little bit. And I also just look at him. He's another one of those guys, like we talked about with some other players. He had the swagger. Yes, you knew Emmitt Smith was great. You knew Aikman. But, there was something special in next level, even what I think Deion Sanders brought. They brought, almost an aura and in a culture. And I think he's a big culture guy for what Dallas was. And I think he represents that brand to this day. Every time he talks, he always talks about my Dallas Cowboys, man. Those guys are... I just love him so much. He's always saying it anytime he does an interview. Local radio, whether you're sitting in St. Louis, in California, in Las Vegas, in Dallas, in Florida, or in Boston. He will always find a way to bring up the Cowboys if they're playing well or bad and throw a dig or cheer about them. And it is amazing. He is the cheerleader of all cheerleaders for this organization. He is synonymous with the Cowboys. Again, I think when you say Dallas Cowboys, who do you think of? Still think Jerry Jones comes up 1. Michael Irvin not too far behind.
I love it. But my thing is...
Oh, he's also known as Mr. Cowboy.
Well, first of all, the playmaker, fantastic nickname.
Oh, incredible.
Very, very good nickname. But when it comes to Aikman, not Aikman. When it comes to Irvin, it's hard for me to have him in this top 4 purely based on how hard it is to get in this top 4, if that makes sense. It's the same thing as we dealt with the Steelers. It's the same thing we dealt with the Packers. It's the same thing we really dealt with the Patriots even too. It's a difficult top 4 to crack because there's so many good, deserving people that you have to put above him. And Irvin, unfortunately, falls just under that threshold for me. If you're doing a Mount Rushmore for the 90s Cowboys, he's clearly on there. Yeah. But you have to consider a few other people before Irvin. But obviously, incredibly impactful. One of my favorite players ever. Totally deserving, but not going to make it.
Daniel, can you clip that last minute that Tom was talking so I can make sure that I can send that to Michael Irvin? So next time he's like, hey man, you want to come on the podcast? I'm just going to follow up with that. He's going to be like, I ain't coming on that. Disrespect. Get disrespect, Michael.
And that's why he's the best, because he would say he's the best and he should be on there.
He's just going to be like, you know what? I respect it. I like the other take. Don't like it. Those Cowboys, man, Dak's back. We're going to get Zeke Elliott running. Tony Pollard's going to be part of the thing. We're going to have Amari Cooper. Gallup is going to have
He does love CeeDee Lamb.
Wait for it. Then he goes, and CeeDee Lamb, you think he got the number 88 for fun? You don't think he called Michael Irvin? Oh, man, I just love him so much. If DraftKings, they're never asking me anything. But if they ever said, name somebody, we have Ross Tucker doing a podcast, just name any form of content we need. I would just say, if it's a football
pay him anything he wants.
You know what? He might not even need money at the end of the day. He might just be like, I want to be heard. Obviously, he wants to. But, you need to. Send it on in. Get Michael Irvin on here. Raw, authentic. And there's a touchdown. Back of the end zone by the Cowboys. And Jarwin, baby.
Jarwin.
He's coming back next year.
Bob Lilly is the next guy for me. And we've talked about him a little bit. He's Mr. Cowboy, Super Bowl champion, 11-time Pro Bowler for a guy that played from 61 to 74, 7-time first-team All-Pro, 2-time second-team All-Pro. That's 9 times on the All-Pro team. 75th anniversary, 100th anniversary, 60s All-Decade, 70s All-Decade. Few players in history are on both All-Decade teams. And in the Cowboys Ring of Honor, obviously in the Pro Football Hall of Fame as well. One of the greatest defensive tackles of his generation. All-time great player. Bob Lilly is the best defensive player in the history of their franchise. And that's no disrespect to DeMarcus Ware.
I was just going to say, he was I had him above him too.
Bob Lilly is the guy.
DeMarcus Ware, though, yes, as Michael pointed out, our producer extraordinaire, one of the greats men alive. I truly believe. I don't know Michael enough, but I just feel like he's just a really wholesome, good person. And don't get me wrong, Daniel, this is not to besmirch you because you're inside my internet right now. I can feel you in my headphones. But with all that being said, when he pointed out he's also Mr. Cowboy, because that came during that era, and I get listen, that's not like a transitional cap. Once somebody's Aikman, for all we know, I truly believe Michael Irvin should be, aside from any potential extracurriculars or however you say the word, outside that too. The cousin to that word is the one I used. But aside from any stuff off the field, Michael Irvin, I think, is the true greatest representation of the Cowboys. Just always out there in the media today, unreal, but. History, we both really do pride ourselves in not taking any recency bias or what just we like necessarily. We try to take a full look, and I think you did a really good job here. So I'm not going to fight against it. I don't think the argument can be won because, again, Michael Irvin impact may have been more the aura than the play. Not that his play wasn't amazing, but he was only one-time All-Pro, which probably is disrespectful to him. And I think there was some weird stuff with voters and the way he
really good era of receivers too. I mean, you got prime Jerry Rice, you had Chris Carter, You had lots of dudes playing at an extremely high level in the 90s. You had Moss
Atwater,
and
I think,
T.O.
at
at the end
Yeah.
of the 90s. Art Monk was still playing football back then. Tim Brown. I mean, just really
was
good.
Was Art Monk really playing football in the 90s?
Yeah.
I feel like Art Monk was playing in 1912.
No, that's just because his name is Art Monk that you think.
Seriously. That is why.
He played
Mr.
up
Hawk.
until 1995.
Wow, that just blows my mind. Mr. Hawk says, over Deion Sanders? Bro, please, everyone. I love Deion Sanders. I mentioned him earlier with the swagger. Can you please look at what his impact for Cowboys really was and how long he played there? Because guess what?
It was, 5 years? 4 years?
It was like 4 years, and don't get me wrong, he was good, great, but like all-timer, I just don't think, with
he
all
was
the
only a
history
part of one of those Super Bowl teams, which hurts him. His best football came earlier in his career than what he did in Dallas. And he was great in Dallas, but he definitely was better with the Falcons and obviously was extremely good on that Niners team in 94.
Yeah.
But just some of the honorable mentions. We mentioned DeMarcus Ware.
Yep, had him on there. I had Deion Sanders
One
on
of the
there,
more
just so people
underrated
know.
players of his generation is DeMarcus.
Without a doubt.
I think he gets into Canton at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry Jones, like we mentioned. Troy Aikman, like we've mentioned. Irvin, like we've mentioned. Larry Allen.
Thank you. He was on mine.
Incredibly good offensive lineman for a long time. And honestly, just a quick aside about the Cowboys' offensive linemen. During Emmitt Smith's time with Dallas, he played with 10 offensive linemen that played on the All-Pro team. 10. That team was stacked with offensive linemen, and Larry Allen stands out, was incredible. Jason Witten, really good tight end in Dallas for a long time, just retired again after his short stint in the broadcast booth. But Jason Witten, I think, got to give him some credit for what he did in Dallas for a long time. And then we mentioned Randy White, really good quarterback for the Cowboys that sort of gets forgotten in that conversation quite a bit. So
agreed. I don't have any.
Those would be my honorable mention. And Tony Dorsett as well.
Well, I was going to say,
very good running back.
I had Larry Allen. He was right off my list. Deion Sanders was there. I had Larry Allen on there. I had Tony Dorsett. I had Terrell Owens. I know he wasn't going to make it, but I don't know if he's going to make one of these. So I was trying to give a shot.
I don't think he will.
Maybe the Bengals.
No.
Maybe the Bills.
We didn't even mention him in the Eagles, and I know he was only there for a few years, but I just want to do a market correction here and shout him out for catching 9 balls in a Super Bowl with a broken leg.
He burned the team to the ground, though.
He
tore the team apart, with all due respect. But with Dallas, he was great. I just thought, I think his best. I know he was.
Quarterback.
There's a touchdown here with under 2 to play. There's
his
Michael
best
Thomas.
seasons were in San Francisco.
Yes, and I think people want to forget that maybe. Mr. Hawk says he will stand by the best player to ever lace him up, Deion Sanders. I said I love the take because there's so many arguments that he could fit to work it. He was a hitman for the 49ers one year. It's like if Brady retired now, obviously he's already going to go down probably as the greatest quarterback ever. But
best player ever.
He just went to Tampa Bay, won a Super Bowl. San Francisco wasn't able to get over that hump in the 90s for a while. Boom, we get Deion for a year, win a Super Bowl. Just funny how things work. Thomas.
Shout out Jay Novacek getting a lot of love here.
Oh, yeah. Listen, the kicker who actually got it through the uprights.
Clearly not a Hall of Famer, a Mount Rushmore guy, but yes.
Shout out nonetheless. All right, so who is our 4 for the Dallas Cowboys?
It's Emmitt Smith, Roger Staubach, Tom Landry, Bob Lilly.
There you go. I love it.
Feel good
this is great. And then one more time, can you run down the Saints for us there, Mr. Tom Carroll?
The Saints, Mount Rushmore, Drew Brees, Sean Payton, Morton Anderson, and Willie Rolfe.
Roof. Get with it.
Roof.
Just so people know, a little programming note, I'll be back for the 4 o'clock Eastern with BK. Yes, the Broncos are involved, so we'll hear a lot about what the doings are there, maybe some quarterback stuff. I'm probably going to squeeze in some WrestleMania talk in there as well. BK likes to butter my bread when it comes to wrestling stuff, so I always appreciate that.
Is BK into wrestling as well?
No, but he's just I think he's I don't want to say infatuated. I think he's fascinated how infatuated I am, so he'll toss little things at me.
Yeah.
Like he's funny. We have a good time. So that's coming the rest of the way. Also, just want to let everybody know, as Tom, you can line up some of your players and thoughts in this game. The Madden bracket tournament begins Monday, baby. It's going to start at 2 p.m. You're going to have an amazing tournament here. So you can check out DraftKings. You can go over to the playbook and you'll see everything you need to know about this entire tournament. We have a nice graphic lined up. It's going to kick off again at 2 o'clock this Monday with Jacksonville Jaguars taking on the defending Super Bowl champs, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, in the 1 versus the 32 seed. The 16-17 at 4 is going to be Vegas and Arizona, and so on and so forth. I'm actually on that 2 o'clock with Christian, so that'll be a lot of fun starting at 2 o'clock on Monday. Sweat's happening every day at 11. So make sure you're staying tuned for that and jumping on, making sure you're setting your lines, whether it be baseball, get some insights there. We're going to have post Masters after this weekend. Are you a golf guy?
I don't watch every tournament, but I love the Masters. I love the majors. I follow the game.
Okay. I know.
Dustin Johnson.
Oh, fumble. Oh, boy. Don't do this. Continue, sorry.
Justin Johnson missing the cut. Big
story.
story.
Make the cut. I might be down
Defending
there.
champ.
That stinks. I was talking to Moose about this because obviously huge golf, one of the best brains. I think him and Reed are excellent at it. No disrespect to anybody else here at DraftKings. I just follow them personally and religiously. But they, Moose was telling me, because I like the idea of like seeing the defender come back the next year, and he's like, it's kind of like the Super Bowl in a weird way, where like you don't usually see that guy who won it the year before and regularly in that like final 2, final 3.
Right.
So that like obviously Tiger Woods, we've had some years where he's going back to back in the day. Obviously you have I was about to say John Daly, not John Daly, and Arnold Palmer, guys like that. But it's fascinating because now you just mentioned again, so now he's out. That's like, to relate it here to football, using the Colts.
Really hard to win 2 in a row.
Get knocked off. So even the Kansas City, but they made it back, but couldn't get it done.
Really hard to do.
It is.
By the way, I told people before this tournament on this stream, I believe with you, Justin Rose, look out for him. Long odds. Really long odds. If you listen to me and you did the right things, you're a happy person early on here. I know that we still have a long way to go until we get to the end of Sunday, but Justin Rose currently leading the pack at -9.
I love it. Yeah, he would one of the most dramatic wins a few years back. I was talking about that with Moose against Sergio Garcia. Or Garcia might have... No, Rose didn't. I don't remember who won. I think it might have been Garcia. Shows how good I am with this. But yeah, check out, obviously I hope you're enjoying the golf. WrestleMania tonight, tomorrow. There's free pools for you. You can check it out. Yes, that's right, baby. I'm working with Billy tomorrow. Babysitter Billy back. And I'm already letting you guys know right now. Sergio won. Thank you, Michael, because it shows how dumb I am.
Finally, Sergio won. Took him forever.
Poor guy. And that was such a dramatic... They went to, extras. It's great. A little extra golf, and that's going to be stuffed. Don't do this to me, Saints. Do not do this to me. 1 minute to go.
Mr.
Cowboys.
Hawk. Mr. Hawk saying the Cajun Cannon getting in over Great Dane. Bobby Hebert over Morton Anderson.
Get out of town.
The disrespect.
Yeah, get out of here. Executive sessions. Back in the day before Larry Allen was an NFL football player, he was known as he would be beating dudes around. And you know what? He's one of the toughest guys. Look at his body. Dude, just like nobody wanted to mess with him.
Massive human being.
His back of his neck looked like a cowboy collar without even like putting on the pad. Here are the Saints, 1 timeout remaining. I already have a bad feeling about this. As we have Breeze searching, looking, waiting, wishing. Throws complete. Why don't you line up and just have your thought process ready? We have 2 guys with 2 scores, Emmanuel Sanders, and there he is again with another grab.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going with Zeke for the wooden nickel right now.
Okay.
Zeke had a great game.
Not going to go Sanders.
And,
very disrespectful.
Yep, going to go with Zeke. And I'm going to maybe go with Alvin Kamara.
He's
in the Babysitter Billy Award. I mean, he didn't really pop off the way that people probably would want him to.
Hey, listen, you do what you want. Why am I? I'm just going to give you a little advice. Jared Cook probably.
Yeah, but it's Jared Cook. Like, what do you expect Jared Cook to do? I want to see Alvin Kamara dominate.
Fair point. Not mad at you. Just trying to give some facts. That's all. Don't get hot. Actually, you can't get hot. Just tell me to shove it. But yeah, back to, I like it. So Kamara will get you not my kid. Even if he scores a touchdown here and a 2-pointer, I still want him in that award. 20 seconds remain. No timeouts. Breeze looking. There's Kamara wide open. Drops it to him. He's got room to run. Smashed. I don't know if they're going to get another playoff here, Tom. It's going to be tight. It's going to be
Let's
tight.
See.
Nope. This game. Ball game. All right, Tom. You had your player of the game. Good call on that. This is a lot of fun. Winning lineup in our contest. I came in 46, and I thought I was going to be a lot better with that lineup. But it looks like Cutler fan is going to be the number one dude. He had Cooper in the captain, over 38 points. Elliott, Prescott, Thomas, Sanders, Latavius Murray. He has a goose egg from Latavius Murray and dominated this contest. So congrats to them. His stats will be finalized. Big shout out to Tate, to Daniel, to Michael. Great crew. Tom, you were great. You had cough the first time around. You cleaned it up with me here. This is a lot of fun. We always have fun. We have nice little fun arguments where I don't leave like questioning life. It's more just a bunch of dudes talking sports.
Just dudes hanging out, being bros.
Yeah, this is like, if we were sitting in the sauna together, towels only if you choose, just sitting there loving it, just talking sports. Talking sports. By the way, if you don't, and I don't know what everyone's doing these days, going to gyms, no big deal. But to this day, there is nothing better than when you're not involved, you're overhearing people talking about sports in a gym locker room.
You're just eavesdropping. And you're like, that guy's an idiot.
I don't even say, I just love it. I think it's the funniest thing in the world because they're like so impassioned. That's what I love about sports, fan. That's what we love about you, DK Sim fam. From my heart, Tom's heart, Michael's, Daniel's, and Tate's, even though he's a Bears fan. I don't know how much love he still has left to give, but he will give it all. And all of us, our 5 hearts to yours collectively. We love you. We appreciate you. I'll be back with BK in 45 minutes. But Mr. Tomothy Carroll, why don't you leave the folks with the most positive message you could ever leave them with?
Joe Burrow is a better quarterback than John Kitna.
Everybody, will be back in 45 minutes. I need a debrief. I need to get a stiff water, and I'll see you there. Go follow him at your boy TC Fresh, Great Dane Nations podcast, Pop Culture Pile Driver at Jason D. Rossi. Who the hell cares? We'll be back in about 45 minutes. See you then.
Sorry.
Look at that timing, baby. Welcome in, DK Sim
I had
fam.
my lineup in though.
BK, look at that. No one even knows. Don't worry about a thing.
Looking
sharp.
I had to change a diaper. Sorry about that.
It wasn't even mine this time.
No.
BK at BK Denver Sports. Brandon Cristal, how are you, my man?
Little stressed.
Listen,
What's going on?
It's all because of the Madden
His wife said she'd be home. She's not. She's making her first work trip on Monday, so there's a lot to do before that. And obviously in over a year, so a lot.
Oh yeah. Oh boy.
There is a lot. We were live. That's good. Yeah,
that's all right. I protect you.
I'll tell you as the game is going on what my lineup would have been.
I love it. The BK way, baby. We got ourselves the Cardinals, the Broncos. You may know a thing or two about those teams. You may not. Who knows? We'll see as we go along. I was about to call them the BK Sim fam. That's going to be the new name when you're on. The BK Sim fam. But no, we appreciate you guys all being here. We'll have some fun. 4:00 Eastern Sim. As we said, BK will put his official ultimate lineup together as things go on. But
I can tell you what I was doing. I can tell you exactly what I did.
Tell me.
It locked me out, but I captained Cortland Sutton. I was able to get Drake, Kyler, Christian Kirk Noah Fant, and Gordon.
Ooh, dig
We'll
it.
see how that goes.
Yeah, I feel like it was similar. So I went weird. I went Fitz in the captain. I had Murray, Sutton, Drake, Hamler, Gordon.
Okay.
Because Gordon was just enough money that I had left. He's drafting over 56% of this contest, which I find fascinating because he really isn't, he has like one or, a blue moon pop-off games, but we'll see what happens here. By the way, I can tell by your getup. Were you at the Masters? Were you like?
I was inspired. I'll say this, and I'm gonna give Moose a piece of my mind. Not that he said you need to do this. He told me these are the guys I like last Sunday, so I made a lineup. Let's just say I'm not winning $1 million. Whatever the opposite of winning $1 million is, that's what I'm doing.
Oh, you're not losing $1 million, hopefully.
Well, I guess that would be the complete opposite. But at one point, I was ranked 455 out of like 473. I think I'm a little bit better. I ended up making two lines. One that was influenced by people talking about Justin Thomas. Still, I had multiple guys miss the cut, and I'm not winning any money in any of the pools I'm in. Do have some tickets though, some DraftKings Sportsbook tickets that might cash out. So I'll let you know.
Oh, isn't that nice? So New York's gotten on the bandwagon, while Massachusetts just
New Hampshire, you'll be fine.
And yeah, it's so much easier when I'm sitting here in my downstairs. It'll just be nice.
Much easier.
Well, maybe you could win $250,000 if you want. You want to get into the free WrestleMania pool that DraftKings has now. Their official partner there. So,
well, how do you pick the winner on something that's predetermined?
Well, technically, the way they do it is like it's not like picking players or wrestlers. It's scenarios. So
who gets hit with a chair, who jumps off the top rope kind of scenario, or who comes running out unexpectedly?
Yeah, I could actually give you a quick look at it.
Yeah,
so
give it, not just me, give everybody that is unfamiliar with WWE here on DraftKings.
Yeah, so
how to win some money.
The pool for tonight.
It's going.
Yeah, there's
it's a two-day WrestleMania. Do you pay double the pay-per-view?
No, it's all, well, if you actually, I don't know if you're doing a traditional pay-per-view buy. I want to say yes then, but Peacock for, you can get it as low as like $2.99 right now. That's where it's streaming officially through. Okay. Which the only issue with that, BK, and this is going to sound crazy, it's 2021, you can't rewind in the app. You can't start from beginning, so it's live like as if, like it's like 2002. If you're
watching a pay-per-view boxing match or MMA fight.
Yeah, but even still, if you order something on your cable, you could rewind it. Usually they give you that option.
Rewind, yeah,
it's literally 2002 is the last time before TiVo was out there. But anyways, for this event tonight, they do have who will leave Smack as the women's champion, Sasha Banks or Bianca. That's a straight pick. Then they say, for me, it's Bianca Belair. It's going to be the second ever women's main event. So I'm going to say Bianca. I like Bianca. I think I have to word this properly. Sasha versus Bianca, method of victory. So here's where it comes in. Excuse me, as I have a little,
I think
lot
pin.
of pollen.
I think it's pin.
So
pinfall
pin is
one choice. Probably the most popular is pin, right?
You would think so. Disqualification is another, and submission.
Seems who's going to get disqualified at WrestleMania? There can't be too many of those.
No, especially not in the main event. That would really be a cop out. Then here's where it gets interesting. Sasha Banks versus Bianca Belair, total pinfall attempts. They have like an over-under on it of 5.5. So will there be like how many kickouts are you expecting? How many attempts will there be?
Yeah, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, see that one. So they've been doing that all week with another one earlier in the week with NXT, and I was dead wrong. I thought for sure it'd be an over, and it was an under. Sasha Banks versus Bianca. Will either superstar use a foreign object, a chair, one of those? So that's also in there. And then it has who will win, Braun Strowman or Shane McMahon. That's a straight pick. Will Shane
McMahon still wrestling?
Oh, dude, it's something. Yeah, he popped back up past few months, so he's going up against this huge guy who won the title last year. Will be a spectacle. And then
which title?
The guy who he's facing, Braun Strowman, won the Universal Championship over Goldberg last year.
Goldberg was there too, huh? Man,
last year, yeah, it was.
He needed a paycheck.
Here's what it is, and somebody said this to me, and this is, I think, a good way to talk to somebody who's like a non wrestling fan in a way. WrestleMania has kind of become like the Coachella of wrestling. It's kind of like you throw the headliners out there, the big names, people are coming around. So,
let me say this about wrestling. I obviously don't love it to the level that you and so many others who will watch WrestleMania, but I have an appreciation for, one, the athleticism, and two, everything that goes into the storylines and making it, and the spectacle, the show, right? It is an entertaining show, and WWE is obviously the gold standard. We know that Tony Khan's outfit that they're doing, what's that one called? That they're doing
AEW.
Yeah, that there's plenty of room for that too. So I'm fine with it. People spend your money how you want to spend it, spend your time how you want to spend it. I'm all for it.
Sure.
I'm not going to watch it. I'd love to probably go to WrestleMania sometime. I think that'd be cool.
You would love it. Next year, dude. Next year, Dallas, go back home.
Maybe.
I'll meet you there.
Maybe. If I get to pick somewhere to go, maybe I'll go to the Masters instead.
Okay.
I don't know if they're always.
It might be a different weekend next year.
Yeah, it could be a different weekend. Yeah, I'm not saying I wouldn't go. The idea that I make a plan to go. I guess if I had the full hookup on passes and good seats.
We'll talk.
But anyway, that's now I sound like a snob.
No, you don't. Honestly, you know what? Just in case anybody, I want to say this just to back you up there. As people that have been in the industry, that's what it's like. It's about. Like, let's be real. Like, if you work, and you guys all work in different places that get different perks. For certain industries, it's trips and being able to go to things behind the scenes and all that stuff and have access. So I don't think you sound like a snob.
Here's the thing too. Like, there's lots of people racing to go to Rockies games and Nuggets and Avs games here, and pick a city, go to a game. And I think it's cool. Go to games. I was lucky enough to go to all 8 Broncos home games. I say lucky enough, it's my job, but I went to 8 football games in the fall, 8 NFL games. And so I'm not clamoring. I know I'm going to have to cover Nugs and Avs playoffs. So I'm my buddy who works on the sales staff for the Nuggets and Avs texted me and a friend the other night who actually used to live in San Antonio, but he's like, hey, I have tickets for the Spurs game if either of y'all want them. So, well, he's a Spurs fan, and I mean, I couldn't go anyway. But he's like, the tickets are in the 300 level. I was like, I can wait on bringing the kids or going to a game and sitting in the 300 level unless I have to be there for work up in the press box, which is above the 300 level in that arena. So
Great.
I was like, give it to other people that'll use it and be excited to be at the game.
Great.
So.
Well, and just so, and to back that up too, unless I was going with people I wanted to, I'm in the same boat. Now, obviously, you're still heavily involved, big part of the media there in Denver, doing great work. But it is funny. That is definitely something about that. Once the press, it's like the best way I could say to anybody, if you sit first class ever, like it's hard to go to coach ever again. And that's not to me, it sounds like a snob. It's just reality. Once you have the finer thing or something for no cost, why would you want to pay or sit somewhere? You don't have to. Not that, listen, diehards, and if you've been rocking the 300s for life, keep rocking it, baby. We need you. Those the owners need you. Over on YouTube, one thing that was interesting to say, Mr. Hawk says, I haven't watched wrestling since the Attitude Era. Well, pop open your DraftKings app, my friend. Take a stab at it. It's a free pool. $25K tonight. I think there's a 200. There's a couple other ones out there, but it depends on where you are. But yeah, I would throw it in there. 25.
If you'll send me who I should pick, if you just text it to me.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, I guess
I'm gonna put some picks
give
in.
me the same picks as your picks. So there's a sack.
I can give you suggestions. Let's see here. Everyone's doing well. Look at this. Nice way.
$18.5 million. Man, Von Miller's one of the handful of guys. I think there's about 300 of them. I can't remember exactly what the number is. But there's a handful of guys that aren't on rookie deals and haven't had their contract restructured or signed a new deal that are just getting an extra game check this year.
Oh, with the extended
with the 17th
season.
game. So
wow, that's a fascinating, because that's actually thinking across the league. Like, obviously we know the big name like Tom Brady, guys like that have restructured and all these things. That's fascinating. I wonder how many guys are there like that.
The basic, so that deal got done before free agency actually opened last year.
Mm-hmm.
The new CBA, so it was like February, late 20s, maybe February 28. If you signed a deal before whatever that February day was, and you haven't made any changes to it, So you haven't, well, it changes since basically the new league year started last March. So Brady wouldn't have qualified anyway because his deal came after that.
True.
But so many people restructuring, right, converting to a bonus. Anyone that did that isn't getting their extra game check like Von Miller is and like a handful of guys. I might be wrong on the number 300, maybe way less than that. But
still,
he is definitely one of those who, instead of getting $18.5 million this year, is going to get 19.4 or something.
Nice.
19.3. And also, this is something that doesn't pertain to anyone unless you get an NFL paycheck. These guys used to get a check for 18 straight weeks, sorry. And now instead of getting it for, 17 straight weeks. Yep. Now instead of getting it for 17 weeks, it's extending to 18 weeks, but they're actually paying you over 36 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So these guys' checks are going to be half of what they were, but they're getting all their money.
Yeah.
You're not getting screwed out of any money. I think it's just more how the NFL's structuring their payrolls that are going to get direct deposited to guys or whatever.
Yeah, and the best way, I think different states have done this like for a long time. Massachusetts, it was, get paid weekly. Then Massachusetts changed some laws, and now you get paid bi-weekly. It's just easier for people to follow that system, and that's obviously what the NFL's putting into place as well. Leet Largo, listen to this. He goes, "What up, Sin Fam? It's my birthday weekend, and my girlfriend got us a room at a resort. Just had an amazing couples massage, but always got to catch up on the sim on the weekend. Happy Saturday."
Appreciate that. Don't spend too much time catching
Seriously,
up.
Get out of here, dude.
Check in, see how your lineup's doing, check out. Here's what's going on later, by the way. Jeff and I are notoriously bad at making contests. So I was like, you know what? Even though I didn't make a lineup for this one, I am going to make a contest for Jeff and I early. That isn't 15 minutes before kickoff like I did the other day. So, a few hours early. I probably did this at 11:30, 12 o'clock, maybe somewhere in there, Mountain Time. At least an hour and a half ago. So as I'm making it, I realized I made a classic contest for the night slate. So there's one of those that's available. And then I also made one for the Browns and Packers that we have coming up next. By the way, Sutton, that would have been my captain. So let's keep track of his
44% owned, and he would have been captain a little higher than 8.3 in that case, but he is 8.3 now in the free showdown. But it's funny when you say that, because I once put a contest in. What's the highest you can charge on these guys? I think it's like
2,500.
2,500. I did that once by accident.
But you don't get very far unless it's like submit lineup, and then you have to submit the 2,500.
Well, exactly. Like I've noticed when I was doing it, like, why are they asking me to send money? I had to backtrack everything. I was like, oh, whoops, my bad. I did once tell the DK Sim Fam, because in all the free content, like every game has a contest. There's 3 spots in for the 25. I said, I think if I see 2 out of 3 one time, I'm just going to enter it and see what happens.
Oh, I didn't even realize you got people talking lots of wrestling.
Dude. The Sim Fam gets very,
hey, look,
very
with WrestleMania going on and Masters and weather delay right now, fire away,
Whatever
wrestling fans. I'm not gonna discriminate. If anybody has any Broncos questions since they're playing, I know you listen to me on here plenty. I've been asked most of them. I do get the sense of talking to people in the know. The Broncos are more likely to, and just remember we had this conversation, more likely to trade for Teddy Bridgewater than trade up to 4.
Which makes total sense to me.
Yeah, well,
less price.
The price is part of it, and they're just not ready to give up on Drew Lock. And if they're getting the 4th quarterback, even if it does turn out to be one of the guys that they like, who maybe it's the guy they like the most, it isn't. There's just no way Wilson gets the 4, and obviously Lawrence is going 1. So,
yeah,
I think they just want to exhaust all options with Drew Lock. They want to give him a second chance or a second year with Pat Shurmur. Not that Pat Shurmur's the most inspiring play caller, but just let him feel more comfortable around all of it. Get Cortland Sutton back. Von Miller's back on the other side, right? They added these great corners, or good corners, I guess. Kyle Fuller's borderline. Anybody that's all pro was once great.
Yeah, but I think we haven't even talked. I said that I think quietly the Broncos and the Bengals have had like these really solid off seasons that like no headlines, right? Like no one's like, wow, amazing like moves and all that, but they filled holes. And to your quarterback point, I think it's fascinating because at 9 right now, like things could also slip in their favor very easily.
Yeah, well,
it all depends on what you think.
A couple of ways, and right, a quarterback could be there. Let's call it Mac Jones. Say Mac Jones gets to 9, and there's somebody that really wants him. Maybe a team in New England. The longer the draft goes, and any quarterback gets to you, if you're not trying to take a quarterback because you're using this Drew Lock and what I think will be a Teddy Bridgewater plan, then you can just move back and keep acquiring more assets. That gives you ammunition for next year to move around, or more ammunition this year, depending on what the trade is. And so I'll be interested to see what they do. But everyone thought, specifically me, thought they were going to add a corner at the draft. Now it almost seems silly to do it unless you just love one of those guys you can't move back, and you've got them higher on your board than either the linebackers, Parsons, or the kid whose name I can't pronounce from Notre Dame. I can pronounce it, I just don't remember it. It's long and hyphenated.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking
about. But he's projected as high as 11 now.
Mm-hmm.
And he's supposed to be a great kid. Not that Micah Parsons isn't a great kid, but he did fight a teammate, so there's that. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. And he was described to me by one scout as a heat-seeking missile.
Dude, he's really good.
The problem is he weighs 215 pounds. So who do you compare that to? And I quickly just scrolled through my light linebacker Rolodex in my head. Deion Jones of the Falcons is a tackling machine who flies all over the place. He weighs 227. So it's not unrealistic to think a kid that's 21, 22 can't put on the 12 pounds and still be super fast. Lighter than a 240-pound inside linebacker, 235, but not so light that they're just going to get ragdolled.
Yeah, but
when a guard gets their hands on him.
I think by the time, obviously, you know how you've seen this probably way more times than I have seen these players when they come in. Like, these rookies will come in, you'll look at them, you're like, wow, he's lean or he's thin. And even if they're bigger guys, like a linebacker that's at 230, but like that body will just morph as soon as they get into camp and are in the next few months with like getting the off-season training with these teams. Like, it's funny. I've seen like long, lean DNs, then all of a sudden there's like, maybe not 20 pounds, it might be dramatic, but like 10 pounds of muscle put on, and then like from draft to OTAs. It's crazy how sometimes that can happen.
No, it's these guys are obviously still growing, and so but here's I'll give you Deion Jones stats just to finish off that point. KJ Hamler definitely stepped out there. I don't even know why they reviewed that. But so as a rookie, Deion Jones 108 tackles, 138 went to the Pro Bowl, 53 was hurt, only played 6 games, then came back 110, 106. So look, we know the Falcons D hasn't been good, but Deion Jones has been consistent and one of the better pieces of it. He and Grady Jarrett are about the only things you can count on.
I was just going to say, you have 2 pieces on that defense that's even worth mentioning, and you just hit both.
Yeah, I mean, Keanu Neal, we know about his talent. He went to the Pro Bowl a few years back, but he's never healthy, and now he's a Cowboy.
Yeah, not there. No, that is fascinating, though. And I think, obviously, like, quarterbacks, like, set the table or, like, stir the drink.
I'm laughing at Hugh Banks' tweet. Drew Lock sucks in real life and in sim.
Well, I think the one thing, going to the Teddy Bridgewater point, and why I think it's an ideal scenario, especially if you want to keep Drew Lock, is that, hey, Teddy Bridgewater could push Drew Lock. Like, Drew Lock might just need that in the room. Like, just somebody to actually be like, you're done. Like, this could be the end of your professional career in a sense. Like, he's not going to be thrown out of the league. But, like, this could be it. This could be your last opportunity to be a real starter. Put the pressure behind him. And, again, third-year guy, like, we have to remember what we've seen out of some of these other third-year quarterbacks, especially more recently than not. So,
well, and here's the thing, too, is Drew Lock has all the physical traits. He has the athletic ability. He has the big arm. Is his arm Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen's? No, but it's in that next tier. And there were enough throws last year that were on the money that didn't get caught, or some that did. Mm-hmm. But then there are obviously too many turnovers, too many bad decisions, and can you coach that out of someone? The other part of it, not that Bridgewater's inspiring, right? I think Drew, and I got to pull up his numbers, I think he had 16 touchdowns last year. Teddy Bridgewater only had 15, and that was the most he's ever thrown. But bringing Bridgewater in should not inspire anyone. I say inspire, get Broncos fans or Teddy Bridgewater fans fired up. If you're a Teddy Bridgewater fan, I guess it's because you like his consistency, but he's consistently average. Now, completes a lot of passes, doesn't throw down the field very much, and doesn't turn the ball over a lot, but doesn't put up a lot of touchdowns. And so the to your point earlier, though, about the moves the Broncos made, and I was mentioning this roster, is that if he just kind of keeps him in the game, then they'll probably win a bunch of games. Now, will they win playoff games? No, because in the playoffs, you need a quarterback that will take risks and will go make plays. That's why I'd be worried about Tua in Miami if I'm a Dolphins fan, is that when it's on the line, he's not going to have he's risk averse, I guess. So right, it's Alex Smith syndrome, which is a great way to make a career, but how many playoff games has Alex Smith won?
Handful, maybe, if that.
He won the one where Jamal Charles got a concussion on like the second play against the Colts, where he threw 4 or 5 touchdowns, and that was by far his best playoff performance.
Oh, it was miraculous. That game was electric. What
it 35-31, something like that?
Yeah, it was awesome.
Something like that. I could tell you, Alex. Look, there's literally, well, let's just pick a fun number. How many people do you think played quarterback in the NFL? 1,000?
I was gonna say maybe 1,500. Just for
whatever that number is. I think only 22,000 people have played in the NFL ever. That number can't be right either. I don't know.
That doesn't sound
1,500 in the league right now, so that doesn't make any sense. But all but about 50 or 70 would trade careers with Alex Smith, and certainly more than that would trade paychecks.
Oh, that is such a good point. By the way, I just love that you said that, because we talk so often here about like fantasy is, obviously why we're here. Why we're here. It's DraftKings. What is it about daily fantasy? How it like changes the way you think about like quarterback play, like from an overall standpoint. But like the fact that you throw out the number like 70 is like, I want to say you're right about it, the number, because not only, first of all, like just look at his career. He was a number 1 overall pick, which means something.
Back in the day when it was big money too.
Yes, he was part of that, guaranteed. And also, like he's had a career. No one's ever called him a bust. Well, not recently.
Maybe in San Fran they did.
Yeah, in the early days. But then he had like the last couple
in
of years
2011 they went 13-3. And then in 2012 he gets replaced by Colin Kaepernick and they go to the Super Bowl.
Weird the way it works.
In the middle of the year, he was 6-2-1 that year.
Yeah. It was kind of like we've seen like even this year with Fitzpatrick being replaced, going back to that Tua situation. Apples and oranges, but similar situation.
This is crazy though. So then he goes to KC.
Yep.
So from 2011 on, 13-3, then 6-2-1, gets to KC 11-4, 8-7, 11-5, 11-4. Yeah, these are
playoffs.
9-6, 6-4 his first year in Washington, gets hurt. We know he missed all 2019. He started 6 games last year. They went 5-1 in the 6 games he started.
Well, that's I know.
Now he only threw 6 touchdowns against 8 picks, but he didn't throw 18 picks.
Well, I was just gonna say, with that team, and if you see the game, that defense was good enough that you didn't need him. You didn't need the problem.
And that's
the
sort
risk
of
aversion worked there.
Right. I'm saying all that to make Bridgewater, with what we think this Broncos D might be in year 3 with Vic Fangio, finally get Von Miller and Bradley Chubb, fingers crossed, to play a full season together. They played 4 games together in this defense. So, but Alex Smith's numbers. So 61%, 70%, 60, 65, 65, 67, 67, 62, 66. Touchdown numbers, though. From 2011 on. 17-5, 13-5, 23-7, 18-6, 20-7, 15-8, 26-5. His last year in KC, let's say you knew that roster was really good, and 4,000 yards. And then they still handed over to Mahomes, and we know how that turned out. Then 10-5 in DC, 6-8 last year.
Touchdown there, by the way. There's Drake. There's your guy.
He was in my lineup.
In mine as well, real one at least. 10-0 here will be Arizona with 5 left to play here in the second quarter. Smash that like if you're over on YouTube, over on Twitch. See y'all. Love y'all. Appreciate you being here. But Alex, don't forget, right now, still free agent.
I still think he ends up in Jacksonville unless he doesn't want to go mentor.
Well, didn't they just?
This could be who he is though. Not that mentor opportunity isn't there, unless they're going to offer him big money, and I don't think he needs it. If I'm Alex Smith, I just keep working, and then I wait. Josh Allen hurts his ankle in week 10.
Well, they have Mitch Trubisky.
Right, they have Mitch Trubisky. Well, whatever.
But I know what you mean. Using that as an example, I think I feel like that's kind of
every
where
team has a backup, but then the backup becomes a starter, and you're one player away, right? Let's say Kyler goes.
Oh, absolutely, and I think that's kind of where he's at, and if he wants to play as well, because we also know from all the interviews with kind of the disrespect he felt from Washington, may have felt a little out of love with football. Quote some of the quotes he was saying, or discredit. Listen, like you said, 5-1 brought a team to the playoffs last year, was unable to play in there. We saw Mr. Hanky the Christmas poo come in and do his thing, got a contract staying in Washington. So I think Alex Smith's a guy that I would be interested in after the draft if I'm a lot of organizations. After you see kind of how everything settles, where your players lie, I think you want him in your locker room. Could even be a guy in Denver. He might get the phone call if things don't go a certain way.
Maybe.
Just a guy to have there, like you said, if things go awry, he can at least.
Well, right. I guess
he thinks.
I think they're going to trade for Teddy Bridgewater and rework his deal. Do you want to know how much money he's made though in his career? Alex
Okay,
Smith?
let me guess. Oh boy, it's gonna
So
be a
his
lot more.
rookie year was 2005.
Okay.
Same as Aaron
5.
Rodgers.
Yep.
16 NFL seasons.
16. So he's gonna maybe I'm wrong. I'm gonna just throw out. Maybe I'm going too high. I'm gonna say 210 million.
Not that far off. You're up by about 20. 189. 189, 7.25 on the field earnings. I'm sure he had some off-field stuff.
That's
So
of course.
189.
That's great. Like that is so. Like, and you'd look at him and people would just say, "Oh, like a joke," or they like people might say that, but that's just a
Well, so what do you
huge
think,
number.
Aaron Rodgers, who's in the same draft, went 24th? In retrospect, the Niners probably should have taken Rodgers, but
Of course,
what are you
but
Rodgers in his career, so same amount of time, 16
16
seasons.
years.
Now his first contract was nowhere near what Alex's was.
Yeah, but still,
Big.
he's made up for it and then some.
His signing bonus as a rookie was $1.5 million.
I'll take it, but okay, I'm gonna just assume it's higher, and I'm gonna
it's
take.
definitely higher.
I'm gonna take 245 million
Hey, not bad. 249.14.
Okay.
So almost right there.
without going over.
Signed CJ Beathard. Yeah, I get that.
Oh, that's right. And speaking about 49ers,
That doesn't mean that Alex Smith wouldn't have a spot there if he told Urban, hey, let me come there, or if Urban called and said, hey, we got this kid.
well, it
right,
depends because then
all
they have
Beathard
Minshew,
is-
though.
Yeah, they're gonna move Minshew though.
Are they though? Like if people can talk, he's so cheap. What's the point? I feel like he shouldn't move him.
Yeah, maybe you don't. Well, because I think somebody will want him, and if anybody gives you
True.
any draft pick, draft weekend.
Yeah, I think that's obviously that's the way to look at it. And I also think like that's an underrated guy when you like you mentioned. I think we're in the 3rd round. Would that be Friday night? And he could be a guy that moves for a 3rd round pick potentially. That might sound crazy, but maybe 4th. But
Yeah, I think he's a Saturday trade.
Okay.
Saturday draft pick trade. They may trade him on Friday. But
play it
look,
out.
weird
That's
things
fine.
happen during the draft, right? And
Teams get desperate.
teams get desperate. They miss on a guy that they wanted. Maybe they miss on a younger developmental guy. Oh, look at Melvin Gordon.
Plowing his way down. Yeah.
I mentioned the other day that while Melvin Gordon, we talked about this for a while, Christian and I did, Melvin Gordon isn't going to be a Bronco long-term, just the nature of that position. Maybe if he has a really good year next year, he signs another 2-year deal, but he's never going to be here for 5 or 7 more years. I do think as it stands right now, unless they draft either the Williams kid from Carolina or Najee Harris, that Melvin Gordon is going to be a very solid fantasy running back because he will be a true number 1, like with 80% of the snaps. Doesn't mean he's going to have huge numbers, but that's 6 to 8 to 10 touchdowns potentially. He's never going to get subbed out. Oh, touchdown, Jerry Jeudy.
There it is. Yeah, Jerry Jeudy in my lineup, baby. Like it. Love it. See some more of it this year. So
Jerry
there's
Jeudy
your first
wants to
score.
Switch to his college number of 4, which is certainly available in theory, but right now Brett Rippon has that number on the active roster. So
Phone call?
if you're Jerry Jeudy and you can wait until the end of camp, do you offer Brett Rippon money now? Do you play the percentages and say, is Brett even going to be on the roster if they sign, or if they trade for Teddy Bridgewater? Do they keep Brett active? Do they try to put him back on practice squad? Would someone else grab him and put him on their roster? They might. Or Brett sticks around here.
Money. You give him the money.
Give him the money now. You don't wait until cut down, and then when he gets put on practice squad, you just go get number 4.
If he's already made that public, then I would give him the money. I'd say, hey man, listen, here's whatever. I don't even know how much number. That's the one thing I still want to know. How much does it cost to get a number in there?
I think it's usually around 50 to 100 grand, depending on the guy and the money. Maybe it's 25, maybe it's less. Chris Godwin gave Tom Brady 12 for free. My favorite
there's no
story,
way I believe that. Brady gave him money.
Brady might have bought him a car or something, but he didn't ask for anything. I mean,
exactly.
Chris Godwin's going to make $14 million this year, or whatever that number is. $17 million.
And I wonder who that's thanks to.
Well, right. He knows the deal. I guess he did go to the Pro Bowl with Jameis, though.
Of course. But they could have moved on if it was a different scenario.
Deion Sanders comes to Dallas in 1995, and he wants to wear 21. And at the time, cornerback Alundis Bryce was wearing 21. So Deion says, pick out any car you want. Any car. And I'm guessing he didn't, there weren't $2.5 million Bugattis around back then. So Alundis Bryce, I want to say, gets like a BMW 6 Series or something. Dion buys a car for him. Alundis is on the hook for the insurance, but even as a guy at the back end of the roster, you can afford the insurance if you want to.
Mm-hmm.
Well, fast forward to the end of camp, and Alundis Bryce does not make the Cowboys' final roster.
Got it. Yep.
Now, Dion at that point was 6 years into 89 to 95. Gosh, I guess Dion didn't play in Atlanta as long as we think.
No.
But 6 years into a very lucrative career as prime time. So he didn't mind buying the BMW. But it's just one of my favorites is that story.
It's crazy. Like, so he basically spent money where he didn't need to.
Yeah.
So you're thinking Judy maybe sees that, or someone telling him that story. And like,
maybe someone tells him the story, or maybe not.
Yeah, maybe, Rippon ain't telling him. He's like, hey, man, I got a lineage in this league. I still think you do it because I just think if you call it out, and also
because then you can wear it all spring. Well, they're not doing anything in the spring though, but even training camp, like you want to wear it in training camp.
Yeah, I saw that. So like now they're not doing spring, they're not encouraging.
Well, no, JC Treader and the PA are going to push for that. That doesn't mean it'll pass.
Oh, okay.
Well, JC Treader, the head of the PA, is going to push for that. I don't know how empowered he is on this. I don't know if it goes to a full league vote or if they trust their leadership. But like we just saw the other day, didn't Daniel Jones get together with the Giants receivers?
Yep.
It's going to keep happening. It's going to keep happening. And I asked JC Treader on this call with the PA and Demore Smith 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
I said, what do you do to stop Tom Brady or Drew Lock? Because they're saying how case numbers are higher, even though the severity of the cases, I guess, aren't as great, which is a good thing certainly. But the numbers are higher in terms of the spread of COVID, at least as of a couple of weeks ago, than they were at this time a year ago. And that kind of makes sense because a year ago, while it was spreading, people did just shut down and do nothing. So it's kind of feels like you're cheating a little to use those stats, right? Yeah. I mean, mid to late March into early April, plenty of people did nothing, especially in big cities. Whereas now, lots of people are doing a lot of things, and people are vaccinated or they're half vaccinated, whatever. Anyway, he said that no, we're just sending out the memo that we sent out last year. Like we don't recommend quarterbacks and their pass catchers get together. But and that's where he ended it. Tom Brady's going to probably get together with his guys, maybe not as much as last year because they're a little more dialed in. They won a Super Bowl, and now they're running the same offense. Drew Lock, I know, wants to get together with his guys at some point. Everybody's going to want to. Daniel Jones is going to be the first.
Well, yeah. Well, there was also, like, even here in New England, like, Stidham was getting together with guys a few weeks back, and it was just kind of like, what's going on here? Like, and, like, some of the guys are out there.
Well, here's the thing is guys are going to work out, and other than being in the huddle, right?
Yep.
Which you can huddle from further away because you don't have linemen there. So you can just call the play essentially at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's all fascinating. I just love, like, I feel like every day, like the news like that with the NFL, like what they're planning, what they're not, like switches so often.
Here's the part that isn't communicated. And everybody's different, right? There's plenty of players, especially the older you get, that don't think they need any offseason. We saw Tom Brady skip offseason a lot in New England.
Sure did.
And you can go probably every franchise forever. Guys that just don't want to be there, don't need to be there. And I get that. But there's enough guys that want to be there. And here's what's tricky, is that even though all that stuff is voluntary, coaches keep attendance. And I don't mean guys that have workout bonuses. If you skip OTAs, I remember TJ Ward, when he was here with the Broncos, went to an NBA Finals game and missed a day of OTAs. I was like, oh, where's TJ? He was like, well, he was in Oakland watching his hometown team play in the NBA Finals. You saw him sitting courtside. Like, they just won the Super Bowl. He can miss a practice, not the end of the world. I think, and maybe it was even before they won the Super Bowl, but regardless.
Well, it all depends. I feel like this is all like Michael Strahan started this whole movement, right? When towards the end of his career.
Maybe publicly. Alfred Williams does the afternoon show famously here in Denver. Famously, never wanted to work out when the Broncos, the 4 years he was here with them in the offseason. The 1 year he did make a Pro Bowl, but he lived up near Boulder. He traveled a lot, and he's like, I'm going to get my work in however I get my work in. And then I'll know the playbook, and it won't necessarily matter. It's mostly for young quarterbacks or new quarterbacks, new coaches, and their offense. I think as much as young defensive players can use help, they'll get caught up soon enough. They'll know their coverages. They'll know where they need to be. They'll know their responsibilities. It's timing with the offense and getting comfortable with the quarterback calling it and knowing where things going to be. So I can see both sides of it, but it just feels it's interesting because Treader is a veteran lineman. He knows he's going to get his workout in, and he went to Cornell, right? He's going to learn.
Yeah, he might know a thing or two.
Even if they had a new play caller every year, and this year they get Stefanski back for the second year, he's not worried about knowing the playbook, and I get that.
Yep.
So I can see both sides. It's just interesting that the PA is pushing so hard to do nothing and just do it all virtually. They're not saying do nothing. They're saying work out.
Don't work. Yeah, don't be together. But
you can do right. Don't be together and do your meetings on Zoom in whatever city you want to be in.
Yeah, which, by the way, just joke, obviously, we're on Zoom here, but I feel like the Zoom love is faded in this country. Like, I've heard more people, like, what's the next one? I feel like I don't know what you guys are doing at the station and stuff, but, like, I feel like people are zoomed out, and Zoom sometimes can, like, depending on your internet.
Maybe, but I think it also showed a lot of people, it depends on the industry you're in.
Sure.
My wife's changing jobs literally tomorrow with her same company.
Congrats.
Well, thanks. Yeah, she's
huge.
Excited. It's a very big deal in my household. But she, prior to this new job, which is going to keep her on the western side of the United States, because she's being promoted and in charge of kind of every state west for her company, she was in charge of consulting in 180 markets. And so she would go to a dozen or so every spring.
Mm-hmm.
And it would change, right? One year it'd be Dallas, one year it'd be Roanoke, one year, right? It just didn't matter. Well, she realizes that as good as it was to be face-to-face with these people, she could accomplish a lot more via Zoom, and she has, right? She can be in way more cities in a day than she can by being in one city for a couple of days or a couple cities in a certain part of the country. And so I think that'll stay in a lot of respects. You'll see it here with the NFL, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think they'll do this early phase of OTAs virtually for maybe forever. And some of these interviews, right? Instead of there's been plenty of times where a player got signed and we do a conference call, right?
Yep.
Like the Broncos signed a guy named Shamar Stephen this week, who is a depth lineman he played at UConn, but he was just recently with the Vikings. Been with the Vikings twice and one other team in the middle. Normally we'd be on a conference call with that guy for 4 minutes. Instead, we were on a Zoom with him for 4 minutes. But if you work in TV, you appreciate that you have video. And if you're trying to get to know a guy and you're going to see him, you think in the locker room, a little face-to-face doesn't hurt.
Absolutely.
So I think stuff like that will stick. Now, when Justin Simmons signs the biggest deal for a safety, we go to a press conference.
Yeah, I saw that. That's we make room for that one. And that makes
and I think
sense.
That's what it'll be. Like sometimes it'll be on Zoom and sometimes it'll be face-to-face. We talked to, you want to do stats real quick and I'll tell you.
Well, it's 2 scores so far. You got Kyler Murray. He's got 138 through the air. You had the touchdown from Drew Lock to Jerry Jeudy. The touchdown for the Cardinals was Kenyon Drake, the highest owned in the contest. He's 45 on the ground. He's got the touchdown as well. Those are all your really important numbers. Jerry Jeudy's got 49. He's got a score 53 for Hopkins, which is a nice start actually.
My captain Cortland Sutton, not great.
Not so much. He's got 1 for 8. I got in the captain spot Fitzgerald. He's got 2 for 33. See if he can build off of that. Kirk's got 2 for 11. And other than that, we're 1 for Arnold. Which is a very rare sighting, as for Dan Arnold, and he's got 35 yards on that grab. So those are your numbers so far. We can see where you're in the contest. I usually wait till after the third when you have these slow start games, but we see you all there in the chat. Appreciate you guys being here with us. Smash the like, but continue on what you were saying. I'm intrigued.
Just Zoom as it relates to the NFL. We're still seeing it right now. Baseball, basketball, hockey, they're doing Zooms post-game, even with reporters that are at the games, which is what we did this year. In football, I was sitting in the press box. We all had our masks on, and we're asking questions in the press box, and that's what you're seeing still. We saw where Goodell says he thinks he wants the stadiums to be full. Talking with the Broncos PR folks, who are certainly talking to the league folks and the NFL, the Pro Football Writers of America, the PA, they're all trying to figure out what the season will look like in terms of, are we in the locker room? Almost definitely not. Certainly not this year. Is there a mix zone? Do they bring everybody out, and are there multiple podiums? And they, on certain days there are certain guys, or if you need somebody, they'll go get them for you, and they bring them, but you're still obviously distanced. So all of that will be worked out, but there will be some sort of more face-to-face, you have to think. But every Monday, Vic Fangio is available, and players have been available in the locker room. But Vic Fangio, so you drive over to the facility, and before that was other coaches, but players were also available those days. So it made it worth it. But in the last 2 years, Vic Fangio's talked on Monday. So 2 years ago, we would drive over 12:15. He's done by 12:23. And that's it. So we drive all the way over there for 8 minutes. Now, some people live closer to the facility. Some people live farther than I do. You got a couple guys that drive an hour that cover the team every day. That's on them. That's where they choose to live, and that's that. But I think all of us would be fine doing a Zoom on Monday after we just talked to him 14 hours earlier. What it depends on the game ends. 20 hours, whatever. We talked to him after the game at 6 o'clock, and now it's noon the next day. So however many hours that is, 18 hours. Yep. Not much has changed. He's watching game film, and he'll give us an update on an injury, but that's it. So I think stuff like that is it's a long way of saying I think that we'll continue to have that. Wow, what a terrible throw.
Yeah, it's right off it looked like a helmet there.
Let me ask you another WrestleMania wrestling question. So we know what a big fan you are. WrestleMania is obviously the biggest wrestling event every year. It's a 2-day event. Do you have a normal wrestling watching crew, family, friends, or otherwise, that if there wasn't a pandemic, you would definitely be getting together for WrestleMania? And are you getting together with anyone to watch this? If the answer to the first question is yes.
So the first, it's tough. So the last I'm trying to think years. I don't want to tell you WrestleMania numbers because it's not as relevant. From 2000 and, so what year are we in today? This is 2021. So go back 5 years ago. All right. So 2016 through 2019, the 4 years there, I went to WrestleMania. I was going to the event.
Okay.
So 32 in Dallas was my first in Jerry's World. It was a spectacle. Allegedly highest attended event in history of like mankind. Like over 100, well, America, I think it is. But
of wrestling in America.
I think it was, again, this is...
Well, the Indy 500 has more than that every time, so...
It was like 103,000.
Okay.
So maybe, I don't know what the Indy 500 has. But again, it was an attendance...
Indy 500 can have upwards of like 300,000 people at it or something.
Good Lord. Good Lord. Good for them. That's a lot of people.
Maybe you'll say largest indoor venue. Yeah.
Indoor venue.
That could be.
And I like Daniel also put in the quotes because wrestling kind of, there's a history of WWE kind of fluffing their numbers. Anywho.
Well, but indoor, you can open up the roof and the sides, but I get it.
So I was at 32 in Dallas, at 33 in Orlando, at 34 in New Orleans, at 35 MetLife, and then 36 last year. Obviously they did it in-house. No fans. So this year, fans back in the stadium. Really thought about it. Obviously, just not the right thing to do.
They're in Tampa the next 2 nights, right? So
yes.
Do we know what is the crowd?
So 22,000 for both nights, and they also did today. They was shown there is cardboard cutout, so it will look very similar to the Super Bowl look. So look at this. AT&T Stadium had a big crowd as WrestleMania, the All-Star game that year.
Yeah, I was at the All-Star game that year.
Very cool. But yeah, but before that, to answer your question, I had a small crew, but this may make me sound like a super geek or whatever you want to say. I actually don't enjoy watching in big crowds.
Big crowds is one. I'm not saying a Super Bowl party size, like 22 people. Hey, is that? Yeah. Is that the Rock show? Like, you don't need that.
I've had enough of that, though.
Like, you have a couple of buddies that are like, they're as into it, and you're texting each other about, man, can you believe that Shane McMahon just did that?
Yeah, like I definitely have that crew, that's without a doubt. But
yeah, and so do you all get together for bigger events?
We have in the past, yes, pre-pandemic, but for me, I am so I'm the worst, dude. I'm just being honest. Like, I rather watch with like 2 or 3 people and like pay attention, and they can have like a conversation. But like
I'm like that with the Kansas basketball game, especially once you get to the tournament.
Yeah, like even for football, same thing. Like I like to pay attention to what I'm doing and not get fully distracted, because most of the time, especially now, like I had people over here. So this is a good example. There's SummerSlam that runs in the summer. I had a couple over. Like me and my wife had a couple we did outside.
Were either of them wrestling fans?
Once, like when we lived together, so it was a buddy I used to live with. He was like, when people live around me, they become wrestling fans because they kind of don't have an option. Okay. And so he had enough interest, and then, but him and his girlfriend were here, and like my wife, who's into it, was like watching, but like she could lovely to have another person here to have a conversation. Like they kind of had a conversation. Me and my buddy were having a conversation, but I'm very much like, all right, like I'll be like, hey, hold up, I want to watch this.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like
now if you can't pause it.
Well, dude, I'll be honest. Like tonight, I have like there's so many Zooms that are going on. Like I have a couple of groups of like wrestling fans that I'm like that I've met throughout going to these events and things I've done on radio and things I've been a part of. And they're like, oh, join the Zoom. Like there's no way I can do it. if I can't pause and like really understand, and that's like, take it like, so if you're not a wrestling fan, imagine Game of Thrones or just something that I'm trying to think like events of the past few years that like, if you were really into a TV show, like it's hard to pay attention to something and it be in a conversation. It's not like sport where there's a little bit of break or stuff like that. Like that's, to me at least, but.
How much do you listen to the wrestling channel on Sirius XM or some of their programs?
Oh, a ton. I used to be pretty involved with them when they were 3 days a week. Then they made the move to 5 days, and they're like an official like morning show now. But I've met those are guys, and that's part of the Zoom stuff that I was just talking about. Like so, like they are over on Fight Nation now. That channel's changed a couple times, but
yeah,
the former producer
is
of the NFL
still doing it. Dave?
Yeah, so he made the switch. Obviously, because he was NFL morning show producer.
Yeah.
And
when he was NFL morning show producer, he and I worked together
awesome.
years ago. He's a big
really?
Cowboys fan, even though he's from.
I know it's the way from New York. So that's funny. I actually
tell him I said hi.
I will. I would definitely will do that. That's funny.
But I would think that that's a natural fit for you to work there and do more stuff. I know it's not that easy just to say it out loud and make it happen.
Of course, no. And I will just say there was opportunities, but they had something going on, and it was right as the pandemic hit.
Yeah.
And I will just say
maybe in the next year or two it'll
maybe
open back up.
Yeah, we'll see. And if things work, they work, and if they don't, hey, I still
always
enjoy.
More Sims to call.
We ain't going nowhere, baby. As Kenyon Drake makes his way into the end zone again, but I see some people feeling me here, like some people saying that, like, yeah, like it's hard to, if you like, regardless of wrestling, even like friends, family, like you can just get distracted. I have one buddy, like, and we all have these friends, especially with like sports teams, like you were just talking about the Jayhawks that like lock themselves in their rooms. Like I know a dude who like I can't even text during a Patriots game.
My neighbor is the biggest Ohio State fan in the world, even though he played at Bowling Green. You would think he played at Ohio
Interesting.
State. He'll let his dad if he's in town watch a game with him, but he doesn't let his wife or kids, even though his wife's from Ohio too. Now they met in college, so she did not go to Ohio State and doesn't care about him as much. But Halloween was the night they played Penn State, and so everybody was in garages and outside, right? That was how we did it this year because we were still obviously in the middle of the pandemic. And watching him watch the game was funny because he just doesn't like to do it, right? It's not that he wasn't worried they'd lose to Penn State, although Penn State kind of kept pace offensively.
Yep.
It's just funny to be around him. And I'm certainly like that the bigger the Kansas game. You know, when Kansas, even if they're playing Gonzaga Thanksgiving weekend, I'm not freaking out because I'm like, this doesn't matter whether or not you're a 3 seed. I mean, I guess if you win, it helps, but that doesn't define your season in December. Whereas in college football, every loss could end your year.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Even with the playoffs.
I'm the same way with like Notre Dame, but I try not to get, there's certain things I can only put this craziness into certain places. Very quickly, I just want to answer Adam over here. Says, do you know where I can find the printable Madden bracket? And there's our guy, Michael. By the way, we have Michael, our producer. We got Daniel, and we got Tate rocking it today. Madden Sims info page. That's where you can see the bracket. Starts Monday, 2:00. You'll have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers versus the Jacksonville Jaguars. We're going to have some fun with it. A lot more info of everything for all you guys getting excited for. Yeah, check out the Madden Sims info page.
Who are you going to pick to win it? I think I'm going to pick the Chiefs.
See, I've seen the Chiefs fall too many times to, like, in dumb games. One team I've been oddly impressed with, and I'll have to see their draw again. I can actually look.
Jaguar?
No, I'm not taking the Jaguars.
Lock, smack. Oh, yeah. Is that Hassan Reddick?
Looks like him. Big fella. Get in there. I kind of like the Browns.
Okay.
And enough Sims I've seen.
I'll take the field. You can have the Browns. I'll take the field.
Okay. Good call on your part. I'm trying to just see where they draw the first round. I'm just looking on this image. So Kansas City gets the Jets. Cleveland gets Detroit. So I'm feeling good about that. Then they would get the winner.
Oh, close to a safety. Andrew puts it on the carpet.
Oh, picks it up. Nice play. Gets it out to the 6th. What a weird play, but gets it there. So still 3 minutes to play.
Oh, mile high salute. Look at Drake Kirkpatrick giving a mile high salute to the Broncos bench.
Disrespect.
Alexander Johnson can't believe it.
Yeah, so Cleveland faces Detroit. Then they take on the winner of Seattle-Dallas. So I could see them making a run here.
I think Dallas is going to win that.
Okay.
Seattle is a little too up and down for me in these sims.
Yeah.
Who's not going to win it all? The Broncos. They're not
good call on your part. I'm trying to see some of these other matchups that could be maybe upset specials here. Could the Giants beat Tennessee? I'm going to say no.
Throw it, Drew. That'll get it done. 3rd and 27. Check it down.
Listen, you got to
A lot of football
bench?
left. Hey, that's a good decision. Unlike the last play where he took a fumble.
True. Miami, New England. That's going to be a fascinating one because both those teams kind of stink. Let's see. San Francisco. Does Mostert get hot?
Can you ride Mostert to 4? Is it 4 wins? Is that what we need?
It would be 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 5 wins.
Yeah,
I'm
5
not
wins.
mistaken.
32.
Yes.
So, yeah, 5 wins. Basketball 64.
Could. I don't know. I'm just looking. They play Indianapolis, who's been up and down. Then they get the draw of New Orleans or Cincinnati, who both also have their issues. I'm just trying to find these little holes in this now.
Tampa's going to go far.
Yeah, so Tampa plays Jacksonville. They get the winner of Arizona, who we're seeing here, unimpressive, and Vegas.
Well, I've seen them score 55 on Vegas or whatever that score was.
Oh my lord, that game is insane. Every time I look at like the recents, like in the game of anything, I'm like, how did, it was both. I think it was Godwin, and Evans both had like 30. Yeah, they both had like 30 points. I don't even know their numbers. I'm just like, what happened here? Yeah, I'm just.
I think I called that. I think I called that game with Glash. Did I call it with you?
No, it was not with me. I just looked. So I look at like the previous games.
Sure.
That one
I called that with Glash in Vegas. We weren't in Vegas.
No, I like that. Yes, you were. Don't you ever forget it.
We're in virtual Vegas. Speaking of virtual Vegas, after my next sim with Jeff, got a little card game going on at my neighbor's in his garage.
I love it.
My wife's going to dinner with a friend. She's been fully vaccinated for a few weeks. I technically am by tomorrow, so I'm.
Hell yeah.
I'm a few hours ahead of the full 14 days with 13 and a half days. But
that's when it gets you. No,
here's the thing. I know that would suck. And it's only 95%, right? What was the 5%? Anyway.
Something.
So I've been trying to play poker on my phone more, and I just haven't. Like, I got all these kids running around, and I'm not dealing with them. I'm trying to sleep.
Dude, I feel it.
Work done. So I don't know if I have to bring chairs and a table over to my neighbors right now in between sims. Maybe just try to, because the kids are down, I think. I heard my wife walk in, so at least
somebody's here.
Well,
it's funny and obviously people don't see this stuff, but during last sim, I was hearing noises. I don't know if Michael or Daniel or Tate, you guys picked it up, but like I kept doing like this thing like this. By the way, I'm taking my headphones off and pointing my head back to hear what's going on upstairs, and my little guy just decided, I ain't napping today, and I could hear my wife getting very, let's just say, not so enthusiastic.
Agitated. She was agitated by that.
Yeah, those are the fun days. So I can already tell dinner's starting early tonight. So that's good for me. The one bonus is as a wrestling, I don't want any interruptions. So let's do everything early.
Yeah,
give me my time tonight.
Put them down, and so your wife will sit there with you and sort of be interested, but just be on her phone and doing whatever.
Yeah, it depends on the match. Like there's certain things that really interest her, but. Tonight, nothing like jumps off they're opening up with the title match between Drew McIntyre has kind of become like a new face for this company, and Bobby Lashley, who's done like some Bellator. He's got some cred. So that's going to open the night. That's going to be the first time fans will be in attendance. So it'll be the first time the crowd has seen a wrestler in an entrance in over 13 months now. So I think she'll be into that. Like I think the spectacle now finally having the stage.
That'll be cool.
It looks so sick, by the way. If you haven't seen on Twitter, like. That's worth looking, just like the stage setup of the pirate ships and everything.
It's probably still, even though it's called a ring, it's probably still square, right? They didn't change that. Three ropes.
Yeah, 3 ropes. There was once a time. Well, there was a company.
By the way, Kenyon Drake's 28 yards away from the bonus.
Will he get it, BK?
I'll say no.
Yeah, the squared circle, Michael says. I love that term. But yeah, TNA was Impact Wrestling was once did a 5. Their whole gimmick was an octagon looking style.
Yeah.
It was kind of cool. 6-sided ring. Thank you. Yeah. And they do it in Mexico. You're right. Which I actually kind of like the look, but Hopkins 19 yards away.
Well, 6-sided ring's a hexagon, right?
Yes. You nailed it. Or is that a 5? Yeah, no, it's hex.
5 would be a pentagon.
What would 19 be?
I don't know.
But that's
8
how many
would
yards.
Be an octagon, just like the UFC.
Look at this. Let's keep going. What's 10? No. 19 yards for 19 yards for Hopkins. Does he get it? Does he get the bonus?
Yes.
Okay. Ooh, you're being very gracious. I like it. We're giving mood. Tate's got everything updated. The stats are good through 3. Let me take we can do a roll call. We already know BK's in first. He's winning by 100 points, but where are you guys all at in the contest?
I'm not. Cortland Sutton's my captain. If Drake were my captain, I might be winning.
Let's see. I'm currently sitting in 60th. Don't like that. I finished 26th in the last one. Will I come back from there? I'm in 28th, says Daniel. Brag.
Have you been getting in Kaufman's?
I do the ones when they need me. That's
the
what I
bigger
tell them.
NBA. No, the bigger NBA lineup.
Yeah, we're still like when it's like 5 minutes
last
before.
Last night I was in 6th place at one point. I think I finished in 19th.
That's in the money though, right?
I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe I finished out of the money. Maybe it's 20. I finished 28th. 28th.
Expired name says, I feel like you guys are playing Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? Brian C says, Cristal killing it with the sense of humor.
27. I played 27.
Okay,
but I was in 6th, and then Kawhi and the rest of the Clippers went nuts in last game because I had Steph.
Got it. I had DeMacklin saying he's been in first for most of the game. Sitting there in first right now, but not by much. The sweat is on. What else do we have? I'm in third, says Tyler.
So wait, if you're doing these Zooms, does everyone just agree to be quiet during the bigger moment?
I just don't. I jump in when I feel it, and then I jump out. I can't do it. Like, imagine this scenario, but I'm like trying to focus. I'm respectful as I can be. I pop in, say, hey, how's everyone doing? Great to see you. Or I just listen and I just have my face on there for a few minutes. I don't try to like rock it, like show up like, hey, everybody, I'm here. Like, nobody cares. So like I have another buddy that's like, hey, like I got 6 guys. You want to like pop in this? I'm like, I just kind of want to sit there and like eat whatever I'm going to eat. By the way, have we talked to Uber Eats before? I feel like you might have.
No, but
okay.
I'm happy to. I got a text that said they'll give me $30 off Uber Eats. Problem is I live just far enough to where that'll be the cost of just the delivery.
That's okay.
Not really
Consider it.
Yeah,
no, consider it. But I'm with you. I live far off from some of these places, so I don't know. And maybe Daniel, Michael, SimFam, I need your help here. We're going off topic for a second, but it's relevant to my life. So me and my wife have been absolutely.
Now we're going off topic.
Yes. No. Yeah. But everything else was right on. Well, listen, you were talking a lot about the ins and outs with like Bronco stuff, dude. That was like you don't get that stuff on a daily basis. I love hearing this information. But my wife, just like your wife, which again, big congrats, just recently got a new job, so she's now in the office a couple days home, so we haven't been. The flow of the day to day has totally changed. Haven't been to a grocery store in over a week. It's been like since Easter because we hosted both days, and because we still separated in our families.
Yeah, but how many days are Easter?
You didn't realize that we did the we actually
Orthodox
did Passover.
Easter. Greek Orthodox Easter is a different week.
True, but we did Saturday. Her family, Sunday, my family. So that was the only shopping we did. That's going to be a touchdown. It looks like DeAndre gets in there.
He's halfway to that bonus.
Getting there, but gets a touchdown. So it's going to be 24/7.
What he needed.
Oh, I got you. Somebody said there was actually an answer to that 19 side. It's I don't want to say this, but I know there's nothing wrong with it. An endocrine is 19 side, says.
Okay.
Robwin, I don't know. Dahomey over there, I don't know how to say that word. I believe you, though. You should probably Google it, or you're a genius, and I appreciate you either way. But smash that like. There's DeAndre Hopkins getting in there. But yeah, so it's Saturday night, as we all know. Do some places not do Uber Eats Saturday nights? And I don't know if this is like...
But I don't have an answer. Ask the
anybody, because earlier, me and my wife, we have a place we wanted to order from, especially like has some wrestling ties, some place we usually go if we go locally and closer to Boston. So this would be, trust me, that $30 would be nothing compared to this. But we're like, you know what, we'll do it. So
Tate, who's handling the scoring, used to drive Uber Eats, so he's probably got answers.
Oh, love that, Tate. Tate, you're like the everyman. Today, not sure. Easter weekend, some places were closed. Appreciate that, Daniel. But I wonder if like our place is getting back to certain business levels that I don't know if people are seeing, like, because it wasn't that it was closed, this restaurant, but it said, I was right before we came on, me and my wife, like, would you want to do the order? What time? It was closing the Uber Eats at least at 4:00, but I know the restaurant's not closing at 4.
So I've got an idea right now that anyone can steal, including the folks at Uber.
Oh, please.
All right. And it really is for about 9:00 on. So from 9 to whatever time bars close in the city, once things start to open back up officially. I mean, I know that, not official, I'm saying universal.
Yeah.
Whether it's Uber Eats or some actual other company, whatever, Uber, Lyft, whoever. But in the vehicle, there will be a meal provided. So you're going bar to bar, party to party, and you don't want to eat at either place, but you'd love to have a cheeseburger waiting for you when you get into the car. So they fill your food order, and then you get to eat it in the car when you're going from one venue to the next.
Dude, this is actually kind of amazing. Why would you say that out loud? You got to.
Because executing it is just not.
No, this is like a Shark Tank thing. You got to find an investor first.
Maybe it feels like the infrastructure is
like
already
it.
in place with the app-based car ride services, car share, whatever they're called. So someone that already has that infrastructure in place can just take it a step further. And so you're kind of combining Uber Eats and Uber. And right, they almost essentially have a fleet of cars sitting at Taco Bell and sitting at McDonald's and sitting at, wherever, a fast food place in your city. So you're filling out the order, how many people are in your ride. So then they go pick up the order, grab it, pick you up at the bar, take you to the next bar, take you home, or take you wherever. Because how many times, I know that I've definitely done this, depending on the city I'm in, had an Uber driver take me through a fast food place as I'm heading home to my hotel or heading home to my house. And I always offer to buy them something. Or going to the airport, especially in Southern California. I feel like I've hit In and Out every time.
I feel you. Oh, this is interesting. Getting a couple answers as well. Tyler says, depends on the drivers in your area. See, I think this is different because it said the restaurant. Like it said, like you have to order, and it was 7 minutes. It was right before I came on. Tate says they may have been overwhelmed with orders, so they might have chosen to reject orders, so they closed it. And the same thing, Daniel even says the same thing. They may, he says, close delivery so they can support in-house fulfillment.
Captain Bless is a good idea. Drunk people eating your car. Look, there's a risk, but maybe that's part of it. There's a surcharge. There's $100. Like you agree when you click on it. And hey, if you've got a super fancy car, maybe you're not participating in this service. But if you've got a 10, 20-year-old Camry and you're already driving on the lowest level, why not be able to have food available? Because I know everybody's excited when you get in a car and they've got like a bag of Skittles for you or whatever, or gum, or not just a bottle of water, but those people that really take pride in having little snacks for you or whatever, little candy. I'm always a fan. I give them a little bit bigger tip.
It's funny. I actually Lyft. I drove Lyft for a hot minute because I wanted to see what it was like.
Did you have extra stuff?
No.
Nothing.
I did water. I did water. But I didn't do it at night. I only did it during the day. So when I was doing radio afternoons producing, I would do it in like the morning, just to see because I was like, you know what, I have this time. I decided this thing when I hit 30. I was like, I just want to make as much money as possible. I'm just gonna work like a maniac.
How's that going?
Well, I'm here, and I have a job outside here too, so somewhat okay. But at that time, it was just stupid. I'll be honest with you.
You go to WrestleMania every year? So.
Yeah, there you go. But it was like so dumb. I would get up at like 8 a.m. and drive people to like the airport and back and forth, and it was not good.
What's the WrestleMania ticket situation like? How hard is it to get in a normal year? Don't talk to me about this year. That's all.
Yeah. Well, actually, this year easy, but
okay, but normally you're Cowboys Stadium, MetLife. Yeah,
next year.
Next year, wherever it's going to be. I'm sure they're going to hit Vegas and LA here soon with those two new domes.
Yeah, so the two that are planned out is next year's Dallas, then LA the year after, which originally this was supposed to be in LA 37.
Sure, and Vegas is an inevitability.
I'm guessing that's going to be WrestleMania 40, and they're going to blow it up pretty big. Okay.
What is this one?
This is 37. So 38's in Dallas, 39's in LA, which I thought they should have delayed that till 40, but that's just me. My guess is Vegas is going to get 40, but again, West Coast twice. But
with 80-ish thousand people in there, and it's normally one night. What'll be interesting to see is if they realize it's such a big deal, they do it over 2 nights going forward.
That's the big one. Next 2 years, it's already scheduled to be one night based on availability and venues and stuff. But
but maybe
I'm sure it can change.
WrestleMania 40, like you said.
Maybe go back to this. And honestly, as someone that's been, I'd rather be. So I would say it's very difficult once you get past the initial on sales. Really, you got to get in, or there's like a second wave that comes up that you have a chance, because there's so much international business. At the end of the day, BK, I want to almost say more sales are made outside of the US for every WrestleMania than inside the US, because there is such a rabid fan base that comes from Ireland, Europe.
Okay, what do those tickets cost, and what's the aftermarket?
Aftermarket's gigantic. So if you want to say front row is like $2,500, I want to say per ticket.
And there's a handful of those, couple $1,000 and then it goes and it's tiered. So if you're in the very top of the stadium, what are you getting in that building for? $100 or less? 85?
I went to the New Orleans one. I set up at the top of the Superdome. I spent
far.
Yeah, it was real far. It was wild, but it was kind of cool experience for that.
Because you're in New Orleans.
Yeah, and just like I've never been up that high at a WrestleMania, so I wanted to, experience it, and I didn't do my connections because I didn't think we were going till 3 days before. So I did the aftermarket, as you mentioned. So I paid like $45 per ticket because I think like in those stadiums when there's, let's say, like a couple thousand still available, like second market, like it's sold out, but people they're not demanding the price up as much because they're just trying to get rid of it. So it's like
Daniel takes exception to the idea that 2 nights of WrestleMania that you could fill both like a dome both nights.
Yeah, see, I agree. I think that's why they're not doing it.
You don't think even if you had an idea what was going to be both nights, like there's going to be this many matches this night, and
I think it's too much unless they cut the cost.
Like you're just telling me like, oh yeah, I guess cost is part of it too.
If like it's $2,500 per night, no way.
Well, right, and maybe depending on who you are and if you're whatever, maybe you can buy both nights.
Yeah, I think
they don't have enough on the match card to support 2 full nights. Well, for
they do.
40, you got to think they would.
Well, they did tonight and tomorrow. They are, but I agree with Daniel's overall point. Like, unless like you can buy the package for both nights for the cost of one night, as crazy as that sounds, but the arena wouldn't do that either because it's just the cost to have it.
So why is Bad Bunny fighting The Miz?
It's become a tag team match, but yeah, the reason at the end of the day is because Bad Bunny actually moved to Florida like 5 months ago and has been training like extensively for this. So why is he facing?
When he just on SNL like 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, he was went up to New York, but he's been like, it was like the work that he's been putting in. So we'll see. That match is tonight. The reason realistically is because Bad Bunny's like a spectacle, and The Miz was unhappy that he was getting like TV time and says to get out of here, like you're not a wrestler, that kind of stuff. And yeah, I don't know.
So what's the tag team?
It's an
up on The Miz's side.
It's an up and coming guy by the name of Damian Priest who has a great look. So he's gonna look badass with Bad Bunny and then The Miz and John Morrison, who had been in wrestling for quite a while.
So 3 wrestlers and Bad Bunny.
Correct. It will be interesting because that's going to be now a 4th and goal here. But yeah,
Daniel cleverly rhymes. They're paying Bad Bunny, mad money to be there.
That is true. And he also did stuff to his Bugatti this past week on Raw, which people made it seem like they destroyed it, but they put finger paint on it.
Yeah.
There was no sledgehammer or anything like that. And that's going to be a touchdown back at the end zone. Well, garbage time, but it still counts.
KJ.
The Hamler. Hey, everybody
Hamler
rejoice. Time. Love it. Could have been yeah, you're true. But yeah.
So what's the big match tomorrow? Do we even know?
Yeah, so tomorrow night is Roman Reigns.
Yeah.
Versus Edge versus Daniel Bryan. Triple threat for the Universal Championship. So
the Universal one's bigger than the World Championship?
No, nothing's bigger than the WWE title, but
right,
just
so
the way
who's
things
wrestling
fit.
in that?
So that's the kickoff tonight. First match you're going to see.
Oh, you said it backwards. You said the Universal was tonight. So
no, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, so
if I'm going to bet
tomorrow.
on this on DraftKings, if I'm going to pick a lineup on DraftKings.
So it's funny. Tonight has nothing to do with that match. The 2 things in the pool are just the Shane McMahon and the Sasha Banks versus Bianca Belair. So it's just like a bunch of things you may or may not see. So yeah, definitely won't enter that. Anybody, it's free. But yeah, it'll be. Yeah, so tomorrow night they knew. Tonight, they just announced yesterday what the event will look like. But I do see what Daniel's point, just so you know. There is a ton of filler stuff. I don't necessarily agree with the one he's mentioning, but at the end of the day, 10 matches. That's what WrestleMania should be. 10 of your best. Not everyone should be on there. You can do those smalls, but the long days, BK, you've been to many events and stuff. The one thing about WrestleManias now is when I used to do the travel package, a bus comes and picks you up at 12 noon. I don't get home till almost 1:30 in the morning.
I would want no part of that if I was in New Orleans. I'm I'll get to the Dome on my own.
Oh yeah, New Orleans, I didn't do it. New Orleans, because New Orleans,
New York.
Awesome. And I love.
that. Getting out to
New York
is a bit of a hassle, but I want to be in New York, and then I'll get out there for.
They did train tickets for that one. So Dallas, they did the bus.
But the train goes right there. No, the bus Dallas is a disaster with where they put it. Don't get me started on that terrible mayor Laura Miller. They should have put it at Fair Park where the Cotton Bowl is, and it would have been amazing. And they would have had the train go right to the stadium. It's very frustrating as a Dallas native.
That is, I will.
And having gone to a bunch of big events at Jerry World, it sucks. Or even just a regular game. Broncos player this year, and now I get to travel in a team bus, so I guess travel's not as big a deal this year. But in general,
but still, no, I get your point. It's just that was bizarre. When we went to Orlando, and we got on the bus at 12 noon because they kept us right outside of Universal Studios. So you drive us into where why can't I think of the name of the stadium? Camping World, thank you. And yeah, it took we didn't get home till 1:30. It's just crazy to me. I'm
Camping
like,
World's kind of in the middle of nowhere. I did the Pro Bowl there last year. I was like, okay. I mean, I drove there.
You're like, where?
It was easy to get on the highway because I went from there straight down to Miami for the Super Bowl. And that was actually the best part of it. Was right on the Florida Turnpike or whatever.
Yeah, it's I don't know.
But
I like all these traveling. It feels like it's kind of like what Gillette used to be here in New England too, dude. Like
and still is, unless
you're now there's at least
hanging out there.
Yeah, there's at least things like I drive down there now just to go to some of the restaurants and shops. But
really,
yeah, we do. Me and my wife will take trips down there I don't know, once a season, give or take. There's some restaurants we like down there, some sites even like the Patriots Hall, just to go. I don't know. It's get out of my normal routine, and it's fun to. I don't know. I like being around big stadiums and stuff like that. I have
I like big events too. Again, though, the older I get, the more I want to make sure that if I'm there as a spectator, I have
all the
hookups. I'm working.
We're gonna get some knees here. So BK, while we wrap up this one, without even seeing, just throw a stab. You've seen enough of it. Who will you give?
Kenyon Drake,
Crusty
player of the game, easy money, scored twice. Kenyon Drake, Cortland Sutton, my captain. Babysitter Billy, not my kid award.
Just wasn't his day. It was not Sutton's day.
Yeah, not Cortland's day. Real Madrid beat Barcelona in El Clasico. It's funny to me that every time they play, it's called El Clasico. Could you imagine if every time the Yankees and Red Sox played, they called it El Clasico or the Classic?
It would be a lot.
They play all the time.
Yeah, I was going to say, not yet this year, but we'll get there.
In La Liga, that put Real Madrid ahead of Atletico Madrid. I saw yesterday where Zinedine Zidane said he hopes Messi stays at Barcelona.
Interesting.
So we'll see.
Just for the rivalry portion, or
I guess I didn't see the rest of the quote.
Interesting. I dig it. As Michael said.
Oh, for the sake of the league, that makes sense. To keep La Liga afloat. If you have the best player in the world, why not?
Yeah, in the star power, Daniel. I like that. I love that. Rest of the way here, BK, you're gonna be back with Moose. That'll be fun. You guys got Browns, Packers. Then Moose is joined by LaMarca for 8. Then Koff comes sliding back in for the 10 p.m. Madden After Dark with LaMarca. For all those asking, Glash has joined the circus. We wish him luck in his future endeavors.
Oh, he's out at Cape Cod, or he was going to Cape Cod.
That's
for a game last night. That's what he was supposed to do. I don't know if he ended up calling it.
I don't know. I heard he's in the circus. Just a rumor I hered.
Abby Rizzo, I wish it was that spectacular. It's more just you got to press pass, you just go.
And listen, if you want it to be more, if you feel in your head, Abby or anybody, that it sounds cooler, keep it that way. It's not, but
look, it's not uncool, but it's not. I'm the coolest. I'm not sitting in the box with the Manning family at the Super Bowl. I'm in my press seat.
Oh, don't get him wrong. He rubs elbows with the Mannings quite often. He's at BK Denver Sports. Go check him out over on Twitter. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. If you want to be inundated with WrestleMania updates, you can follow me. I'm off for the rest of the way. I'll be back tomorrow, 2 p.m. BK, this was a pleasure. All the best to you, your wife, all the good stuff happened in your life. Hopefully the stress comes sizzling down and the money comes up. That's what I tell my wife every day. I'm like, once the stress goes, the money goes up. It's great. But all love to everybody in the DK Sim fam. Like you said, Moose will be joining you. Leave the people with the word of the day. What's that going to be, BK?
Word of the day is call somebody you haven't talked to in a while and tell them you love them.
That's a lot of words.
That's a lot of words.
But it was much more meaningful. We'll catch you guys back here in about 45 minutes. We'll see you later now. Bye-bye.
What's up, guys? What's up, DK Sim fam? Jeff Ulrich here, bringing you a little bit of Saturday afternoon. Is this the matinee of DK Simville action today? The fourth of 6 games. We got Cleveland, we've got Green Bay, we've got Brandon Christelle joining me for this one. Is this your second one of the day, BK, or is this your?
No, Rossi and I just had a very unexciting Cardinals at Broncos sim. I obviously dropped a little bit of Broncos talk into the conversation. We spent a lot more time talking about wrestling, though, and WrestleMania with Rossi being such a wrestling nut.
He's a wrestling nut.
And for the entire time that we were on, the Masters was in weather delay, so there wasn't any golf to keep track of. I am now keeping a look at it outside of, just corner of my eye. But admittedly, when you and I did a game together Sunday, maybe we even did a couple, and you said, here's who you like, you didn't say definitely play these guys. But as someone who's trying to win $1 million, I have 2 lineups, one that you inspired and one that I did on my own. So the one that you inspired, we're like, I like this guy, I like that guy.
It's terrible.
I am in 294,113th place. In the one that I did on my own, where everybody's talking me to Justin Thomas, and in that one, it's Justin Thomas, Canale, CT Pan I just picked because he fit, Cam Smith, and Charles Schwartzel. I'm in 711th place. And then that same lineup I have entered in a contest with 17 guys, and I'm in 16th. So safe to say I'll be focusing on the other majors as opposed to this one. I do have a DraftKings Sportsbook ticket, though, on Zalatoris, who just birdied to take a tie, to jump into a 3-way tie for first place. So
yeah,
if that hits, I'll be doing.
Willie Z
won't matter.
Old Willie Z is hanging around. Look, I'm not gonna lie, I won't shy away from it.
Are you winning $1 million with a different lineup?
I'm not willing anything this week.
Okay.
On the daily fantasy side. Trust me. I had Patrick Cantlay in all my lineups. I think he beat Fred Couples, but Fred Couples shot like plus 14. So, yeah. I mean, look, you could just see the tension just got to him. Whatever. I hate it when stuff like this happens. I really liked him. I mean, I got my guy Siwoo Kim up there though. I got some bets on him. I got a piece of Xander and Mark Leishman too now. So that's where all my focus is. The daily fantasy. I hope you played Siwoo Kim. I hope people played Siwoo Kim.
I didn't play Siwoo Kim. I do have a ticket on Xander. I've got a Jordan Spieth ticket, which is headed in the wrong direction. Thought we had Connors. My buddy and I split it. All of this. I mean, Spieth's right there. He's a. So, I have tickets on 3 of the top 5 guys right now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's opportunities to jump on these guys. I mean, even today, like Spieth, he doubled, but he's back in it. Zalatoris, was a little bit underrated, a couple points early in the week, and Schauffele was. I got on him after round 2, round 1 or something. I can't remember, but there's opportunities. That's why golf is so fun. I mean, you can get on live betting, you can do round by round stuff. So I won't shy away from it though. Patrick Cantlay I'm still surprised he choked this bad. I don't even feel bad about it because I really still believe that, Patrick Cantlay can win a major, but really didn't bring the juice for us today. But
not this one.
Let's.
Right, he might be watching the Dream Stream for all we know.
He's not watching the Dream Stream.
Here's what I love about the Masters. I know we got to get to the game. We'll talk about it
for sure.
It should be a good one. Is that and I don't know. I assume it's the same in Canada. You can get on these various apps based on your cable package or satellite package. And everybody except for CBS, you can log into pretty easily here in America. Peacock is starting to change a little. Like you can watch Sunday Night Football on the NBC app if you have DirecTV or Comcast, or you just log in. Right. Well, Masters, they don't care. Masters.com, you can watch everything they're showing you. All the ESPN Plus stuff, you can watch on Masters.com. I've got it on here on the corner of my screen, and I'm just watching the CBS broadcast like I would be if I were sitting upstairs in my TV or any of these TVs behind me. Mm-hmm. So now tomorrow I will have the big TV up because I am calling the sim at 6 Eastern, right as they'll be winding down the tournament, barring more weather delays. What's your lineup look like here, though? As I did make a contest, and in it we got over 100 people because I did it early enough. It was my second attempt. My first attempt was classic for the late slate, so I have 2 things going. And that's got 84 people last I checked. So, but in the showdown, where I'm sitting in 7th place right now, the Let's Try This Again, Moose and BK are calling calling one sim together. What do you got?
Yeah, so I mean, quickly for the sim, like the Browns are pretty solid. I mean, they're a pretty solid sim team. I kind of like them as a dark horse, maybe for
the bracket.
The bracket that's
Rossi picked them, so it can't be that much of a dark horse. Both of y'all are picking them, but I hear you.
I captained Nick Chubb. I captained Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb's got some good good Madden ratings. He can definitely break free for like a 70-yard run. So it's a risky play whenever you captain a guy like Nick Chubb. He's not going to get a bunch of receptions. You need him to score the touchdown. You probably need him to hit the bonus. But I put him in there, and then I put Rodgers, Funchess, Valdez, Scantling. So I'm with Rodgers and the value receivers as well. So who'd you captain?
So as I do almost every time the Packers play, and this is one of them, I captain Funchess. We'll see how it goes. Paid off
Funchess of
maybe
Funchess.
once, other times, sort of paid off. Rodgers and Mayfield got both of them in there. Aaron Jones and Kareem Hunt, good value in terms of the price. We know it can be a bit of a boom or a bust play. And then Hollywood Higgins, kind of the same thing. We know although he's third on the depth chart, I feel like he is as productive as Jarvis Landry plenty of games that I've done of the Browns.
Yeah, Jarvis isn't, or Higgins is pretty good value too. Like two really good value receivers actually in this game.
Yeah,
Funchess is always popular for good reason. I mean, he almost acts like he's almost like the wide receiver one, quite frankly, just because he gets more targets in the Sims. But yeah, absolutely.
No Moon Captain Adams. Rossi's Fat Cat says hi to us.
Hello, Rossi's Fat Cat. Hello, everybody. Hope everyone's having a good Saturday. I'm sure you're catching a little bit of Masters on the side at the very least. So
we ended up with a lot of wrestling talk last sim. Not unintentional. I mean, I was asking Rossi because we know he's just so into it, kind of to talk about it, and Daniel seemed to really be into it as well. So a lot of people chiming in on wrestling. I have no interest in watching WrestleMania. I'm sure it'll be cool. But.
Yeah, I'm not going to watch it either. I'm not like anti-wrestling. I watched it when I was younger and stuff like that.
Same.
But at the same time, I'm not like I don't really even know what's going on. Like I did a sim with Rossi yesterday. I got him to give me the lowdown, the exact same thing. So
yeah,
sounds like it's going to be a good event though. I think most people are pumped up for it. It's like a 2-day. So I think it's cool. Sure. Another big sporting, a legitimate like entertainment event with fans in it. I think people will really enjoy it. So
absolutely. Justin Rose has hit his tee shot in between some trees, not on the fairway. I don't know how much. I'm not really doing play-by-play. I'm describing what just had happened. Play-by-play is what's happening live. I guess it's all past tense.
Yeah, you can just say Rose is in trouble.
I never spent a lot of time thinking about it. Play-by-play is the only thing that you're calling live is the after the catch run, because everything else you're calling it after it's happened.
Yeah, if you were like Devontae Adams, makes a jump cut, snags the ball out of the air,
right? And as they're hitting the yard mark, yeah, that's calling it live. Everything else is past tense.
Calling play-by-play in golf is like very. I guess if you were like calling the ball in the air, it's like
yeah, the ball rolling, and in baseball, a grounder to short, that's in real time. The throw to first, that's in real time.
Yeah,
but a home run is kind of past tense, right? It has to cross the threshold of whatever,
Yeah. Again, unless you're like the ball's in the air, it's about to go out.
Yeah, it's almost there. And I guess you kind of do that. By the way, there's no sport that you talk about what almost happened more than baseball as it relates to what was almost a home run. Right? 6 more inches to the left. Like you don't do that in any other sport.
Golf is pretty similar too. It's like
maybe because you're right. Golf does feel like a game of inches, certainly on the putting green.
But you're right. Baseball, very similar, and golf and baseball are kind of like standalone sports, right? Like you hit one shot, the action stops. You get ready, you hit another shot. Baseball, you throw one pitch, everyone stops. It's not really the same thing. So, you got a pretty nice drive by the pack here.
I'd love to see Rodgers hit Funchess for a touchdown.
Yeah, we had some fun. We had some Valdez Scantling. We had some Devontae Adams action already. A couple catches. There's Aaron Jones. Going to be staying with the Packers. Packers choosing to spend their hard-earned dollars on Aaron Jones. I don't mind it, I guess. I mean, I would have liked to see them spend it on a receiver or just a new cornerback, but they did not agree with me.
Yeah. Well, maybe you become a GM.
Sure. I heard they get paid good. But yeah, it'll be anyways. Packers bringing back Aaron Jones. 3rd and 3 right here, though, folks. Rodgers shotgun, X Factor lit. Oh yeah, there he goes. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. He slides, avoids getting his head taken off.
How about that?
And,
if he would have done that NFC title game, they would have been in the Super Bowl.
I kind of agree.
I realize the Bucs would have gotten the ball back, but
yeah. But they would have had at least a chance of tying it. I don't know why you didn't.
Well, I guess, were they down 8? Were they down 8? Right, the Packers kicked a field goal. Were they down 8? What was the score of that game?
Yeah, they were down 8. Yeah, because
so
what happened was
tied the game, right?
Yeah,
throw it to Funchess. When did Aaron Rodgers become Kyler Murray? Throw it to Funchess or Lamar.
I thought he was going to get there. But what happened was they were down.
By the way, I said timeout. I said no, without giving too much play that Justin Rose was in trouble. Not really. Where he hit it was like he got a perfect line into where he's going. So. Oh,
is he on 11? He's in that little alley. That hole's so weird. It's like you can go so far right that there's another fairway.
Right. It basically seemed like another thing. Anyway, so.
Stuffed.
Aaron Jones, nowhere to go. Aaron Jones and Rodgers going backwards for me. So now if Rodgers will just throw it to Funchess here, then it'll be all good. I like seeing a crowded leaderboard, though. As cool as it was to see Dustin Johnson run away with it, and I think we're just happy to watch golf in November.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, because obviously it's the middle of football season. I like that even though Rose looked like he was, in pretty good shape, that any of these guys in the top 10 could easily get there.
Oh, this is
it's
so
gonna be
much better.
It's going to be a fun day tomorrow. I don't know how I'm going to avoid calling what's happening while.
No, I know. I'm very glad.
I'm going to do my best. Whoever's producing, make sure to keep me on point.
Oh, 3rd and goal. Just chucks
Rodgers. He hit that fan wide open.
This was a very.
The fan was wearing a Jordy Nelson jersey.
Jordy Nelson, one of my favorite players. That was a really poor effort by the Packers. I'm not going to lie there, folks. First and
Mason, you got Mason Crosby. Feeling good.
I think I rostered Mason Crosby. I'll have to check. Anyway, it's going to be 3-0.
What's that hole at 12 called where they go right over the water, that Race Creek?
Golden Bell, it's called. But yeah, that's Race Creek that they go over.
But you look at it and you're like, this is like the easiest shot in golf. And the ball just always rolls back into the water.
But the green is it's so skinny. Like the landing area is just
right. Your target is
nothing.
But you know how it is. Anyone that plays a little bit of golf it
looks easy here on
TV. A little bit of golf, but you're like, I get up my 7-iron.
Yeah,
great shot. And of course, then it goes 50 yards right. But anyway.
Yeah, and the front of it's shaved off. And you go in the back, you got awkward bunker stances. It's a great hole, to be honest.
Well, that's the one where Spieth fell apart, and that's the one where Tiger, that whatever year, hit the flagstick, right? And it rolled right into the water.
Yeah, I think he did do that one year. You're right. Or no, maybe that might have been a different hole. I can't remember, but I know what you're talking about. In 2019, Molinari went in the water there too, and then Tiger won. Yeah. So yeah, that hole plays a big part every Sunday. It feels like. All right, Baker, shotgun. A little over the middle catch. There's Odell.
Matt Silverman's happy he needed Beckham.
I feel like Odell could be a sneaky bounce back target next year. I don't know. It's just a gut feeling. I don't really have a good reason why.
So, because I'm not giving you play-by-play, I'll tell you what Justin Rose is doing on this hole. What he's already done. It's not what's going to happen in real time. It's already happened.
Sure.
So his first shot, I said, went way right. He hit in that little alley. His second shot went in the sand. And then his save out of the sand is, if it's more than a foot from the cup, I'd be surprised.
Okay, so he's going to grab a par, it sounds like.
It sounds like, barring him not knowing how to putt all of a sudden from 10 inches. And then he threw his ball to the caddy, so I'm not doing play-by-play there either. I guess that was play-by-play.
Oh, looks like Justin Thomas just trundled down the leaderboard here.
That's not good. If you have Justin Thomas in your DraftKings.
Yikes.
I'd love to see Jordan Spieth be in the final group as Nick Chubb picks up another first down, your captain.
There he is, Nick Chubb.
Yeah, Brother Phil did remind us. Adams did drop an easy TD. That's true.
Well, and you mean in the title game?
Yeah, and then NFC title game.
Well, and the thing was, they were down 15. Rodgers had a 2-point conversion. He threw it to Marquez. Oh no, he threw it to Equanimeous St. Brown, and he dropped it. If they convert that, then they don't even need the 2-point conversion. So I don't know. I feel like that would have changed things, but it was just a bad, poor execution. It was honestly just a bad game by the Packers all around. Like they got down when they didn't really go fast enough. Got 3-0.
Yeah, there was no sense of urgency.
There just really wasn't. It felt like the whole game for the Packers. So
some coaches talk about sense of urgency more than others, but it was obvious they didn't have it. And I don't know if you look at Matt LaFleur, and I've been around him a little bit at some league stuff. He's got a very mild-mannered way about him, and in some ways Rodgers kind of does too. I think Rodgers is more fiery than LaFleur. So a lot of times teams reflect the personality of their coach, and if he's kind of always mild-mannered, even keeled, it's probably hard to ratchet it up when that's not who you are.
It definitely kind of felt like that. I mean, a little bit. You know, Rodgers was obviously trying to. I mean, look, and credit to Tampa Bay, they played great. Rodgers there with 1 carry, 21 yards in the first half. Chubb with like 11 yards, I think. Jones with a few yards. Devontae Adams, 2 catches. Odell Beckham, 2 catches. Odell is 39 yards, so it's good for a half for him. Marquez Valdez-Scantling, the only other wide receiver with a catch. Yeah, Aaron Jones, 14 yards rushing. So not much going on there in the first half.
No,
obviously, the
quarterbacks are efficient, but no yards.
Packers had a nice drive. They didn't convert. So
I think I'd like to play Augusta.
Yeah,
Mark me down as somebody who'd like to play that.
I think we'd all like to play just because, to see what we'd shoot, so to speak, and just,
Oh, nice cut, Odell. Setting up a Chubb touchdown.
He's probably going to set up a Chubb touchdown. Odell getting close to the bonus already, too. Looks like he's over 60 yards.
Let me, did we talk about playing golf at the Masters, about the media that gets to play? Did you and I talk about that?
Oh, yeah, that's right. They have the media day after, don't they?
Yeah, on Mondays. I think they still do. I know they used to. I haven't really talked to him, but it's done it before. I mean, it's done it recently. Everybody I talked to did it.
I think they have a raffle right after.
Yeah, it's basically a lottery, and I don't know how much media is allowed.
Oh,
hey,
it's
Kareem Hunt trying to
stuff.
vulture a touchdown.
Yeah.
I could have used that. So I don't know what the number of slots are, and I don't know how many media members are there on the grounds these days compared to, I don't mean this year, I'm saying non-pandemic. So I think they still do it. I guess there's people I could ask. Until somebody.
Oh, no, fullback. Oh, stuffed. Janovic, sorry.
Janovic will forever be remembered in Denver lore because former special teams coach Brock Olivo famously said, if we had 22 Janos, we'd be in good shape. I think it might have been Vance Joseph that said it. Somebody wanted 22 Janos.
All right, it's just Chubb back there this time. So if they hand off, it's him. Oh, they're going to throw. Zero Chubb attempts from the 1. What are you guys doing? That was a terrible attempt. Oh, my God. I can't believe.
I think he had Hooper right there, wide open.
You did have someone wide open.
And he
also should have just handed it to Nick Chubb. They got to go for this 4th and 1. Come on, guys.
They're kicking. Oh,
and it's Hunt in the
I
back.
like this.
They're going to spread it out. Zero.
Inside handoff. Nope.
Touches. Oh, he got it. He stayed in. I thought he might drift out.
Hooper.
Well, they did it the hard way, folks, but they did do it. The Packers just left Austin Hooper go wide open.
Yeah, why did anybody want to cover Austin Hooper? He's on the roster.
Going to have to watch this play again. It looked like they blitzed.
They blitzed the corner, yeah. That's a stupid call.
Bad call. Hooper kept his feet in. Good for him. I really thought he might get dragged out.
Why you would throw a corner blitz when they're in shotgun on the 1 is ridiculous.
It's about the dumbest play call ever. So Sim, Green Bay, defensive coordinator, calling similar plays like they did against Tampa Bay. Allowing Hail Marys to go completed at the end of half. So, anyways, 7-3 Cleveland.
Let's take Augusta off the table. If you could play any golf course in the world that isn't Augusta, where would you want to play? Like bucket list.
That's a good question. Probably Pebble Beach.
Yeah. Here's the thing about Pebble Beach. Like the Masters, it takes either one, having a media hookup, or very random luck with good friends that can get you there. You can go play Pebble Beach tomorrow if you want.
Yeah.
Now it's going to cost you, I think it's $600 or $700, so it's not great for a round, but and I'm not saying that's the wrong answer. It's just I don't know how many people realize that.
Honestly, that was just the first one that came to mind. Yeah. And you're dead right. Like you can go play it. It just costs you an arm and a leg.
I think I would want to play St. Andrews.
I was getting St. Andrews was like the next one that popped to mind. I probably honestly have a better answer than that. That's just like the first one that popped to mind. There's some like seriously ridiculously good private clubs. Like I wouldn't mind playing like Shadow Creek in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
That would probably be up there.
Oh, you know what I want to play? Michael Jordan's course. Have you heard about Michael Jordan's course down in Jupiter?
Yeah, it's a new one, right?
Yeah, he built it because the place in Jupiter where he was playing before, they didn't like how much he and his buddies were gambling and
right, yeah, that's right.
So he just built his own course. But here, I'll give you some facts about it. Here, I think it's called. I had a friend that was down there on vacation. And they were asking about how do they get on it, and so I asked somebody who I knew that was down there, it's a former player, and he's like, you have to actually know a member. It's called the Grove 23, XXIII. The Grove Roman numeral 23. And then here, Golf Digest wrote about it. Oh, no, here. I'll go back to, let's see. I think there's only 150 members.
That's a really small list. Holy cow.
Yeah. 150. Let's see. So 5 things you need to know about Michael Jordan's exclusive Florida golf course. This was written in May of a year ago. It's being a little slow. I just like the idea of anybody that builds a course to say screw you to somebody else. That's how the sanctuary got built here by the guy that owns Remax Realty in Colorado. Was they wouldn't put in, like they were being weird about putting in like a handicap ramp for his wife or something. So he literally built a nicer course next to Castle Pond.
That's so ridiculous. Well, it's not ridiculous. Not the handicap spot. That's not what I meant. Just like that somebody has the resources to do that. They just build their own golf course.
So located in Hobie Sound, Florida. I think that's what it's called. That's where they played that Tom Brady, Peyton, Tiger, Phil Mickelson.
Aaron Jones.
Look at Aaron Jones.
Breaking free.
House
the
call.
5, the 0, the touchdown. Aaron Jones, breaking free there. Wow, 46-yard touchdown. That'll put a little pep in the step of this sim.
All right, as of a year ago, fewer than 100 members.
Wow.
Invite only. Denny Hamlin is one of them. Michael Waltrip and Ricky Fowler also played there last February. The course is unbelievable, Hamlin said. 75 members, hopefully 76 here, so he was trying to join. Now, he obviously is a Michael Jordan racer, and he owns that race team now with Jordan that has Bubba Wallace racing. Phil Mickelson is moving down there. He told the Dan Patrick Show that he was in the process of joining the club, and the reason I know that he's moving down there is because we talked about it at the Masters the other day. Someone tried to ask him about the Georgia voting laws. And he's like, look, I'm from California. He's like, I'm moving, but I'm a Californian, So he's moving. Yeah, they just bought a lot fairly close to there. This was a year ago. It can be played in several different loops designed by Bobby Weed Golf Design. You can play it in a bunch of combinations, 3 6-hole loops. 4 9s. You played in 4 9s or 3 6-hole loops. Wow, so
crazy.
Yeah, that is pretty wild. And the clubhouse is far from old school. 15,000 square feet, men's and women's locker rooms. We wanted the precision and the flow of the golf swing as well as Michael Jordan's athleticism and corporate finesse to inspire contemporary form detailing the clubhouse architecture. So those are 5 things you need to know. But 75 members, give or take.
I'm trying to remember the course they played in Florida, the other one where they had like the exclusive, like at the start of the pandemic, they had like,
You're talking about the match that Peyton and Brady played, Mickelson and
No, it was like one with like Rory and Dustin. And...
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember what the course is though?
No, let's see.
Nothing. Like Tom Brady's a member there.
Yeah. Driving relief charity match. Matthew Wolf, Ricky Fowler played against Rory and DJ.
That one.
Why did they? Oh.
What's the course though?
Those teams up here leaving. I'm going to tell you in just a sec. Seminole Golf Club.
Oh yeah, it is Seminole. Okay,
Revered Seminole Golf Club in Juno Beach.
Yeah, that would be a pretty cool one. That one looks definitely cool. It doesn't host many big events or anything, so.
Oh, I was saying the other day because Christian and I were talking about Indy 500. I'd love to play that course where you're at the Brickyard and they've got holes in the infield and then holes on the other side of the racetrack.
Really?
It's just a muni course.
There's holes inside the racetrack?
Yeah.
What? I've never even
They
heard
do
of
not
it.
play on days that there's racing because that would be a little distracting.
Yeah.
You don't need a golf ball flying through a windshield going 220 miles an hour.
And that's at the Indy 500 track.
Yeah, you should Google it. I'll tell you what it's
Going
called.
to.
Like the Indy 500
Going to as soon as this. Okay, we got
or
that was a completion there to Jarvis.
Indy
I think
Motor
that was
Speedway.
Jarvis.
Indy 500 golf course. Yeah.
Okay,
Indy
Motor
Motor Speedway golf course. Brickyard Crossing.
NASCAR is just crazy. They have these stuff. Yeah,
It's a Pete Dye design. Top 100 public golf courses in America, according to Golf Digest and Golf Week.
It goes through the infield. Wow, this is crazy. Right
Yeah.
to Saturday.
It's where because you see it when they do that flyover shot.
I mean, I never watched NASCAR, so I've legitimately never seen
or
it. But
open wheel, but either way.
ooh, it was a nice pass by Baker.
Yeah, Brickyard Crossing.
Hollywood Higgins there on the catch.
I got
NASCAR is fascinating to me. Isn't there a place where there's like apartments, like you can like buy apartments in the stadium and like live there? I think there is. There's like a
maybe. Aren't those apartments in San Diego
I have no idea which
where the
track it
Padres
is.
play?
No, it's like at a race car track.
Oh, I don't know, but I think you can.
I think it's in
130
Charlotte. I think it's in Charlotte.
Charlotte Motor Speedway, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's the one.
It's $130 right now to play on a standard. On a race weekend, it's $150. How the hell are you playing on a race weekend? I guess they stop whenever people get on the racetrack. You can rent tailor-made clubs. They got a tailor-made deal. A group outing's $115, I guess, if you book the foursome, or $95 for charity. It's weird. Brickyard Crossing. Let's see more about the course. Has anybody on here played Brickyard Crossing? They should have a race and PGA tournament on the same day. That'd be great. Yeah, just a timing
That would
thing.
be something.
Well, you could race at night because you put the lights on.
Public course, so they'd really have to trick up the.
Yeah, it would.
And get it geared up, obviously. Cleveland driving here, under 2 minutes left. Baker shotgun dumps it off. Punt.
Cream.
Oh, Juke back inside had a chance. Got it down to just about the 12, though. By two guys. Still 3rd and 10.
This is a very minimalist website. Oh, here we go. Golf course.
All right, 3rd and 10. Baker shotgun still again.
I mean, this course has been around since at least 1960.
Since 1960, it's been around?
Yeah.
Just short there on the pass.
Are those apartments that Andrew just showed us at Charlotte Motor Speedway?
Let me see here. Yeah.
Charlotte
think
Motor
so.
Speedway condos, yeah.
Yeah, you literally like live on the track.
Here's the thing, though. They only, I mean, there might be some concerts there, but otherwise it's just like a handful of races a year. I guess there's a lot of testing there because it's Charlotte, so that's where NASCAR's headquarters are. You know where most race teams are? Chubb. Oh, I put in Hunt.
Timeout. Didn't
But
get in.
do we know? I think those are apartments. Let's see. Apartments at Petco Park. Because obviously there's that hotel at Skydome or whatever it's called.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that was the big
Diego
thing.
Luxury Apartments. Oh, that's near Petco.
Near Petco. There might even be another track. There might even be another track. Like, I don't even know if Charlotte was the one. Like, there's like luxury apartments you can buy. Oh, in it is. It is Nick Chubb
Oh,
this
look at
time.
that.
Finally, gave him 0 touches the first time. This time he's going to push through, grab that touchdown, put Cleveland back in the lead. Rejoice, Nick Chubb owners like myself. We have our touchdown. big movement going on in the Masters too, folks. A couple of Eagles on 15. Matsuyama.
Well, yeah, so I was
lead.
looking at the guy that had the lineup in the Millie Maker.
Mm-hmm.
And I sent it to my buddy who doesn't play as much daily. He just likes to bet on stuff. And I go, but we were talking about lineups, and he was telling me some of the guys you like. So the guy in first place yesterday had Thomas, Finau, Spieth, Rose, Leishman, and Cam Champ. And he goes, can you imagine what that guy's sweating? I go, well, they call Saturday moving day for a reason. So unless they're new to golf, they should not expect that. That doesn't mean that won't still be the winning lineup because it may have the right mix dollar-wise. But I would imagine
it's in a solid spot. But yeah, it's not time to get excited until you get kind of to the back
I was looking to see
nine.
what that guy's name is and see. Okay. The person that was leading after yesterday was named RJ Rat 84, and they've got a Randy Moss picture. So we'll see who's leading as of right now. This is not you, and it's not me.
It's definitely not me this week. Wow, Justin Thomas imploding. We'll be back to even. All right,
So now
Packers got
someone named
55
Ski
seconds.
Miami. Ski Miami, this is their lineup. Victor Hovland, Finau, Spieth, Matsuyama, Zalatoris, and Connors.
Okay.
They don't even
Yeah,
have
Connors had a hole-in-one today, so that'll really boost up the old DraftKings scoring.
Yeah. What did I say that person's name was? Yeah, that person's out of the top 75 already. I'm scrolling
Yeah.
down.
Oh, I mean, look, there's 400,000 people in that lineup. I mean, you know, you're going to fluctuate with every shot that goes in.
You said you weren't doing that one. You were doing the.
I did the
200
200
bucks with 2,200
and
people.
you did a couple other single and 3-entry ones. Yep.
But you are not doing well in any of them because you have.
Oh no,
Canada.
like I said, I used Cantlay across the board this week. Yeah, I play the
In order to win any kind of big contest, isn't just 3 people. You have to have all 6 of your guys make the cut, and then obviously probably 4 or so in the top 10, right?
Yeah, you need the winner, and you need
Well,
not only
you
the
said that,
guys
but-
in the top 10, but you need the guys that get like the Eagles and the hole-in-ones. Like Corey Connors, unless he has like a terrible Sunday, probably going to be in the winning lineup because of that hole-in-one bonus. So
Yeah,
those things really come into play.
but Rose isn't in the top 2 lineups.
Well, he's not in first anymore. Like
Oh, well,
Hideki just made an eagle, right? So,
Oh, did he?
yeah.
I don't-
So like again, that's a massive swing. You know, Hideki has the first.
Oh yeah,
place
look at
points.
that. Right, Rose is in second. He's at 8 under. Hideki's at 9 under.
Yeah. So some big swingage going on, and that's one of the great things about Augusta. I mean, the back nine is just Hideki's just lighting it up. He's getting another birdie. The back nine is just it's made for scoring. Oh, there's a little dart over the middle.
Yeah. My buddy who, like I said, he and I had a couple tickets on some players, and we were talking. And I said, they don't call it moving day for nothing. He goes, "How has U-Haul or some moving company not jumped on that and have Saturday moving day, whether it's at Augusta or every golf tournament, brought to you by U-Haul, brought to you by
Right.
name a moving company?" Seems like
true.
an obvious partnership.
It does actually.
Mason Crosby about to bang in his second field goal, 50-yarder though, not a gimme.
Not automatic, but looks good, and it is. All right, Packers getting a few points there. Nothing spectacular, but they got something out of it.
So I don't know how to approach this little card tournament tonight because I'm sure people have been playing online, but I can't imagine too many people have been playing a lot of, cards in casinos or even in house games. I wouldn't think.
Oh, just from like the
I'm
practice
talking about my
factor.
approach.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's everyone's probably going to be antsy for action.
Yeah, right. Don't you
would
think there'll be some over aggressiveness?
I would think so. That's
Unless I wanna be the
generally when
person-
you're playing with friends and stuff too.
Yeah, sure.
People don't play tight, right?
No,
So-
they'll be a little. In this group, there's a couple guys that certainly fall into that category, and I just wasn't aware of that the last time we played.
You gotta play the table,
Yeah.
How everyone else is going, you gotta kind of go the opposite. If everyone's playing too tight, you play a little loose. If everyone's playing too loose, play a little bit tighter. Play the players.
I just saw the Matsuyama birdie because Masters.com is behind and you're in Canada, so you're probably getting even faster than I am.
I'm just watching. I'm not even watching because I'm trying to. I am not trying. I am keeping my eye on the game. It is tough this afternoon with the Masters going on, but
it's gonna be tougher tomorrow.
When I signed up for Saturday, I'm like, this is gonna be perfect. The final round will have either ended or it'll end like a couple minutes into the first sim. But then they had the weather delay. And now it's like this is the worst timing for this sim. So I think I'm doing a pretty good job, so to speak. I'm just watching the leaderboard update a little bit, but we got Aaron Jones at 65 yards. That one big run, but actually didn't do too much otherwise. Touchdown, though. Nick Chubb with the touchdown, only 20 yards. So the running backs have the touchdowns, but not too much else. Really not much going on in the passing game at all. Beckham, 61 yards.
I'm still eyeing a bonus, right?
He's definitely.
He had 39. I got 61. He's
up there. Yep. Yeah. Now, Odell's been pretty solid the last few times I've seen the Browns play. That's one reason why I like them in that tournament. Odell really just picks up chunk yardage for them. So, yeah, not much else going on, though. Not a big passing output so far. Maybe we'll get more of that in the second half. Let's check out I'm in 49th. I did have Chubb in the captains. Chubb is 7. Chubb's pretty low, 21%, 7% owned in the captain spot there. Winning the leader right now is Odell in the captain spot. Baker, Aaron Jones, Chubb. So the 2 touchdown scores. Crosby and Lazard. Who scored Hooper scored the other touchdown. That's right.
Easy money touchdown.
He only had the 1 catch. No, 2 catches. 9.3 points for Hooper, 33.9% owned. So, okay. Anyways, bonus guys to watch. Yeah, Jones and Beckham, the closest right now.
Let me see what place I'm in.
What's that?
I'm looking to see what place I'm in.
Oh, I don't know. Who'd you captain again? I forget. Oh, Funches.
He's
got
but 0. I have everybody. Well, I don't have Hooper. Let's see. I am in.
Funches has 2 places.
86th place. And in the 86 person classic, I'm in 73rd.
So, is this what's the feeling around Denver right now for the QB situation? Is this like are they really in on Teddy Bridgewater? Or is there like smoke there, or is?
No, I think they're really in on Teddy Bridgewater. I said that last time. In fact, I think that's most likely to happen. More so than
like Lance or Fields.
Yeah, I think that. I think that what they'll have to pay to go up to 4, they don't necessarily want to pay it because they're just not ready to give up on Drew Lock. I know that sounds crazy, and everybody will tell me how much Drew Lock stinks, and they'll
he's
be
still
right.
rookie QB. He's still on his rookie deal, right? Like, so
yeah, he's on his rookie deal, so you get him this year and next for nothing.
Yeah,
and they think that he has the physical tools. They just want to see a second year with Pat Shurmur. And again, I know that's not a inspiring, creative offensive mind necessarily, but that a second year with the same play caller, getting Cortland Sutton back, O-line's better than even they expected with how well Garrett Bowles played. They're getting Jawan James back. And then on defense, you've got Fangio coaching up Vaughn and Chubb. They've only played 4 games together in the 2 years Vic's been there, so you get a full year of those guys. And so you added those corners. So it's just one of those things where they want to give Drew the full look, and then Bridgewater's there to keep the train on the tracks if Drew falls off a cliff. Like, there's no world where Teddy Bridgewater can come in and beat Drew Lock out in camp because there's just not enough throws available, unless the mistakes are just so awful where he's just missing the obvious throw and throwing it away all the time. That's just not going to happen. It's just not the nature of the way training camps go. So,
for sure, you're right. I would be absolutely shocked if they just got Bridgewater and were like, well, yeah, we're just going to let him start. Like, Drew Lock would have to be like an absolute disaster in training camp or something. It feels like, which probably won't happen, like you said. So,
yeah, it's just too hard to. It can't happen like that.
Yeah, it's unlikely, right? So,
right, very rarely. You'll have like the Russell Wilson, Matt Flynn thing, but that had 4 preseason games instead of what'll essentially be 2 preseason games, right? Because they're not going to play either of those guys in one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just not set up for anyone to come in and beat out an incumbent starter unless that starter's completely
and even
fallen.
in the Russell Wilson situation, like you had the rookie beating out the veteran. Like if someone is going to get
But the veteran,
beaten
let's
out,
be fair, Matt Flynn had one good game and got $10 million.
exactly.
Like he had,
And if someone's going to get beaten out, it's a weaker veteran, right? Like it's not going to be the rookie because the rookie is the guy the team wants to invest in. So I think Teddy Bridgewater would make for a good pickup for Denver. I do. I like Teddy. I think that he'd work well on a team with a good defense, and I think Denver's defense is good. So
well, and here's the thing too: people don't realize they're not going to pay full freight on his contract.
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
They're going to make Carolina cover some of the money. They're going to rework the deal. They're going to try to get him to cut off that last year to make him a free agent after this year, and they're going to pay him $6, $8, $10 million out of Denver's pocket, which is a lot, but it's not 20. So I think that's how it goes. And DFS Queenie said Locke is a disaster. Look, Locke has been bad more than he's been good, but he's done enough stuff that they see the potential, and I've talked to enough of his teammates that they see the potential. It just can't all come together. And to write a guy off after 18 starts, as was pointed out by Shelby Harrison, Shelby said this a bunch, but he said it in his press conference. He said, what would happen if you wrote off John Elway or Brett Favre after 18 starts? Right? And there's a lot of quarterbacks you could put in that category. Josh Allen, what if you would have written him off after 18 starts?
Yeah, it's true. No, and look, I'm not like a big Drew Lock believer or anything.
Yeah.
But your point is correct because
I don't know if they are either. They're enough of a believer that they want to let it play out.
And when you have a guy in a cheap rookie contract, that's what you do. That's why the Bears, kept believing in Trubisky, because it's cheap for you to keep trying to get the potential out of these guys, and your only other option is to go and draft another one. So unless they're willing to go and get like Fields or Trey Lance, then of course you're going to start Drew Lock. He's cheap. He's got potential. If you get it out of him, you're in a really good spot. So
so
it's 2nd and 10. Packers moving here. Aaron Jones picking up some nice yardage, getting close to the bones.
They could definitely end up missing on this all the way around, and it sets them back because they'll have wasted a year of Von Miller and it could be Von Miller's final year here, and a year of Bradley Chubb as he's getting better playing opposite of Von Miller, and a year of all these pass catchers and all of that. But they want to.
There is definitely an argument because I think Denver is a pretty solid team, like you said, like you just kind of ran down. There is an argument for them to just go all in and try and get Fields, assuming he drops to 4.
But okay, you get Fields. What is he giving you this year? Like, he won't be ahead of Drew Lock in terms of NFL ready. I'm not saying the upside isn't better.
These rookies, though, sometimes some of them, I just feel like I feel like Fields too might be the most, just because of his extensive college experience. But yeah, it's a gamble, like you said. I mean, there's no guarantee with these top draft picks. I do feel like. You're not going to quite get in. Got the first down, though.
Yes.
Mercedes? Yeah, Mercedes Lewis.
No, it's Scantling.
Oh, Scantling, excuse me. Ugh. Marcus Valdez Scantling. The rookies come in, and they're pretty prepared, but it's not a slam dunk, like you said. So. Goal from 5. Run formation for sure. Bunched up. They're just going to give it right to him. Aaron Jones jogging to the line. It's generally not going to work.
No sense of urgency.
No sense of urgency there. Fire LaFleur.
Looking at the, I see where Kicking Club says Funchess time. That's my captain too, so I'm pulling for Funchess. I was talking to a buddy about this. We were talking about the Masters the other day. They don't really talk about this. And obviously, sand at a golf course, unless you're at Pebble Beach or one of those courses in. Maybe in Oregon, like Bandon Dunes, it's on the water. Obviously, all those, British Open courses in the UK. Sand is not going to be indigenous to a golf course anyway, right? Like, it's obviously brought in. But I don't know why I never thought about it until maybe I was just watching some old Masters highlights this week, kind of getting ready for the tournament, that they had on various, Sports Center or whatever. Is that sand there is so white. That it's like, I don't even know what beach that's from, but it's like the whitest sand in the world that they ship into Augusta, Georgia. And it's fine, it's like it's synonymous with the course. Ooh. What a terrible throw.
Yeah, wow. Don't see that from Aaron Rodgers very much.
No, it looked like Baker on that other throw. But have you ever noticed that? Do you ever think about how white, because there was a couple of those bunkers that are, especially those couple fairway ones that are as wide as the fairway, and you're like, whoa.
So,
It's
like,
extra white,
legitimately,
that sand.
I know Augusta is like, this pristine, beautiful place, and it is built on like a, former tree reserve. It's a beautiful piece of land, right? But
Yes,
there's a lot of artificial stuff about it too. Like they color the water.
Yeah.
There's certain things about it too, like just how they set the greens, how they rake the pine straw. Like the pine straw is all bare. Like you don't see. There's no like random stuff there. It's just pine straw. They basically clean the forest. So the sand is the same thing. It's a certain type. They bring it in. It's artificial. Like they just bring it in.
Yeah, I just had never thought about it until I'm watching. I'm like, this, it's just extra white.
Oh, completely. It's and that's the thing. When you start to think about it, you sort of realize it's like, well, like in the flowers there, like some of them aren't even like, they shouldn't be blooming at certain times, right? So
yeah, of course.
they specifically grow them and then whatever. So a lot of it's artificial, but it's like nice artificial, right? Like it's not like fake stuff.
That's the thing. I don't think people realize how limited that course is, like when it's open also.
Oh, to actually play it?
Yeah, even for very
it's
exclusive list of members. I think it's
insanely exclusive. Like,
well, yeah, but I'm not even talking about I don't mean that. I'm saying like the calendar, like how.
Oh,
limited
right, yeah. Like to actually play
like
it.
You can't play it all in the summer. I don't think.
Yeah, it's very restrictive. Yeah, even the members,
think it's
like you said. Yeah,
I think it's like October to May or something crazy.
Yeah. No, even being a member there, it's like you can't just like walk on and be like, "Hey, I'm playing like 18 today." Like,
no, you have to let them know that you're coming and who you're bringing and all that.
Yeah.
There's a certain former Broncos quarterback that won a Super Bowl just a few years ago that I'm fairly certain is a member now, I've been told.
Oh, okay.
Which makes sense. I mean, he made a couple $100 million from the South.
Well, and there's stories of like guys way richer than that not getting into Augusta. Like,
well, I think Bill Gates is the one, right? Did they ever let him be a member?
Yeah.
Bill Gates was pretty famously, he wanted it so bad they never let him. I was thinking about that with Jeff Bezos.
I like
richer
that,
than
like
everybody. Could Jeff Bezos, like how many Masters members could he buy out their businesses? And, because you can't buy the land. I'm sure they've got.
That's the one thing I like about the Masters in Augusta. Like they wouldn't care. Bezos could come in, he could buy all the land, whatever. They're still not letting him in. I guarantee it. Like they will not just bend to the will of
the lack of diversity and
that.
Well,
that's a different
racism.
Story.
I don't love that.
I don't like that either.
That it was built on.
To their credit, they have
gotten
actually been very, very progressive over the last decade.
Condoleezza Rice is a member. That's the thing too.
Yeah.
So no one knows what it costs unless you know somebody who told you, I paid $250 to join or $500.
Exactly.
Also the bill every year you just get a bill. You don't know what it is, what it's going to be. 1 year it might be 10 grand. 1 year it might be 100 grand. You just get a bill and you have to pay it. And I imagine, I don't know what Condoleezza Rice's net worth is, but if you're somebody like that, her bill may look different than Peyton Manning's bill looked.
Yeah.
Right? Because you don't know. They may not be sending everybody the same bill.
Who knows, man? And you don't question them on things like that.
Hang on. Let me see Augusta national members. Like, there's no published members list. Let's see if we can find.
Hideki is just going absurd. He's at 11 under now. Hideki's gone 6 under over his last 8 holes. Wow, man. Whew. All right. See how that's going to go tomorrow. 3rd and 6. 1 minute left in the third quarter. Packers got the ball again. Deep in their own zone.
Who are members of Augusta National?
Is there even an official list you can find? Because I wouldn't.
No.
I was gonna say I would be surprised if there was.
This is just speculation.
Yeah.
Well, here, and this is on their Wikipedia page, so we know that. Founded by Bobby Jones and Clifford Roberts. Designed by. Okay, so here's a list. Oh, Peyton Manning's name is listed. So notable current members: Warren Buffett, Pete Coors. They finally let Bill Gates in. Lou Gerstner, Roger Goodell, Pat Hayden. So Pat Hayden, like he had some crazy. He's a coach, and then he was this AD at South Carolina. Lou Holtz, Rob Manfred, commissioner of Major League Baseball, Peyton Manning, Hugh McCall Jr., former CEO of Bank of America, Jack Nicklaus, the only Masters champ who's currently a regular member of the club. Sam Nunn, who was a Georgia senator. San Palmisano is the former CEO of IBM. Condoleezza Rice, former CEO of Amex. James D. Robinson III. Ginny Rometty is the current chair and CEO of IBM. Matt Rose, former CEO of BNSF Railway. Lynn Swan's a member. Rex Tillerson, former Secretary of State, former chairman of ExxonMobil. David Farr, and there's some deceased members. Arnold Palmer was a member. Dwight D. Eisenhower famously was a member. T. Boone Pickens.
Baker choosing to throw across his body instead of running for the first down. He gets it.
Jack Welch was a member.
Higgins. So a lot of rich people.
And a couple, but like Lynn Swan being a member.
Yeah, that's an interesting one for sure. That's like not one I was expecting.
Is Lynn Swan still? Oh no, Mike Bones, the AD at USC now. Frank Broyles, the old coach at Arkansas, was a member. Jack Welch, the longtime CEO of General Electric. And like Fred Ridley, who I think was maybe even a pro golf. He was an amateur golfer and played college golf. I remember looking him up in the fall. I'm like, who's Fred Ridley? He made the cut 3 times at the Masters, 76, 77, 78. Made the cut at the U.S. Open and at the British Open in the mid-70s. So he won the U.S. Amateur in 1975.
Okay.
And then he went to the University of Florida. And now I think he's like an investment banker in Atlanta.
All right, guys, we got that quarter done. 16-14 Cleveland. Not too much going on there. Aaron Jones had a nice cue, though, 87 yards. A tutty. Neither of the QBs are
do
close
something,
to the end.
Funchess. Yeah, I need Funchess to do something. He's my
Everybody
guy.
wants Funchess. I know. Everyone uses Funchess when Green Bay comes on. Everyone gets mad when he does nothing. It's a classic Funchess scenario. Devontae had him 64 yards. Odell stuck on 61. Higgins had a nice catch there towards the end. He's at 54. So those 3 guys, they're like one big play away. Funchess, 2 catches, 17 yards. Come on, Funchess. Make it a happy Saturday for everybody. Really not that big offensive numbers, but we still got 1 Q left. It's not been terrible. It's 16-14. No touchdowns in that Q, though.
Brother Phil
Doing
says,
my best to keep an eye on this one, guys, as we talk about the Masters and stuff. But yeah, it's an interesting place, Augusta.
it is an interesting place. I am glad that they've diversified their membership.
And allowing like the women to play there, like it just, it makes it more inviting. And they've been at the forefront of stuff like the broadcasting. Like you said, you can watch all the shots. Like you just go to their website. They don't care about their stupid contracts. Like
they intentionally don't have a lot of endorsement, commercials and advertisement tied to the tournaments, like Mercedes.
They sell sandwiches like $1,
Yeah, and it's limited. But you also have to spend all day watching either the website or ESPN Plus until they decide to finally give you the broadcast feed. And it's like, this is 2021. Like, let's just watch every shot. Cameras are there.
It's true.
Guys are ready to work.
That's more of a golf thing though, because like that's like what it's like for every golf tournament. Like
except the U.S. Open. Like U.S. Open, you can see like almost every darn shot.
I guess
they make a point of saying no, we're gonna, and that's run by the PGA of America too. So British Open, you can watch a lot of the tournament too.
British Open
I
actually.
get your point.
Yeah, the British Open generally has the best coverage actually, but yeah, it's a little bit like that for every golf tournament. The Masters definitely been at the forefront of their app and stuff like that. They have the best app, 100%.
Yeah, the app for sure. The app and the website. I get that.
Yeah.
I've got a couple friends who have played it separately. Now that I think about it, unrelated to the media deal.
Played at Augusta like before.
Yeah, as a guest of a guest of a guest.
How did they say it went?
Said it was amazing. So it was exactly what you think, and then like they have to have, like these big corporations that have ties to it.
Yeah.
Will go, and then you have to have a member kind of be your host, but then they don't necessarily play. They just kind of ride around on the cart with you. There's a handful of like just older gentlemen that are either in Atlanta or in Augusta that are members that literally just kind of tell you everything about the course and ride around with you.
They kind of just act as hosts.
Yeah, but you get a caddy there. They've got a caddy assigned to every player.
Yeah.
You can ride around in golf carts. It's not, you don't have to walk it like the tournament. It's just like a normal, like any other golf course. And, you know, you can have your phone, unlike the Masters. You can take a million pictures. You can do all that.
Yeah.
And you can stay there. They've got all these places to stay. You know, the one thing they added that doesn't get talked about at all is they have this whole mall that's like attached to it. It has a bunch of restaurants. It's like members only and guests of members. So you don't see it at all unless they do like a sweeping helicopter shot.
Yeah.
You don't see it at all. I'll see what it's called.
Yeah, I've never even heard of that, actually.
Yeah.
So.
My wife's uncle owns a bunch of sunglass shops up here in the Vail Valley. And so Maui Jim's brought him as a guest a couple of years ago. And he's not the biggest golfer. And a couple of his buddies up there that are big golfers said, you have to go. And he went. He's like, it was the coolest thing. He was there.
No kidding. Yeah.
He was there. They flew out Tuesday. He was there Wednesday, Thursday, and flew home Friday or whatever. You got to see a day or two of golf and wasn't there on the weekend.
Yeah.
You know, but Maui Jim's picked him up in a private jet in Vail and took him because he obviously does a lot of business with them. But let me see what it's called.
All right, 17-16. We'll dump off. Oh! I thought I might get the corner there. Owen Jones almost there for another long touchdown. Close.
Oh, they also bought a mall in the shopping center that's next to it for $26 million back in June. But that's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, maybe, did they do that for the land or something? I can't remember.
I'm sure that's for the land. I have to keep the mall open. But
yeah.
I'm sure what this thing is called.
I don't think they're interested in keeping the mall open. A Masters Mall. Probably do well. Ooh. Was that our everybody's favorite son, Devin Funchess? It was.
You know, they say that people that go to the Masters spend on average $1,000 in the store. So
it's insane.
You can buy with the $3 beers and the $2 pimento cheese sandwiches or whatever.
Oh, I know. That's where they make their money. That's why they don't care about the food. You know, they're like, oh yeah, come, we have cheap food, and then it's like, come see our store with all the shirts and stuff. Oh man. Oh, over the middle. Ooh, nice move. Adams.
Well, there's an article called Inside the Cultish Dream World of Augusta National, the New Yorker did. Let me see if I can click on that. See what it's called.
Yeah, there's been some articles written about, you know, just how they operate, and it's pretty interesting. You know, gives you a good insight into what's going on there. Packers moving the ball. Aaron Jones.
Here's something to know: the Masters members at Augusta National only call it the National. Us us commoners, we call it Augusta.
Shotgun. Oh, he got rid of it. Jones again. Aaron Jones having a bit. Oh, down the sideline. Smash tackled, though, just inside the 20. Aaron Jones doing some work here. All right, friends. Take my advice. You need to understand. I'm trying to win it all. Thanks, CEH. It's true. It's generally what I'm trying to do. Yeah, Jalen Hurts. It's a good call. Yeah, basketball advice. That's true, CJ. I see you guys in the chat. In the chat. Yeah, Bugaboo makes a good point here in Twitch. Like Augusta is like not even like that nice a city, is it? It's just
no. It's kind of a, for lack of a better term, a crap hole.
Yeah.
If you're a member, you have to wear your green jacket. That denotes who members are. And at the Masters tournament, they also have to wear their own name tags. It's like Roger Goodell has to walk around with a name tag that says Roger Goodell. Or if Peyton's there, he has to walk around with a name tag that says Peyton Manning. And the jackets never get to leave the grounds. They stay in your locker at Butler Cabin.
YDG, it was Reed Fowler, I believe, who liked Justin Rose this week. I gave him a hard time about it too, because I just Justin Rose coming in with pretty terrible form, to be honest. But shout out to Reed, because he nailed that one. He is the value pick of the week. Wow, Hideki saving par from like 30 yards off the green. This guy's playing insane right now. Hideki going to get in at 11 under. Lots of guys chasing him, though. Lots of guys chasing him. Rose still in it. Leashy. My boy, Big Mark Leishman. Oh, run Aaron. Oh, just fires a dart over the middle. Touchdown. And guess who it is, folks? Everyone's favorite player. The first son of the DraftKings man sins. Devin Funchess. He's the guy that everyone loves to roster. And for good reason. He's averaging like 14 points per sim, and he's pretty cheap. So Devin Funchess coming through. Give us a like for the Devin Funchess touchdown, folks. Everyone all mad. Where are you? Where's my bunches of Funchess? There it is. All right. Assume they're going to go for 2 here. Here it is. 2-point try. 2:20 left. Let's make it a 7-point lead. Hand it off. Nope. Didn't go Rogers. All day. They nailed it.
Funchess.
Bada bing, bada boom. Funchess again. Big drive for him.
I'm up to 49th. It's a lot better than 115.
He doesn't play in real life, Ricky Robbie, but he plays in Simville.
Well, this year he's playing. He took a $750,000 pay cut that he basically volunteered to take. I don't know why I can't find what this is called. But essentially, it's like this little mall area. Not mall, but like it's on the, I think it's kind of behind the practice green or driving range. And it's got restaurants and like, you just go hang out there if you're a guest of a member, I think.
The Augusta Mall. And it's like attached
No, not the Augusta Mall thing. No, this is on the ground. This is already there.
That's what I'm saying.
They've done all this new construction. They built a new media
center.
center. I think it's attached like where the new media center is.
Okay.
The mall and all that, they will take over and do something else with.
Okay, so the separate mall they bought, yeah, I think that was for land.
That was, I want to say that strip mall might be where James Brown was like arrested for something silly. Or maybe it wasn't even silly, I don't know.
Okay.
Back in the day.
Fair enough.
CBS has televised it since 1956.
Yeah, they've always had that one. I think they most likely always will. They used to only televise the back nine, too. They used to be really annoying. All right, Cleveland, 3 timeouts, 2 minutes left. They're at their own 40. They got plenty of time. Let's see if Baker can come up with something here. Going for it all. And first, oh, no, didn't connect. Hollywood Higgins. Have you ever been, like, as a spectator?
No, I'd like to go. I was talking to my wife about how to swing it. That won't,
Yeah, I want to take my dad at some point, too. If he gets too old.
Westwood One, who I work with, they have it every year. They just don't have a job for me. And the thing is, Westwood One does a good job of using the same people every year.
Right.
So
right.
That makes it a little trickier.
So you'd be looking to try and go maybe in like a media capacity?
If I couldn't go as a fan.
Actually, maybe DraftKings will send me one year. That would
maybe.
be.
Well,
with the trajectory that betting and fantasy sports are going, a couple more years, maybe I'll get there. We'll have to see. I'm sure it's not too far down the road. Have to have a cage.
This New Yorker article is really interesting. Because the person that is writing about it is just writing about it is basically an alien dropped in. Like they aren't a golfer. They don't care about the pomp and circumstance. They're just observing.
There's Chubb, right. There's Chubb with a little catch over the middle. Yeah, they're just observing how it operates.
I'm going to go back and read it because I'm just kind of scrolling down to figure out exactly what this thing's called. And it's the hardest thing in the world.
All right, these one timeout, still only at the midfield here. Baker gonna, throws on the run, got it. So they're moving. That was Odell.
It says Augusta residents cover their yearly mortgages just by renting out their houses, their regular house, like normal houses.
Oh, sure.
Yep. Berkman's is what it's called. Here.
That's the mall?
the mall thing. Berkman's operates for 1 week a year. It's a small indoor village, 90,000 square feet. Shrines the various touchstones of Augusta national lore, vast immaculate store that sells their merchandise. One of several on the ground. So they have a bunch of stores. They have a tent across the street that I know is where a lot of people spend time. Sweaters. The club doesn't share sales figures. It doesn't even reveal how many tickets are sold. But somebody thinks it moves about $50 million in merchandise just in Masters Week. It says, in some ways, Berkman's is just a food court, but exclusivity can be mind-altering. Badge holder pays for nothing. So if you have a badge, you get everything free. People who can afford a meal at any restaurant in the world derive a thrill from dining without being handed a check. There's a place called Ike's, Calamity Jane's, named for Bobby Jones Putter, Mackenzie's Pub. There's a course architect. Yeah, so Berkman's is what it's called. And they've got TVs so you can watch the tournament and all this food. So yeah, Berkman's.
And this is the one that's inside the ground.
Yeah, this is inside the
yeah.
grounds.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah. All right, 20 seconds left. Cleveland is I guess they put themselves
I'm going to put
position.
this article in the chat rather than telling everybody about it.
Yeah, no, do it. Actually, I kind of want to read it now for sure. Call the end of this game. Cleveland out of timeout. So one completion over the middle here, and they're done. They're not actually going to run it. No, okay. Play action. All right, Baker drop back. He's got time. He's got time. He's got time. He's throwing. Incomplete. Only took 7 seconds off, so not the worst.
I'm not really advocating for free football. As much as I love hanging out with you and hanging out with the Sim fam, I want to get ready for my car. I got to go get cash. So the one thing about playing in house games, though, in this day and age, is you can definitely just
money to take off people right here tonight, folks.
But you can also just Venmo people, like in
that's true
at the table, and people will literally hand you $20 or $40.
Yeah. Do you actually need cash? Oh, he's going in.
Well, I think somebody wants to walk out with cash.
All right,
We're getting close to where it won't matter. Everybody will just Venmo their buy-ins to the pot.
Well, folks, or Brandon, you've been saved. You can go start prepping for your
my prepping is leaving the house. Playing more, it'll be like with the Masters. I overthought it and took a bunch of guys that didn't make the cut. So I'm just gonna go play the cards I'm dealt and play the table. Players of the game.
Players of the game.
Not Funchess. Let's see who's in the winning lineup real quick. Winning lineup. Oh, Funchess was the captain of the winning lineup. It's with 26 points. All right.
I mean, he dominated the second half with the Funchess. Who's
Funchess,
and
Kareem Hunt's too cheap to give it to him because no one's really banking on him, even though I had him in my lineup. Like, who did people spend money on? Same with Hollywood. Cybert, no. I'll take quick suggestions. I finished in 10th, by the way.
How about Valdez Scantling? Oh, did you? Nice job.
Yeah, because of Funchess. Yeah, MBS, well, he's probably even less on.
Jarvis Landry.
Baker, 13 points. Or Adams, who had a bigger ownership. Quickly, Jordan, who had a bigger ownership. It's going to be a quick toss-up because you're expecting one of those guys. Adams. All right, Devontae.
Okay, there it is. Devontae Adams.
12.4 points in the flex. Come on, you got to be better, Devontae. We're expecting big things. Funchess stole your thunder, which a lot of people appreciate, but you got to be better, Devontae.
All right, Devontae Adams, not my kid award. Got to be better. Folks, thanks a lot for handing out for me and BK. We got a Ross Tucker clip on, so hang out until the next sim game. We got Sam Darnold and the Carolina Panthers playing right after this. So check out the clip on Ross Tucker talking about Sam Darnold, and then check out the game right after. We'll be back in about 40 minutes.
It's time to eat.
What are you hungry for?
Sit down and get ready to consume an abundance of fantasy football knowledge from Ross Tucker and Joe Dolan.
Feed me now. I'm starving.
On the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast.
Yeah, let's eat, baby. It is the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast presented by DraftKings, America's #1 rated sportsbook app and DFS app. Get them both on your phone. DraftKings Sportsbook. Tell them Ross sent you. Put Ross in as the code. Heck, this week you get $100 if you bet $1 on a guy to win the Masters and he gets in the top 10 and he gets in the top 10, you get 100 bones. Pretty nice. 100-1 odds on a guy just to get in the top 10. Doesn't have to win. Go over to DraftKings Sportsbook, put $1 on a guy in the Masters, use the code Ross. You'll be happy that you did. I am Ross. That's my name, by the way. At Ross Tucker NFL on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook. We got the YouTube page, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL, former NFL offensive lineman, bunch of teams over 7 years. Now I got a bunch of media gigs and podcasts and all kinds of fun talking about football, including this one. You can check out all the action at Ross Tucker Pod if you want to make sure you know when any of our new shows get posted. The star of this show, well, it's Joe Dolan, at FG_Dolan. He is the fantasy gangsta. That's what FG stands for. Look, he's got the straight-brimmed fantasy points hat tilted to the side a little bit. So FG is fantasy gangsta _Dolan. Speaking of fantasypoints.com, the glorious hat that Joe is wearing, use the code 21Feast. These guys are good enough to give us a new code for you guys each year to get that discount when you get the absolutely necessary fantasy points subscription. 21Feast. So, Joe, here's what I was thinking.
Sure.
I think, look, there will be a lot of analysis, clearly, about what type of fantasy prospects the rookies have after they get selected, right? We'll have a lot more information about them. We'll know what team they're on, how it affects the other guys on the team. Got it. Get it, got it, whatever. I do think, and I've talked to other people about this over the years, I do think there's some value in having an idea of the player themselves and how you feel about the player themselves before they actually land on a team and discussing that. Because I feel like as soon as they get drafted by a team, it's impossible to think about it in any way other than through the prism of that new offensive coordinator, that new scheme, the skill guys there. Whereas we still have a couple weeks here on the Fantasy Feast podcast where we can actually talk about the player. Because as we've seen, Joe, with Darnold this week and Wentz and Goff, and these guys don't just stay on the same team anymore. I mean, they move around, and it might only be after 2, 3, 4, 5 years.
Yeah, and it's kind of like the I guess the player empowerment era, which I'm all for, by the way. I know these guys get paid a lot, but the owners get paid more. But that's a completely separate discussion. But it was kind of brought on, I think, a lot of people believe by LeBron James and the decision. And while certainly the way LeBron James did that when he moved to Miami was heavily criticized, and I was part of that criticism, these players are now realizing, hey, we've got power. We've got the ability to improve things for ourselves, and that's what you're seeing, obviously, with Wentz, at least in particular. And then on the flip side of it, teams aren't as loyal anymore. Jared Goff just got that big contract, and as soon as the Rams saw a potential upgrade, they traded up. I mean, they went out and got Matthew Stafford. So you're right. Like, teams are finding ways, and players are finding ways to get out of situations that they deem untenable. And teams are finding ways to get out of these massive contracts. In the case of the Rams, trading for Matthew Stafford, and using the Jared Goff contract to I guess facilitate that. And they might have actually had to give up more because of it. Or in the case of the Eagles with Wentz, eating the dead cap hit for 1 year so they can move forward with whether it's with Jalen Hurts or somebody else next season. So we are seeing these guys move around more and more often, and I think that's just going to be the way it is in the NFL. Do I still think most quarterbacks are going to stay put if they're good? Yes, I do. Russell Wilson apparently he's wanted a trade here from Seattle. I don't know if that's going to happen. Seems like there's still a small chance. But I still think most quarterbacks, if they're good, are going to stay put. But there is that chance. Maybe things just aren't perfect with the team. Things aren't perfect with the player. That player and team decide to separate at some point.
So here's the other question I've got for you, Joe. I think this is where we need to start.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was interesting. Yesterday on the Even Money podcast, I was talking with Steve Fezzik about Sam Darnold trade and everything. By the way, he thinks Sam Darnold stinks. Yeah. He doesn't think Sam Darnold is as good as Teddy Bridgewater. So he does not really understand the trade, which I thought was interesting. But we were talking about they got Darnold instead of a rookie quarterback. And next week on Even Money, we're actually diving into season win totals for the first time. And he said he thinks that he has chronically undervalued rookie quarterbacks, meaning a lot of times he takes the under on season win totals of teams that he thinks are going to play rookie quarterbacks a lot. A lot of times he bets against them week one. And then he talked about Burrow, and he talked about Herbert, maybe to a lesser extent Tua. And he made the point, Joe, that rookie quarterbacks recently have been better than he gives them credit for. They didn't used to be, but they're coming in more ready. I think teams doing a better job of scheming around them. And so he's like, you know what? I'm not going to be fading these rookie quarterback teams as much. So I guess my first question, okay, is how have rookie quarterbacks fared historically from a fantasy perspective, and in particular, Joe, in recent years?
Yeah, well, historically not very good. Even guys who showed, obviously Carson Wentz had the big second year, but even guys who've shown promise like Wentz did his rookie season, he wasn't very good for fantasy. The team wasn't very good around him, quite frankly. And that's the other part you have to take into account here, Ross, is that rookie quarterbacks very often don't have great teams around them. So you have to take that into account. But there have been some exceptions here in recent seasons. Going back to 2016, Dak Prescott, again, a unique situation. He was a fourth-round pick that essentially inherited a Super Bowl contending team and a Super Bowl contending offense and a very good infrastructure around him following the injury to Tony Romo. So he was very well insulated and was able to put up numbers, and obviously with his legs, he helped out with that. Deshaun Watson in 2017, before he tore his ACL, again, he was a middle of the, I believe he's the 10th pick in the draft. So he was on a team that was in a better position to insulate a rookie quarterback. And then, of course, he had the mobility. So that's a step up for him. Obviously, you look at somebody like Josh Allen, who as a rookie was not very good at all from an on-field perspective. But because he was able to run, as a matter of fact, I had him in a fantasy championship game, and he won me a fantasy championship that year because despite the fact that Josh Allen was not very good as a rookie from an on-field perspective, he was very good for fantasy. Kyler Murray, running around out there. Again, he was up and down as a rookie. I think many would argue he was up and down in his second season as well, but putting up very good fantasy numbers. So when you're looking at, from a fantasy perspective, Ross, the number one thing you look for, and I'm not breaking any ground here when it comes to a rookie quarterback, is the ability to run. And fortunately, we have multiple guys in this rookie class whose legs were a major part of what they were able to do in college. And then you have a guy like Zach Wilson, who it wasn't the biggest part of his game, but he still has some functional mobility. So that's number one. And number two, you look for the supporting cast around the players, and we'll definitely be talking about that. But from a general perspective, I just also think, Ross, that you mentioned it, teams are doing a better job putting these quarterbacks in a position to win as rookies. And when I say win, put them in a better position to succeed, gain confidence. And, it seems like even 10, 15 years ago, coaches would be like, well, this is my system, my way or the highway. You're learning it, so you're going to sit on the bench until you learn it. You look at Carson Palmer, who was the number 1 pick in the draft and sat his entire rookie season. You don't see that anymore. Jordan Love sat his entire rookie season, but he was an end of the first round pick and he played behind the MVP. So, that stuff doesn't happen anymore. And also, teams are now understanding how important it is to build the foundation of a team. If you think you can win and you've got a rookie quarterback on that rookie deal, it's a cheat code. You're able to build a significant team around the quarterback on the rookie deal. We saw it with Philly and Wentz when they won the Super Bowl. The Rams, when they went to the Super Bowl, had Jared Goff on his rookie deal. So teams are incentivized now to win while the quarterback is young. So you want to get these guys on the field quickly, and certainly in the modern NFL, the running quarterback has become more important, and that's certainly something that helps us for fantasy.
Well, and Joe, a couple things. First of all, speaking of cheat code, that's what LinkedIn Jobs is. Like, I don't know anybody that's not on LinkedIn. I don't think you know anybody that's not on LinkedIn. Everybody is on LinkedIn. So if you've got small businesses like I do with RT Media and Go Big Recruiting, my front page story, you're constantly looking to hire people. LinkedIn's network has 740 million professionals. 740. Everybody is on there. I know there's other services out there. Look, none of them have all the peeps like LinkedIn has all the peeps. LinkedIn Jobs can help you hire the right person for your role. Your first job post is free, by the way. Let them show you how good they are. Just visit linkedin.com/feast. Again, that's linkedin.com/feast to post your first job for free. Terms and conditions apply. That was the one point I want to mention. The other point I want to mention, I had a vision while you were talking, Joe.
Okay.
And it was the 0-4 Jacksonville Jaguars in week 5. And Urban Meyer is tired of losing. And Trevor Lawrence runs it 22 times against the Houston Texans because they know it's their best chance at a win. And Urban Meyer comes from the school of quarterbacks run the rock. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, Joe, but he's not going to be used to losing, and he's not going to be used to the quarterback not running. So I don't know if that's wise with Trevor Lawrence coming off the torn labrum, but he's a much better athlete and runner than I think some people know. I think, to be honest with you, I think some people look 6'6" tall white guy. They almost forget what he did against Ohio State a couple years ago.
I was just about to say that, Ross, and that was when I first started paying much closer attention to Clemson because my wife had just gotten a job at Clemson. I was still living in State College, PA at the time. So that was the first time I ever went to a bar wearing my little Clemson hat and going, yeah, go Tigers, because I'm a bandwagon fan. But when I was watching that playoff game against Ohio State, and I know exactly what you're talking about, when he took off down the near sideline on the television going from right to left for that long touchdown run, I was like to Tom Brawley, who was sitting next to me, I was like, did you know he could do that? And I think a lot of people were surprised. Now, he's not Lamar Jackson, okay? He's probably not even Josh Allen. Josh Allen's built like a freaking defensive end. So I don't think Trevor Lawrence is that, but he can run. And you come from, again, Urban Meyer, Tim Tebow, J.T. Barrett. All these quarterbacks have run under Urban Meyer. Alex Smith ran under Urban Meyer. So that is going to be a part of the Jaguars game. They are still thin at receiver. They're trying to build up, I guess, the offensive line, some of their moves didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But Trevor Lawrence, I expect, Ross, is going to be drafted as kind of a high to mid-end quarterback too, based on his pedigree and based on his athleticism. I would anticipate that he is a in that like 16 to 18 quarterback range. And I might be underrating what people are going to think of Trevor Lawrence when they look at this skill set. And, he is, I do want to be careful to say generational, because I don't know if that's fair to Trevor Lawrence. There are some concerns here, but the guy's a really good prospect. He's going to start from day one. So he's going to return some fantasy value, especially in best ball.
What do we think? Okay, so you talked about Trevor's value. What do you think it means for the Jags skill guys?
I would anticipate it's probably an upgrade from what they had last year in Minshew and Glennon and Luton and whoever the hell else was starting there. I'm going to be in on DJ Chark this year. He's going to be a post-hype type of guy. I'm going to be in on him. I want to see what happens in the backfield. They said they want to add some speed back there with James Robinson, who had a great rookie season. I think people are being scared away by potentially the new staff coming in and being like, well, he had a great year, but he's undrafted, so see ya. I'm expecting that things are just going to be a little bit more stable for the Jacksonville Jaguars, and that's going to be good for their skill guys overall, but they still have a lot of work to do to put skill guys around Trevor Lawrence. The one guy I would say, and again, not breaking any ground here, but Urban Meyer coached Percy Harvin. Urban Meyer coached Curtis Samuel at Ohio State. Darrell Bevell, the offensive coordinator there, coached Percy Harvin with both Minnesota and Seattle. Laviska Shenault can be used as that kind of player. And I think he's going to be somebody people are going to be very excited about for fantasy, especially if they don't make any big moves at receiver in the draft.
Let's get to number 2. We know it seems like at this point we know it's going to be Zach Wilson. We know he's going to the Jets after this Sam Darnold trade. Zach Wilson, I mean, it's why it's kind of funny when people say, oh, next year's draft class isn't very good. Well, at quarterback, they always say that, but then there's always a guy or
always
two
a guy
that I mean, Zach Wilson was competing for the job with 2 other guys at BYU. Now he's going to be the number 2 overall pick. Now, I know he's mobile, Joe, but how much does he really run? Like, how much is he going to give people running yardage?
He's not going to give you the Justin Fields level running yardage. Now, keep this in mind, Ross. In his 3 years at BYU, 75 rush attempts, 67 rush attempts, 70 rush attempts. However, as you well know, Ross, sacks are counted as rush attempts in college. So you can't really look at a quarterback's rushing production and say, oh, well, he took off and run 70 times. That's not really his game. He can give you, I think, a little bit of the design run element, much in the same way that Patrick Mahomes can. But we've seen Patrick Mahomes have great games on the ground, but nobody's going to tell you the guys out there like Cam Newton. Nobody's going to say, oh, he's a real weapon there. It's just something they have in their arsenal. And that's how I view Zach Wilson. But you look at the Jets here, you have Corey Davis, you have Denzel Mims, but they still need a lot of work here. Trevor Lawrence is going to be, and correctly so, Trevor Lawrence is going to be valued much higher than Zach Lawrence in fantasy drafts this year.
What does it mean for the skill guys in New York? Mims and Crowder and those guys.
I kind of agree with Fezzik. I think Sam Darnold stinks. So it's a clear upgrade for them. Like I mean, it's actually, to me, it's probably a bigger upgrade than the Jags going to Lawrence, just simply because the Jags at least had some level of competent quarterback play. Not to say it was good, but it was more competent than that of the Jets. So it's an upgrade for the Jets guys across the board. And hey, maybe Chris Herndon, after he was dead for 12 games and then contributed the final 4. Maybe he gets a little bit of a bump here too. But the Jets still have a lot of work to do.
Okay, so you kind of said this, Joe, but I need to hammer it down. The Panthers are kind of committing to Sam Darnold for 2 years, like they kind of committed to Teddy Bridgewater for 2 years last year, and then after a year realized that was a bad plan. What does it mean? Is Sam Darnold fantasy relevant in Carolina? There is the thought process that Joe Brady is that much of an upgrade,
and that's fair.
Adam Gase, and he will have guys like, DJ Moore, as well as his old buddy Robbie Anderson. No more Curtis Samuel. He got the check down to Christian McCaffrey. What do you think of Darnold? We got to bring it up while we're talking young quarterbacks in that trade.
Ross, I'm much in the same way that Sam Darnold is a see it, throw it passer. I'm a see it, draft it guy when it comes to Sam Darnold. I have to see it before I draft him. I am not 100% certain that Sam Darnold is an upgrade on Teddy Bridgewater. And I am not a Teddy guy. But at least, again, what were we just talking about? That baseline level of competence. Teddy Bridgewater had that baseline level of competence. Sam Darnold has shown flashes in his career, but there are big time concerns for Sam Darnold. I have to see it. I did not like that trade from Carolina's perspective. I got to be honest, based on what I have seen from Sam Darnold thus far.
Yeah, I don't know that it's an upgrade for DJ Moore or Robbie Anderson or McCaffrey.
I think. I'd lean more towards the downgrade section, Ross, at this stage. Darnold has ability, we know that, but it's a tough sell for me at this point.
Okay, we got 3 more first-round quarterbacks we got to discuss. We believe it seems like most people think the Niners at number 3 are going to go Mac Jones, Joe. There's still some talk. Maybe it's Trey Lance. Not as much Justin Fields. It feels like Justin Fields is pretty clearly the number 5 quarterback. Maybe he would have been better off not playing this year.
Yeah,
so it's kind of unbelievable. If he didn't play this year, I find it hard to believe he wouldn't have been second. And not like he played bad. He had a couple bad games, and here he is. He's potentially number 5. But let's talk Mac Jones, and in particular, if he goes to San Francisco. Yeah, I don't know what to say there, Joe, because he's not a runner, and I think they're going to play Garoppolo for a while unless somebody blows him away.
I think the skill set is less conducive to fantasy, although the skill position players around him are good. So maybe that leans more in Mac Jones's favor. Now, again, not a great athlete, not a runner, and again, oh, by the way, yet another guy who people knew who Mac Jones was last year because he played when Tua was hurt, but nobody was talking about him at this time last year as a potential top 10, top 5 pick. So just again, wait until next year to see what happens at the quarterback position. But I would probably put him below. I would rank him similarly to Zach Wilson, but below, because I think there's more of a guarantee that Zach Wilson will start week 1, by the way.
All right, so let me ask you about this, though, Joe.
Yeah.
Like, can you take Garoppolo under the he's going to be ticked off, focused Aaron Rodgers syndrome, or is Garoppolo absolutely undraftable because of the threat that he gets traded or doesn't start more than half the games?
Unless you're in like a super flex league where you can handcuff your quarterback, Garoppolo's not. What have I seen from Jimmy Garoppolo that I would give him the benefit of saying, oh, he's going to have a double middle freedom rocket season like Aaron Rodgers? Like there's no comparison there for me. It's Mac Jones. If Mac, whoever the 49ers pick is going to start sooner rather than later, if not week 1.
Let's get to 2 more guys. The next guy, obviously, maybe the most unique draft profile ever. I mean, he played 1 year at the FCS level, was unbelievable, played 1 weird game in the fall, and now he's going pro. Trey Lance from North Dakota State, Joe.
Supreme physical ability. Again, I don't know how this guy interviewed. I did hear that Mac Jones absolutely blew a team away in his interview. But that's obviously going to be a big part of it. You've heard Greg Cosell talk about how Trey Lance actually has the under center play action pass game down pat, much more so than any of the other quarterbacks in this draft class, because he did that a lot at North Dakota State. So that's going to appeal to teams. And quite frankly, Ross, as we go down this draft board, as we just keep going down, you start seeing the better teams. So you look at Carolina, which I would think is probably out of the quarterback game, but I wouldn't say 100% so at this stage. And then you look at a team like Denver, which is probably maybe a threat to trade up. A team like Atlanta, where there might be a disagreement between the coach and the GM about what to do at the quarterback position, where these teams have some talent. And then I start to see these quarterbacks like Lance and Fields, who have this big time traits, the big time mobility, and you potentially land in a spot like Denver. Now that becomes super appealing to me. So if Lance or Fields, especially Fields, who I think probably has a shorter learning curve just because the level of competition for Lance, although we did see Carson Wentz come in and start week 1, and he had more experience at North Dakota State. If one of those guys lands in Denver or another team that might be creeping down in that in the end of the top 10, maybe trade up like the Patriots, I might rank that guy above Trevor Lawrence just for 2021, only because, I mean, look, you put a competent quarterback in Denver where you're throwing to Sutton and you're throwing to Hamler and you're throwing to Fant and you're throwing to Tim Patrick and you're throwing to Judy. That to me is super appealing. So that is the team that I am really looking for to trade for one of these guys like Fields or Lance, these high-end trait quarterbacks, because that's a spot where a rookie can come in and succeed immediately, and that's going to attract me for fantasy.
Speaking of rookies, by the way, if you are starting to lose your hair, don't make the rookie mistake a lot of other guys make and think, oh, it's nothing. No. You need to start right away. 2 out of 3 men will experience some form of hair loss by the time they're 35. More than 50 million men in the U.S. suffer from male pattern baldness, including yours truly. Here's what I love about Keeps. I was already taking the only 2 FDA-approved medications that can prevent hair loss. Keeps offers both. So you just take pictures of your bald spot on your head. They send, doctor reviews it. Then they send it right to your house. I don't have to go to the doctor to get the prescription for the pill anymore. I don't have to go to the store to buy the topical solution or to go pick up the prescription. So much better. I'm Keeps for life. I'm just telling you right now, I'm a Keeps guy for life. If you're ready to take action like I did and prevent hair loss, go to keeps.com/feast to receive your first month of treatment for free. Yes, free. That's keeps.com/feast to get your first month free. Keeps.com/feast. Do not be a rookie. Be a pro when it comes to losing your hair. Justin Fields, Joe Dolan, your thoughts. I don't know where he's going to end up.
I don't know either. Again, and I don't know what these NFL teams are thinking, because you look at the traits and you're like, I can't believe somebody would think Mac Jones is a better prospect than Justin Fields. I mean, but I don't know what the NFL teams are thinking. So again, he's the guy, Ross, when I'm looking at landing spot, huge for him, because if he ends up starting day 1 in, again, just to bring up Denver, in a place like Denver, I am targeting Justin Fields for fantasy. That is a stone cold fact, and I would rank him, I think, in that spot ahead of Trevor Lawrence just for 2021.
I'll be curious. Now, he's a guy that can really run when they want him to as well. He's not like Lamar Jackson. He's a much better thrower than that. But for these guys like Lance and Fields, especially, Joe, I wonder how much of the run game these teams will incorporate.
Yeah, and it's a good question, Ross, because I want those legs. Like I want the rush attempts as much as a target for a running back is worth like 2.5 times as much as a rush attempt. A rush attempt for a quarterback is worth more than a pass attempt for fantasy. So I really want to see those guys. If you draft Fields and or Lance, the quarterback run game absolutely must be a part of your foundational offense. Like it'd be malpractice if you take Justin Fields and try to turn him into a pure pocket passer. So those teams are going to be the ones where I'm really interested to see exactly what happens. I think Trevor Lawrence could succeed as a pure pocket passer. I don't know why a team would do that, but Trevor Lawrence, I think, could succeed as a pocket passer. But if you have Fields or Lance, the foundational a foundational part of your offense needs to be the quarterback run game.
Next week, wide receivers. I cannot wait. It's a loaded class. Another class, by the way, Joe, where people keep saying, rookie wide receivers. Yeah, that's not the case anymore either. We'll talk about it next week right here on the Fantasy Feast Eaton podcast. For right now, I'm stuffed.
Thanks for listening to the Fantasy Feast podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and the College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
It's time to eat.
What are you hungry for?
Sit down and get ready to consume an abundance of fantasy football knowledge from Ross Tucker and Joe Dolan.
Feed me now. I'm starving.
On the Fantasy Feast Eaton podcast.
Yeah, let's eat, baby. It is the Fantasy Feast Eaton podcast presented by DraftKings, America's #1 rated sportsbook app and DFS app. Get them both on your phone. DraftKings Sportsbook. Tell them Ross sent you. Put Ross in as the code. Heck, this week you get $100 if you bet $1 on a guy to win the Masters and he gets in the top 10 and he gets in the top 10. You get 100 bones. Pretty nice. 100-1 odds on a guy just to get in the top 10. Doesn't have to win. Go over to DraftKings Sportsbook, put $1 on a guy in the Masters, use the code Ross. You'll be happy that you did. I am Ross. That's my name, by the way. At Ross Tucker NFL on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook. We got the YouTube page, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL, former NFL offensive lineman, bunch of teams over 7 years. Now I got a bunch of media gigs and podcasts and all kinds of fun talking about football, including this one. You can check out all the action at Ross Tucker Pod if you want to make sure you know when any of our new shows get posted. The star of this show, well, it's Joe Dolan, at FG_Dolan. He is the fantasy gangsta. That's what FG stands for. Look, he's got the straight-brimmed fantasy points hat tilted to the side a little bit. So FG is fantasy gangsta _Dolan. Speaking of fantasypoints.com, the glorious hat that Joe is wearing, use the code 21Feast. These guys are good enough to give us a new code for you guys each year to get that discount when you get the absolutely necessary fantasy points subscription. 21Feast. So, Joe, here's what I was thinking.
Sure.
I think, look, there will be a lot of analysis, clearly, about what type of fantasy prospects the rookies have after they get selected, right? We'll have a lot more information about them. We'll know what team they're on, how it affects the other guys on the team. Got it. Get it, got it, whatever. I do think, and I've talked to other people about this over the years, I do think there's some value in having an idea of the player themselves and how you feel about the player themselves before they actually land on a team and discussing that. Because I feel like as soon as they get drafted by a team, it's impossible to think about it in any way other than through the prism of that new offensive coordinator, that new scheme, the skill guys there. Whereas we still have a couple weeks here on the Fantasy Feast podcast where we can actually talk about the player. Because as we've seen, Joe, with Darnold this week and Wentz and Goff, and these guys don't just stay on the same team anymore. I mean, they move around, and it might only be after 2, 3, 4, 5 years.
Yeah, and it's kind of like the I guess the player empowerment era, which I'm all for, by the way. I know these guys get paid a lot, but the owners get paid more. But that's a completely separate discussion. But it was kind of brought on, I think, a lot of people believe by LeBron James and the decision. And while certainly the way LeBron James did that when he moved to Miami was heavily criticized, and I was part of that criticism, these players are now realizing, hey, we've got power. We've got the ability to improve things for ourselves, and that's what you're seeing, obviously, with Wentz, at least in particular. And then on the flip side of it, teams aren't as loyal anymore. Jared Goff just got that big contract, and as soon as the Rams saw a potential upgrade, they traded up. I mean, they went out and got Matthew Stafford. So you're right. Like, teams are finding ways, and players are finding ways to get out of situations that they deem untenable. And teams are finding ways to get out of these massive contracts. In the case of the Rams, trading for Matthew Stafford, and using the Jared Goff contract to I guess facilitate that, and they might have actually had to give up more because of it. Or in the case of the Eagles with Wentz, eating the dead cap hit for 1 year so they can move forward with whether it's with Jalen Hurts or somebody else next season. So we are seeing these guys move around more and more often, and I think that's just going to be the way it is in the NFL. Do I still think most quarterbacks are going to stay put if they're good? Yes, I do. Russell Wilson apparently he's wanted a trade here from Seattle. I don't know if that's going to happen. Seems like there's still a small chance. But I still think most quarterbacks, if they're good, are going to stay put. But there is that chance. Maybe things just aren't perfect with the team. Things aren't perfect with the player. That player and team decide to separate at some point.
So here's the other question I've got for you, Joe. I think this is where we need to start.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was interesting. Yesterday on the Even Money podcast, I was talking with Steve Fezzik about Sam Darnold trade and everything. By the way, he thinks Sam Darnold stinks. Yeah. He doesn't think Sam Darnold is as good as Teddy Bridgewater. So he does not really understand the trade, which I thought was interesting. But we were talking about they got Darnold instead of a rookie quarterback. And next week on Even Money, we're actually diving into season win totals for the first time. And he said he thinks that he has chronically undervalued rookie quarterbacks, meaning a lot of times he takes the under on season win totals of teams that he thinks are going to play rookie quarterbacks a lot. A lot of times he bets against them week one. And then he talked about Burrow, and he talked about Herbert, maybe to a lesser extent to and he made the point, Joe, that rookie quarterbacks recently have been better than he gives them credit for. They didn't used to be, but they're coming in more ready. I think teams doing a better job of scheming around them. And so he's like, you know what? I'm not going to be fading these rookie quarterback teams as much. So I guess my first question, okay, is how have rookie quarterbacks fared historically from a fantasy perspective, and in particular, Joe, in recent years?
Yeah, well, historically not very good. Even guys who showed, obviously Carson Wentz had the big second year, but even guys who've shown promise like Wentz did his rookie season, he wasn't very good for fantasy. The team wasn't very good around him, quite frankly. And that's the other part you have to take into account here, Ross, is that rookie quarterbacks very often don't have great teams around them. So you have to take that into account. But there have been some exceptions here in recent seasons. Going back to 2016, Dak Prescott, again, a unique situation. He was a fourth-round pick that essentially inherited a Super Bowl contending team and a Super Bowl contending offense and a very good infrastructure around him following the injury to Tony Romo. So he was very well insulated and was able to put up numbers, and obviously with his legs, he helped out with that. Deshaun Watson in 2017, before he tore his ACL, again, he was a middle of the, I believe he's the 10th pick in the draft. So he was on a team that was in a better position to insulate a rookie quarterback. And then, of course, he had the mobility. So that's a step up for him. Obviously, you look at somebody like Josh Allen, who as a rookie was not very good at all from an on-field perspective, but because he was able to run, he was, as a matter of fact, I had him in a fantasy championship game, and he won me a fantasy championship that year because despite the fact that Josh Allen was not very good as a rookie from an on-field perspective, he was very good for fantasy. Kyler Murray, running around out there. Again, he was up and down as a rookie. I think many would argue he was up and down in his second season as well, but putting up very good fantasy numbers. So when you're looking at, from a fantasy perspective, Ross, the number one thing you look for, and I'm not breaking any ground here when it comes to a rookie quarterback, is the ability to run. And fortunately, we have multiple guys in this rookie class whose legs were a major part of what they were able to do in college. And then you have a guy like Zach Wilson, who it wasn't the biggest part of his game, but he still has some functional mobility. So that's number one. And number two, you look for the supporting cast around the players, and we'll definitely be talking about that. But from a general perspective, I just also think, Ross, that you mentioned it, teams are doing a better job putting these quarterbacks in a position to win as rookies. And when I say win, put them in a better position to succeed, gain confidence. And, it seems like even 10, 15 years ago, coaches would be like, well, this is my system, my way or the highway. You're learning it, so you're going to sit on the bench until you learn it. You look at Carson Palmer, who was the number one pick in the draft and sat his entire rookie season. You don't see that anymore. Jordan Love sat his entire rookie season, but he was an end of the first round pick and he played behind the MVP. So, that stuff doesn't happen anymore. And also, teams are now understanding how important it is to build the foundation of a team. If you think you can win and you've got a rookie quarterback on that rookie deal, it's a cheat code. You're able to build a significant team around the quarterback on the rookie deal. We saw it with Philly and Wentz when they won the Super Bowl. The Rams, when they went to the Super Bowl, had Jared Goff on his rookie deal. So teams are incentivized now to win while the quarterback is young. So you want to get these guys on the field quickly, and certainly in the modern NFL, the running quarterback has become more important, and that's certainly something that helps us for fantasy.
Well, and Joe, a couple things. First of all, speaking of cheat code, that's what LinkedIn Jobs is. Like, I don't know anybody that's not on LinkedIn. I don't think you know anybody that's not on LinkedIn. Everybody is on LinkedIn. So if you've got small businesses like I do with RT Media and Go Big Recruiting, my front page story, you're constantly looking to hire people. LinkedIn's network has 740 million professionals. 740. Everybody is on there. I know there's other services out there. Look, none of them have all the peeps like LinkedIn has all the peeps. LinkedIn Jobs can help you hire the right person for your role. Your first job post is free, by the way. Let them show you how good they are. Just visit linkedin.com/feast. Again, that's linkedin.com/feast to post your first job for free. Terms and conditions apply. That was the one point I want to mention. The other point I want to mention.
What's up, DK Sim fam? We are back with the prime time man. Sim, me, Jeff Ulrich, my friend, Matt Lamarca, taking the place of Brandon Cristal for this one. I believe he'll also be taking you home. What have we got in this one? I've already forgotten. I just made my line. Oh yeah, we got the Houston Texans, we got Deshaun Watson, and we got the Baltimore Ravens. We got Lamar Jackson. We got the two premier Russian quarterbacks of DK Simline. How could I forget? Matt, how you doing, man? Who'd you captain, Lamar or Deshaun?
I'm doing well. I was having some technical difficulties, so apologies for the delay. I did not get a lineup in, but
Okay.
if I did, I would have chose Lamar Jackson. I'm sure. I always like
Okay.
to roster him as my captain. Just the rushing upside is just so great with him.
I do remember a weekend game with me and Jason Rossi, watching him go for 300 yards rushing. So you are correct in saying that, sir. Does have like probably the best upside, pure upside in this Simville game that we love. 27 points per sim. I went with Brandon Cooks in my captain spot. I didn't have the technical difficulties, so I did manage to squeeze one in just in the nick of time. We'll see how it goes. I got Deshaun in there as well. Right now, Lamar Jackson looking like 43% owned in the captain spot in the free roll, 89% owned in the flex. Deshaun 13% owned the captain, 77% owned in the flex. So I'll be honest, kind of an interesting game. I mean, just an interesting matchup. I don't remember the last time I saw Deshaun and Lamar Jackson play each other, so I'm kind of intrigued. See how this one's going to go. If we're going to get like a snoozer, or if these guys just go nuts.
I'm predicting points. It worked the last time I was on. I said the Chiefs were going to score exactly 35 points, and they did.
Nice.
So I'm saying that this game is 31-28 final. That's my
31-28.
guess.
Okay. Can you tell me who's going to win the Masters tomorrow too? And what the score is going to be? And how many birdies?
At this rate, it's going to be Hideki minus 37.
Yeah, I know, right? What the heck happened there? I mean, I don't mind you get a 1-shot, 2-shot lead, but like, come on, like let's 4 shots. Got to keep my guys in it here, Xander and Leishman. They're okay. They'll be hunting early tomorrow. It's going to be a good final round. You watch any of it today, Matt, or were you just doing other stuff?
No, I did. I watched. I caught basically everything after the delay.
Okay, yeah.
I watched the Mets early in the day. Just waste another beautiful pitching performance from Jacob deGrom.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, I was watching, and Matsuyama was just throwing darts.
Yeah.
Absolute darts.
Throwing darts, making some putts. Prime Hideki is really good.
Oh yeah.
When he gets going, you're like, wow, this dude is really talented. He's just had trouble getting it all together lately over the last couple of years. I want to say he's probably just going to win and go away with it. He's a good enough player to do it, but like it's been a while since this dude has won. He's got some serious guys beneath him too, in Shoffley and Leishman chasing. Leishman can really get hot with the putter, so it's going to be an interesting day tomorrow. Hideki starts poorly. Look out. That's all I'll say. A lot of pressure on these guys.
For sure. I would have to imagine that the track record of guys with 4-shot leads is pretty good.
It is. You're right. That lead, like extending it from 2 to 4 is just like, it's massive. Yeah.
No, because right, those last few holes he was just dialed in. The one guy I feel pretty good about crossing out is Justin Rose. Like,
yeah, me too.
Not that he doesn't have the talent to go low, but he has played even par for 2 straight days. So you kind of, it doesn't seem like he is really going to have the capability to throw up a low number on Sunday.
Yeah, that's a solid call. Rose's first round was not an anomaly, but he just, he made an eagle. He ran well. He was playing like crap coming into this. Like, he withdrew from a tournament from back spasms. So he's obviously found something, but I don't think he's quite there where he's going to put up like a 65 tomorrow. I'd be pretty surprised if that happened. Like I said, to me, it's Leishman and Xander are the guys that Hideki's really got to watch out for. I don't even know if he can go much further back. I guess Spieth, you can't rule him out. He's 6 back, but we have seen guys come from 6 back and win this tournament specifically as well. So I think that's probably as far back as I'd go with Spieth. So it's really kind of cut down to about 8 guys tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed in Justin Thomas. I thought he was playing great. He just was kind of missing some short putts, and then all of a sudden you put in a triple bogey, and it's just like that. He's out of contention.
That was crazy because I was on the last sim, and I saw him dropping shots, but I'm like, well, it's JT. He could just light up these par fives. And then I'm like, where'd he go? Now he's at -1. I'm like, what just happened? And it's on the easiest hole on the golf course too. So major meltdown by Justin Thomas tomorrow. He's probably going to be a good DraftKings showdown pick for round 4. There goes Lamar. Whoa. Not sure if he got the first close though. Justin Thomas probably going to be a good showdown pick tomorrow. I'm sure he'll get it back together. But yeah, bad meltdown today. Captain Blood says it's not going to be Hideki. He won't sleep tonight. His home will blow him up tonight. There's a lot of pressure, man. A lot of pressure. He is the Japanese superstar. My God, he's got a good top end if he can just maintain it. He could run away with this. He's done in the past at big events. It's been a while, but
yeah, you definitely worry about. He's a classic 3 wiggle guy. If the putter all of a sudden goes from being regular to subpar, that could be a problem. But it didn't matter today because he was just hitting it all over the flag.
And the rain came in, and Hideki was the guy who benefited from it. He just was hitting darts, and I think the slower green speeds probably helps him a little bit. He was a little bit more aggressive with his putts, it looked like. And is it going to dry out tomorrow and be different for him? Like I said, if I think he benefited from getting Xander over Leishman, although Xander is kind of a killer too, so I don't even know. I was hoping Leishman would make that last putt on 18, get in the final group, because I think Leishman is a savvy enough dude. If he rolls a couple putts in, he could really put the pressure on Hideki. But Hideki, beat Xander by 3 strokes today, so he's got to have some confidence. I'll be pretty surprised if Hideki doesn't close it out tomorrow. I'm definitely cheering for Schauffele and Leishman, but I'll still be surprised if Hideki doesn't win.
Yeah, because it did look like Matsuyama and Schauffele were friendly out there. They both eagled 15, and they were kind of fist bumping each other as they got off. So I doubt that they completely flipped the switch and Xander goes into Tiger Woods killer mode on Sunday.
Well, I mean, the thing about Xander is, and all of his wins have come from 4 back in the last round. The dude, it just he can flip the switch on Sunday. He shot a 62 to win the Tournament of Champions one year. He chased down Tony Finau from 5 back at a WGC. So if there's anyone who's going to do that, it will be him. So it's a really interesting setup there with those two. Like I said, I was hoping Schauffele would get in the group behind him, but so I think it's still an advantage to Hideki. But man, Schauffele's got to be kind of looking at this and be like, yeah, I've done this before. This guy's toast. So I think it's going to be interesting. I haven't seen Matsuyama with the big lead in a major before, so he's going to be put to the test tomorrow.
A little bit of a decision here for the Ravens, 4th and inches. They had 3rd and inches.
Where are they here?
Stuffed.
22, probably going to kick the field goal. No, here we go.
Love it.
Riverboat, Jim Harbaugh. Let's go.
Roll the dice, Jim.
Oh, yeah. Passed it, too, to Mandrews, wide open. Good little drive here by Baltimore, chewing up a ton of clock as we've just been chatting about the Masters. Darth Dracul says,
really quickly,
before
we get back to golf, Darth Dracul says, quick question, is Michael Bridges worth a play tonight? Quick answer, yes.
Okay. Does the main slate start or later tonight?
No, it started at 7:30, but the Suns don't tip off until 10.
Oh, okay.
So
there might be some
late swap type opportunities.
Absolutely, or showdown or whatever. Yeah. So, all right. Darth Dracul also throwing in some Tony Finau jabs. Finau's caddy must know the Heimlich maneuver because Tony chokes a lot. It's the truth. I think a lot of people were expecting Finau to perhaps do what Hideki did today, letting him down again. At the same time, most people just didn't even figure Hideki would be in the tournament this week, like competing.
It's a weird leaderboard for a Masters, like it's all quality players, but it's not like the top 10 golfers in the world. It's more
completely. Yeah.
It's more that 20 to 40 type golfers.
Yeah. This is what I like to see in majors. I like to see guys like, I'd rather have money on Hideki, but I like to see guys like Hideki, Leishman get chances, guys who aren't going to win like 3 majors. Oh, there we go. There's a touchdown. Finishing off a nice drive. Going for it on 4th and 1. Aggressiveness always pays off, and that is the Biz Marquee Brown wide receiver 1 still. See if the Ravens upgrade. I guess they technically upgraded with Sammy Watkins. Well, I don't consider that an upgrade, but Marquise Brown getting us started.
Love it. I do think Watkins was a good ad for them, but you're right in that he's not going to be like a true alpha number 1.
Yeah.
I don't think the Ravens really need an alpha number 1, but
true.
It would be nice to give Lamar sort of like that more consistent type target.
Yeah, they don't need like Devontae Adams. They don't need like the best wide receiver in football, but yeah, I still think he'd benefit from a little bit more. But you're right in a way, because I don't think the Ravens are really interested in changing their style. Like they kind of just seem like as long as Lamar is healthy and he's young and he's running like, a 4-3, we're just going to run the ball, which probably makes sense. It gives your team a chance to win. It puts your team in good position. I do kind of feel like for them to get to the Super Bowl, they're going to need to develop a little bit more of a passing game, but
no doubt. Absolutely. Because we've seen it, right? Like they're not going to be better than they were 2 years ago.
No.
Playing the style of football that they were playing.
Yeah, they've lost to the Chiefs 5 times. They couldn't get past the Browns, who are like almost a better version of them in a way, because they like to run the ball too, right? But they've got a little bit of a better passing game going on. So I don't know. Ravens are just like a team. I don't even really like them. I like Lamar Jackson, but I don't like their team. I don't know. It's a weird thing to say, but it's nothing about them really excites me except just watching a Lamar Jackson run. So
yeah, I could see that. Definitely a lot of running. They're always a threat to break out a big highlight, but to watch a full Ravens game, unless they're playing another quality team, it can get a little tedious.
I think I was just a little bit tilted from how dominant they were in the regular season 2 years ago, and everyone was singing their graces, and then they just got destroyed by Tennessee in the playoffs. So one of those teams that just got really hyped up for semi good reason, but weren't probably as good as their record indicated there. Deshaun, first down. There's Darren Fells. Man, the Texans are going to be horrible next year, aren't they?
Yeah, they're going to be real rough.
Where do they pick? They don't
have a first rounder.
They don't have a first rounder, right? Jeez, it's just so bad. I thought they had a late one for some reason, but they don't even have one, do they? No.
No.
So they have Tyrod Taylor and Ryan Griffin? No. Ryan Finley? Yeah.
All I know is that Deshaun Watson had an incredible season last year, and they won 4 games.
Sounds so
and they
sad.
lost JJ Watt.
Yeah.
It's just not going to be good for them next year.
No. It's going to be ugly. Ugly, ugly, kids. Yeah. They missed the boat, too, on getting rid of Deshaun Watson, as we've already gone over. Could have got some something for your asset before all the stuff off. They just acted quicker, but now they're stuck with him. Who knows if he's going to be playing next year? What a mess. That was basically a quarter dominated by one Ravens drive. Lamar Jackson, 49 yards passing with the touchdown. Had a little bit of rushing in there. Texans basically didn't have the ball, so. Ingram got 4 touches. Actually, they're 7 touches to the Baltimore running backs. Lamar Jackson with 1 rush, too. Marquise Brown, 3 catches. Good start for Marquise Brown owners. Got the touchdown, and he's got 3 catches for 27 yards. So this one going by fast so far. First cue.
Quick first quarter. We'll see if the Texans can respond here. They've got 2nd and inches coming up when we get back to the field. Kyle, it's going to be me and Adam Kaufman on Madden After Dark tonight. So no Brandon Glasheen, unfortunately. Brendan Glasheen.
No Glash.
Glasheen.
It's actually funny. I haven't done a sim with Kaufman for like over 2 weeks. I think this is like the longest I've gone without doing a sim with Kaufman.
You go through stretches, right? I've been working. I mean, we never used to work together, and now this is
I know.
3 or 4 in a row.
Yeah, like 4 weekends in a row.
Yeah.
I know. It's kind of nice. Did DJ get it there? Yeah, he did. So first down. David Johnson. Jeremy, that is true. I'm not going to repeat it on air, but it's true. El Bongo, I found 10 packages of gummy bears, and I'm going to eat them all.
Nice.
Good for you.
I was
All right,
never into like the gummy candies. Not for me.
No, I love them. I love them too much.
Yeah, if I'm gonna have something like that, I'll have chocolate. You know, like gummy worms, gummy bears. Just not. I guess if you go with a little like one of those like sour candies, I can get in on that. But just a regular one, I'm out.
I love the candy. I love all sugar. Like I mean chocolate. That's like my big thing. Like I just like sugar. I have to like stop myself. Like I'm like Jeff. You need to like not eat candy for like 3 days or something. Because if it's in my house, I will just go. Like and with kids now, like people they'll get it from Halloween or something. So I'm just mowing down. Like it's a problem. So. I already had one tooth pulled too, so like I don't need to like lose any more.
Yeah, it's a year-round thing. You've got the Halloween candy, and
completely
Easter candy, and all
the
sorts
Easter.
of different candy.
I know. It's like okay, Halloween's gone. We're not gonna have any candy for a while. And then Easter pops up, and you're like, oh yeah, a ton of Easter chocolates that shows up at your house. You're like, okay, well, this week's a write-off. All these holidays, man. That's how they get you. Houston's still driving here. 2nd 12. Oh, get out of the pocket. Run, Deshaun. You're going to get caught. I got 5 yards.
Kyle, that's awesome. I'm rooting for you, buddy. Yeah, what an absolute disgrace for the Mets today, Jeff. I know you're not Mr. Baseball, but...
No, but I did hear about this DeGrom outing. So
Jacob
what did
DeGrom went 8 innings. He struck out 14 guys. He gave up 1 solo home run and lost the game.
Why? Like, why is this guy have...
I don't know.
Why did the Mets perform so bad in front of him?
My friend Anthony Amico, former DraftKings employee, so some of you out there may know him.
I remember Anthony well, yeah.
He says that anytime he's like going to complain about how bad he runs, he's going to start thinking about Jacob DeGrom.
Yeah, for sure, man. Like,
because it really is insane that, like, he has. I think I heard them say over his last, however many starts, as the Texans pick up a 4th down of their own, back-to-back 4th down conversions.
Matt was here though to do it. So.
He's got like a like a low 2s ERA. And the Mets are 8 games under 500 in his starts. It's unbelievable. You can't, it's hard. It's almost impossible to be that bad when your starting pitching is that good.
Oh, dude, it's that's what I mean. Like I saw some of the stats, and I'm like, these like it almost just they can't be real. But I know because I have like you said, I'm not a hardcore baseball guy, but I keep track of baseball. I know what's going on. And it's like every time Jacob DeGrom takes the mound, I swear to God, the Mets lose like 2-1 or 1-0 or something like that. Like it's ridiculous. The guy lets in 2 or less runs and they always lose. And you see the stats now and it's like, it's true. It's such a weird thing. It must be in their heads at this point. Like, everyone's squeezing the bats tighter or something. Gotta get runs
and
for this
the
guy.
craziest part is that DeGrom also hits. Like,
Right.
Got on base twice
Right,
on opening day.
Hasn't he had a couple games, Matt, where he's like legitimately won the game?
Yep.
Like,
The Little League game, as Ron Darling calls it.
Yeah.
He shuts the team out and hits a solo home run. Something like that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's had a couple games like that. Like just from memory, you'd know better than me, but I recall a couple games like that for Jacob deGrom. So, yeah, man, just like the most unlucky pitcher in the world. You wonder if he just goes home and thinks about it. He's like, what is going on here? Like, this team. Just trash talking players in the clubhouse.
Yeah, they've actually started asking the Mets, like, everyday players about that. Like, are you like cognizant of how bad you guys are when Jacob deGrom is on the mound? Is it like, does it start to build the pressure? You don't want to let this guy down. And Brandon Nimmo, who's been batting leadoff and is just red hot to start the year, is basically saying, like, I can't speak for everybody, but not for me. So I don't know. There's something going on there. It's just weird.
Yeah, like I said, it's in someone's head there. Anyways.
All that work for a missed field goal.
Yeah, this game, the minutes are ticking by quick. They're picking up yardage. They're moving the ball, but, like, we ain't getting many quick scores here, that's for sure. Oh, no, now a fumble. And, yes, Texans get it right back. All right. Who was that? It was Boykin, I think. 80? I want to say that's Miles Boykin. I'm not actually going to go look up the number for you guys, but...
Well, he might be down. Let's see if they take a peek at this.
Yeah, we could... This is one of those ones where the fumbles often get reviewed. And when they do get reviewed, they always get overturned. So... Let's see. Oh, the drama. Here we go. Booth review. This one's getting overturned. We'll go through the whole bells and whistles, though, but you mark my words, Sim Bam. Once these fumbles get reviewed. Oh, he's got it. He's got it. Knees down. That's getting overturned.
Agreed.
Brian Harmon is breaking your heart, DJ Clapp. Well, I mean, if you were riding that highly on Brian Harmon to begin with, I mean, I like Brian Harmon. He was my one of my top 20 bets, so he's doing well, but I never really expected him to win. He's playing really well, though. I have to admit. He's taking them there.
Elite psych reference there. DJ, clap your hands. We've got some psych heads on this on this stream.
So do you and Kaufman talk about psych? I know that's like one of his favorite shows right now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it started because Billy does the he's doing like a psych rewatch podcast.
Right. Okay.
So, I'm into it, or I've watched it all. I wouldn't say that I'm like into it, but I think it's a good show. Kaufman then started watching it. I know Rossi has seen it, although he claims that he doesn't love it. Daniel, who's sometimes on the ones and twos, big psych guy. So we've got a contingency of people who have seen the show and appreciate the show.
I feel very left out then, I guess.
Jordan says, what's the basis of the show? Never heard of it. So it's a guy and his best friend. And the guy is like he's basically been trained his whole life to be super observant, like a detective. His dad was a cop and raised him that way. So for some reason, he decides not to just become a regular police officer. I don't know why they got into that. Like, I don't know why he just never became a cop. But he starts a detective agency with his friend. And, like, the hook is that he has to pretend that he's a psychic. And he gets hired as a consultant.
Okay.
When I describe it that way, the show doesn't sound great. But it's really all about the interaction between the two main characters. Like, they're just two buddies, and they're funny, and they're goofballs, and...
Yep.
So, like, when he introduces himself, he'll be like, oh, hello, I'm Sean. I'm Psychic Detective Sean Spencer. and this is my assistant, DJ Clap Your Hands, or something like that.
Right.
So that's where, this Twitter name came from, and stuff like that is just, you get a lot of tomfoolery.
When was it? When did it start? When did that show, when was it on?
It was a USA show, and it was on it was on I would say the last season was maybe 5 or 6 years ago.
Right. Okay.
And it ran for 7, 8 years, something like that.
Okay.
So relatively recently.
Pretty good run. I've never even seen an episode of it. It's just I don't know. I've heard of it, but I've just I never even
I mean, that's the USA Network, right? They have a bunch of shows like that, I think.
Right. Yeah. It's probably
like Burn Notice. That show was on for decades. I don't know a single person that's watched Burn Notice.
No. So true. Psych apparently is pretty good. Yeah, I know it got pretty good reviews too. So okay.
All right, Mike Bizzle says it ran from 06 to 2014. So I was pretty close with the years.
8 years. It's a pretty good run too. I think SNL did a Burn Notice, parody once, just to basically saying that nobody on that theme, nobody knew what it was.
That was also an Aziz Ansari comedy stand-up bit. He was talking about his cousin, and he's like, you know what my cousin watches? All those shows on the USA Network that nobody else watches. Oh.
He's supporting the USA Network. Pretty much. Okay, timeouts. So how many you got left? One timeout left for Houston. They got less than a minute. Okay, they're good. 30. At the very least, they're in field goal range, so we should get some points unless Deshaun takes a couple bad sacks.
All right, Monk. That was another classic USA
Monk,
show.
Yep, another show I had seen previews for. I've never seen an episode. Or maybe I actually have seen 10 minutes of an episode of Monk, but no more than that. There's Darren Fells. First down. You gonna take a timeout? No, they only got one left. They're gonna go in the huddle. Monk, okay. Oh, got rid of it. Oh, wide open too. Wide open space. Get out. There's David Johnson. Yeah, he stopped the clock. Good play there by the Texans, actually. Surprisingly, usually the sim is not so great in these situations.
The Bob Daddy asks, who's the best pro athlete non-PGA player? I feel like Mark Mulder is the guy who wins all the pro-ams and stuff now.
It's the kickers too.
Yeah, I know Jeremy Roenick is good.
Okay.
Tom Glavine, I think, has some game.
Well, Steph Curry's really good.
Yeah, Steph can play, but he's never in contention with those guys.
It's true.
Because they always have that one tournament that's at Lake Tahoe where they have the basketball hoop set up. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep. I can't remember what it's called. I'm trying to remember. It's Superstars or something, maybe. I can't remember.
But that's I would love to go to that tournament, actually. We've talked about that before, golf tournaments we'd like to go to. I would put that on the list.
That'd be a fun one.
Oh yeah, it's like pitchers, kickers, and hockey players, and Steph Curry.
Yeah, and random Steph Curry, just amazing at golf. The only basketball player. Yeah. Jerry Rice was pretty good when he played too. He tried to play on the Corn Ferry Tour a couple times. This is a touchdown. They got it. All right. Stills.
Kenny Stills.
I know that wasn't Brandon Cooks, but I wanted to make sure. Kenny Stills showing up with a touchdown. Good to see you, sir. You do not show up very often in these sims, that's for sure. Man, Kenny Stills, what's your ownership at?
always underrated in my opinion. Kenny Stills.
Yeah, he's pretty good. 7.5, 3.5% in the flex. I agree. Get some good years in New Orleans, and then he showed up kind of. He can be like that number 2 guy. Just never really gets that big of a push. I feel like too, like I don't know. Maybe it's some off the field stuff, or just like the organizations just don't like him for how outspoken he is. But feels kind of sometimes like that with Kenny Stills. But you're right. I think he's a bit of an underrated guy. He's managed to stick in the NFL for a while too, so got to have some talent. 7% owned Kenny Stills. So there you go. I'm trying to think of the kickers who were really good. I can't remember them off the top of my head though. There was a Tennessee kicker who was like amazing at one point, like in golf. Aldo Greco, that's who it was.
I'm trying to remember. There was one kicker who was on like one of those Golf Channel shows. I'm so blanking on the name.
It's like Tucker or something.
No, he was an older kicker. Rippon. Mark Rippon.
Oh, Mark Rippon, the quarterback?
Oh, is he a quarterback?
Yeah, from the old Washington team.
Yeah, that's who I'm thinking of.
That's fair.
That's the kicker that I'm thinking of.
I mean, we're talking like late 80s, so like he also didn't play very long, Mark Rippon. But yeah, quarterback. He won the Super Bowl with them in like 80. I can't remember what year. Maybe it was 91. Actually, I can't remember. Somewhere around there.
Right. So he was when Washington won 3 Super Bowls with 3 different quarterbacks. He was like one of the 3.
He was the first one or something, or the second.
Gotcha.
Maybe.
Okay.
But yeah, I think you're right. I think he was maybe a really good golfer. Yeah, it could have been. Yeah, there's like football players, random guys. I think because the football players have long off seasons too, right? So kind of makes sense. I know Twitter was up in arms because Justin Herbert was playing golf over the offseason and Tua was training on the same day. Wow. Don't draft any Justin Herbert next year, guys.
Well, that always drove Mets fans crazy because Yoenis Cespedes apparently loved to play the golf, and he was out with an injury and then spotted on the golf course like that day, and the Met fans were not happy.
That's a different scenario. You can legitimately be unhappy if your guy's injured, not playing, and then gets taking pictures golf the same day. That's probably okay. Grounds for fuming, whatever you want to call it. So Cespedes. Oh boy.
By the way, Jordan confirms 91 was correct for Rippon. Just more proof that Jeff Ulrich is the sports Rain Man.
I tell you, like these random things, they're in there and they'll just pop out. Like you asked me, like Mark Rippon. I knew it was around there somewhere. I couldn't give you the exact.
You're like Sherlock. You got to do your mind palace type thing. Use the file cabinets. Ricky Robbie, I see you. It's all good, man. We were just, we were having a discussion the other day. You said your point. I said mine. It's all good.
Yeah, Baltimore is the hardest team to select players for other than Lamar because generally they all kind of end up sucking outside of Lamar. But Marquise Brown having a decent day. He's got the touchdown. He's got 11.6 points in the flex. So if you paired him with Lamar right now, you're doing okay. Texans getting the ball right back.
Kyle, Mr. Glash will be back on the streams on Monday, but the next time he's on Madden After Dark is Wednesday.
People want that buzzword, man. Got to get that After Dark buzzword.
CJ71 says kicker or quarterback, they're all the same to Lamarca. Yeah, well, who was the guy that played kicker and quarterback? For like Cleveland, I want to say back in the day.
Kicker and quarterback?
Yeah.
Like starting quarterback? I don't know. Talking about
Googling
like 60? Like back then or?
Otto Graham.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We're talking like
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like
way back,
pre-Super
way
Bowl
back
days.
machine. I thought you were talking like Tim Couch or something. Like did Tim Couch kick field goals? He's probably better at kicking field goals than he was at being a quarterback. That guy doesn't get talked enough about how big a bust he was. All right, Deshaun, near midfield. Here we go. Woot, woot, juking out the air. Woot. Oh, slide. That's a good slide. You're about to get destroyed and probably fumble. So.
Oh, George Blanda. That's who I was really
George
thinking.
Blanda. Okay, right. Yeah, that's
Kicking
way
club.
back.
Thank you, sir.
There you go. See? Chat knows everything. Captain Blood, BK did crush my golf picks today, and it was well deserved. Because I rostered Patrick Cantlay in all my lineups, and I had death by Patrick Cantlay this week.
Jordan Warren says you guys missed the sim where Freeze Pops named every NFC quarterback who played in the Super Bowl going back to around Mark Rippon. I bet you Jeff could do that.
Yeah, I probably could. Well, we'll start with Jeff Hostetler in the 90s, and then Mark Rippon. Does get a little fuzzy. The 90s are going to be tough, though. I'm all ready.
What's the first Super Bowl that you like remember watching on television?
It is actually that Giants one in 1990.
Wow. Okay.
I probably watched the one before that, but I don't really remember it well. I think it was Montana in 89. Okay, actually, I can do this because then it was Aikman, wasn't it, in 92?
You're asking the wrong guy.
Yeah. Well, I'm just gonna free flow this here. I think the Cowboys.
I'll look it up though.
Oh, we don't. Yeah. Aikman. Young was in there. How many Super Bowls did the Cowboys win? 4? I'm gonna say 4. So it was like Aikman for a bunch, Young. Giants get back there. I can't remember. You know what? It's Saturday night. I'm not in the mood to do this, but I think I probably could.
We'll save it for another time. But I will say that it started with Hostetler in 90, then Rippon in 91, Aikman, Steve Young. So you're 5 for 5 to start.
Okay.
You can pick it back up there in the future.
Let's leave it at that. That's a good start. I'll let it settle. I know Kerry Collins is in there somewhere, like 2000 for the Giants. Anyone remember Kerry Collins?
Of course.
That dude had a cannon.
My dad's a big Giants fan. That's like, I remember when I was a kid, like sitting down, football. We would get either the Giants or the Jets at 1. At halftime of whatever the first game is, I would beg him to go outside and throw the football around with me. And we would do that. Come back in, watch the second half. Then watch the first half of whatever New York team was playing at 4. And do the same thing all over again. So that's kind of like how I got into football. But my dad, huge Giants fan. I broke his heart, became a Jets fan. Not sure why still to this day. Wish I didn't make that decision, but, you make your choices and you live with them.
I like the Giants around 1990 because, I kind of like Bill Parcells, his personality. And they were kind of my team in 1990 when they went all the way. Jeff Hostetler coming in for the injured Phil Simms. Had that like miracle run. It was like a Nick Foles run. It's basically like Nick Foles, exactly what happened with Philly. Backup just playing insane. Oh, ran into his own guy. Did he get in? He did.
They're going to give it to him.
Yep, David Johnson. So David Johnson was really cheap too. So that's a big one.
He's been having some good games when I've been watching the Texans.
He's only 2,600, but he's averaging like 7 points per sim, which really isn't bad for that price, right? Gets touches. That was his 30th touchdown. So
Captain Blood here with the old backhanded compliment. Jeff, who should I fade tomorrow at the Masters? Who do you like? Your analysis is good, even if your top picks aren't.
Oh, it's gonna be like that, hey. Oh man. Okay. Let's
before
go
you
through
answer
this.
the question,
Yeah.
I think the general consensus is you want to just fade the golfers who are like massively strokes gained above in terms of putting in round 3. Isn't that kind of the strategy in showdowns?
It is. It's a pretty good strategy to go with too. Look at the guys who are hitting the ball well but haven't sunk a lot of putts yet. That's the main strategy. I think you can, with the showdown in the round 4, there are placing points. As Kenny Stills.
Did they go for 2 for some reason? Oh no, they reviewed it.
Oh, we didn't get in as we were talking. I was just waiting for the extra point. Okay, so Kenny Stills with his second touchdown of the game. Oh, this is just all the feels here. Okay. Wow, yeah, chat's going to be great about this. Everybody had Kenny Stills, right?
That's Rossi's vulture call. I don't think that's the noise that a vulture makes, but that's what we're going.
No, that is the vulture call, man. Kenny Stills is like the wide receiver vulture, isn't he?
0.2% owned in the captain spot.
Wow. Okay, Kenny Stills. Yeah, I wanted to look his up quickly before we get back to this golf stuff. And I give my picks that you're supposed to fade. 2,200. So that was Kenny Stills. He's got 2 touchdowns. He had 4 touchdowns coming in. He's averaging 5 points. He's getting like a catch per game kind of thing. Well, it's not a catch per game. Yeah, never mind. This is a pretty big outlier here for Kenny Stills. 2 touchdown games. So, anyways, back to the golf. Matt's right. You kind of want to look for the guys who haven't heated up with their putter and are striking the ball well. But with the round 4 showdown, the placing points, you got to take that into consideration too. So you don't want to pick guys too far down. Siwoo Kim still not putting well, been striking the ball great all week. I would stick on him for one more round. I think I'd be pretty confident with that pick. I think old Siwoo will bounce back tomorrow. The pressure's off now. He's not in super contention, so Siwoo's a mercenary. He'll just go out there and grind for that paycheck for you. So I like that. At the top is really interesting. I think most people are going to be all over Xander Schauffele. You probably get lower ownership on Leishman for tournaments. I don't know. Like if you want to get really crazy, I mean, fading Hideki and playing Schauffele and Leishman tomorrow is going to be like the interesting game theory standpoint. Because if Hideki shoots like 3 over or even like 1 over, he could get passed by 2 guys. So that's a strategy. I think I'd probably feel okay fading Corey Connors tomorrow. I think Spieth might even be a fade.
I'm always fine with fading Jordan Spieth.
Well, he's going to be super popular tomorrow too. So
plus he chipped in today. He holed out for eagle on day 1.
Like a long putt today.
He runs so pure.
So pure.
And speaking of people who are fading, we've got Aaron in the comments fading us. These are the worst announcers. It's like they wish they had a podcast or someone to listen to their opinion. Well, Aaron, to you I say, leave. We don't need your click. Get out of here.
We're basically just what every other announce crew does too as well. We do talk about what we want to talk about. We got to fill some dead time between the sims. You want us to just say nothing between the plays?
On that note, everybody, let's hit the like button, fellas.
Yeah, by the way,
let's make a push for 150 likes.
Hey, your opinion is your opinion. If you don't like it, for real, you can watch on mute too. But Matt and I are going to give you some stuff to listen to in between the plays. We got a flag here.
I don't know what the heck he was looking at.
Baltimore taking it, so it's gonna be 1st and 20 in Houston territory. So they need a touchdown, so it doesn't even matter if they don't take it. Quick pass out there. Captain Blood. So those are the guys you want to fade, buddy. I'm just trying to think if there's any guys deeper. I kind of like the idea of playing Justin Thomas tomorrow. Like I said, he's too good a player to like not bounce back from that. So that would be my other target for showdown tomorrow. Yeah, I think you'll probably see Justin Thomas shoot a pretty solid round.
Justin asking if I pulled any good top shots recently. I did see that my reserve pack came in, but I haven't opened it.
Oh, are the reserve packs in? Yeah, I got mine in there too. They in?
They're in.
Oh, wow. I haven't even been...
So I actually, I don't think it has been posted yet, but I did take a look at like some of the cards that you can get in that reserve pack and like what you should be hoping to pull out of there.
Yep.
So I'm excited to eventually crack that bad boy open. I do think that it's a good time if you are looking for a long-term investment. This is probably a decent time to take a look at the marketplace because it is dropping every single day. I know that there are a lot of people out there that don't think it's ever going to go back up, but I just, that's kind of human nature. It's like,
when things
whenever it's going up, you're like, oh, it's going to be like this forever.
Yeah.
And then once it starts going down, you're like, oh my God, why didn't I sell everything when I could? So
Top Shot is one of those things. I am absolutely fine with just holding. And if it turns out nothing, it's nothing. But I am of the opinion, like it was so ridiculously hot to begin with. There was no way it was going to stay at those valuations. So as we end the third quarter here, I think you'll see that market bounce back. I think, too, once you see more sites like that get popular. Sean Watson, 117 yards. Lamar Jackson, 96 yards. Not much to report. I'm pretty much in agreement. I think this is probably a solid time to go shopping if you want. If there's a couple moments out there you're interested in or whatever. It's a big site, man. Like a lot of guys behind it. So I think long term you'll probably see it stay popular. It is popular. It's already popular, right? Like the next time they do a pack drop, it's not like there's going to be 100 people in there or something. It's going to be a ghost town, right? So
right. I think we talked about this the last time I was on, but they did a fundraising round and they got valued at over $2 billion.
Yeah.
They haven't even been in existence for a year. Like, it's crazy how fast they've grown. So I'm with you. I don't think it's going away, but do I know that for sure? No, I don't. I think there are still some like really cool things that can happen that would be good, and they need to address some of the issues that they have. Like specifically, it doesn't seem fair to me that it seems like 90% of the people who are on the website are just hunting for packs so they can immediately flip everything. Like that's not a good ecosystem to be creating. I'm not sure how they fix it, but I'm not in charge of that. So
well, and the thing is, it'll fix itself because eventually the people who just want to do it and do a quick flip, and it's already got there. Like you're not going to be able to do that. It's not going to be that profitable, right? So, people will stop doing it, and then there'll be guys who swoop in with the grabbing, the value moments, and if you don't have any, like when they go back up and you want to get back in, like it's going to be tougher. So it's ebbs and flows. It's almost like when you have a stock and there's people who like bought in early, and you got to wait for those people to sell for like the stock to settle. It's very similar to what's going on in the Top Shot marketplace right now. So
I'm honestly kind of waiting for the bottom to fall out on the physical card market too.
Yeah,
it's just ridiculous how expensive that stuff is.
Yeah, no, and some of the boxes and stuff, it's insane, absolutely insane, man. I know what you mean. Like cards I bought in December have like tripled. Like for some of them for good reason, like guys are playing well, whatever. But some of them like they just tripled. Like it's like this can't be like forever. I do think
it's more for me the wax prices. It's insanity.
Stupid.
It's insane because that's my favorite part. I know that if you're trying to make money in the card game, you should be buying singles. You shouldn't be buying boxes. But I'm a gambler. I like to rip the boxes. But it's a lot harder to do that when Prism is going for over $2,000 a box on the resale market.
Yeah, and it's gonna. I don't even know like the the whole effects is. I don't know. Are these boxes just not going to get bought, or are they going to get bought for less, and then people will be selling them for less than they paid? I don't know. I mean, that's just too easy. There's Lamar Jackson tying things up, folks. Okay, we got 14-14, early fourth quarter. All right, we got ourselves a little game. But yeah, the prices on them are getting ridiculous. Like I'm really interested to see for next year because it's going to be a popular rookie class. We got 3 big name quarterbacks, a couple other guys too. What are like just a Prism box going to go for, you know?
The football stuff is going to be crazy.
It's going to be insane,
They
right?
did just drop select NFL boxes.
Yeah.
And I think those were $1,500 a piece.
Crazy, man.
So I don't rip a ton of football just because it's like my least favorite of the three sports to collect.
Yep.
I would if it was more affordable, but like, you know, $1,500, it's just nutty.
No. It's crazy. You're right. Yeah, I'll have to see next year. I do like football. I like collecting. I mean, going after like depressed guys, even if they're injured or something like that. But you know, you gotta be really choosy with like what you pay. Definitely, like Matt said, I just think going after singles are better investment, or just buying slabs. They're like graded cards, right?
Yep.
If you buy the right player, they'll usually go up gradually. I know most of the graded cards I bought, like I said, starting in December, they're up. My favorite card right now is a Roger Federer rookie card I bought back then. He's back playing, and it's gone up. It's like a short print. I love it.
Bodie McBoatface says he's ready for some vintage David Johnson. I'm assuming he means in this sim and not in the card market. I would not advise a David Johnson investment at the moment.
And that's the one that is like a little slide there. That's the one drawback about two football cards. It's like the only really good investments are the quarterbacks.
Yep.
Like,
And you got to get them before they blow up.
Yep. Yep. Either that, or you're looking to buy like, you know, a vintage rookie on a guy like A-Rod or Russell or like Wilson or something like that. Maybe when they're like a little bit out of favor, and then just looking to hold it for a few years until they hit the Hall of Fame or something, or I don't know. But otherwise, yeah, like Matt's right. Like that's why I bought the dip on Joe Burrow, like when he got injured, because it was just like you're probably not going to be able to get in again. You know, I know it's risky; it's a major knee injury, but yeah, I bought some Dak Prescott cards for the same reason. Like, yeah, they're risky; it's injury, but these guys, like, once they throw like a 400-yard game, their prices are going right back up. So that's kind of the way you got to play football. But you're right; it's kind of like, you know, quarterback or bust. You got to really like get in quick, or like, you know, look to buy the dips, and it's kind of risky. So it's also like guys can get their career ended like every weekend. So
yeah.
Joe Burrow goes down with another knee. Like my Joe Burrow cards are going to zero.
It's so risky because like even a guy like Jordan Love is not free. Like
No,
if you want to take a shot on Jordan Love, you're gonna have to pay to take that shot. And if it pans out, it'll work, but you can definitely take an L. So
Yep. I know. It's like I kept waiting. I'm like, wow, I'll put Jordan Love off. We'll see. We'll get some later in the year. It's like, nope. Still going for a lot. So I don't know. The one guy I did pick up some cheap cards with, it was Jacob Eason, but I don't know. I just don't know if he's ever going to get a shot. So we'll see on that one. I'm hoping.
So Jeffrey asks what happens if another blockchain platform does something similar and sells the same highlights as what Top Shot is doing? Would that drive down the value of the highlight? Can that situation happen? I don't think the NBA would want competing licensed products. I mean, there are digital cards with Panini, who is the NBA's physical card distributing company. They have like a blockchain product, but they don't have the highlights. It's just cards. So I don't think that another company would really be allowed to come up and do that.
Yeah, it is a good question though. I don't think they'd be able to license it the same way Top Shot does, right? Because they're with the NBA. So, but something similar, maybe not the same, but similar could come around. I think eventually there'll be competition for sure.
Definitely in other sports. Yeah, you're gonna have lots of options. I mean, look at all the different just crypto-based stuff that's out there currently. You've got the Zed horses, you've got crypto punks. I'm sure there's like 19 other really cool new things that have come out that I don't even know about yet. I know that Jonathan Bales, who is somebody that I've worked for in the past, one of the smartest dudes in the industry, is starting a whole company based around NFT like evaluations and markets and stuff like that, and just trying to be smarter in that space. So like NFTs are not going away, guys.
No, absolutely.
Speaking of not going away, we got a pretty good game here. 14-14.
Yep.
Texans taking over.
Yep. Baltimore punted back. Texans going to get a chance to take the lead. No, they're not going anywhere. And the thing is, even if there's competition, like, I feel like the Top Shot, I don't think it's going anywhere, NBA Top Shot, and it's always going to be the first one, right?
Yep.
Like, those Top Shot cards are, like, moments, the first NFTs. It's like, look at the CryptoPunks thing now. The CryptoPunks were around, like, 10 years ago, guys. Like, you could have got a CryptoPunk for really cheap at one point. It might take time, might be 5 years or something, but I feel like at some point, people will go through the same thing. Like, oh, look at my Top Shot, just because it was first or whatever. So
that always matters.
It does.
Odie says fungible. That's a cool word. Yeah, it is a cool
I love that word. I agree. It is a cool word. Good point.
Mike Bizzle's asking about Canadian taxes on American profits. I don't get into any of that stuff. I mean, certainly I don't need to know about Canadian taxes, but I barely know about American taxes on American profits.
Yeah, I mean, basically, you make profit, you gotta pay. I mean, if it's like a business thing or whatever. But how you calculate it, you just convert it. Basically, this is a conversion rate.
I just create a new identity for myself every few years, so I'm good.
Actually, I gotta submit my taxes here. 20 days, Matt. I gotta get this thing out of the door.
In a couple of years, I'll be Mark Lamatka on these Sims. I'll have a fake mustache. Pretend I'm somebody completely new. Like Creed on The Office.
Yeah. Creed. Andrew in chat says Lat Mumlarka. The Mannings are launching an NFT collection. This does feel like the point where like all those altcoins got launched, like Dogecoin. Things like that. For NFTs. Everyone trying to get in on it. Tom Brady starting his thing. Autographed. You see that, Matt?
I did. I did. I love that the NFL basically said, like, guys, please don't do that. And everybody was like, nah.
Yeah. I do think it's interesting how quickly the sports like responded though. Like they're like, yeah, we are interested. We are actively looking into this. So obviously I'm not surprised that the NBA was first because they're typically first on like doing stuff like this. They're kind of at the forefront. They got the uniforms, the cool All-Star game, whatever. It's not my favorite sport necessarily to watch, but I completely agree that like NBA is at the forefront in terms of like innovation. So we'll see how quickly these other leagues get in. Gotta figure the NFL just gonna do this pretty quick. They'd be stupid not to.
Yep. That's what the NFL needs. More money.
If a score's missing or reception's missing, guys, don't worry. They'll definitely go over it. It's obviously manual scoring if you are new to the Sims or whatever. So the guys check it all. Something doesn't get updated right away, though. It's not like, obviously, like we don't get a stat feed and it's just updated automatically. The guys got to do it manually. So don't worry. They'll check everything 3 times before everything's finalized. Oh, stuffed.
Buried.
3rd and 3, too. So what are they going to do? Probably just kick the field goal. Time is left. A minute 18 still. So Baltimore, no timeouts though, but they will have a chance to tie this. Houston,
They're going to have to be in super crazy hustle mode.
Yeah.
Clock management is not a specialty.
No, especially with a running quarterback like Lamar too, who will just take off for 10 yards down the middle and burn half the time. That's going to be good. Kahimi Fairbairn. Kahimi. Yeah, it's kind of funny. And like, again, the Top Shot mania has gone down a bit. So even I forgot. Like, I forgot to check about my pack. You know, like if this was like 2 weeks ago, I probably would have been checking it every day because that's all that Twitter was on. So whenever things die down and hype dies down, really the time you want to get buying. So I'm going to have to check this out this weekend. Yeah, like a LeBron James going for under 100. Interesting.
Yeah, the most common LeBron is now affordable.
Right.
Some of the other LeBrons are obviously still.
Yeah, for sure. Like the really short ones and stuff like that. Yep.
So we got a question here from Must. He says, "What do you think between Josh Jackson or Denny Avdija tonight? How about Sadiq Bey? Can I answer that? I think he's in a similar price range as both of those guys. And I like him better than both. So if you don't already have Sadiq Bey, that's my guess, my play there."
Bodie McBoatface wants one freaking throw to Brown or Snead. Some freaking sharks with freaking laser beams and some freaking throws to Brown or Snead. Come on, Lamar. Oh, he's going for it all here, folks. You get it? He did not. Quintuple.
There was a problem with the sharks, Dr. Evil. We have sea bass.
Sea bass, that's right. They're angry sea bass.
They're mutated sea bass. Are they ill-tempered?
Those movies, the first two movies, are just hilarious. Austin Powers.
I like the third one a lot too.
Did you? Okay. I mean, look, I like them all too. I just, if I was ranking them, I'd probably put it last. But still, it's It made me laugh.
I would agree with that.
It's funny.
They're mutated sea bass.
Okay. Oh, God, this is going to be close.
Get down there, Lamar.
Right down to the wire. I think they're going to get it off.
So do you just spike it and kick the field goal?
They can't spike it, though. They got to go right to the field goal. I think they're going to get it off. They had 25 seconds. Oh, God, we're under 10. Oh, what are you doing?
Oh, they're going for the win.
I guess the field goal team wasn't available. Okay. Oh, Lamar, yeah, you better throw it in the end zone at least. No. Oh, man. Okay, that was weird. Not sure why you just wouldn't kick the field goal, but...
Yeah, especially since they had time, I thought they would have spiked it, but...
Yeah, well, I mean, they
Riverboat Harbor, baby.
Spiking it is not an option in Simville for some reason. But there you go, Bodie McBoatface. Was that Snead on the catch? Or was that Brown? I don't know. Anyways, this is over. I don't even know why I'm pausing on this. It was just a weird ending. Okay, quick awards here for you, Matt. Player of the game.
Pretty uneventful game. I guess I'll give it to Deshaun. I mean, he rushed for the most yards. He
almost hit the bonus.
Had a decent passing game. So, Deshaun, final answer.
Okay, Deshaun Watson. What about Babysitter Billy? Not my kid award.
Oh, man. I don't know. Pick somebody.
Okay, let's go with Will Fuller. 3 catches. That's terrible. Guys, appreciate you hanging out tonight. This is my last sim of the day. Hit that like button if you could. We got the Ross Tucker show coming up, a little NBA clip. Stick around for that. Last sim of the night. Lamarca, Adam Kaufman, Seahawks at Titans. Peace out. See you later. Sam.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Finish Strong Friday presented by DraftKings, America's #1 rated sportsbook app. They got a lot of stuff going on for the Masters right now. Make sure you go over to DraftKings. Use the code Ross. I am Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years. Do 30 minutes of on-demand audio pretty much every day here on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Definitely every day during the season. In the off-season, it's 3 times a week. But then you got the Fantasy Feast. You've got the Even Money Podcast. You've got the College Draft. So you got something every single day. Andrew Brandt's Business of Sport. So you got the 30 minutes you want 7 days a week. I love Fridays when we do them on Fridays because it's a Finish Strong Friday. It's a Greg Cosell Friday, and it is a Winners Friday.
I want winners. I want people that want to win.
So the real key there from Mike Singletary, it's the second part. We want listeners and viewers that want to win. People like Ari, FFESQ, he quote tweeted one of the tweets from @RossTuckerPod recently. That's all you have to do. Quote tweet with a compliment, reply with a compliment, or just retweet, or just like on Instagram, or reply or comment on Facebook. It all counts, and it all means a lot to us when you do so. Ari, hit me up with an email, ross@rosstucker.com. Let me know whether you'd like a signed picture or a football card, or if you'd rather have one of these press passes from this past season. Sponsor confirmation email winner, Nicholas Falloon. Got some Raycon earbuds. Everybody's getting the Raycon earbuds, Nicholas. Smart move. You can see all of our sponsors over at rosstucker.com. As you know, if you take advantage of any of them and then send me an email, I guarantee to read and respond to your question on the show. Nicholas, you're the winner, so let me know exactly what you'd like. Again, ross@rosstucker.com. The YouTube shout out. Boy, this is an easy one. You just subscribe to youtube.com/RossTuckerNFL. Comment on any video. I see all of them. And I'll give you a cameo-style shout out for whoever you want, whatever you want. Just like I do for people that hook me up on Cameo. Toby Shea, you are the YouTube shout-out winner. Congratulations, Toby. Congratulations to all of us. It's a great Cosell day.
The Big Show.
All right, so Greg, we are continuing with our draft series. I guess I should say it because there's new listeners all the time. Greg Cosell is the civilian GOAT, okay? He is the greatest film watcher that hasn't worked for a team as a coach or a front office executive of all time. All time. The civilian greatest of all time. By the way, Greg, I thought it was funny. One time somebody got mad. They thought that was a knock. That's the opposite of a knock. You know how high of esteem I hold you in. So we've been doing this draft series. You can see Greg all the time on the NFL Matchup Show. He's NFL Films guru. The key, I would say, is to follow Greg on Twitter @Greg Cosell, because then you know all the stuff he's doing, like the fantasy profiles, or the draft profiles, I should say, of a lot of these prospects at fantasypoints.com. Just make sure you use the code 21Feast when you go there. Now, we're going to get into D tackles today, Greg, but when there's major news, I need a refresher course. I know we've talked about these guys before. I know we have. But, now they're in a new place. Now they're with a new coordinator. So I just want to start with what you've seen over a 3-year body of work from Sam Darnold.
I would say that Sam Darnold as a pro has been very much like he was coming out of USC. He's a big kid with a good arm and excellent movement, traits that you like. But he's always had issues with his lower body mechanics. He's always been a quarterback that doesn't move his feet with his eyes and often does not step to his throws. And in this world where we're so caught up with the idea of throwing off platform, people think that's wonderful. It's actually very poor. You should never throw off platform unless the defense absolutely demands it. if the defense doesn't demand it, your mechanics should be pristine on every throw. Your feet and your eyes should always work together. You should be stepping to your throws, and your arm angle should be the same all the time. He has always struggled with that part of his game. I think that he's struggled at times with his vision and what he sees. And I think it'll be very interesting what Joe Brady does in Carolina with him, Ross, because you can't do this on every snap. But I think with Sam Darnold, you have to try to define the reads and the throws as clearly as possible. And the way you do that is you call plays based on your understanding of the probability and tendencies of the defense you are playing in given situations. And therefore, ideally, your play call with the primary and maybe the secondary beats the defense that you anticipate. So you're defining the reads and the throws for the quarterback. I think that's what Sam Darnold needs at this point in his career as he makes the change from the Jets to Carolina.
You know, you said something, Greg, I thought was really interesting about throwing off platform. We really have lost our way, Greg. We really have. You know, Sam Darnold can play poorly. And I like Sam Darnold as a kid, whatever.
I've been around him. He's a great kid.
Yeah. But what's really funny to me is we've gotten to the point, Greg, where if a guy like Darnold or whoever has one, maybe two really exceptional off-platform throws, everybody points to that play, that throw, and says, see, that's who he is. Look how talented he is. Look at the things he's capable of. You just need to get better people around him.
Right.
You just need to get a better scheme. Like, by the way, nobody ever says that about Brady because Brady doesn't have like a really awesome off-platform throw. You know, it's the consistent excellence and doing things the right way over and over and over again, that doesn't really excite people. But Sam Darnold rolls to his left. Sam Darnold rolls to his left against the Niners and leads a receiver going back to the right, and it looks awesome with the timing of it. And everybody's like, see, look how talented he is. That is, it's gone that way, Greg, more and more every year. That's wrong. That's incorrect.
You are correct. And it drives me crazy. We've gotten to that point, and you're right, it's been the last couple of years. And obviously, Patrick Mahomes was the one who really brought it to the forefront. Matthew Stafford's been doing that since he came in the league, but it wasn't cool back, 8-9 years ago, so no one talked about it. Now when guys run to their left and make a throw across their body, it was like Zach Wilson at his pro day when he ran to his left and made a throw that 25 quarterbacks could make. But because we're so caught up in, oh my God, those kinds of throws. But you should never not throw the ball with proper mechanics unless it's absolutely demanded. You mentioned Tom Brady. We know he's the greatest of all time. But what is one of the reasons? There are many. What is one of the reasons he's like that? Repetitive mechanics. He does the same thing all the time. And he's worked on that his entire career.
You know what's funny, Greg? You know what it's like? It's like when I'd be in training camp and there'd be a rookie or a young player, really good feet, really long arms, and in one-on-ones, he'd have a great kick slide and punch, and everybody'd be like, wow, that kid is talented. But then like half the time, he didn't know who to block.
Right.
Half the time, they were able to beat him with an inside move or knock his hands down or whatever. But everybody looked at the one play where he looked like Walter Jones and points to that and say, that's who he can be. No, that's not who he can be. I mean, that's who he can be 1 out of 10 times. I mean, and it's unbelievable how often I saw that. Let me ask you this. There's a perception that a lot of what held Darnold back in New York was his surroundings, both personnel, and coaching. Do you buy into that?
Can't speak to the coaching because I'm not there every day, so I would never speak to something I don't know about. look, I learned from people way smarter than I am in my 41 years in NFL films and my 25 to 30 years really studying the X and O tactical element of the game, that when you evaluate a quarterback, you evaluate the quarterback in a vacuum. You isolate his individual traits, attributes, and characteristics. Numbers become numbers. Sure. Do you have better numbers if you throw it up and your wide receiver? You know, Terry Bradshaw used to joke about this. I saw him at a couple of banquets. He'd joke about, hey, I would, you would throw it up, and it would be incomplete. I'd throw it up and Swan would make a great catch. You have to evaluate a quarterback by isolating what he is. Numbers are numbers. They're not really relevant to what a quarterback is other than the result. It's always about the process. That's what coaching, you know that, Ross, you played. It's about the process. It's the coaching, the teaching. If that's done properly, the results will be consistently better.
Just out of curiosity, how do you think Darnold compares to like Justin Fields, Trey Lance, Mac Jones as a prospect?
Well, Darnold has high-level traits. Big kid, throws it well, moves well. The year he came out, 2018, he was considered by many to be the number one quarterback prospect in the class. The Browns obviously took Baker Mayfield, but Darnold was a consensus top 1 or 2 pick in that draft as far as the quarterback position. So he's got high-level traits. I always hate to use the word consistency. It's an easy word to throw around, just like the word instincts is an easy word to throw around. People like to use it. But it has to do with the execution of, as you said, doing things the right way, play after play after play. And at the quarterback position, there's 10, 15 things that go into that. So he doesn't execute things the right way, play after play after play, and that gets you in trouble.
Greg, is he even better than Bridgewater, who they're replacing,
Yes,
or
he's far more
Trubisky, who got $2.5 million for 1 year from the Bills?
Yeah, he's
to
far
back
more
up
talented.
talent?
Darnold's got a lot of talent. I mean, just pure talent. But as I said, the execution of that talent has been spotty for many reasons.
So before we get to the D tackles, and purposely we're not spending a ton of time on them. It's not a great D tackle class. There's one more. The Niners made that big trade since you and I last spoke. They're now at number 3. Who do you think they're going to take, Greg? And or who do you think they should take based on what you know about these prospects and Kyle Shanahan's offense?
Well, I'm not going to get into who they should because that's getting into Kyle Shanahan's brain, and I'm not doing that. Here's the way I'll answer that question. I think it comes down to Kyle's belief, which is unanswerable, in what the quarterback position now is in the league. Because if you're looking at Mac Jones on one side and Trey Lance and Justin Fields on the other side, what you're dealing with is, how do you see the quarterback position in 2021 in the NFL? Can you still have a great quarterback, and we're going to put Tom Brady aside for obvious reasons? Can you have a great quarterback in this league who is an efficient executor and ball distributor, but does not give you a playmaking dimension? Or has the league progressed now with defenses the way they are to the point where your quarterback, in addition to ideally being an excellent ball distributor and executor of your offense, does he also need to be a playmaker? And I think Kyle's answer to that, which we'll never know until he drafts, will determine whether he's a Mac Jones guy or a Justin Fields or a Trey Lance guy. So it's where you come down on that philosophical question.
Let's get to the D tackles, Greg. Next week we'll hit up the linebackers. The draft will be here before you know it.
Linebackers will be fun. There's a lot of guys this year.
Yeah, is there a D tackle that stood out to you, Greg? Is there a guy that you thought, wow, that guy's really impressive, or that guy's the best one I saw?
I think there's 2 guys that stand out. And again, this is pure tape study. I don't get into character things off the field stuff. I couldn't speak to that. I don't know that. I think 2 guys stand out to me: Christian Barmore from Alabama and Levi Onwuzurike from Washington. And they're different players because Barmore is over 6'4", weighs 310, has really long arms. At times, when he played at his best, he was very reminiscent of Chris Jones coming out of Mississippi State. He can play in multiple fronts. He's got explosive quickness off the ball. He's got strong, heavy hands. And you know what that means, Ross, as a former O-lineman, when a guy has strong, heavy hands that rock you. And he's got power throughout his frame, which is very, very sturdy. So he's got a strong traits profile, and I really like the player. So I'm curious to see how the league sees him. But the fact that he can line up in multiple positions in a league now that has moved a lot more toward multiple front looks I think is very enticing for a lot of teams, assuming there's no character issues.
And as for Levi from Washington?
He's a totally different cat. He is maybe only, 290 pounds, give or take. He's an athlete. I mean, he's another guy that he's got power. He also has really heavy hands, by the way. But I had to watch a lot of him because when I first started watching him, I thought, boy, he's 290. He's a powerful guy. Can he play that way in the NFL at 290? And then the more and more I watched him, his quickness and athleticism showed up. I would say the foundation of his game is power and force, but boy, did he show enticing flashes of first step and explosive quickness, both as a run defender and an inside pass rusher. And what really started showing up, even though he didn't have a lot of sacks, he didn't play this year, so I had to go back and watch a ton of them from 2019. But really started just to show up was how disruptive a player he is. He had dominant snaps. Now, as a defensive tackle, sometimes they don't put up numbers. Like you don't see a ton of tackles necessarily. You may not see a ton of sacks. But when you watch the tape, and you have to watch whole games, is you see the disruption they cause, the way they cause offensive plays to break down, or the way they control offensive linemen so others can make plays. He was really like that. And he played much stronger than his weight. As I said, he's 290, 6'3", 290. I think he ultimately transitions as a 3 technique. But again, we've seen so many multiple fronts that with the way he played with those heavy hands, he could even be, a 2-gap player. You don't think of a guy 290 as a 2-gap player, but boy, he had strong hands.
A guy that jumped out to me this year, Greg, I had never heard of him before, was Davion Nixon from Iowa. He totally destroyed the Penn State football team. I mean, it was unbelievable how he dominated that game. I mean, who is this guy? Where did he come from? Who does he remind you of, if anybody?
Well, he's an interesting guy to watch. He's big kid. He's an athlete. I mean, that's his game. He's not real interested in the physical part of the game, which is weird to say for a guy who plays D tackle and D line, but he is an athlete. He's a gap penetrator. He's a movement guy in slant and stunt schemes. There's really not much power and physicality to the way in which he plays, and not a real commitment to playing that way, Ross. But yet he's 6'3", 313. So you're not talking about a little man. But I think he has to be scheme specific. He's a 1-gap player. You have to understand that he's not going to bring a lot of power and physicality, but he can win with quickness and explosiveness, and he can rush the quarterback. So in today's NFL, he's very interesting. I don't think he would start off as a full-time player, just because you're going to have to get this guy to play a little more with some commitment to the physical part of the game. But there's not many guys at 313 pounds with the light feet that he has.
So what happened with Florida State's Marvin Wilson? I thought coming in the year he was like a top 10 pick or something, or highly touted, and you don't hear as much about him now.
No, Marvin Wilson, he's an interesting guy because Marvin Wilson actually came out of, I believe, Texas, and he was a big-time recruit at Florida State for Jimbo Fisher at the time. I mean, he was a consensus 5-star. That was viewed as a coup by Florida State to get this kid. And, I watched him in 2019, but then, of course, I watched him this year. He never really became the consistently dominant D tackle at Florida State that everyone thought he would be. He's not really an off-the-ball quickness reaction burst player. He's not that guy. So I'm not sure he's a 3 technique. I thought that he looked heavy this year, but I guess he came in much lighter at his pro day, so people are hoping that he can be quicker. But the tape did not show a quick player. The tape showed a guy that at times looked a little slow and sluggish, and that I would never have seen as a 3 technique based on his tape from 2020. So I guess you have to decide what he is. It's hard for me to envision him based on tape as a 1-gap player, but I'm not sure he's a 2-gap player. I'm not sure what he is. But I think you have to reshape his body, and maybe that started. He has to become a quicker, more active player. He's shown flashes of that clearly, but you want to see the power, you want to see the heavy hands, you want to see quickness. He did not play with quickness in 2020.
Greg, you bring it every week. Unlike Marvin Wilson, every single week you bring it. Outstanding stuff as always. Check Greg out on social. That's your best bet at Greg Cosell. Thank you, Greg.
Thanks, Ross. Appreciate it.
I appreciate you, Greg, and I appreciate Keeps, and I have for years. You guys have heard me talking about it. Look, you can look at me right now. I'm trying to show you my bald spot. YouTube.com/Ross Tucker NFL if I duck my head down. But here's the deal. If you guys have been noticed, it hasn't gotten worse. That's because I've been using Keeps. You know what? I'm going to it'll be product placement. I'm going to show you my Keeps topical solution. I'm going to show you my Keeps pill I take every day so you guys can see that I am a Keeps user. I started losing my hair late 20s, and I didn't start this stuff until early 30s. I wish I had started earlier, but there's 2 FDA-approved medications. One is like you rub it on your bald spot. The other one's a pill in the morning. They work. I mean, for me, I don't know if they grew any hair back, but they absolutely have done a good job of keeping what I have. And I'm telling you guys, you don't even notice you're starting to lose it until you've lost 50% of the follicles in an area. So all I'm saying is, when in doubt, start it. You'll never regret starting it earlier. You'll only regret starting it later. If you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to keeps.com/Ross to receive your first month of treatment for free. That's keeps.com/Ross to get your first month free. Keeps.com/Ross.
Tuck's Takes.
Good morning, Ross. So we'll start with Nike, Beats by Dr. Dre, and H-E-B all suspending their Deshaun Watson endorsements.
Well, we spent a bunch of time on Deshaun Watson on Monday with Seth Payne. Obviously, there have been more developments this week. By the way, I got a lot of positive feedback about the Mike Garafolo interview. Hopefully, a lot of you guys went back and listened to that or watched it on YouTube. But I don't really know what to say about the Deshaun Watson stuff anymore, other than it feels like there are new developments every day. If you're into the legal process, if you're into court proceedings and lawyer back and forth, then I'm sure you can check it out. I'm not that into giving the play-by-play of this thing, but it really is stunning. It really is stunning to go from where Deshaun Watson was in the public perception to now Nike, Beats by Dre, H-E-B, all these people suspending their endorsements from him. And it sounds like, I know Mike Florio, who's been on the show before, thinks he's going to end up going on the commissioner's exempt list. I don't know if Deshaun Watson's going to play football this year.
Tuck's Takes.
Tennessee Titans have a new senior defensive assistant, and his name is Jim Schwartz.
So the only thing that's funny to me about that is he retired. Like he said at the end of the season in Philly that he was retiring. That was 4 months ago. So that was a short retirement for Jim Schwartz. But sometimes that's just what guys say when they know that they might get let go or they know it's a bad situation. They want to go out on their own terms.
Tux Takes.
Speaking of Mike Garafolo, on our show earlier in the week, we were doing a real time. He's talking about there's a play, or we're talking about Forrest Lamp, and where's he going to go? Well, he signs with the Bills.
Bri, is that the first time, like in all these episodes we've done, where literally while we're talking to the guy, I mean, it's not a live show. You can't watch it live yet. Although if you guys want that, maybe we can do that at some point, but not a live show. Is that the first time we've had like break? I mean, obviously people have said things that are interesting. Was that the first time like if we were a live show, we would have been the first people to know that Forrest Lamp signed?
There may have been one or two other things, but I think that got to that point because Mike had asked us if we were live. If he knew we were live, then he wouldn't have broken news.
Well, he asked if we were live afterwards.
I thought it was beforehand.
I thought it was after. Anyway.
That's it? Anything else you want to say?
No, he was highly touted coming out of Western Kentucky. A lot of injuries with the Chargers. Kind of interesting. The Chargers had Feeney and Lamp start every game last year. Feeney played a lot of games for the Chargers. They didn't really seem to have much of an interest in bringing back either one.
Tux Takes.
Eagles signed a couple of guys, linebacker Eric Wilson and running back Jordan Howard.
So I really like the Eric Wilson signing by the Eagles. Linebacker has been a problem area for them. 1 year, I think it's up to $3.5 million. He's still a young player, played very well for Minnesota last year. I'm a little surprised that there wasn't more of a market for him. He did miss some tackles, but I would have thought there was more of a market for Wilson. I like these moves with Wilson and Anthony Harris because they know Jonathan Gannon's defense. And if they play really well, then maybe the Eagles extend them. Or maybe they let him go and the Eagles get a compensatory pick. As for Jordan Howard, I think the Eagles just want to make sure they have some type of short yardage banger back, late game banger back, and not have to draft one.
Tux Takes.
A couple other moves. The Panthers signed cornerback A.J. Boye, and Bengals released running back Giovanni Bernard.
It seems to me like just yesterday when Giovanni Bernard got drafted by the Bengals and they were on Hard Knocks. That was a long time ago. I mean, he was there like 8 years. I mean, he had a long run with one team. Didn't have a great year last year. I mean, I think he'll get picked up by somebody, but he had a long run with the Bengals. A.J. Boye has really buoyed his way around different teams lately. I feel like it was like Texans, Jags, Broncos, now Panthers. Boye's in a lot of bouncing around for a guy that, has a reputation as being a pretty good player. Speaking of reputation, I know you guys have heard about Purple, but you need to check it out. Only Purple has the Grid, a stretchy gel material that's amazingly supportive for your back and legs while cushioning your shoulders, necks, and hips. The Grid doesn't trap air. Air actually circulates and flows through it. Here's what I tell people, okay? Because we have a couple Purple pillows. I say, go ahead, get a Purple pillow. Once you get a Purple pillow and fall in love, then you'll know you need a mattress. And right now, you can try your Purple mattress risk-free with free shippings and returns. Financing's available too. Purple really is comfort for an uncomfortable world. Right now, you'll get 10% off any order of $200 or more. Go to purple.com/Ross10 and use promo code Ross10. That's purple.com/Ross10, promo code Ross10 for 10% off any order of $200 or more. Purple.com/Ross10, promo code Ross10. Terms apply.
Tux Takes.
Final bit of news, Notre Dame's lineman Liam Eichenberg not at the Combine medical check this weekend for a positive COVID test.
Neither is Trevor Lawrence. I specifically brought this up for multiple reasons, right? Number one, to make sure you know that today and tomorrow, there was no combine. So they didn't have the 350 guys going through and getting all of their medical checks. That didn't happen this year. So, but they want to know where these guys are at medically. So I think it's guys that are projected to be in the first 3 rounds, because those are the biggest investments by the teams, as well as guys that they have known medical issues. They're all going to Indy today and tomorrow for all the combine medical checks. Trevor Lawrence isn't going, even though he just had that shoulder surgery on his left shoulder, because he's getting married this weekend. Boy, I thought I got married young, Bri. I was 26. My wife was 25. When we got married. How old were you, Bri?
29.
How old was your wife?
30.
She's older than you?
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't know that, Bri. You dog you. Anyway, Trevor Lawrence getting married. I think he's 21. That is young. Long time, I guess, high school sweetheart, but that is a young. I could do a whole podcast on getting married that young. But anyway, hey, when you meet the right person, when you find the right person, you got the right person, I guess. But the thing about Eichenberg, I think is interesting, Bri, is I guess I wonder if the positive COVID test affects him in any way. In other words, there's still a little bit of unknown about the long-term impacts. I wonder if it's a slight downgrade for the team that are thinking about drafting him. Like if they have Eichenberg and some other guy on the board the exact same, are they going to go with the guy that didn't test positive for COVID versus the guy that did, not knowing what the impact of it might be? I don't know, just something I thought. I don't know the answer to that. Just an observation, as they say. Speaking of observations, I observe when we get new patrons, patreon.com/RT Media, like Kaveh Bakhtiari. I think it's Kaveh. I got to look again. He emailed me. I didn't get a chance to email you back yet, Kaveh. But Bakhtiari, almost like David Bakhtiari for the Packers. And Kaveh had some really nice words about the show. I appreciate that. Just like I appreciate any. I was thinking about having a happy hour Sunday night, Bri. But I don't feel like I've gotten that much of a reaction from the patrons on our private Slack channel. So I don't know if I will. You guys gotta mount up and say you really want to have a happy hour if you want to have one. People like Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, and HumanHeadNYC.com. That's an interesting name of a store for a vinyl record shop. HumanHeadNYC.com. Big week next week. We're doing season win totals on the Even Money podcast. We're talking rookie wide receivers on the Fantasy Feast podcast. I think Andrew will be back. We'll have a surprise guest either Sunday night or Monday. Should be awesome. Please check out the other shows. Please subscribe if you haven't already. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Finish Strong Friday presented by DraftKings, America's #1 rated sportsbook app. They got a lot of stuff going on for the Masters right now. Make sure you go over to DraftKings. Use the code Ross. I am Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years, do 30 minutes of on-demand audio pretty much every day here on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Definitely every day during the season. In the off season, it's 3 times a week, but then you got the Fantasy Feast, you've got the Even Money Podcast, you've got the College Draft, so you got something every single day. Andrew Brandt's Business of Sports. So you got the 30 minutes you want 7 days a week. I love Fridays when we do them on Fridays because it's a Finish Strong Friday. It's a Greg Cosell Friday, and it is a Winners Friday.
I want winners. I want people that want to win.
So the real key there from Mike Singletary, it's the second part. We want listeners and viewers that want to win. People like Ari, FFESQ, he quote tweeted one of the tweets from @RossTuckerPod recently. That's all you have to do. Quote tweet with a compliment, reply with a compliment, or just retweet, or just like on Instagram, or reply or comment on Facebook. It all counts, and it all means a lot to us when you do so. Ari, hit me up with an email, ross@rosstucker.com. Let me know whether you'd like a signed picture or a football card, or if you'd rather have one of these press passes from this past season. Sponsor confirmation email winner, Nicholas Falloon. Got some Raycon earbuds. Everybody's getting the Raycon earbuds, Nicholas. Smart move. You can see all of our sponsors over at rosstucker.com. As you know, if you take advantage of any of them and then send me an email, I guarantee to read and respond to your question on the show. Nicholas, you're the winner, so let me know exactly what you'd like. Again, ross@rosstucker.com. The YouTube shout out. Boy, this is an easy one. You just subscribe to youtube.com/RossTuckerNFL. Comment on any video. I see all of them. And I'll give you a cameo-style shout out for whoever you want, whatever you want. Just like I do for people that hook me up on Cameo. Toby Shea, you are the YouTube shout out winner. Congratulations, Toby. Congratulations to all of us. It's a great Cosell day.
The Big Show.
All right, so Greg, we are continuing with our draft series. I guess I should say it because there's new listeners all the time. Greg Cosell is the civilian GOAT, okay? He is the greatest film watcher that hasn't worked for a team as a coach or a front office executive of all time. All time. The civilian greatest of all time. By the way, Greg, I thought it was funny. One time somebody got mad, they thought that was a knock. That's the opposite of a knock. You know how high of esteem I hold you in. So we've been doing this draft series. You can see Greg all the time on the NFL Matchup Show. He's NFL Films Guru. The key, I would say, is to follow Greg on Twitter @Greg Cosell, because then you know all the stuff he's doing, like the fantasy profiles, or the draft profiles, I should say, of a lot of these prospects at fantasypoints.com. Just make sure you use the code 21Feast when you go there. Now, we're going to get into D tackles today, Greg, but when there's major news, I need a refresher course. I know we've talked about these guys before. I know we have. But, now they're in a new place. Now they're with a new coordinator. So I just want to start with what you've seen over a 3-year body of work from Sam Darnold.
I would say that Sam Darnold as a pro has been very much like he was coming out of USC. He's a big kid with a good arm and excellent movement, traits that you like, but he's always had issues with his lower body mechanics. He's always been a quarterback that doesn't move his feet with his eyes and often does not step to his throws. And in this world where we're so caught up with the idea of throwing off platform, people think that's wonderful. It's actually very poor. You should never throw off platform unless the defense absolutely demands it. If the defense doesn't demand it, your mechanics should be pristine on every throw. Your feet and your eyes should always work together. You should be stepping to your throws, and your arm angle should be the same all the time. He has always struggled with that part of his game. I think that he's struggled at times with his vision and what he sees. And I think it'll be very interesting what Joe Brady does in Carolina with him, Ross, because you can't do this on every snap. But I think with Sam Darnold, you have to try to define the reads and the throws as clearly as possible. And the way you do that is you call plays based on your understanding of the probability and tendencies of the defense you are playing in given situations. And therefore, ideally, your play call with the primary and maybe the secondary beats the defense that you anticipate. So you're defining the reads and the throws for the quarterback. I think that's what Sam Darnold needs at this point in his career as he makes the change from the Jets to Carolina.
You know, you said something, Greg, I thought was really interesting about throwing off platform. We really have lost our way, Greg. We really have. You know, Sam Darnold can play poorly. And I like Sam Darnold as a kid, whatever.
I've been around him. He's a great kid.
Yeah. But what's really funny to me is we've gotten to the point, Greg, where if a guy like Darnold or whoever has one, maybe two really exceptional off-platform throws, everybody points to that play, that throw, and says, see, that's who he is. Look how talented he is. Look at the things he's capable of. You just need to get better people around him.
Right.
You just need to get a better scheme. Like, by the way, nobody ever says that about Brady because Brady doesn't have like a really awesome off-platform throw. You know, it's the consistent excellence and doing things the right way over and over and over again, that doesn't really excite people. But Sam Darnold rolls to his left. Sam Darnold rolls to his left against the Niners and leads a receiver going back to the right, and it looks awesome with the timing of it. And everybody's like, see, look how talented he is. That is – it's gone that way, Greg, more and more every year. That's wrong. That's incorrect.
You are correct. And it drives me crazy. We've gotten to that point, and you're right, it's been the last couple of years. And obviously Patrick Mahomes was the one who really brought it to the forefront. Matthew Stafford's been doing that since he came in the league, but it wasn't cool back, 8-9 years ago, so no one talked about it. Now when guys run to their left and make a throw across their body, it was like Zach Wilson at his pro day when he ran to his left and made a throw that 25 quarterbacks could make. But because we're so caught up in, oh my God, those kinds of throws. But you should never not throw the ball with proper mechanics unless it's absolutely demanded. You mentioned Tom Brady. We know he's the greatest of all time. But what is one of the reasons? There are many. What is one of the reasons he's like that? Repetitive mechanics. He does the same thing all the time. And he's worked on that his entire career.
You know what's funny, Greg? You know what it's like? It's like when I'd be in training camp and there'd be a rookie or a young player, really good feet, really long arms, and in one-on-ones, he'd have a great kick slide and punch, and everybody'd be like, wow, that kid is talented. But then like half the time, he didn't know who to block.
Right.
Half the time, they were able to beat him with an inside move or knock his hands down or whatever. But everybody looked at the one play where he looked like Walter Jones and points to that and say, that's who he can be. No, that's not who he can be. I mean, that's who he can be 1 out of 10 times. I mean, and it's unbelievable how often I saw that. Let me ask you this. There's a perception that a lot of what held Darnold back in New York was his surroundings, both personnel, and coaching. Do you buy into that?
Can't speak to the coaching because I'm not there every day, so I would never speak to something I don't know about. Look, I learned from people way smarter than I am in my 41 years in NFL films and my 25 to 30 years really studying the X and O tactical element of the game, that when you evaluate a quarterback, You evaluate the quarterback in a vacuum. You isolate his individual traits, attributes, and characteristics. Numbers become numbers. Sure. Do you have better numbers if you throw it up and your wide receiver? You know, Terry Bradshaw used to joke about this. I saw him at a couple of banquets. He'd joke about, hey, I would, you would throw it up, and it would be incomplete. I'd throw it up and Swan would make a great catch. You have to evaluate a quarterback by isolating what he is. Numbers are numbers. They're not really relevant to what a quarterback is other than the result. It's always about the process. That's what coaching, you know that, Ross, you played. It's about the process. It's the coaching, the teaching. If that's done properly, the results will be consistently better.
Just out of curiosity, how do you think Darnold compares to like Justin Fields, Trey Lance, Mac Jones as a prospect?
Well, Darnold has high-level traits. Big kid, throws it well, moves well. The year he came out, 2018, he was considered by many to be the number one quarterback prospect in the class. The Browns obviously took Baker Mayfield, but Darnold was a consensus top 1 or 2 pick in that draft as far as the quarterback position. So he's got high-level traits. I always hate to use the word consistency. It's an easy word to throw around, just like the word instincts is an easy word to throw around. People like to use it. But it has to do with the execution of, as you said, doing things the right way, play after play after play. And at the quarterback position, there's 10, 15 things that go into that. So he doesn't execute things the right way, play after play after play, and that gets you in trouble.
Greg, is he even better than Bridgewater, who they're replacing,
Yes,
or
Trubisky,
who got $2.5 million for 1 year from the Bills?
Yeah, he's
to
far
back
more
up
talented.
talent?
Darnold's got a lot of talent. I mean, just pure talent. But as I said, the execution of that talent has been spotty for many reasons.
So before we get to the D tackles, and purposely we're not spending a ton of time on them, it's not a great D tackle class. There's one more. The Niners made that big trade since you and I last spoke. They're now at number 3. Who do you think they're going to take, Greg? And or who do you think they should take based on what you know about these prospects and Kyle Shanahan's offense?
Well, I'm not going to get into who they should because that's getting into Kyle Shanahan's brain, and I'm not doing that. Here's the way I'll answer that question. I think it comes down to Kyle's belief, which is unanswerable, in what the quarterback position now is in the league. Because if you're looking at Mac Jones on one side and Trey Lance and Justin Fields on the other side, what you're dealing with is, how do you see the quarterback position in 2021 in the NFL? Can you still have a great quarterback, and we're going to put Tom Brady aside for obvious reasons, can you have a great quarterback in this league who is an efficient executor and ball distributor, but does not give you a playmaking dimension? Or has the league progressed now with defenses the way they are to the point where your quarterback, in addition to ideally being an excellent ball distributor and executor of your offense, does he also need to be a playmaker? And I think Kyle's answer to that, which we'll never know until he drafts, will determine whether he's a Mac Jones guy or a Justin Fields or a Trey Lance guy. So it's where you come down on that philosophical question.
Let's get to the D tackles, Greg. Next week we'll hit up the linebackers. The draft will be here before you know it.
Linebackers will be fun. There's a lot of guys this year.
Yeah, is there a D tackle that stood out to you, Greg? Is there a guy that you thought, wow, that guy's really impressive, or that guy's the best one I saw?
I think there's 2 guys that stand out. And again, this is pure tape study. I don't get into character things off the field stuff. I couldn't speak to that. I don't know that. I think 2 guys stand out to me: Christian Barmore from Alabama and Levi Onwuzurike from Washington. And they're different players because Barmore is over 6'4", weighs 310, has really long arms. At times, when he played at his best, he was very reminiscent of Chris Jones coming out of Mississippi State. He can play in multiple fronts. He's got explosive quickness off the ball. He's got strong, heavy hands. And you know what that means, Ross, as a former O-lineman, when a guy has strong, heavy hands that rock you. And he's got power throughout his frame, which is very, very sturdy. So he's got a strong traits profile, and I really like the player. So I'm curious to see how the league sees him. But the fact that he can line up in multiple positions in a league now that has moved a lot more toward multiple front looks I think is very enticing for a lot of teams, assuming there's no character issues.
And as for Levi from Washington?
He's a totally different cat. He is maybe only, 290 pounds, give or take. He's an athlete. I mean, he's another guy that he's got power. He also has really heavy hands, by the way. But I had to watch a lot of him because when I first started watching him, I thought, boy, he's 290. He's a powerful guy. Can he play that way in the NFL at 290? And then the more and more I watched him, his quickness and athleticism showed up. I would say the foundation of his game is power and force, but boy, did he show enticing flashes of first step and explosive quickness, both as a run defender and an inside pass rusher. And what really started showing up, even though he didn't have a lot of sacks, he didn't play this year, so I had to go back and watch a ton of them from 2019. But really started just to show up was how disruptive a player he is. He had dominant snaps. Now, as a defensive tackle, sometimes they don't put up numbers. Like you don't see a ton of tackles necessarily. You may not see a ton of sacks. But when you watch the tape, and you have to watch whole games, is you see the disruption they cause, the way they cause offensive plays to break down, or the way they control offensive linemen so others can make plays. He was really like that. And he played much stronger than his weight. As I said, he's 290, 6'3", 290. I think he ultimately transitions as a 3 technique. But again, we've seen so many multiple fronts that with the way he played with those heavy hands, he could even be, a 2-gap player. You don't think of a guy 290 as a 2-gap player, but boy, he had strong hands.
A guy that jumped out to me this year, Greg, I had never heard of him before, was Davion Nixon from Iowa. He totally destroyed the Penn State football team. I mean, it was unbelievable how he dominated that game. I mean, who is this guy? Where did he come from? Who does he remind you of, if anybody?
Well, he's an interesting guy to watch. He's big kid. He's an athlete. I mean, that's his game. He's not real interested in the physical part of the game, which is weird to say for a guy who plays D tackle and D line, but he is an athlete. He's a gap penetrator. He's a movement guy in slant and stun schemes. There's really not much power and physicality to the way in which he plays, and not a real commitment to playing that way, Ross. But yet he's 6'3", 313. So you're not talking about a little man. But I think he has to be scheme specific. He's a 1-gap player. You have to understand that he's not going to bring a lot of power and physicality, but he can win with quickness and explosiveness, and he can run.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Here to bookend your Dream Stream experience on a Saturday. I am Adam Kaufman, and back for another one. It's Matt LaMarca. Matty, who is, he's just, I mean, God's gift. Let me tell you, I'm going to tell you all about this guy as we roll along in this upcoming simulation that we have in front of us between, of course, Seattle and Tennessee. How are you, big guy?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm, a nice day of sports, I got to watch the Mets. I got to watch some Masters.
Nice.
Was just watching the Lakers and the Nets for a little bit. So like a good underrated sports day, especially, I mean, I would have preferred if the Mets won, but anytime I get to watch Jacob deGrom pitch, it's a treat. That guy is just so freaking good. So yeah, I can't complain, man. It's been a good day.
Well, we got ourselves the Madden After Dark, the Let's See If LaMarca Remembers to Hoop Tonight free roll, which
nope.
oddly prophetic that I created that last night. Last night he just straight up like ran out of time, forgot whatever. Tonight we were just talking about it. He just up and decided, you know what? I'm going to take a night. I'm just going to take a night for me. I'm going to do some other things. I'm not going to hoop. And as a result, not as much action tonight, but we will get a chance over the next hour to monitor how our larger NBA contest is going, and that's always exciting.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I wrote content for the slate, so I feel like and I work the news desk, so I kind of was aware of everything that was going on. But sometimes you just got to take a day, and I felt like I needed some time. I was telling you I caught up on Falcon and the Winter Soldier, so tomorrow I'll be rested and ready to give you the smoke once again.
Well, we are happy to obviously talk about whatever you guys want to get into over the course of this upcoming simulation that begins, in a matter of moments, clearly. But your lineup for this, I am confident you made a build for this free roll among
Absolutely,
our
I
160
did.
plus that we got going. So what do you have?
Yeah, I went with the big man, the big dog.
Big dog.
El Tractorcito. Derrick Henry in the captain spot. I went with Russell Wilson. I went with Greg Olson. Yanu Smith. Yanu. It's a silent. It's like
Yanu. It's like yogging.
It's a Yonu Smith.
Yonu Smith.
Tyler Lockett. And then, of course, the nuts value play every single time the Seahawks are playing, Carlos Hyde.
Carlos Hyde. Well, it will surprise no one we have some similarities, especially in a showdown contest, just structured a little bit differently. So Russell Wilson is my captain.
Okay.
And I was really between Russ and Henry. Ultimately went with Russ. I'm banking on maybe a rushing score or two. After that, and Russ's top-owned, larger free contest, 79%. Henry right behind him, though, at 73%. Henry is in my flex. DK Metcalf. And then I had to get real cheap. Tyler Lockett, Adam Humphries, Carlos Hyde. If you're not rostering Carlos Hyde, I don't know what you're doing. It's like your team never here. You got to roster Carlos Hyde in these things, baby. You just got to. And looks like about 56% of you did.
Yeah, it looks like my lineup is just chalk city. I have to imagine that I'm duped many times.
Well, we will find out. It's great to be here with you. As I mentioned, I was along for the nooner. Solid.
Wow, so
10
you
hours
opened
ago.
up the day.
That's what I'm saying. A bookending the Dream Stream day. It's good to be here. And you know what? My Red Sox just tied up the Orioles at 4 in the 9th after blowing a lead. So,
hey, there you go.
Boom, baby. I hope they play extra innings to like the 19th. Just give me something to side watch here while I'm monitoring all things NBA and everything else. Seconds gone by. We have, of course, Maddie LaMarca, Adam Kaufman. We got our great production crew here, and even extra hands on deck on a Saturday. We got Jordan, our producer, Drew, who, of course, is our technical director. We got Joe in Game Ops. Looks like Joe has maybe someone is shadowing Joe, learning on the job right here so that he can get involved in the Game Ops. If I'm John, I believe, if I'm saying that right. If I'm not, do not hesitate to correct me and call me a jerk in the process. But I welcome you nevertheless, and great to be here with everybody on a Saturday evening.
I also have someone shadowing me tonight.
Is that right? Is that just your shadow?
They're sitting in the corner. I'll have them be quiet. So
2nd and 10. Tannehill rolls out, completes a pass, and gets it to the 16-yard line. 1st and 10 on the way after the 24-yard pickup
Big
by
start for
Yanu Smith.
Yanu! Can we just say, I would love to see the Patriots trade up to 4, and then instead of drafting Justin Fields, just take Kyle Pitts and go full scorched earth tight end.
That's what you're looking for?
Yeah. Just a triple tight end machine.
That pass completed by Tannehill, and it is out to the 8-yard line.
Yanu!
2nd and 2 coming up. Good to have everybody here with us, checking along in the DraftKings conference room. See what's happening here. Tater Hater says, by the way, congrats to the myriad of people who beat me in Koff's NBA contest. It ain't over yet, man. We got a long way to go here tonight. Long way to go. The 10 o'clock games are just underway.
What up, Taters?
CEH calling me a hustler. I'm a hustler, baby. I just want you to know. Robert says, hey, Koff, I think I will buy this stream and trash any expectations. I'm into it. It's a pitch. Oh, Derrick Henry stopped short at the 3.
Absolutely flattened.
Can I mention, by the way, well, I can say whatever the heck I want. Let me mention that, so like I said, I did the nooner.
Yeah.
We had north of 125 likes at the end of the nooner. And we are sitting at 144 right now, about 18 simulations later. What the heck? Did nobody even mention the like button over the course of the last 9 hours?
I actually briefly mentioned it on our last stream. I got us from 140 to 145. But that was right after I told a viewer that if they didn't like me, they could leave. So, kind of sending mixed signals.
3rd and goal from the 3. Got there! Touchdown, Tennessee!
Hey, it's your boy.
Hey! Humphreys! Yeah! Who else has him? Who's got the hump? Who's got the hump in the lineup on a Saturday? Adam Humphreys, $3,600 in the flex, owned by a quarter of you. Stack it up, Joe. Man,
like
I almost played Tannehill over Metcalf, too. Almost played Tannehill over Metcalf, and now I wish I had.
Oh, it's early.
Not bad. Not bad. Who's got Humphreys? Dorito McChicken's in front right now with the Seahawks DST in the captain spot. As the Titans DST in the flex. Wilson, Tannehill, and of course, Henry and Smith.
Do you get a McChicken and then like a bag of Doritos?
I got to be honest. The only reason I even acknowledged it is because I just thought Dorito McChicken was such a great name.
It's not a bad name.
It's not a bad name.
Yeah, I'm curious if anybody's ever had one. Maybe it's like one of those secret food items that I'm missing out on. You get some Doritos, you get a McChicken, or maybe you go get a Dorito taco from Taco Bell and you put that in the McChicken.
Anybody else suddenly very hungry? I had fajitas for dinner. I had a cookie like right before the stream. I wasn't feeling particularly hungry, and now Dorito McChicken makes me want to go eat something. Ironically, though, I feel like I want to eat healthy. Just hearing Dorito McChicken, it's
I think I
want an apple.
Pretty gross. I will say that I was watching. I've been watching like a lot of like just stand up, not like full specials, but just different jokes.
Okay.
On
like on the YouTube.
On the YouTubes.
On the YouTubes, yeah.
And this one guy was like, I like McDonald's, I take people to McDonald's, and every time I bring them there, they're always like, oh, wow, I haven't been here in ages. And I'm like, come on, guys. Like, I know it's not me keeping the lights on at McDonald's, right? Like, there have to be other people that eat at this place. And I was like, yeah, you know what? That's pretty funny because I like McDonald's. I find that I'm not a gourmand. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, a McDonald's cheeseburger is just as good as a cheeseburger that I'm going to pay $15-20 for.
Well, that's not true.
In my palate,
no, but I'm not slighting McDonald's when I say this. That just can't be true because of the amount of meat you get at a regular restaurant versus at a McDonald's, where they give you that like you need to get a double, whether it's a regular burger, cheeseburger, you need to get a McDouble or whatever they call that thing, just to even get like anything in between the bread.
How about this for a hot take? The meat is the least important part of the cheeseburger.
Like in general or at McDonald's?
Everywhere.
That's the hottest take I think I've ever heard. That is the flaming McGriddle of takes.
like onions, pickles, cheese,
all in a sesame seed bun.
The dressings. You put that in between two buns, and I would eat that. I would eat that before I just ate meat and bread.
I would just eat the burger before I need any of the rest of the stuff.
I disagree.
Well, clearly.
But I'm not, that's me. I know, like I said,
you're
it's a hot take.
disrespecting the cow is what you're doing.
I know it's a weird take. I don't like steak. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would rather have like a nice fish or a piece of chicken.
Jordan, our producer. One time McDonald's, I asked for a plain cheeseburger, and I kid you not, they gave me a piece of cheese between two buns, no burger patty.
Well, that's just stupid.
Special sauce is a lot of sweet and sour sauce. Who remembers the Dane Cook joke? Because if you don't, look it up. If you do, you know why I can't finish it.
I don't remember it, so I might have to check it out.
From the 49. Yeah, just look up the whole Burger King run of joke from back in the Harmful If Swallowed album. Very, very strong. Justin says, Koff, Lamarca here to the end, guys. Let's go. Love it. Red, white, and green. Don't think I missed this. I'm going to name my kid Dorito McChicken, and he's going to be all pro.
That's like Chalupa Batman.
That's like straight up Key and Peele. Like, you know, McCringleberry or whatever. Like, and now starting out of the U, Dorito McChicken.
You got to watch out for fudge. That's an all-time great sketch.
I turned a buddy of mine on to Key and Peele, like, I don't know, a year ago. He'd heard of it, maybe seen the occasional sketch, but he'd never really watched the show. And as we know, it's been off the air for how long? 4 years, something like that, at least. He just texted me a couple days ago that he had finally finished the entire series. And all the while, throughout the process, was, you know, shooting me emails or texts of sketches that he just enjoyed along the way. And it was great to relive a little Key and Peele especially here during the pandemic.
I'll be honest, I haven't watched a ton of the actual show, but I've seen a lot of this stuff on YouTube.
Yeah, a lot of
big
good stuff.
YouTube guy. I'm finding out.
Joker says Lamarca likes burgers without the burger, and Koff likes ice cream cones without the ice cream. Weirdos.
So you just like the cone?
That is being slightly misrepresented. As we have a minute left here in the opening quarter, you know, our new game ops person can only imagine what they're thinking right now, listening to. Was the last one with Ulrich this stupid, or are we just?
No, absolutely. Me and Jeff keep it pretty above board. You know, we still don't talk about the actual game very much, which is why I told somebody to leave, because they were like, "You guys don't talk about the game enough. You're the
get
ones."
out.
I said, "Get out."
Yeah, get out.
But
go
you know,
do
we
something
talked.
else.
We talked about sports cards. We talked about
Sure.
Top Shot. We talked about the Masters. We didn't veer into meatless burgers and ice creamless ice cream cones.
For anyone that was, I wish, honestly, I don't say this often. I truly, and people know, because you've probably not heard me say this. I do not say this often. If the dream stream from yesterday is still posted on YouTube, you know, hasn't been archived yet or whatever, I assume it is. Go back and watch just the first quarter and a half, even on double speed, you know, blow through it quickly. Just watch the first quarter and a half of the 8 o'clock sim that I did with Freeze Pops. To you, Game Ops, you know, and anyone else, production crew, obviously, everybody involved, go relive that experience, because I mean, one, I don't even think we acknowledge the teams that were playing in the sim, let alone any plays from it. As Tannehill 92 passing a touchdown to as we know, one Adam Humphries. That is the only offense we have in this thing so far. My man Russ has almost as many rushing yards as he does passing yards. It's 12 versus 20. It's not been pretty thus far. And again, receivers, nobody's doing anything particularly awesome through one quarter other than Yanu, who is 3 for 64. it was like a quarter and a half long just ranting on things that bugged us. It was a full-on Festivus. And we just only escalated. Like, I'd go somewhere, he'd bring it higher. I'd go there, he'd get, like, it was funny. And I honestly don't think it was just funny to us. I think it was
a full-on airing of the grievances.
A full-on airing of the grievances. And I encourage people to go check it out.
Did you start with the feats of strength, though?
I did not. I probably should have. I have 4 Daddy Seinfeld. So the ice cream cone thing that I felt was a little misrepresented real quick is I will, and I don't think this is uncommon, I will go to, like, if I go get ice cream in the summertime, you know, I enjoy a cone like most people, but I don't need the ice cream to melt all over my hand. Where's the fun in that? So if it's a particularly hot day, I will get an ice cream in a dish, in a cup, but I still want the cone. So I will get the cone, you know, they'll just like put the cone upside down on top of the ice cream and maybe you could flip it, eat a little bit or whatever. I will oftentimes just eat the ice cream and I will eat the cone after the fact just as a little snack,
I think that's pretty common.
Yeah, right. But so where this got weird to the chat is I said sometimes, not often, but sometimes I might just snack on a sugar cone. I don't necessarily feel like ice cream, but I'll just eat the sugar cone. Now, you can't do this with all cones. Like, I don't think you do it with a waffle cone. You definitely wouldn't do it with those little styrofoam tasting cones. But a sugar cone? A sugar cone's a good cone.
It's a good cone.
It's a good cone.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever done that, but it's not the weirdest. The way you describe it, it's not the weirdest thing in the world.
It's a good cone in The Sims, that's true. Tater Hater says, "Hey, Cough, we're getting some pizza and ice cream. You in? Nah, just bring me back a cone." Oh, Red Sox up 5-4. Extra innings. Keep it going, boys. Make it 5 in a row. Mike Bizzle's good energy in the sim. Alana, hi, Gumby. That's right. You see the shirt.
The Gumster.
This shirt became a problem in my house when the kids learned how to spell, because on the back it says, and this is I can say this here. It's appropriate, just not necessarily something you want like an 8-year-old or a 6-year-old running around saying. Do you remember the big Gumby slogan?
Nope.
Eddie Murphy did it all the time when he played the character on SNL. I'm Gumby, damn it.
Okay.
So the back of my shirt says, I'm Gumby, damn it. And then once my 8-year-old read it for the first time and thought it was funny, he's running around going, I'm Gumby, damn it. I'm like, I need to stop wearing this shirt, probably. This is not ideal. 3rd and 3. Where are you doing? Where are you doing, Ryan? Oh, just throwing touchdowns. No big deal. There you go. Tennessee. Another one. Tennessee. Yeah, Tennessee going all DJ Khaled. Another one. Another one. Getting it done. A.J. Brown, who should have been a Patriot.
Booyah! I don't know how anybody covered Ole Miss when they had him and DK Metcalf. Like, that is just two grown men at the wide receiver position.
Mm-hmm. Very true.
Mm-hmm.
Lindenbaum. LOL. Coughlins is full $4 worth. Alana, Adam Cone Snack Kaufman. Honestly, it's a better nickname than Crust.
Coney Kaufman.
Bizzle, Cough. Now that you've said often 6 times, can we talk about pronunciation? I do fluctuate between often and often. I do.
I'm sorry?
Often and often.
Often
like
and often.
Whether or not you pronounce the T in often.
I've never really thought about that. I guess I'll just have to see the next time it organically comes up.
I think a lot of people feel very passionately about the proper way to say the word. Let me see. Hang on. I'm gonna. All right, here we go. Let's listen. Let's listen. Can we do this?
Often.
Ah,
Often.
no T.
Yeah, I'm not hearing the T.
No T.
Often.
Well,
It's a soft T.
it's a softie. Yeah, you're a softie. What do you think of that?
I am a softie.
Ah, yeah.
I got a
Walked
heart of
right into
gold.
that one. Yours says sounds like Kaufman.
Kaufman.
Often Kaufman. Jordan says this is some groundbreaking stuff we're finding out in the sim tonight. What, do you pronounce the T in often? People often ask. The T is silent. Why? Often is a medial T that, like similar words such as hasten, which has a T, hasten, and soften, once pronounced, now typically silent. Unlike the similar words, pronouncing the T in often has returned in some modern usage. So basically what we've learned here, folks, is you can go either way. You can go either way.
I've heard
You
that
can
about
often,
you.
You can often. Andrew says, I was today years old when I learned it was anyway and not anyways.
Interchangeable.
I think I knew that one, but agree that I think you can go to quote Sean Spencer on Psych, I've heard it both ways.
You know that's right.
Tyre Woods. Funny, but I'm not reading it. But just know that Glash would have, and hopefully that gives you enough satisfaction. This is where Lamarcus scrolls back in the chat to find it.
I've seen it.
Maybe giggles to himself a little bit.
I've been looking at it.
Yeah, I see you. I see you. Mike
Alana says, say cool whip.
Soft T. What's that?
Cool whip.
Cool whip. Monster says, and we're about to find out, Koff, do you pronounce the second T in Toronto? I do not. Toronto? Toronto. Yeah, no second T.
That one I definitely say Toronto Raptors.
I'll give you another one if we're going to stick with areas in Canada. Not to be confused with Canada, different place. Canada. Montreal or Montreal?
I say Montreal.
I know a lot of people say Montreal.
See, that's as a New Yorker, I'm contractually obliged to go Montreal.
Ed Zone Dance, surprised when I learned that nonetheless and nevertheless, one word. Yep. Jordan says, you guys ever see the Wheat Thins Family Guy bit? Of course. That's the whole Cool Whip thing.
Right, Cool Whip.
Wheat Thins.
Now say Wheat Thins. Wheat Thins.
Wheat Thins. Cool
now say
Whip.
Cool Whip. Cool Whip.
Now Wheat Thins. Hey, smash that like button. Let's get up over 160.
This is a good one. This is a good one right here. Soggy cereal, soggy sandwich bread, or soggy socks by Stream Trash.
I was going to say, where are we going with that? Soggy cereal, soggy sandwich bread, soggy socks. That is a good one. Okay. All right. You want to go first?
Yeah. I think the easy trash is the socks. I'm not putting soggy socks on my feet. That's disgusting.
Well, there's a big difference between putting them on versus you already have them on.
Yeah, okay. Well, I guess that's how you interpret the question. I'm interpreting this as putting them on. And in that case, I'm easy trashing them.
Because don't get me wrong, like those suckers got to come off right away if your feet are dry and become soggy. You step in a puddle or whatever, your shoe gets wet, your socks get wet. Like you want to rip that thing right off. I get it. But that is different than actually the act of putting on the soggy sock.
Soggy socks, trashed. And then out of cereal or bread, and this is funny because like one of my biggest food hot takes is that I don't think cereal is very good.
Any cereal?
Will specifically like the sugary ones.
Okay. You and Emerson still friends?
Yeah, we've thought about this before.
Sure.
Yeah. we're allowed to have differences. Friends can disagree on things.
It happens, yeah.
So I'll buy the soggy cereal, because if you take frosted mini wheats, right? I think those are actually really good when you get them super, super soggy.
Okay.
And soggy bread really is bad, but it's not as bad as soggy socks.
I can't believe I'm going to say this.
Okay.
But I think I'm going to buy the soggy socks.
Ugh.
Because they're going to dry eventually, man. I think I'm going to buy the soggy socks. I'm going to stream. This is not easy. This is a good one that you presented us with. I'm gonna stream the soggy. Cereal. I think I'm gonna stream the soggy cereal. Did you see? I love the PlayStation just went. Are you trying to play music right now? Not any good tune. I think the soggy cereal is what I'm going to stream, and the soggy sandwich bread is just so gross.
It is really gross. I don't even like non-soggy bread for the most part. I want it toasted. Even just 2 slices of bread out of a loaf of bread, I find to be not particularly appetizing.
Man, he knows what he wants.
You sog that up even further. Ugh.
Bonzo says, I officially hate Gary Trent Jr. with a passion now. That is all. Gary Trent? The guy who was in my lineup tonight? That Gary Trent? Same guy? Probably the same guy.
All right,
about 90 seconds from the half, folks.
DraftKings 22 says ibuprofen or ibuproben. I don't even think that's a matter of pronunciation.
Yeah, that's not a question.
That's
one is real and one is
right.
not.
It's called ibuprofen and ibuproben is wrong.
This is an interesting question here. I mean, you're changing the rules a little bit, must be, but I respect it. It says I only eat toast. See, yeah, I mean, you can't. I don't think you can take your soggy bread and toast it. I can't take the soggy socks and put them in a dryer. You gotta take it as it is.
I think he was just responding to me saying that I like my bread toasted.
Mm-hmm. Steven says, of course, Goff, you had him in your lineup. LOL. I'm gonna tell you.
I mean, Trent was a pretty obvious play tonight.
This is a good spot. Good spot.
Not to be all Captain Hindsight, but
red, white, and green. Tomato or tomato? Although they are both written as tomato.
the former.
Yes. Jordan says we both have cancer cough. Hopefully he has a night like Trent did. I would like to see that, very much so. Bonzo says, yeah, that guy. Glad I forgot to send you a head-to-head cough. Not just you, man. Nobody played me tonight. Most of the people that I regularly play, only a couple, Glash was nowhere to be found, didn't even respond to the text today. I usually get 8 or 10 invites from the Sim fam to go. Nobody wanted to play tonight.
You got to start hustling a little bit better. You can't win them all. You got to drop them here and there so you people feel like they have a chance.
I did consider doing that to Emerson, though. Because I knew he was teetering on not playing me anymore. And I was like, but I just couldn't stomach letting him win. I couldn't bring myself to do it. And so I went 6-0 against him across basketball, baseball, and hockey, and he stopped.
Mike Bizzle says, congratulations, you played yourself.
By the way, I tuned in randomly. You were with Glash the other night?
Yes.
And you were, I don't know, what were you? Corn or something? Cobble.
Ah, Cobblepot, yes.
That's right.
Oswald Cobblepot.
I tuned in maybe with a minute left in the game or just in time for post game, and when you guys were going on your Cobblepot bender, and I was dying. It was great, but it had nothing to do with him. He was just laughing too. It was just listening to you in that voice say Cobblepot over and over again. It was killing me.
That was oh man, I'm gonna forget who brought that up. But one of the SimFam members says Lamarca does a great impression of Oswald Cobblepot, and Glash was like, Lamarca, they say you do a good impression of Oswald, and I said, who the hell is Oswald Cobblepot?
I don't know. I've never heard that name in my life.
So we looked it up, and apparently that's the Penguin on the Batman show.
Is that right? Oh, he did it again! Adam Humphries did it again! Second of the day for the... Here to everybody, here to do the dance, the Humpty dance.
I like do the Humpty Hump, do the Humpty Hump. My name is Humphries.
Pronounced with an umpty. Yo, ladies. I once got busy in a Burger King bathroom.
Oh, hey now.
Hey now.
So, yeah, anyway, that's where Cobblepot came from. And then whoever was working ops, and again, my memory is so bad.
So bad.
Said that Cobblepot's starting at shooting guard for the Rockets tomorrow, and we just both lost.
Oh, if only the rest of my lineup weren't trash in this Madden Sim. But Fievel's in front. You remember Fievel, right, from when you were a kid?
I've heard of it. I have no idea what it is.
I mean, I know there's an age gap between us.
It's a character of some type.
Yeah, a little mouse. He went west.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, Glash, I don't think has ever heard of him, because every time he refers to our man Fievel, he calls him Feeble.
Well, that's very on brand for Glash.
It's very on brand. Must be Cough with the remix. Wait. Am I? Hang on. Let me see if I can find it on my phone. I don't even know if I'm allowed to do this. Hang on. I'm just waiting for my wife to yell downstairs. What the heck was that? Oh, here it is. Oh, good. We're on cam. Perfect timing. See, Mike, I can't read that.
There you go.
Yeah.
There's
I swear I'm going to get a text about that. What in the world was that?
There's a iconic New York DJ. I'm sure that most people out here have heard of him, Funkmaster Flex.
Uh-huh.
And you listen to him on the radio, and anytime he's going to play a new song, he'll play 3 seconds of it, and then it's just and he doesn't go back to the song after that. He's like, let me tell you, this is how we do it, New York. It takes 15 minutes to play a 3.5-minute song because of funk with all the bomb drops and the and he's like, yo, start that again from the top.
Is that the same guy? And maybe this was just generic DJ versus who you're talking about.
Uh-huh.
But was it the same dude that was in Office Christmas Party playing the party? I feel like he was somebody, or again, he was just generic DJ. But he was doing. And I can't even repeat what the line is because again, I know the line. And when I say that, I don't mean I know the movie line. I mean I know what line I cannot cross here in these Sims. And that would be it. So I will not do it.
Oh no, that was generic DJ guy.
Yeah, and then he just broke out the bam, 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 and then hit it with the mouth. It was so great. Mike says, "Cough, when's the next Jersey night?" Meaning me wearing one. I ought to pick up an Alex Moran Blue Mountain State jersey now that I've binged that series. That's what I should be doing. Congo Cab. Adam, you a little extra giddy tonight? You feeling good, my man? We're just hanging on to Saturday, bro. Tyre Woods. Lamarck is so money.
And Stephen Boss adds, and he doesn't even know it. You're so money, baby.
So money. You're so money. You want a hot take, by the way?
Let's do it.
I don't know if it's a hot take, but I'm telling you it's a hot take. Made better than Swingers.
Made?
Yeah, the next movie that Favreau and Vince Vaughn did together.
Never seen it.
Never saw it?
No, but I'm not a huge Swingers guy, so
I mean, you won't be surprised. I think I wait, hang on. Look, they even sold it in a 2-pack.
He's got his Lamarcas on.
Not to be confused with Tupac. They sold it in a 2-pack. Yeah, no, oh, me? Yeah, I got my Lamarcus on for sure. Yeah, I've done. You kidding me? You think I'm doing it? Good thing I have pants on. Well, of course I have my Lamarcus on for Madden After Dark on a Saturday. I mean, for real. Oh. Ed Zone Dance, you're like a bear with these claws and the fangs. I love when they're playing NHL like 94 or whatever it was.
Yep.
And like, hey, watch me make Gretzky's head bleed. it's not me, it's Gretzky.
I mean,
he's good
in that movie.
That's the best line. It's not me, it's Gretzky. He's good. Alana, Lamarcas are on. I just love that people instantly see me wearing these pants and know I'm rocking my Lamarcas tonight.
Ironically enough, I'm not.
You should be. Lone Moon, wow, Cops background wasn't fake. Kicking Club, last thing we need on a Saturday night is cheeky cough.
I see what he did now.
DFS Queenie, get out of here with that. Well, you don't like my Lamarcus and my Gumby t-shirt?
Yeah, I think ironically that means so do I. Or by the transitive property.
Shorts weather in Mass right now, says Jared. Yeah, but in the house I'm rocking my Lamarcus. It's true. I was outside throwing a ball.
It was
around.
a gorgeous day today.
Gorgeous day. Doing the 70 plus, like 75. A little baseball, soccer. My 8-year-old had 3 goals in his game today.
Now, is there a goalie?
There are defenders.
The small net with defenders.
Yeah, they are not. Okay. They're not yet at the goalie age. I believe that is 9 years old. I think, or the next grade.
Gotcha.
But still, because the defenders are all over the field, like I want to say the final today was like 7-2 or something.
Yeah,
like
I'm not trying to take away from your.
No. But I get it. Like it would go through my mind too. I get it. I totally get it. Yeah, don't try and kill my proud dad moment, Lamarca. Jordan says Swingers was the first one they did together, Koff. That's what I said. Swingers and then Made. Made was the next one they did. And Made
spelled like MADE or Made like hotel made?
MADE.
Okay.
You should see if it's streaming anywhere. It's a fun movie.
I did notice, by the way, the chat's been telling me for a while that I need to watch True Romance because I am a Tarantino guy. And I noticed that it was available on one of the movie channels on demand. So I will be watching that. I may watch it tonight when I'm done with this sim.
Which movie was this?
True Romance.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people have been pushing True Romance for quite a while. A lot of Christian Slater love in the sim fam, which I respect. Adam, any football movies? There are lots of football movies behind me. Think I'm going to have a whole wall? Not of any football movies?
I've seen Swingers, Jordan. I haven't seen the other one.
Mike Bizzle, Iron Man, from the Nooner to Madden After Dark. Well, I didn't do all 6. I left. And I experienced a day, and then I came back. But one of these days, we're going to have a cough-a-thon, Lamarca. I'm going to do all 6.
I'm sure you've BST'd football movies before, but do you have a favorite, and do you have one that you think is, like, overrated?
Boy, good questions. And I'd be happy to answer a buy stream trash if you have 3 you want to throw out there. But let me see.
All right, I'll give you 3. These are my 3.
Okay.
Remember the Titans, The Replacements, Rudy.
So here's the only reason why that's tough. I will fully admit Remember the Titans is a superior movie to The Replacements. I mean, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But I have such a soft spot, such a place in my heart for The Replacements that's the one I'm going to buy. The Replacements is just a movie that, like, I could pick it up at any point when it's on TV and be satisfied finishing that movie. I really enjoy it. So I would buy Remember the replacements. I would stream Remember the Titans, and I would trash Rudy. Rudy is definitely, as Jordan goes, Rudy is an overrated film.
So overrated.
So overrated. And not to throw like Any Given Sim Day in our faces, but Any Given Sunday, again, remarkably overrated movie.
You know what? I think I agree. I wouldn't say remarkably overrated, but overrated. Right? I think that people love that movie just because of the Pacino speech at the end, which is a great speech, great sports speech, but other than that, not the best movie. And the only good thing about Rudy is the gift that came from it with the guy clapping.
Yeah, for sure. That was Rock. You remember that TV show? Or was that before your time?
Rock?
Yeah.
That wasn't from Rudy?
No, I know, but he was the lead character on this TV show, Rock.
Oh, I've never seen Rock.
Yeah. It was on Fox.
But I think you answered that question perfectly.
Thank you.
Because I do think that in a vacuum, Remember the Titans is a better movie than The Replacements. But in terms of rewatchability, it's just you can't really beat The Replacements. It's a great rewatchable film. No matter what point you catch that movie from, you can always hop in when it's on TV.
So we got people mentioning some other football movies here, as you would expect. The Program, solid movie. Varsity
Never
Blues.
seen that one.
Varsity
I know that's
Blues.
a good movie, but I've never seen it.
Varsity Blues is a 10, a freaking 10. and I mean, Allie Larder, come on.
Miss
Friday
Davis, you go to prom with me.
Friday Night Lights, strong movie, obviously. So Mike mentions Little Giants. Little Giants is a fun movie. Here's my only beef
as an adult.
What's that?
It's not a great. It doesn't hold up a ton as an adult, you know.
Well, so here's my only beef with Little Giants, and it's actually I don't think it's Little Giants' fault, but someone is to blame, and so I have no choice but to blame the movie Little Giants. Now that my kids, oldest is 8, next one's 6, 2-year-old doesn't factor in here. Now that the 2 older ones are old enough that I can show them sports movies to a certain point, we're talking Rookie of the Year, Little Big League, Sandlot, Big Green, The Rookie, Remember the Titans, so Angels in the Outfield, a whole bunch of others that are, you know what I'm talking about. There are a bunch I left out that they've seen. All the Mighty Ducks, and let me look at the wall. Major League. No, I'm just kidding.
How about Space Jam, the original?
Space Jam, of course. I mean, they've watched the trailer for the new Space Jam 17 times in a row. Like Mike. That's another one. Miracle.
That movie stinks.
White Men Can't. No.
That is a great movie, though.
So there are a bunch, but here's the issue with. So I want to show them Little Giants. I want to show them. I legitimately would like to show them Little Giants. Here is a fun fact that I learned in my search trying to show them Little Giants. You can't find it anywhere. It is not streaming anywhere that I could locate it. And so it was like, well, whatever. So this is what happened with Angels in the Outfield. It was like, I'll just buy it. You know, it was like $5 on DVD. I'll just buy it. Well, guess what? Go to Amazon or Best Buy or Walmart or wherever. Little Giants, the cheapest you can find Little Giants on DVD is like $30. It's like there's one copy in the world and it's up for auction.
Wow. So you're telling me that I should have been investing in Little Giants DVDs.
What I'm telling you is I can't show my kids Little Giants because, you know, Rick Moranis doesn't want us to have it.
Damn you, Rick.
It says, Yanu! Yanu!
By the way, speaking of great speeches, his halftime speech, neck and neck with Pacino's.
I'm going to look again right now. Little Giants. It's on Tubi. What is that? Tubi, Tubi,
All right, you can buy it right now on Amazon Prime for $11.42.
A little steep.
I'm just saying, it seems like your information might be bad.
Wait. Is this a thing? Hang on. What is this? Because I might buy this. This is on Amazon. Is this part of this? Hang on, let me find out. Family Favorites 10 movie collection. What do we have in here? No, it's not there. It has Cloak and Dagger, whatever that is. The Wizard, which I already own, which is fantastic. Cop and a Half, which even Burt Reynolds didn't want to watch. King Ralph, which, come on, John Goodman. Matinee, because of course we needed 2 Goodman movies on this. The Borrowers, I don't know what that is. A Simple
I've never
Wish.
heard of any of these
Nope.
movies.
Ed, the baseball movie with Matt LeBlanc. Ghost Dad, which still kind of freaks me out. Honestly, I don't like that movie at all. Little Giants is not. So why did that pop up? Why is that even listed when I Googled looking for Little Giants?
I don't know. Take it up with Google.
I'm going to take it. I'm going to call Google. Hey, Google. It's like a whole Avengers Assemble situation. Google. Little Giants. 1142, huh? But you see, it was down from like $18. No, you wait. Can I? All right, I'm gonna put it in my cart. I'm gonna decide later, but I'm gonna put it in my cart.
At a card it.
Yeah, you might call it a la carte.
You might. I wouldn't.
Jordan says, "Careful, or you'll wind up with Glash and get 20 copies sent to the DK headquarters." Great, it's not my money.
Glash
Please
had those
do.
prominently displayed on
Send
Thursday.
it. Send it. Appreciate all of you. Hyro says, "Cough. Amazon has a 4-movie collection. Little Giants is one of them." Hyro, what are the others? Wait, I'm gonna look. The Borrowers is a good movie. Who's heard of The Borrowers? Tyler says Tubi is a free streaming service.
All right. Well, that seems like a win.
Yeah, if you trust it. I've never even heard of it.
I mean, if it's free, how can they rip you off?
Steal your information.
You don't have like a burner email account?
Yours.
I have like 4 emails. One that I only give to people that I don't trust.
Touchdown, Derrick Henry.
There's a big man.
I just searched Amazon Little Giants and ladders popped up. Okay, I guess a DVD. So I'll add that. Oh yeah, they got a 4-movie collection. Little Giants, Little Big League, Surf Ninjas, and Hometown Legend. You want to guess how much this 4-movie collection is?
Anything more than $20 is a
$64.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
I could make one of those movies for $64. Are you kidding me right now? Ugh. Darth says, "I'll send you the DVD case for the movie. When you open the case, it'll be empty except for a note saying, 'Stop buying DVDs. We're in the 2020s. Stream or don't watch it.'" I can't stream it, Darth. Where you been? How far behind are you on the tape delay?
But we've determined that you can. Just go to Tubi.
I don't know what Tubi is.
Hey, here's something you might enjoy.
Huh.
As a Sox fan. I pulled this card the other day. It's a Ronald Acuna.
Okay.
But it's got a little piece of the green monster in there.
Hey, is that autographed too?
Yeah, autographed.
That's a good looking card right there.
Very sharp. But I was like, that's very cool. It's got a piece of the green monster in there.
Well, so this card that I sent you a picture of earlier, courtesy of you, I'm going to tell the people about this. It was Blake Snell with dirt in it from Tropicana Field.
Yeah, the old dirt relic.
Yeah, the dirt relic. My son was like, "So do you open it and take the dirt out?" No, you leave it in the. Is that a real question?
Yeah, you eat the dirt, kid.
Just play with the dirt. No, you leave the dirt. 28-6. Is everybody having fun?
Man, this game has been a bloodbath, and for as much as we hyped up Carlos Hyde, it's
more like hide your kids, hide your wife.
Nice, well done.
Nice.
He's in the negatives right now. So far, you'd be better off with nobody in your lineup.
Fivels in front still.
There you go, Fivers.
Apparently, our male friend named John, who might actually be a female named June, has left. She's left the Zoom. And
I mean, she probably got a feel for it. She's like, oh, so it's just you just watch these two idiots talk about nonsense and update
honestly,
the stats?
like I mean, I don't know. Joe, are you listening? And this is not a trick. I actually want to know because like if Joe were smart, he may have just had June listening on silent anyway, like muting, just watching the sim and doing the stats. Yeah, no, we don't need to. We don't need to hear them to do our job. We're good.
Okay,
In
so
fact, our
Ricky
performance
Rowdy
might
wants to
actually
see
be
the
enhanced
card.
by not listening to them.
That's the card right
This
there.
is the card. It's a good-looking card.
Right, and you can see that's the green monster right there, and it's got a little sticker on it, so it's authenticated by the MLB. Pretty cool.
Congo Cap says, "Hell yeah, Adam, you've been funny this sim for a change."
Ooh, burn!
I
You
am
want some
always-
ointment for that burn?
Listen, I am always this funny. I tell myself. Jordan, Drew, Matthew, you can be honest. Am I normally not this entertaining?
No,
Is it just a
you're-
special treat here
you're
for Madden After Dark on a Saturday?
You're a pleasure to work with.
I didn't ask that.
You caught that, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, that is not. That's an old law school trick, right? Don't don't answer the question asked of you. Answer the question you wish you'd been asked.
That's right. I think you're funny.
Thanks.
I think it's easy to. I think you're the second funniest guy on the stream right now.
I mean, nailed it. Nailed it. This is what I was expecting especially you who likes to revel in dad jokes. I was expecting my dad used to hit me with yeah, you're funny. Looks aren't everything.
Yeah, funny looking.
Ah! Hyro says we should start a GoFundMe for Koff's Little Giants movie purchase. Guys, I'm just not paid enough here. What can I tell you? I can't afford the $12 DVD.
I'll trade you a Little Giants for one Sandlot.
Is this about to be indecent proposal? I will give you one Little Giants DVD, and you know the rest. CEH, I'm not, but I get it. Some people are just squinty-eyed. That's me. Steven says he already started one. He could probably buy several hundred copies from all his NBA winnings. So, on the subject of cards, though, I wanted to bring this up as we are early in the fourth quarter. I shouted him out on Twitter, but, I mean, let's be honest. The audience is international here. Millions watching. Matt LaMarca, kind enough to send me a package in the mail, an unopened box of trading cards, 36 packs, so the kids could have themselves a little box break situation. They each opened 18 packs earlier today. Loved every single solitary second of it. Put them in their binders, which I understand true collectors are not supposed to do, but they're children.
Yeah, that's
and honestly,
fine.
it's a lot
With
better.
those cards, completely fine.
It's a lot better than them, like, I mean, what was the alternative? Like putting them in rubber bands? So they're in their binders, and but LaMarca also, this was especially cool. He asked me, are there any players that the kids really like? And so I just, mentioned, Boston focused, obviously, but some others as well. He sent me a whole bunch of cards, it was like 24 cards of basically the entire Celtics roster, and a David Ortiz, a Pedro Martinez. There were a couple of the boys wanted James Harden and Russell Westbrook for whatever reason, so there are a couple of them in there. Just a plethora of cards as Russell Wilson, his first rushing touchdown. Just it couldn't have been nicer. Just the nicest thing by old Matty LaMarca, Uncle Matt, which is ironic because they already have an Uncle Matt. So they have another.
I feel like
another
that's
Uncle Matt
a
here.
pretty common name,
Yeah, but what I haven't told you if you were to guess, I don't want to describe it as a knockdown dragout. It didn't get to that point. I resolved it. I sort of snake drafted the situation. I gave them, I'm going to pick a number between 1 and whatever. Whoever's closest gets the first pick, and then the next person gets 2, the next person gets 2, and until we're done, obviously. But would you believe, as the 2-point conversion is good, it's a 2-touchdown game, 5:15 to go. Would you believe the first overall pick? That's what it was all about. It was all about the first overall pick. They didn't care about the rest. I mean, they cared about the cards, but it wasn't about, like, there was one card more than any other that they both really wanted for some reason.
From the box or from what I
No,
sent?
from what you sent.
Well, I know you mentioned Xander Bogaerts, and I put a nice Bogaerts in there.
You did. Well, and can I also add that what amazes me is someone who's kind of, I mean, you're like full on into this, and like Bukes and Jeff, and me, I'm just sort of dabbling a little bit. What's wild to me is even like the worst cards now, your commons, or your like random inserts that aren't really worth anything, but you find them in packs. Like your worst cards, nothing special, nothing that's like, oh my god, put this in an unbreakable case and I got to get this graded and all of that. Your worst cards are nicer looking than the nicest cards when we collected 20 years ago. It's just, it's so what, like every card that you sent me, which is in part why I texted you. I texted Lamarck and I was like, just so the kids don't destroy these, like if I need to hide these or something from them, these cards that you texted me are any of these actually worth anything? And he was like, nothing more than like a few bucks. It was like, okay, fine. But like they all look like they're worth like hundreds of dollars. That's how nice looking cards are right now.
Yeah, they're really cool.
But the number one, like, we've got to get this card, Peyton Pritchard.
You know what? That was gonna be my guess, because that's from the one that I sent is from my favorite series.
Yeah,
it's Revolution, which is like very flashy, shiny, and obviously it's a rookie card. So
right.
I put that one in there because I knew that they would like that one.
It's excellent. Really enjoy them. Really enjoy you. Appreciate your generosity.
Well, thanks, man. I'm happy to help out, and like I said, I may have created some future customers for myself, and down the line.
Exactly. Yeah, someone said you can't put them in those sleeves. Not good for the condition of the cards. That was Steven. Yeah. What are you gonna do? Look at that. Look at that.
Beautiful punt.
Beautiful. We're in safety range, folks. Any chance we can get to 200 likes by the end of this sim, halfway through the fourth quarter? Smash that like button, folks.
Alana says don't eat the gum. Completely agree.
Don't do that. Chris says love the gum. 6-yard pickup. Fievel still sitting in front. He has sent along a surprised face looking emoji. I'm not really sure what he's going for there. Maybe it's just the fact that he just realized he's in first. Maybe that's what it was. Bonzo says, whose card you say? Fournier? No. Peyton Pritchard.
No Fourniers.
Not in the Celtics uni. You know what amazes me? Maybe you and well, I can't imagine you and Moose talked about this among your card conversation, but I don't know, I find it impressive, really, is this box that you sent was the Topps 2021 opening day series, if people are unfamiliar. Opening day was like a week and a half ago.
Yep.
And you got all these cards that are from opening day. Like all these, April 1st, 2021, these special look. How did they produce these so quickly and actually get them into packs and get them in the mail instead like you got it and then got it to me? Like opening day just happened a week and a half ago. I don't understand how this all developed so quickly.
Yeah, well, I mean, the photos obviously aren't from opening day of 2021. They're older photos that they produce in advance.
I've told myself they were from opening day 2021.
No. That would be pretty cool, though.
You're going to tell me John Means wasn't at Fenway? in that picture?
He might have been, but he wasn't at Fenway on April whatever of 2021.
No, but he was. That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying that's
You're
not
just
when that photo
not in
was
that
taken.
actual picture. I got
Yes.
you. Yeah.
But yeah, I like that opening day product. Not that I ripped any of it myself, but like they have to make an entry point into this hobby for younger people, and right now it's like, I was talking about this with Jeff, like the NBA product that's big right now is Prism.
Right.
And a hobby box of that is more than $2,000.
Oh my God.
It's
How
just
many packs?
insanity.
How many packs?
12 packs, 12 cards per pack, 2 guaranteed autographs.
Well, that part's nice. But still, 2K. When I was collecting, and this is again, 20 years ago, when I was a passionate collector, the most expensive box then was like a couple hundred. I mean, and most were, in that 30 to 50 or 60 range. It's just crazy what the industry has become again.
Yeah, I'm expecting, maybe once people start going out and doing things again, the prices will return to normal. But like NFL, this draft class coming up is going to be like all the products are going to go through the roof because everybody's going to want Trevor Lawrence. Everybody's going to want all these quarterbacks who are going in the top 10.
Right.
Like the NBA has had 2 big-time stars, really 3, if you go with the Luka class, the Zion class, and now the LaMelo class. Like, these are all guys that people have just been super excited to chase. So it's I think people have just kind of wisened up to the fact that, like, you know what? These are good investments if you get the right players. And again, I was talking about this with Jeff. You're always going to be better off just getting the single cards of the players you like if your sole purpose is trying to make money. But the funness
There's nothing
is
more
in
fun than
the
ripping
pack.
packs.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to rip the packs. DK Metcalf ripping some yardage. 1st and 10 from the 17, but we've only got a minute left here in this one. It's a 14-point game, so garbage point territory, obviously.
Hey, they might get an onside. You never
I like
know.
this from TX. The ice cream truck in my neighborhood always had Topps football cards, 25 cents. That's great. CEH, yo, where's Robbie? To which one member of our crew says, yeah, where's Robbie? So much for hashtag team always here. Where you at, Noble? Madison's not producing anymore?
That's it.
So you're out?
Unbreak my heart. Say you love me again.
Go. Go.
Ooh, big
Go.
He's
Get in there. Another rushing score from Russell Wilson.
we dominate today.
How about this from Alana? Buy stream trash, hologram card, baseball coin, jersey card.
I don't even know what a baseball coin is.
I feel like those were older
I will say that the
collectibles.
jersey, like memorabilia cards, are not very collectible from a just a pure monetary standpoint, but I think some of the stuff is really cool. Like this Ronald Acuna card. That's not necessarily a jersey, but it is considered a memorabilia card, and you can find some cool stuff. So I'll buy those. I will stream the holograms, and I will trash the jersey card or the hologram, the baseball coin, just because I don't know what it is.
Congo Cap says Robbie's out searching for producer Madison. You imagine Robbie Noble's just walking the streets. It's like raining. Saturday night. Madison! Where are you, Madison?
Adrian!
Madison, where are you?
Nah, you
Back
know
to
what?
the
Good for
green
Robbie
screen.
Noble. Give Give the guy a break. He's taking a night off. He'll be back.
Oh, Hyro says, Big Saxy's got the voice of an angel.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
You know what else he's got? Collection of cobble pots.
Multiple cobble pots.
Taking the knee. Victory formation in what has turned into a 7-point game. And Fievel hanging on. Fievel's going north. 3-point victory. Pacing. Barring any big changes in the coming seconds. But I don't think we're going to see him, especially with Seattle out of timeouts. Good balanced lineup here by Fievel. Humphreys in the captain spot. Respect that. About 23 points, couple of touchdowns on his only 2 catches, 13 yards. Russ went for almost 30. Tannehill, 23. Henry at about 20. Jonnu Smith went for 18. Or as Ulrich likes to call him, Jonu. And Tyler Lockett, he had 10. Balanced attack by Fievel.
Yeah, I think we can go right into player of the game. It's got to
What
be
do you
Adam
got?
Humphreys, right?
I mean, I think so.
You know, we'll give him the wood nickel or whatever it is Tommy Freezefox gives away.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean...
Get yourself a sawbuck, Adam Humphreys.
You'd certainly make a case for Tannehill because of the ownership, but Humphreys at that salary doing what... Yeah, Drew says, give him a baseball coin. Yeah, do that. I like that. What about your Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award? Who stunk?
It's easy. Carlos Hyde.
Yeah.
Negative points. You don't see that very often. Cotton.
Negative points.
Bold strategy. Let's see if it pays off.
He did. Yeah, he did. I'm sorry. He went negative 0.4. At 56% owned, he had negative 0.4 points. What a yoke. Justin says, awesome, guys. Appreciate it as always. Congrats to Fievel. Yeah, Fievel hanging out.
Yeah,
Wood
big
nickel
shout-outs
for the captain. Thanks.
Big shout-outs, Fevel.
Alana says, learned so much this sim from McDonald's meat to pronunciation to Little Giants economic theory. Man, yeah. Good times. Congo Cab. You see, Adam, you're never this funny. I am a riot, Congo Cab. Bonzo. Well, it wasn't the Blanket Bros, but Koff, you did a decent job filling in. I don't even know what that means. What's the Blanket Bros? Is that a Glash character?
It's me and Glash, and sometimes we sim with Blankies.
Okay.
And we turned it into like a wrestling tag team. The Blanket Brothers. I'll put you to sleep.
I like that. I mean, it's sort of calling yourself boring at the same time, but I'm into it. Edzone Dance, good night, Koff, Lamarca, DK Sim fam. That was a good sim. Laughed a lot. That's what we want. That is what we're going for. As Congo Cab says, Gumby, damn it. Here's your sim schedule for tomorrow, folks. I'll be right back for a couple more. I mean, not right back, but first thing tomorrow in about 13 hours. Dolphins Bills for the nooner with Tom Carroll. We'll talk about things that grind our gears potentially.
Nice.
I will be with Jason Rossi for the Madden Matinee. Maybe Robbie Noble will find us again. Chargers and Bears should be good. Rossi sticks around. Babysitter Billy Delaney, his podcast partner, will join him. Chiefs Jets for the early bird special. Then you have Brandon Cristal for the happy hour sim at 6. Washington and the Colts. And how about this? You think you can end Tom's day after 2? Not on the Lord's Day. He's doing 3 sims tomorrow, and he is coming and joining. I saw you start to giggle. Vikings and Eagles, the two of you together, 8 o'clock prime time. And then Tom's not going to. Lamarca with BK for Madden After Dark, Bengals and Lions. So thanks all around to Jordan, our producer, to, of course, Drew, our technical director, to Joe in Game Ops, to, I hope it is June, who was hanging along.
May or may not ever come back again.
We will never see or hear from June again. I hope June returns, and I hope I have the opportunity to work with her. I also hope it's pronounced June, because really, I feel badly that I didn't ask earlier. Thank you all for hanging out. Smash the like on your way out the door. Virtual door, of course. Don't, if you guys actually like get up and walk out a door. This is not a club. You can stay where you are. Thanks for joining us. We'll catch you again in the Dream Stream first thing tomorrow, but first thing for us is noontime Eastern. See ya.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.